The first chapter, Neji, is online. Konoha Village, Hyuga Family, Branch Training Ground. The crackling sound, Hyuga Neji is practicing. 4 palms. 16 palms. Bandaged hands, dazzling palms, mysterious and powerful. 32 palms. Cha, sound, the last palm hits the air. Hyuga Neji leapt forward. Empty is intentional. As a family member, I am not eligible to learn 8 trigrams. Now Neji, Soul is an Earth Hokage fan. 5 years old, he crossed over here. Awakened the strongest proficiency system. Just repeat the practice moves to gain proficiency and improve your strength. As a family member, he did not dare to show his strength. It can only be hidden all the time, so it is also regarded as the tail of the waist crane, the object of ridicule of everyone. The sound of footsteps approached as he emptied his last palm. Yo, Neji, it's so late, still practicing. The speaker was full of silver hair, proud. He was Hyuga Silver, he was Neji's older brother. If I read it right, before he slipped, he practiced 8 trigrams 64 palms. The person on the side is Hyuga Qingtian, who is also 1 year older than Neji. The two are the most talented generation in the family. Over the past few years, they have ridiculed and bullied Neji without interruption. A jerk trying to learn 8 trigrams 64 palms, but a fool's dream. It's better to take a few more cat rescue and letter delivery rubbish missions and earn some money to avoid starvation in the future. Hyuga Silver sneered disdainfully. Brother Nee, I've finished practicing. If you want to use it, I'll go first. Go. Seeing that Neji wanted to run away again, the two looked at each other. Hyuga Silver's eyes darkened when he said, I heard that you and Miss Hinata were complimenting you in front of Hiyashi-sama. As a family splitter, you are so flattering to main clan, how are you? Boy. Hearing the word separation, Neji frowned slightly. Hyuga Qingtian followed suit. I don't think he is clear about his identity. He is the most talented and the least talented. He thinks that if he pleases the eldest lady, he will be able to stand on top of us and point fingers one day. Huh. The two looked at each other with hatred. The brothers misunderstood, it's just that Miss Hinata is kind-hearted, then I'll go first. Hyuga Neji doesn't want to be entangled with these two minor characters. Want to go. When Hyuga Silver reaches out and grabs Neji's neck. The sound of breaking wind passed by. Byakugan's angle of view covers almost 360 degrees without blind spots. Neji dodged easily. Silver Shiga, he opened Byakugan. Did you see that? This is a challenge to you. Hyuga Qingtian's eyes widened, excited with a hint of anger. Hyuga Silver snorted coldly. He quickly rushed in Neji's direction. Neji also turned his head and had to fight. Ha! A slap in the face, Neji easily avoided it. Yo! Hyuga Silver didn't expect that Neji's strength could escape his 2 palms. Come again. He slaps again, and Neji dodges again. However, just now one palm was a feint attack, and the other hand had already started to strike, breaking through the air. Hyuga Silver thought he had succeeded, but Neji just stepped back slightly, dodging all the attacks effortlessly. Then he took 2 steps back again and said indifferently, Brother, I can't beat you, I admit defeat. Admit defeat. Silver's eyes widened, anger rolled in his eyes. Qingtian, did you hear me? He avoided all my attacks and then conceded defeat to me. Silver's head jumped violently, and he was already angry. Hyuga Qingtian also jumped forward. 2 opened Byakugan at the same time. A trash like you is not worthy of being separated at all. No, it's not worthy of being a Hyuga family at all. Aren't you very good? You've been practicing hard all these years. What you know is that you are practicing, and those who don't know you think you are juggling. No progress at all. Neji kept backing away until he hit the stake behind him. I won't show you some color today, you really don't know our 2 brothers. The two of them are just brothers from different families. In terms of seniority, Neji's father's status is much higher than their father's, and even Neji's grandfather is the previous main clan. When began to be reduced to being ridden on top of their heads by people like them. I heard that Hanabi's strength is getting stronger and stronger. When Hinata's identity as the heir of the trash main clan is gone, you will no longer have a backer. Neji's eyes widened, killing intent flashing in his eyes. With both hands in a pose, chakra is released from the acupoints. The proficiency of hard training over the years is now emerging one by one. The gesture sank and turned to the right. With the rotation of the chakra, it materialized, and a huge wave of chakra was set off around. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Neji exclaimed. Chapter 2 Revolving Heaven, Injecting Nature Transformation. Revolving Heaven. The two reacted, but it was too late. This chakra wave. Neji's spin is up and its orthodox 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Two were immediately involved in Uzumaki-like chakra, and then flew out quickly. This is not a move that a family should be able to do, especially a crane tail with a very poor talent. Flying 5 or 6 meters away, Qingtian and Silver fell to the ground with 2 sounds of bang, bang. Damn, you bastard. Silver was more ruthless at the time, so the power he received was also ruthless, and he was immediately speechless. Revolving Heaven. You kid actually learned Revolving Heaven. Qingtian struggled to get up and shouted. Neji, not far away, just didn't change his face. This familiar move, he has practiced at least 20,000 times against the stake. Yes, from the moment you acquire a move, the system needs to practice 10,000 times against the stake before it can be used, and then in order to improve its power, it also needs to be practiced. I think my grandfather used it. That's right, this is the secret technique of the orthodox Hyuga family, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Qingtian frowned tightly, as if facing an enemy. Silver couldn't believe it. How can you learn revolving heaven? And no one will teach you. Could it be? Hyuga Neji's breathing gradually stabilized, and it has been a long time since he had actually fought, but it was still easy to deal with 2 genin-level opponents. Just such an impulse. I am afraid that the true strength has been hidden for a long time, and I am afraid that it will be discovered. Thinking of this, Neji was a little annoyed. Ding! This practice is over, and the ninja basic skills have gained a total of 496 proficiency points. System beeped Neji's familiar beep. Gentle Fist Basic Boxing Proficiency 142 points. 8 trigrams Revolving Heaven Proficiency 110 points. 8 trigrams 64 Palms Proficiency 42 points. Detection of the host in actual combat. Get 8 trigrams Revolving Heaven Proficiency Skyrocket 800 points. And get achievement. Defeat genin level opponent for the first time. Get reward. Injected Wind Attribute Nature Transformation Chakra. So there are rewards for actual combat. Why didn't this damn system tell me earlier? Hey, you two. A strong voice came. It is Hyuga Tokuma, the special jonin of the clan. Neji took a step back knowingly. He is a waste material in the clan, especially jonin will naturally not care about him. You two, are you making trouble again? No, Uncle Tokuma, listen to my explanation. Don't explain, come back with me. Tokuma didn't listen to Silver's defense, grabbed the two and left. Before leaving, Neji saw the hateful look in the eyes of Silvershi and Qingtian. Waste material, in their eyes will use the revolving heaven that they can't learn. I'm afraid they should have been pissed. If you want to inform, let them. Anyway, that's it. Neji now only cares about the results of his practice today. Dinner. Neji returned to the room and opened the system's properties panel. Host. Hyuga Neji. Age. 13 years old. Ninja basic skills including all basic skills such as throwing, proficiency progress. 80%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level. Konoha Village Genin. The proficiency in brackets. The proficiency can enter the next stage, and it can be used when it reaches the initial stage. The 1W proficiency reaches the initial stage, the 3W proficiency reaches the mastery, and the latter three realms are consummate, superb, back to basics. Ninjutsu. None. Gentle fist acupuncture. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, 4,740, 8 trigrams one shot, 8,976. Demonic illusion. None. Blood follower boundaries. Byakugan. Basic items. None. Advanced items. None. Special item. Injected wind attribute nature transformation chakra. Wind attribute nature transformation. Detected the ninjutsu that can be injected into the wind attribute chakra nature transformation. Revolving heaven, do you want to inject it? Inject. Neji thought for a moment and decided to inject. Honestly becoming stronger, he can no longer satisfy himself, and he has to make new attempts. At night, a nearby open space. The shining light was dazzling, revolving heaven stopped, and the swirling wind speed was still lingering in the air. Neji gasped, looking at his hands that were already shaking. A dozen consecutive rounds, is this already the limit? After adding nature transformation, revolving heaven's rotation is like God's help, easier and more comfortable. Neji feels that his revolving heaven is more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. Taking a few breaths, Neji breathes smoothly. Take a deep breath and plan to try again. As soon as Byakugan opened, he was suddenly surprised. Who's there? It's me, Neji brother. Hyuga Hinata's voice. Hinata came out, wearing a fluffy coat, and the whole person, along with his eyes and hairstyle, revealed the essence of cuteness. Hinata, why are you still not sleeping? Seeing Hinata approaching, Neji's eyes softened. After crossing, the whole clan always regarded Neji as a waste. Only Hinata was the most gentle to him, so he couldn't bear the insult to Hinata when he was silver. Hinata stood in front of Neji and whispered, Brother Neji, did you really practice revolving heaven? 3rd chapter Actual combat. One-on-one testing. Neji chuckled. It's nothing compared to the power of the real Hyuga clan. Hinata's face was shocked. No, Neji brother is already very good. Neji was startled at first, then smiled. This silly little sister always made him feel that the ninja world was not all cold. Hinata frowned slightly in amazement. Brother Neji, what happened today between you and your elder brother Silver has been passed on to the elders. So soon. Neji rubbed his chin, which wasn't easy to handle if it got too big. The caged bird spell on his head is the biggest restraint, but with his current strength, even without this spell, fighting against the family is a dead end. I will explain that to the clan, you don't have to worry. Good. It's getting late, you go to bed now. Neji doesn't want to mess with Hinata too much, she's just a silly little sister with a good heart. Hinata bowed her head, her mood gloomy. What's wrong? Neji asked. My father said to me today that within a year the successor to the main clan will be chosen between me and Hanabi, and the other will be the separation of the family. Hinata's eyes were full of embarrassment. Neji knew in her heart that, like herself, she was not a waste material, she was just kind-hearted and reluctant to attack her own sister. After thinking for a long time, Neji reached out and patted Hinata on the shoulder. Don't worry, this year is very long. I will change the fate of the separation, I made an agreement with you. Although it was only a comforting word, it made Hinata's eyes sparkle with hope. She raised her head, nodding hard. Little Lee, going to you. Tenten with a microphone, running in the dark alley of Konoha village. Received. The actions of the ninjas were tense and quick. Rock Lee stepped gently. For fear of disturbing the cat that was cornered to a dead end, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. It landed with a bang, and started with a meow. Ha ha, you're finally in the hands of my Konoha's blue beast. Kitty. Might Guy smiled and lifted the three-flowered cat in his hand. The cat screamed, desperately trying to break free, as if he was looking at a monster. As expected of Mr. Guy. It's very fast. No, little Lee, you don't understand this. Power and speed are parallel. I wrote it down. 10. What's so exciting about a cat catcher mission? Neji walked over slowly, and saw Guy and little Lee getting nervous. 10 smiled bitterly. Hey, Neji, why are you here? Why can't you keep up with the cat's speed now? 10 asked directly. Little Lee also smiled and said, Neji-kun has to work harder. As a qualified genin, this kind of daily task must be done with ease, just like Teacher Guy. Neji smiled wryly. I must practice more. 10 said, frowning again. Speaking of which, it will be Chunin exam time after a while. Neji, you will drag us down. Little Lee, Chunin exam. Guy touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Actually, we are a team. If Neji doesn't want to participate, we won't participate. Neji interrupted Might Guy abruptly, eyes sparkling. If I remember correctly, the Chunin exam will have many practical opportunities. At that time, you can use the actual combat to get many rewards. This opportunity is not to be missed. The three of them were all surprised. Neji, who could not do anything on weekdays, was going to take the Chunin exam. Especially Guy, got serious. Neji, Chunin exam is not a child's play. Are you sure you want to take it too? Of course. If that's the case, let me test if the three of you are eligible to take the Chunin exam. Konoha abandoned exercise field. Ring ling ling. Guy holds two bells in his hand, and smiles in his eyes. I have told you the rules just now, you can play together or cooperate. 10 and little Lee both looked confused. Especially 10 glanced at Neji and said, no, it's not 3-on-1 at all. Neji doesn't work at all, right? Little Lee also sighed. But Neji chuckled and said, as long as you get the bell, you can take the Chunin exam. You can use all means. Now, he just wants to find a chance to fight. Of course. Guy affirmed again. If that's the case, then there's no way, Neji. You try to keep up with us. Little Lee said, opening the bandage on Shikai's hand, which had weights on it. Wait, I practiced hard to improve my strength some time ago, and now I want to know how much I weigh. Let me take this test alone. Neji took 2 steps back, his eyes serious. Isn't it? Are you kidding me? 1-on-1. 10 and little Lee were both surprised. Guy was also surprised. Neji, have you made up your mind? I also really want to fight with Teacher Guy. I must take the Chunin exam. This sentence made everyone see Neji's determination. Little Lee and 10 stepped back a good distance knowingly, and 10 was still murmuring, what a joke, how could Neji be able to grab the bell? Bang! An explosion sounded, and the two were startled. I saw that Neji and Mr. Guy had already fought, but it was Neji who took the lead. He slapped him, Mr. Guy escaped, and the tree behind him was directly pierced through a big hole. Chapter 4 Faint. Grab the bell. This. 10 and little Lee were amazed. Waste material, known as the once in a century Hyuga family, Hyuga Neji. When did you practice? Guy meditated in his heart, looking at Neji with a serious face in front of him. He didn't even catch his breath when the palm came down. Unconsciously, has the strength been so much higher than his estimate? As expected of Jonin, Mr. Guy's response was quick. Neji is not stingy with his compliments, only the bell in Guy's hand is in his eyes. And Guy squeezed out a smile and said, don't be too hasty, I haven't started yet. Neji ignored it, stepped forward and stretched out his hand-to-hand seal. Byakugan. Guy noticed, and immediately took another step back. In that moment, Neji was able to see the surrounding environment immediately. Byakugan is suddenly so much more precise than before. Ha! Neji slashed forward with a palm, and the speed was not the same. Guy couldn't avoid it and blocked it with his hands, and the whole person was shaken back several meters. Neji, even at the beginning of Chunin, there are rules. Although Guy can completely withstand the raid, he still wants to educate Neji dutifully. Neji said, "Teacher, you are talking about actual combat. There are no rules for ninja combat." Before he finished speaking, his footsteps had already stepped out. Almost at the same time, Guy stepped back. Crack. Boom. Quiet. Neji's slaps, punches, elbows, and leg sweeps are linked one after the other, and he doesn't want to give Guy a chance to react, one after another. Byakugan's gentle fist is attacked by Chakra's diffusion. It seems to withstand, but Guy is beaten and defeated. "Looks like gentle fist isn't pure physical art," Guy said, quickly looking for a chance to get out. With a big leap, he jumped back to a place several meters away to open his body. Using Chakra's blow, especially for someone like me who is not good at controlling Chakra, is the most deadly. Guy looked relaxed at the moment, but he didn't dare to underestimate the waste material in front of him like he did before. "It's because of this that I feel like I have a chance to beat you as a Jonin." Neji's eyes. "It's like bloodthirsty, but it's not evil, it's just that he is too eager to become stronger." As he said that, he had already started his posture, and his hands were like coiled dragons. As soon as the legs are pressed and swept for half a circle, an 8 trigrams pattern immediately appears on the ground. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Nani? Neji you. Guy's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. 2 palms. 4 palms. When he was surprised, he put on a defensive posture. The pressure he faced was far beyond his imagination. He even came up with the idea of opening the 8 inner gates against the students. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Palm and 1 palm hit Guy's body. On the 8 trigrams map, Neji's steps and palms, although the speed is visible to the naked eye, can't be captured at all. 64 palms. The last palm hits Guy's abdomen and smashes Guy straight out. Bang! The collision force was strong enough, the battlefield was fierce, and smoke and dust were everywhere. "How's it going?" Before the smoke cleared, Tenten asked in surprise. Little Lee, on the other hand, was too sluggish to speak. "Neji, when did you become so strong?" Sure enough, Tenten watched the smoke dissipate and narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Guy is still better. I saw that in the field." Might Guy was crossing his arms, his eyes were full of firmness, and he slowly stood up from a squatting position. Neji, on the other hand, had fallen to the ground, covered in dust and a little embarrassed. "Neji, I didn't expect you to have such a level." Guy let out a slow sigh of relief. He wasn't as confident of his victory as Tenten and Little Lee were, but he opened the second door to block this attack. Otherwise, he would really suffer some internal injuries. At this time, seeing the end of the test, both Little Lee and Tenten rushed back. "Neji, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Little Lee is already on the ground. "You must know how weak Neji was in the past. What method did you use to become stronger? Can you teach me?" Little Lee's eyes lit up. And Tenten also let out a sigh of relief. "The strength has indeed improved, but your brain. How can you win against Teacher Guy alone? Let's come together." When the two of you spoke to me, Neji slowly raised his head and got up. "Can I take the Chunin exam?" After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and there was a sound of bell bell in the air. They all looked at the bell hanging between Neji's fingers. Guy was also startled, took out the bell in his hand, only one was left. Win. Neji won. Little Lee rolled his eyes. Tenten was also speechless, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Guy couldn't help laughing in hindsight. Good guy. It turns out that the incomplete 8 trigrams 64 palms in the last palm is a feint. Neji let out a sigh of relief and fought Jonin actually under enormous pressure. Can I take the Chunin exam?" "Yes, of course. Congratulations on passing the quiz. Guy laughed. He didn't expect the tale of the crane among his students to be able to fight with him. He was very pleased. Chapter 5 Challenge. A bet with the elders. What surprised Guy even more was Neji's method. This guy, maybe it will be a block material in the future. After going to settle today's tasks, Guy originally wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Neji, but Neji left early on the grounds of family affairs. Guy has actually heard of it for a long time. It is said that Neji often trains alone in the training ground of the clan. He originally thought it was the tenacious efforts of the tail of the crane. Unexpectedly, today's results opened his eyes. As far as Neji's method is concerned, there is enough reason to convince Guy that the true strength of this kid has not been fully revealed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for achieving the achievement, and the first actual battle with Jonin. Get the reward, Injectable Thunder Attribute Nature Transformation Chakra. Detected a physical technique that can be injected into the chakra nature transformation of the Thunder Attribute, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Do you want to inject it? Inject. After receiving the reward, Neji injected the Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation into 8 trigrams 64 palms, and came to the training ground in the clan to practice. Find a stake and start practicing as usual. But this time was different. Neji refined the techniques and methods that had been poured into his mind, and extracted his own Thunder Attribute Chakra. The feeling of chakra surging in the body is like lightning, fast, and there is a slight paralysis. But this power does not seem to be great. ZZ. Each palm is passed into the stake through Neji's palm method, but the effect is not significant. Getting dark, and Neji went back to the room first in order to avoid another accident. Tisk, strange, some can't see the effect. Whether it's learning difficulty or practical use, 8 trigrams 64 palms is ahead of Revolving Heaven. This technique should not be at this level. Neji frowned, deeply dissatisfied with today's practice. Neji sat on the edge of the bed, slowly activating the thunder-type chakra in his body, and the subtle feeling of thunder and lightning in his meridians immediately spread throughout his body. Is it because the stake has no meridians? He was stunned, as if he had discovered some secret. Drink. Immediately after a loud shout, more thunder and lightning chakras were extracted, and the thunder-like touch was even more wanton. It seems that you have to find someone to try the effect of this trick. It is meaningless to the stake. And you have to find a strong person. Neji realized that 64 palms is a technique that attacks the opponent's meridians, and the wooden stake has no meridians, so the effect of training is naturally far inferior to actual combat, which is different from Revolving Heaven. And the other party must be strong enough to be able to appreciate the specific difference. Young Master Neji. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Aunt Chun, come in. Hyuga Chun came in, a soft-eyed woman, about 30 years old. She is Hinata's servant, and only she still calls Neji the young master, and Neji recognizes it directly. What's wrong with you? The patriarch convened a clan meeting temporarily. Let you go quickly. Me. Neji frowned slightly. Only the strong in the clan can go to the clan. Since he can also go, then the discussion of the clan has something to do with him. After thinking about it, there is only one thing. Arriving at the venue, the huge room was surrounded by a few candles. Hiyashi was seated in the main seat, and the 2 lower rows on the left and right sides were all the elders of the Hyuga clan. Except for 2 or 3 faces from Hiyashi's generation, all the others were elders older than Hiyashi. The others at the venue were young ninjas standing further back, all of them from the Hyuga clan. These people represented the backbone of the Hyuga clan, and they were all outstanding. Neji, I heard you learned Revolving Heaven and practiced 64 palms privately. Hiyashi asked directly, and when he saw Silver and Qingtian hiding in the corner, Neji understood everything instantly. Can't hide it, but it's not very easy to explain. My little tricks are nothing compared to the orthodox inheritance of the Hyuga family. Humph. What's nothing? What's nothing to hurt my grandson and grandson? Closest to Hiyashi is the elder Hyuga Tenshou. The old man is Silver's grandfather, and Qingtian is also his grandson. Natural protection. Patriarch, don't listen to this brat's explanation. With his talent, what else can he do other than stealing? Hiyashi frowned slightly, and naturally he didn't dare to neglect a single point in the face of the clan's affairs. Neji also has a clear conscience. If I say stealing, I will steal, why wait until today? The toughness in the tone can be seen in Madara. Tianshou was still angry, and the mustache that raised his chin continued to shout, "Don't be a jerk, you are the closest to main clan on weekdays." Hehe, I think brother Tianshou doesn't have to embarrass Neji so much. When Hizashi was still there, he didn't treat you badly. Hyuga Tianmu next to him said, with a chubby face, kind and amiable. This sentence, said Tianshou embarrassed words. And hearing the name Hizashi, Neji's fingers trembled slightly. Then in your opinion, how should this matter be handled? It doesn't matter if he doesn't investigate the matter of stealing school, and hurts my grandson and grandson, so let's just forget about it. Seeing Tianshou being aggressive, Tianmu glanced at Neji and smiled leisurely. The Chunin exam is about to start. Since Neji has this talent, take the first and second place, and make a Hyuga face in front of the villagers. First, he can prove his ability, and secondly, he can be promoted to Chunin. Clan playing, how? If he can, this is off the table. Hiyashi was overjoyed when he heard this, nodded and said, be careful. At this time someone said, what if he can't do it? I don't think so. Neji, do you accept this challenge? Hiyashi asked. Neji quickly spoke. Thanks to the care of the elders, I, Hyuga Neji, promise, if I don't get the first place in the Chunin exam, I'll let it go. HMPH, don't think about. Tianshou still wanted to speak, but Tianmu's mouth twitched. Brother Tianshou, leave room for everything. Your grandson has a lot of things on weekdays, everyone knows it well, so don't go too far. This makes Hyuga Tenshou's farts go away. Chapter 6 Assemble. Chunin exam begins. Neji made a promise in front of everyone present at the clan meeting and immediately spread to the Hyuga clan. The name, Hyuga Neji, has long been in everyone's mind, and it is closely associated with the word, waste material. Except for the occasional rumor that Neji often practiced alone against the stake, no one has paid attention to this, waste material, ninja road. I watch him practice 10-10, isn't it just because his talent is too poor? I admit that hard work has to be respected, but he forgets it, it's just a dream. That's right, I think he secretly learned the secret art. Thanks to main clan Hanada's gentle temperament, otherwise he would have taken the initiative to report him. I think he abducted the young. Shish, don't talk nonsense. Two women who were sweeping the floor in front of the gate of the Hyuga clan immediately stopped their mouths when they saw Hyuga Neji coming towards them. Hehe, it's Neji-kun, where is this going? The two just chuckled, but Neji smiled and bowed to them. There was no greeting, he was used to it. Much is useless, this Chunin exam will use strength to shut them up. Oops, Miss Hinata. The two women suddenly saw a treasure, their eyes lit up, and their attitude was completely different from just now. Miss Hinata is going to take the Chunin exam, right? She will definitely be promoted to Chunin. But head on, it was a closed door to Hinata. Hinata responded softly, then ignored it and caught up with Neji. Hinata chases Neji away, embarrassing the two women. Brother Neji. Neji looked back, saw Hinata, and smiled softly. Come on for exams, exams. Hinata said to Neji with a small face from Yuhi. Neji smiled and said, you too, go and gather with teacher Kurenai Yuhi. Watching Hinata's back leave, Neji quickly rushed to the back mountain woods. It was still early in the morning, and there were a few bird calls in the air. That's it. Finding a sturdy tree, Neji started today's workout. Ha. Neji gasped and hit the last slap, already sweating. He took a deep breath and opened the practice panel. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, proficiency, 9,999. He smiled with relief. During this period of time, his efforts were not in vain. New moves. Even if his strength was about to run out, Neji took a deep breath, refined the chakra, and got off to a serious start. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hit the tree, the whole tree shook violently a few times, and only one leaf fell. Countless leaves fell from the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host 8 trigrams vacuum palm, S proficiency reaching 1W, and the vacuum palm reaching the first glimpse of the door. Reward the host item Bing Bing Pill 10. Neji thought, I really want what I want. Eat him first. Neji thought so, and a ration pill with the size of a thumb dropped out in front of him. Catch it quickly and swallow it. The taste, bitter and astringent. But this bit of suffering is nothing at all. Bing Liangwan can quickly restore chakra, just to add a little physical strength. Neji, are you here so early again? A figure approaches. Wow! Startled, Tenten approached and saw that the tree in front of Neji was full of leaves. How much training have you done? You have destroyed all the leaves of this tree. Hee, just to warm up. Why do you work so hard? You should understand that it's useless to work hard. I hope you use the right method and don't do useless work. Tenten persuaded bitterly. Neji just nodded leisurely and said, Afterwards, Guy and Little Lee came one after another. Guy started to give a general notice of the arrangement of today's Chunin exam. Do you have anyone you care more about? Sometimes, it's good for you to study your opponents more. Guy said with a smile. Tenten and Neji both looked calm, only Little Lee came to the spirit. There is a genius from the Uchiha family among the newcomers, and I am very interested in him. Tenten covered his face. Oh, if you're interested in others, it's better to look at your own team. Let's see if we can make it to the 3rd round. I heard that the 1st and 2nd rounds were played in group stages. It's alright, Neji-kun definitely won't hold back, right? Little Lee looked at Neji expectantly. Neji hesitated for a moment, then Yunyu nodded. After lunch, Neji took the opportunity to exercise for a while. At this point, Little Lee should be looking for trouble with Uchiha Sasuke, but he's not interested. After thinking about it for a long time, Neji still feels that the main thing is to improve his strength first, and it is meaningless to hide it now. Neji arrived at the exam room. The exam room was already crowded with people. At a glance, a group of people were gathered around listening to a larger young man speak. Squinting to look over, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino and others all came together. Rock Lee, although this guy is not good at ninjutsu, but Grandmaster Taijutsu is a tough guy. The surrounded Yakushi Kabuto rubbed his chin, took off the card above, and pointed his finger at the last card. This, Hyuga Neji, a weak, talented, and unworthy little character. Neji heard that and didn't bother. Unexpectedly, a figure next to him rushed directly over. How did the white-haired man talk? We Neji have made great progress, don't underestimate him. Afterwards, Little Lee argued with the other party on the grounds, and Tenten reluctantly went to persuade him. Neji was left to sigh. I don't know if this guy is doing this for my own good or for harming me. Just be quiet for me. A stern scolding cut through all the noise. Everyone looked at the center of the hall, and at some point, a man with a vicious appearance appeared. Morino Ibiki. Stop arguing, look, a little Chunin exam scares you all like this, are you so nervous? With his, smile, he swept the audience with cold eyes, almost all of them showing timid expressions. The time is up, the assembly is over. I announce, this Chunin exam officially begins. Chapter 7 Answers. Ninja Rules. Ibiki's aura stunned everyone. Neji took the opportunity to hold Little Lee and entered the examination room with Tenten. Don't try to be opportunistic, everyone in the same group will be far apart according to the assigned seats. At Ibiki's order, all the genins began to take their seats. Looking at the flow of people around him, Tenten worried, what should I do? I thought that the written test could take care of each other, but I didn't expect. Neji laughed, don't worry, I'm here. You. Tenten looked suspicious. The first test was the written test, which was very boring. Neji, who has been able to use Byakugan with ease, the answer is easy. After successfully getting the correct answer, Neji completed the 9 major questions on the test paper by himself. I wrote 2 answers on scratch paper, rolled them into balls, and placed them in the corner of the table. Byakugan. From Byakugan's perspective, not only insight, but also the ability to analyze data such as distance and angle is very accurate. At 9 o'clock, 3.7 meters away from me. And little Lee is away from me. 6 o'clock behind, 6.6 meters. That distance is fine. Neji took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and began to refine the chakra. It is a simple matter to break out chakra. The real control is to extract according to a certain amount. Revolving heaven. Since chakra is a tiny amount, the power of revolving heaven is reduced to infinitely small, but the chakra nature transformation of the wind attribute drives the paper ball. After half a circle of rotation, it landed precisely on the desks of Little Lee and Tenten. Being able to think of this way, Neji-kun is getting smarter and smarter. Little Lee said with joy. Time passed by, and most of the genin got the correct answer through means. What about the last big question? Finally, someone asked a question, because the rules on the test paper were clearly written, and the first round of the written test consisted of 10 questions, totaling 100%. The last question. Ibiki stood up and chuckled. The last question, listen carefully. To answer this last question correctly, you have to abide by a rule. That is to choose to stay, or give up. If you stay, in the end, once someone in the team answers this question incorrectly, the entire team will be eliminated, and the entire team can only be a genin for life. If you answer correctly, you will advance. But you can also choose to give up now, and the entire team is eliminated, then next year you can continue to participate. Nani? What a rule breaker. Someone complained. Ibiki slapped the table. I set the rules. If you don't pass this level, you will never become chunin. I'm sorry, I give up. Slowly, people began to leave. I give up too. Team after team, Neji watched. It can't go on like this. The more people who participate in the second round, the more opportunities for Neji to fight. These are his springboards. The more you stay, the better. Wait a minute. Neji stood up. Tenten and Little Lee panicked. This guy was about to give up, right? The two looked at each other, not wanting Neji to be so unconfident, especially Tenten's side. In her eyes, a genin of Neji's level shouldn't have come to take the chunin exam. Neji stood up, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes revealed confidence. Examiner, this multiple-choice question is the answer to the 10th question. And it's just to test our mentality, but it's not an actual rule, because it's in the form of a question, and it's not written into the test paper. Neji's tone was calm, but it caught everyone's attention. Oh, why? Ibiki tilted his head. He had never seen such a courageous candidate to take the initiative to question him. Neji chuckled. You're testing everyone's ability to withstand pressure. You can't get on chunin because you're poor. This is a kind of aggressive method that can only scare off cowards. Putting this punishment on your teammates will scare off your psychology. Low-quality people. Quote. In the ninja world, companions are very important. But sometimes in order to complete the task, you can't be fooled by the enemy's asterisk. This is the real answer to this question, right? All silence. Neji's answer suddenly made them understand. This guy, did you read the test answer? Unbelievable looks appeared in the eyes of several deputy examiners. Answer. I have read the script ahead of time. Ibiki didn't expect such people to appear in the examination room, and looked intently. This person was not well known, and he looked at the Hyuga clan, but the Hyuga clan didn't have any talented ninjas in recent years. But what Ibiki cares most about is that this guy not only knows his intentions, but also dares to blatantly announce the answer to the world. You know, normal people are curled up like other people, hoping that this exam can eliminate one more group of opponents, but this person. Amazing, I admire your courage, not your resourcefulness. Ibiki finally stood up, still looking at Neji with contempt. You just said the rules. Do you understand the rules of the ninja world? Neji didn't answer. Then, Ibiki took off his hat, and the scars on his head were dozens of large and small. Horrible look. Ninja, sometimes you have to face harder choices. Sometimes you have to give up your companions, or even sacrifice yourself in order to complete the task. At that time, will you still have this determination? Your answer is completely correct. But you can't tell the situation and share the answer with your next enemy. The real cruel truth of the ninja world is that the mission is supreme. This kind of idea of breaking the can is simply an act of fools. Quote. To tell the answer is to give up the task. Ibiki still scoffed at Neji. As a ninja, you can't take the most certain path, you always need the courage to take risks. Sure enough, things went in an unexpected direction. However, the raging fire in Neji's heart, at this moment, also ignited. He lowered his chin slightly, his eyes more determined. This is the first written test of a Chunin exam, which should test the courage to accept the task and the determination to face the task. The next game is the actual combat, which is a test of the ability to complete the task. Neji's words grew stronger and stronger, his eyes firm. And you keep asking us what to do when we can't complete the task. Isn't that cowardly before we fight? Speaking of which, the audience was amazed that a genin was so conscious, and how many genins in the examination room still had the idea that a Chunin could take on more high-paying tasks. Neji is already talking loudly with the examiner here. Immediately afterwards, Neji let out a loud laugh. You said that I told my enemy the answer, because I couldn't tell the situation and took risks. But in my own eyes, this happens to be the most certain way for me. At this moment, Neji's eyes stunned Ibiki. He stepped back abruptly and staggered a step. Chapter 8 Purpose. Most wanted thing. Eyes. This genin's look. Ibiki bit Kiba and calmed down a little, but it was hard to calm down inside. Neji's eyes made Ibiki realize that he was an ambitious person, and he definitely didn't just come to take the exam with a foolish attitude. He. Not bad, the Hyuga clan. Ha. Congratulations on passing the first round of the written test, leave the next test to me. With the roaring laughter, a vigorous figure jumped in from the window. At the same time, a large and exaggerated banner was pulled out from behind, with the words, "The second session of the Chunin exam begins," written on it. Hello everyone, I'm the chief examiner for your second Chunin exam, a special jonin from Konoha village, Mitarashi Anko. Anko's face, but his eyes swept the audience as sharp as an eagle. Neji also took the opportunity to sit down, and this time Anko completely overshadowed his sharp edge. He didn't want to be too high profile to attract attention. Now all the candidates in the field are glad that they passed, but at the same time they are very concerned about the second examiner who behaved strangely. Ibiki, your exam is too easy, there are still 20 groups left. In the next exam, more than half will be eliminated. The discussion started in a mess, and everyone was immersed in the joy of promotion and the tension for the next round. And Ibiki, who was standing behind the banner, had to sigh silently and complained, "This guy. Can't I finish my sentence?" But there is no doubt that Neji has left a deep impression in his heart. Then everyone rest first. After dinner, come to the Forest of Death to gather for the lottery. Before dinner, Neji took this opportunity to practice for a while. By the time you reach the meeting point outside the Forest of Death, the lottery is over. There are 60 people in 20 groups, and they entered from 20 entrances. We drew entrance 18. Without knowing the entrance of Akatsuki's opponent, we can't use counter tactics, and our scroll. God, I don't know if I can get the Earth scroll smoothly. Tenten sighed and murmured. As the only ranged ninja in the team, she has always been the commander. Little Lee also said, and I heard that the areas where these entrances are located are also different, and the different terrains also mean the advantages and disadvantages of the living environment. Neji listened to their discussion, thoughtfully. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. Stupid Sakura, what are you doing with such enthusiasm? Idiot Ino, Sasuke is not from your group, what are you doing here? Two female genin met, they were noisy and everyone was used to it. Sakura. Little Lee saw Sakura, he couldn't walk right away. Hey, thick eyebrows, what do you want? Naruto jumped out immediately, and the Konoha village genin mingled. Neji naturally didn't have time to participate in their small talk, and swept around without seeing Hinata. Shino, where is your team's Hinata? Neji walked over to the dull Shino and asked. Shino replied, just now, Kiba seems to have asked her to get some supplies. Hinata's teammates look solid, and he can rest assured. Neji, Shino, come over here. It seems that our 7th class is the easiest to pass the exam, right? Sakura said with a smile. Ino sneered. HMPH, it's not because you have Sasuke in your team. Naruto interjected. So, what about me? I'm pretty good too, right? Sakura glared at Naruto. You go away. Ah, Sakura. Naruto lowered his head and swayed out of the group chat. If you want me to say, the only one of us who is weaker than Naruto is Neji, right? Tenten suddenly raised a topic and looked at Neji. Little Lee said, but we are a team exam, our team should also be able to pass, I am confident. Tenten shrugged. Lee, you can't be so used to him. Everyone has their own purpose in coming here, what about Neji? He doesn't have the strength to become Chunin at all. Kiba on the side also smiled and said, however, Neji is really weak. It seems that he is still practicing basic fighting skills against the stakes, right? At this time, Shino said, so, let's hear what Neji thinks. When everyone looked at them, even the 3 weakest on paper, Ino Shikacho, looked at Neji with a disdainful look in their eyes. Neji was a little embarrassed and smiled. The purpose. Of course the purpose of the exam is to pass. It's just a little dignified, and Ino couldn't stand it any longer, so he cleared the siege and said, oh, Neji-kun must have something he wants most. Sakura also giggled. Of course, like what I want most. She smiled shyly. Looking at Sasuke, Ino clenched his fists. Sakura, what the hell are you thinking about? The crowd made a commotion again, no longer embarrassing Neji. But Neji does have what he wants most. The bet with the elder is just one thing, what he really wants now is actual combat. Moreover, it is best to fight against the strong, even if it is desperate, I want to give it a try. He thought about it and looked at Naruto alone in the corner. Naruto. Naruto turned his head to find Neji behind him. The same eyes as Hinata. Neji chuckled and started talking to Naruto. Oh, is that so? The result of the lottery was unfair. Neji looked embarrassed and smiled bitterly. Yeah, number 1 to 5 is probably closer to the water source. Number 6 to 10 is probably an area with more woods. It is easier to hide and safer. And number 11 to 15 is a place with wolves and tigers. There are quite a lot of leopards. 16 to 20 are easy to meet the enemy. There are many plains, but there are all kinds of wild mushrooms, and there is enough food. Quote. So it is. Naruto took a deep breath, then frowned and asked, in the woods, wouldn't it be cheaper to use Kaden, fire-style ninjas? Then he slammed it again, as if jealous. Sasuke, that guy will use Kaden, fire-style. Neji chuckled, raised his eyebrows and asked, so, are you between 6 to 10? Naruto was startled, as if realizing something. I'm sorry, Sakura told me that the result of the lottery can't be shared. But the person in front of me, Kabuto, said that he is a weak guy, so it should be fine. Hey, Neji, I have something to do, I'll go first. Say hello to Hinata for me. Seeing Naruto's escape back, Neji smiled. Hi. Depression kills. At the gates of the Forest of Death, all teams have been assembled. The sounds of cicadas and snakes were intertwined, and no one knew what was hidden in the depths of the forest. Just split up here, come back here before dark. Little Lee dropped kunai, and the three of them disappeared like flying shadows. Byakugan. Moved forward rapidly on the ground. He was startled suddenly, frowning slightly. After a few seconds, Neji's mouth twitched. Number 6 to 10. It should be in this direction. He walked in one direction without hesitation. Most wanted. Now Neji is naturally eager to fight with the strongest opponent. Chapter 9 Weak. The prey of the crowd. It's been a while since I died, and my face is gone. Several masked Anbu ninjas couldn't help but watch the tragic situation. Anko frowned, thinking of the examinee with a long tongue. Touching the curse mark on her neck, she couldn't help but feel a chill behind her. Go and inform Lord Hokage that I will go to the Forest of Death first. He is here, Orochimaru. At this time, inside the Forest of Death. Depression. Silence. The sky gradually darkened. The meeting place, Tenten and Little Lee have already arrived. I found some traces of the enemy nearby. There are still many safe roads. According to the original plan, let's just hurry. Tenten took off the scroll behind him. Little Lee put the collected food in his backpack and said, "Where's Neji?" I don't know. Neji is always punctual, he's withdrawn and can't take the initiative to get into trouble. Tenten usually complains about Neji, and at this time, he can't help but panic. I said, Tenten, do you remember the white-haired young man we met outside the written test classroom? What's wrong? Little Lee's expression became serious. Neji is the weakest of our Konoha genin, and this kind of information was leaked at that time. Little Lee's words made Tenten realize later. Go find him. Two immediately noticed that something was wrong, hurriedly packed up, and quickly looked in the direction Neji had left before. At this time, in the open woods on the other side. I didn't expect the woods here to be really big, and there was no sign of them all night. Neji thought to himself, it would be a pity if he couldn't touch the strong in the Forest of Death. Not far ahead, on the trunk of a big tree. 3 Kusakakura village ninjas dressed in bizarre clothes. Hey, Hyuga Neji, I didn't expect that their team would dare to let him act alone as the tail of the crane. The information called Yakushi Kabuto can't be wrong. This Neji is indeed the trash of the Hyuga clan. I caught him and used him to change the scroll. This prey was targeted by us. The voice did not fall. The sound of rustling footsteps appeared. And someone else. It's a ninja from Konoha village. Several people shrank back. Yo, what a coincidence. There was a voice over there, and the ninja of Kusanagi village secretly exclaimed, we are careless, for a character as weak as Hyuga Neji, it must be not only us who are staring at him. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step back. Inazuka Kiba, who was also from Konoha village. I saw him open his mouth and smile, with determination like a hound looking for prey. And behind him, is Shino and Hinata. Kiba. Hinata swallowed, seemingly unbearable. And Shino just said indifferently, Hinata, this is an exam. The three of them all had the same look to the outside world, and Neji didn't expect that the one who shot at him first was a companion from Konoha village. Damn it. Neji suddenly realized that it was getting late. Yeah, what a shame. Who made you dare to act alone without your teammates even though you are so weak? Kiba has already taken a step forward and seems to want to solve it alone. If your two teammates were there, we wouldn't necessarily dare to touch you. Wait. Neji was speechless and said, otherwise, you let me go first, and my teammates will be worried if I don't go back. I'll fight you again tomorrow, okay? He smiled naively. If he didn't go back to 1010 and Little Lee to look for him everywhere, he would be complained again. What did you say? Do you take me for a fool? Kiba bit Kiba and rushed forward. Akamaru. Kiba jumped straight up, and the dog on his shoulders jumped too. Yeah, isn't this 2-on-1? Neji dodged with a big jump. Kiba didn't expect Neji's reaction to be so quick. After following up, the two scuffled together. The sound of fisting and kicking came, and Shino and Hinata seemed to have no intention of making a move at all. Hey, I can handle a guy like you in no time. It's really easy to have a weak opponent like you in this exam. Neji couldn't dodge, and was about to hit the tree behind him. Byakugan. Hurry, Hand-Seal took Kiba's attack with one palm. PFF'd. Kiba's whole body was directly slapped by the palm of his hand, and Neji also stopped the car in time and stopped the retreat. Yo, boy, do you have any skills? Kiba's eyes showed a little seriousness. Turning on Byakugan, Neji was stunned. On the nearby tree, 3 ninja figures were about to move. Before Neji could speak, Kiba had already pounced on him. Wong. Akamaru did not perceive the presence of the enemy, only knew to follow Kiba's orders. I don't have time to play with you, Neji whispered. Then he slapped Kiba's attack away with one palm, and Kiba thought for a moment that he heard it wrong. When did this weak chicken in front of him face the actual combat and become so calm? Gentle fist. With just one palm, Kiba's left shoulder was hit, and the whole person was knocked out. Humph. Finally got serious, didn't you? Kiba stood up. This palm and Neji's whisper just now completely angered him. Ninja. Kiba, be careful. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. The faint blue chakra light and shadow flickered constantly, and the speed of rotation was extremely fast. More than a dozen kunai were bounced off by revolving heaven, making a ding-ding sound. Revolving heaven ended, and a few figures jumped from the tree together. Hey, boy, Hyuga Neji is our first prey. You have to pay attention to come first. Several ninjas in the village of Grass Hidden are covered, so they can't see their faces clearly. Hey, if you don't let us, we'll deal with you first, and then deal with Hyuga Neji. Are all the ninjas in Kusanagi village so insidious? Inuzuka Kiba also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time, and didn't have the time to think about Neji, but stared at a few Kusanagi. Ninja, 4-legged technique. Akamaru. Wong. Bang, Akamaru, who was a well-behaved puppy just now, suddenly transformed into a mad dog-like state covered in yuhi color, and he seemed to be very aggressive. Kiba pass Kiba. Grass shadow stream blasting palm. The loud noise immediately transformed the surroundings into a fierce battlefield, and Shino naturally wouldn't see Inuzuka Kiba join the battle with 1 against 3. Neji frowned and took a step back. Looking at this scene, it should be a situation that Kiba and Shino can barely control, and there is no need to take action. But he was about to slip away when he heard a scream. Ah! I didn't know when. One of the masked Kusanagi used Doden, Earth style, to sneak behind Hinata and directly held Hinata. Kunai held Hinata's neck in front of him, and he smiled grimly, hee. Don't move, or this girl will die. Damn, you old yin bastards of Kaoyin village. Kiba yelled. The two were still at a loss, but suddenly, the sound of breaking the air passed by them. Almost at the same time, the Kusanagi who was holding Hinata by hand was hit by a huge force and flew several meters away, hitting the tree trunk. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Everyone turned around in surprise, only to see Neji holding his hands in his posture, his eyes stern. Chapter 10 Defense. Indestructible. What is that? It's so far away. Shino frowned, a little surprised. Kiba was also stunned for a moment before returning to his adult state. Neji. When did you learn ninjutsu? And they don't know, this is just a physical technique that Neji has worked hard to train. Byakugan's only long-range physique. Hinata, come to me. Neji looked at Hinata. Even if he wasn't interested in fighting these guys, Neji didn't want Hinata to get hurt. Hinata ran hard, but the people from Kusakamura quickly left the battlefield while Shino and Kiba were in a daze. The four meet, and after this, Kiba and Shino seemed to be less hostile to Neji. But this also made them realize that Neji was not as unsightly as the rumors had suggested. I didn't expect Neji to be so powerful now that he would be able to compete with Kiba in melee combat. Shino praised. Kiba just chuckled. HMPH, it was true, but I wasn't serious just now, so don't be complacent. Since they're all from Konoha village, let's just die together. The voice of the ninja from Kusakamura village began to echo around. Doden, Earth-style, mud bog. Boom. Everyone was shocked, and a circle with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters was formed around it, and the surrounding of the circle began to gradually swamp. This is to block their way. Here, Shino noticed first, reaching out to catch the bug in the air. It's not a simple roadblock, it's Doden's Earth-style chakra barrier, and the bugs can't fly out. Kiba let out a chirp. How insidious these ninjas in the grassy village are. Afterwards, the voice of the grass ninja came again. The examiner made it clear that this test is an actual combat. Since this is the case, it should not be too much to kill you. This time, Shino and Kiba panicked immediately. Even if they came to take the scroll, they never thought of killing Neji. These grass ninjas seem to be real. Doden's Earth-style barrier will last for at least 2 minutes, and in the next minute, there will be 30,000 hidden weapons with the characteristics of hair needle grass attacking you. You can't escape. Ha ha ha. Quote. Ha. As soon as the words fell, 1,000 books fell, and Shino's bug was shot through and nailed to the tree trunk. Byakugan. Hinata opens Byakugan and sees that there are chakra barriers all around, and above the 1,000 books, there are also chakras. Toxic. Hinata left a drop of cold sweat. Ha ha ha. You guessed it right, there are severe poisons on Chinbin, so even if you avoid the key points, as long as you are stabbed by Chinbin, you will definitely die. Shino and Kiba didn't know what to do, but they didn't expect to target Neji, and they ended up in such a field. I use Kiba to block all Chinbin, you protect yourselves. Kiba was about to call Kasamaru to transform, but was stopped by Hinata. No, Kiba, you'll be hurt more than that. But there's no other way to argue, and Neji takes a step forward. Stand here, don't move. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. By the way, Revolving Heaven. Brother Neji, can you use Revolving Heaven? Hinata seemed to see hope. And Kiba immediately retorted. Even the Revolving Heaven of the Hyuga family can't cover such a range, and it will last for a minute. It can't be done. Shino was also speechless. Time is up, go to hell. With the order of Kusanagi, the sound of Chinbin firing in the air almost made several people smell the smell of death. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hundreds of thousands of books began to shoot at the open space where the few people were. Whether it was on the ground or in the trees, Kusanagi had already set traps in advance. Neji's gesture sank. Of course he knew that normal Revolving Heaven couldn't last a minute, but now he can do it. Wind attribute. Neji closed his eyes and refined the chakra in his body, which was easy to do with Byakugan's assistance. Nature transformation. Neji opened his eyes. Chiba and Shino both reached out their hands to subconsciously block their heads, and Hinata closed his eyes. Wind Revolving Heaven. This trick has already been practiced on the practice ground by myself, 10,000 times. Use it again, it's easy to use. Neji's whole body was spinning rapidly, and the surrounding cyclone was the first step to lift the dust on the ground, and the flying 1,000 books were blown away by the wind because of their low quality. Finally, the chakra, driven by the wind, forms a hemisphere as closed as Revolving Heaven. The diameter is a full 5 meters. Like a tornado, Hinata and the others in the center of Uzumaki were at peace, but the 1,000 books outside were bounced off one by one. There are more and more thousands of books, and thousands of books have entered the whirlwind revolving heaven, and in the light and shadow, they are directly annihilated by ash. An indestructible defense, this is the revolving heaven of the Hyuga clan. No, not just that. Kusanagi widened his eyes in shock, sweating coldly. It's a giant controlled tornado, even trees can. The leaves of the tree where the few of them were hiding were directly blown away by the wind, and the entire tree was almost uprooted. The thousands of books fell like rain, but when they encountered the powerful morphological chakra of revolving heaven, they became completely deadly. Revolving heaven, which lasted for more than a minute, has destroyed all the nearby terrain. 1,000 copies were used up. Revolving heaven also stopped. Send bad insects and insects. The ground was filled with bad parasites early, and they had no way to escape. Tong Kiba. A whirlwind-shaped thing flew over a few people and hit the middle. Is this really good? Hinata shyly looked at Yuhi, looked at the few grass ninjas who were stripped of their coats and only had their panties left, and turned their heads. Kiba clapped the dust on his hands and said, "Hey. This is the way to deal with such scumbags like them. Let's see if they dare to plot against them in the future." I'm sorry, Neji, you are the scrolls of the sky, right? Their scrolls are also the sky, and we happen to be the earth, so this scroll will be given to me. Shino still had his hands in Kabuto and looked at Neji. What was that technique just now? Did you cultivate the revolving heaven of the Hyuga clan to such an extent? Neji smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and said, "Hey, in general, our Hyuga clan is very strong." Hinata stared blankly at Neji's appearance and lowered his head silently. It is also a very happy thing to see that my brother can hold his head up in front of others. Find a place to rest. Shino saw that everyone was exhausted. In order to prevent the enemy from encountering again, he had to evacuate this place first. The few people just left the woods and walked a few steps when Neji noticed something was wrong and signaled everyone to stop. Wow! There was a rustling sound from the leaves, and a ninja wearing an off-white one-piece suit came out one after another. Of a Megakure village, Oboro. The scribbled hair and the deep eye circles make people feel that they are not good at all. Neji was startled for a while, because it was dark and he couldn't see the face of the person in front of him. But Neji still had an impression of his forehead guard, Genin of a Megakure village. I thought I was late, but I didn't think it was just right. Long chuckled twice. He and the team split up to find the weakest Hyuga Neji, but he didn't expect to meet him, and was immediately excited. Chapter 11 Ernest. Ready to go. Get out of the way. Shino rushed to the front immediately. You hide to the side, only I have the most stamina. I will deal with him. The ninjas in a Megakure village are different from those in the hidden grass village. Kiba and Hinata seemed to understand Shino's words and backed away. Only Neji sighed, and the three people around him were undoubtedly preventing him from using his fists. But if he takes action at this time to solve the person in front of him, it will attract attention again, which is really tangled in his heart. Oh, you still know our Megakure village. Oboro didn't seem to care about the characters in Konoha village at all, and was proud of it. Your Megakure village is said to be closed for many years, and your leader is also known as Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world during the Second Ninja World War. In the Megakure village at the center of the war, from Genin onwards, he has to accept brutal killings training. It's hard to imagine that you can come to Konoha village to take the Chunin exam. Shino has a good understanding of the history of the ninja world, although not so detailed. Kiba and Hinata have heard about it. Now several of them are exhausted, and since one of them dares to appear alone, it proves that they have some strength. A Megakure village. Is your chief still Hanzo of the Salamander? Neji frowned suddenly, a little surprised. Did I remember wrong? You. Lost for words. Does Genin from Konoha village in front of him know the secrets of their village? In fact, the closure of a Megakure village is to block the news that Hanzo of the Salamander has died. How could Genin in a mere Konoha village? Neji realized that he had missed the point. Genin himself really shouldn't know about this kind of thing. Ha, ha ha, I'm just talking about it. Boy, you managed to get my attention. Crash. Just a split second, the shadowy figure appeared behind Neji, and the halo, who was standing there, turned into a splash of water, splashing everywhere. The splashing water turned into 1,000 books, stabbing at everyone. Send bad bugs, Wormwall. Shino manipulated the parasites to form a barrier, which stubbornly resisted the attack. And Neji has already been approached. This Genin's method is indeed much more than Genin's. It is estimated that it is a Chunin level. It's time to stop, and Neji is ready to turn on Byakugan, taking the opportunity to quickly cover up and solve the battle. But suddenly, came the voice of Little Lee. Look at me, Konoha Whirlwind. Neji stepped back subconsciously, and Little Lee moved quickly, and once he retreated, Hao was knocked back. Fix Sky Matsuri Lock. An elongated hidden weapon came quickly, tying Hao's body together quickly. Tenten jumped down from the tree. If you don't want to get hurt, hand over the scroll on your body. Hey, Genin from Konoha Village, isn't the level good this year? Long chuckled, turning into a pool of water and falling into the ground. Then, there was no trace. Did you run away? Little Lee asked. Neji shrugged. Should he run away? Don't chase after the poor. I'm chasing you. What are you running around here on the set? Tenten came over and glared at Neji. Neji pushed back subconsciously and smiled shyly. Haha, don't be angry, don't be angry. We met the enemy of Gracian Village, and it was Neji who rescued us. Hee hee. Kiba explained to Neji. Little Lee nodded. Oh. Is it? Tenten turned away. You believe him? How can you save them at Neji's level? Really, really, if you don't believe me, ask Hinata. Neji saw us under siege and cast Revolving Heaven to help us resist all attacks. They were still explaining, and Neji just sighed. Damn Kiba, isn't it because they took the initiative to trouble him? Neji glanced at the moonlight, and didn't know when that person made his move, so today's goal was delayed. I hope I can get what I want before Tenten gets hacked. Back at the meeting point, Tenten handed the scroll to Neji. Since the fact that you are the weakest has been spread out, then simply leave the scroll to Neji for safekeeping, and the opponent will not be able to guess. Little Lee, Tenten is so witty. Neji didn't care and took the scroll. It just always feels a little uncomfortable. That night, several people went to sleep with vigilance and took turns to be sentry. Maybe it was because of looking for that person for a long time and being forced to experience actual combat. Neji was also a little tired and fell asleep unconsciously. It was already the second Tenten, and the birds were chirping among the trees. Neji, are you awake? Tenten and Little Lee were both awake. Neji stood up and saw the two smiling at him. Neji, leave the scroll to me. Today we will act separately. You and Little Lee are still the strongest in combat. The two of you will fight, and I will take care of the scroll. Tenten said so and extended his hand to Neji. Neji stumbled over and narrowed his eyes. Little Lee also advised. Yeah, Neji, keep the scroll for Tenten. Neji nodded leisurely and reached into his clothes. Then, I took out a handful of black kunai. Huh. Neji, what are you doing? Tenten quickly dodged kunai, and Little Lee frowned. Neji said nothing and quickly hand seal. Byakugan. Demonic Illusion Solution. Demonic illusion immediately unraveled, and the surrounding scene appeared before him. At this time, it was slightly bright, and Little Lee and Tenten were tied under the tree and unconscious. Oh, no wonder the scrolls are on you and you can unlock our demonic illusion yourself. In front of Neji, 3 people stood. Including yesterday's Oboro, there were a total of 3 Omegakure village ninjas, all of them wearing characteristic off-white battle suits. The other 2 moved like zombies. Bon, Mengduo, you two be careful, this guy is probably not easy. Long narrowed his eyes, The information that Neji accidentally revealed yesterday made them have to pay attention to this rumored trash ninja. Neji looked at his hands. In Byakugan, the chakra in the meridians circulated more quickly, and there was no sign of demonic illusion. If that's the case, then the three in front of him are entities, Neji thought to himself. I'm really underestimated. 3. Seeing that his teammates were under control, Neji realized that things were not easy. Haha, yes, I thought you were the easiest to deal with, so I put you last, but I didn't expect you to break free from demonic illusion. Long chuckled a few times, and the look in Neji's eyes became more frivolous. Neji glanced around for a week, and Byakugan's observable range was 360 degrees without blind spots. I didn't have the chance to fight with you yesterday, but today I'll let you know what it means to be a ninja in our Megakure village. Hao took a step forward and started to hand seal. And Neji just took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became serious. Chakra began to circulate more rapidly throughout the body. Since I'm not a ninja from Konoha village, I don't need anything. Can I do it? Neji, the calm aura covers everything. A Megakure village were furious and sneered. Che, stinky brat, don't bluff. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Chapter 12 Strong. Fear of death. Bang. With a loud bang, the bonfire beside him was directly knocked into the air. Click, click, click. It smashed 3 trees in a row and flew more than 10 meters away. Both Hao and Mengduo were surprised that this guy's unexpected palm had such an effect. The power is okay, but the range is a bit limited. Neji observed the flow of his chakra. The chakra used by the vacuum palm is not much, but it is consumed very quickly. This is a high explosive body technique that uses chakra. But that's all. High burst consumption does not have high burst damage, and air resistance consumes a lot of strength. The faster the burst of chakra, the longer the interval created. Then it's not feasible to use this as a feint. As Neji murmured, he quickly approached another person. Dream. The person reacted and stepped back in time, and the whole person's movements were no different from those of zombies. Sweetened, water style. PFF'd, Mengduo hand seal, palm was directly slapped by Neji, followed by several palms. Mengduo's whole body trembled a few times and was knocked back several steps. Standing beside the surprised Hao, Neji twisted his wrist a few times, frowned and muttered, if I want to kill you, I really can't do it easily now. Damn. Duo bit Kiba and asked, are you kidding us for a test? Neji tilted his neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Oboro took a step back, a kind of fear lingering in his heart. The strong, the rumored weak, at this time chakra broke out a strong posture. Demonic illusion dragon clone technique. In an instant, there were more than a dozen Hao's clones in the venue, and they were exactly the same. Demonic illusion. Neji stepped back and glanced at his chakra flow, which was still quick and unproblematic. Hehe, don't waste your efforts, my demonic illusion is not an ordinary demonic illusion. It does not act on you, but uses light and shadow to cause visual confusion. Because of this trick is flawless. Ha! Neji heard the sound and subconsciously avoided it, but the fist that was clearly attacking from the front of the clone's clone hit Neji from the side. Neji fell to the right, and before he could stand still, the clone in front of him attacked again. But this time, from behind. Neji fell to the ground, dust flying. Neji rolled over and barely escaped by luck, but he was scratched by Kue on his arm, and blood flowed immediately. Haha, it looks like your kid is just bluffing. What's the matter? Such a sense of fear shrouded in death. Long chuckled. Neji's ears were pointed, and he frowned slightly. Visual avatar. Neji closed his eyes and began to feel it seriously. Thousands of times, in the closed training room, I closed my eyes and felt the attack of Kuna around me, and I used my body instinct to avoid those organs. Neji sensed the kunai behind him and jumped to the left. Footsteps again. Tick. Even the sound of the water was so clear, Neji closed his eyes and felt the sound in the darkness. Incomparably fast movements, undisguised true movements, all attacks, and dodged at the same time. And find the right time, one punch and one kick, to solve the two hidden teammates of Hao. Because they attacked the acupuncture point, the two had fallen to the ground and were unconscious. Impossible. Hyuga Neji, who had rounded his eyes and closed his eyes, turned out to be a lot better than the Byakugan. Neji chuckled. Isn't it a visual demonic illusion? Then opening your eyes is interfering with your own judgment, right? Don't think that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan can only rely on Byakugan to fight. Neji slammed straight in front of Hao. It just so happens that I have a technique, and I've been wanting to find someone to try it out. Neji's mouth twitched, and the moment he confirmed that he was the real body in front of him, he opened his eyes. 2 palms. With 2 strokes left and right, Hao's left and right shoulders were hit, and the whole person basically lost the ability to move. What is this? My body is paralyzed. Long frowned, unable to move. 4 palms. 8 palms. Neji slapped his stomach again, and just as he was about to move his body, Hao, who was in front of him, slumped to the ground, unable to get up again. Neji. What's the matter? Demonic illusion caster was knocked down, the demonic illusion was ineffective, and both Tenten and Little Lee woke up. Neji sighed and had to give up and went over to save the two. Exactly, their scrolls are what we want. Tenten smiled while holding the 2 scrolls in his hands. Little Lee said, Neji-kun is really strong recently, he can beat 3 people by himself. Neji smiled naively. How is that possible? They're just Grandmaster Demonic Illusion, they don't know anything about physique, but they underestimate me and want to compete with me. Tenten also said, however, if anyone knows that the 3 of them were defeated by Neji alone, I am afraid they will lose their faces. Neji, yeah. A few people packed up, replenished their physical strength and repaired it, and decided on the next route. Now that you have the scroll, you must quickly approach the center point and try to pass the exam as quickly as possible. Now it's estimated that Kiba and the others have passed, so we have to hurry up. Neji said, let's split up, I'll follow behind you, use Byakugan to observe the situation at any time, and support you at any time. Little Lee said in surprise, no way, Neji-kun. Why are you so timid? Tenten said, oh, Neji has worked hard, don't embarrass him. Just let Neji hide behind us, let's take the scroll and go first. Neji grinned and didn't explain anything. Little Lee and Tenten left first, Neji followed behind, keeping a distance of less than 100 meters. As it is getting closer and closer to the center point, it is also getting closer to the forest on the 7th shift, and Neji will not give up this opportunity. He then turned right, hurried in one direction, turned on Byakugan, and searched for traces seriously. He is very clear that his biggest goal in entering the forest of death is that person. The strong one. Orochimaru, you don't want to run. Anko covered his stomach and watched as Anbu and Orochimaru, who had come to support, struggled together. Are you all right? Asked the sturdy Anbu. Anko said angrily, are you okay? You guys are too slow. Hiss, Anbu's mask fell to the ground, Azuki Yugao's long purple hair scattered, and his beautiful face also emerged. Orochimaru snorted coldly, kicked it away with a chuckle, and after Anbu's attack behind him, Orochimaru just turned around dexterously, stretched out a snake hand and took a bite on its neck. Then, Orochimaru jumped several times to the top thick trunk. Anbu and Special Jonin in Konoha village, is this the only level? Orochimaru stepped closer, and the 3 Anbu and Anko retreated. Fear of death forced several people to the corner of despair. The strong, this is the strong. Neji sprang out of the grass in the corner, his eyes full of fiery desire. Thinking for a moment, he neatly picked up the Anbu mask that Yugao had just dropped on the ground and put it on his head. The target, I finally found it. Neji murmured with a hook on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 13 Palm Law, True Strength. Several Anbu were in a team, one person had fallen, and one person's mask had also been taken off, leaving 2 people left. The mask was removed, meaning the mission could not be performed. Anbu needs to keep his personal information confidential, especially when Orochimaru saw Anbu's true face. The consequences of this incident can be imagined. Now, there is no way back. Orochimaru, you killed us here, Konoha village won't let you go. Anko is still in the final struggle, apparently having played against Orochimaru just now, and is now extremely weak. Hee, Anko, you're still so naive. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his face. Although there was no blood, it was enough to make people feel the cruel picture that would happen next. Orochimaru moved, only one step, Anbu and others panicked, but Anko barely supported. She is a student of Orochimaru. No matter how strong Orochimaru is, she will not have the fear of distance that ordinary people have. Are you going to kill your former student here? Anko asked. Orochimaru lowered his head and hummed softly. Then, he laughed slowly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Life is like a flower, it will die eventually. When it will die, how it will die, or who will lead it to die. It makes no difference. After Orochimaru said that, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He obviously has things to do and doesn't plan to stay here too long. Light and shadow passed, and Orochimaru was leaning forward. Zizi. A masked boy who looked like a boy quickly landed. With both hands, Orochimaru couldn't dodge in time. He pulled out Orochimaru's clothes sideways and slashed open. Orochimaru glared at the boy didn't hesitate, his eyes were quick and his hands were quick. One punch away. Orochimaru reached out to resist, but was still hit. Orochimaru immediately retreated to the back, the boy's eyes through the mask. In the darkness, it was impossible to judge. Anko and several Anbu were surprised. The long hair behind the boy was neatly covered, and the mask he was wearing was the Anbu mask that Yugao had just dropped. Who are you? Anko asked, but Neji didn't answer. Only said, help Anko heal, and come back to support me if I'm down. Neji under the mask tried to suppress his voice and said this sentence. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take on that guy, in front of Anbu and Special Jonin. Orochimaru. Originally, Neji was worried that he would end up in a mess. Just at this moment, he put a asterisk, and if he really couldn't do it, someone would help. Neji quickly caught up to Orochimaru's movements, and the pauses did not exceed 5 seconds. Orochimaru didn't even judge the situation in front of him accurately. Every punch was reluctantly avoided by Orochimaru. Even if you are not good at physical arts, you can still have such swift movements. This is the strong one. Neji's desire to fight is growing. The end, Orochimaru made a big jump, turned over and stood 20 meters away from Neji, and Neji also distanced himself from Anko and the others. A punch with chakra. Orochimaru received a punch from the front just now. He thought it was just heavy, but unexpectedly chakra was affected by this kid at that moment. It's very similar to the Hyuga clan's physique in essence, but you have a wind-type nature transformation in your fist. It's really interesting. Orochimaru began to take a little interest in the masked boy in front of him, but Neji's attack was far from over. He stepped forward again, and with the speed of punching like lightning, the punches went to the point. And Orochimaru noticed when his belly clothes were cut open. This kid's chakra did not reveal killing intent, but every action seemed to take the enemy's life. With such techniques, there must be thousands or more achievements of cultivation, not the skilled techniques of ordinary people. I can't hit your kid again, but you must not be the best at boxing, right? Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and his eyes were full of cunning. Neji stood up straight and said nothing. The wind blew gently, although it was gentle, it had hidden murderous intentions. Come on, since you want to save people from me, let me see your true strength. Orochimaru widened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and pulled his eyelids. Terrifying eyes, like the pupils of poisonous snakes. It seems that a giant python is rampant in front of him, but he is like an ant. Neji took a step back, sweating. Everything around is dark and chaotic. Fear overwhelms everything. Solution. Neji frowned, and untied Orochimaru's golden bondage. But the mental power has been greatly reduced, and the whole person seems to have collapsed once. Demonic illusion shot by the strong, and even after being cracked, it still has an irreversible impact. Real strength. Neji secretly said in his heart, now he can't care about that much anymore, if someone sees it, just see it. Drink. Neji shouted loudly, and his body moved at a different speed than before. Orochimaru was also surprised, but he didn't expect this kid to suddenly change into a human. Slashing with one palm, different from boxing, this palm is loaded with too much old-fashioned experience, and the strength is not at the same level. Crack. Da. His palms swung back and forth in the air, and even if Orochimaru was not hit directly, his whole body was hit a lot, and he could imagine how much force he would endure if he was hit. The last blow, unable to dodge, Orochimaru had to resist with his arm. With a thud, Orochimaru caught the palm and the ground collapsed. Anbu and Konoha have a genius like you. Reminds me of that man. Orochimaru's compliment. Neji didn't pay attention to it, but it was a skillful connection. The sound of breaking the air came again. Neji's other hand had already found a good position, and Kulu came, but Orochimaru shook his head lightly. Humph. Orochimaru had already hand-sealed in this gap, and dozens of small snakes broke their heads out of the trees behind them and bit Neji. Be careful, behind you. Anko's shout came, and Neji reacted, frowning. 8 trigrams back. In an instant, he remembered something, and gave up his good offensive and quickly retreated to the side. Neji fell to the side, secretly said, you can't use revolving heaven, it's too obvious. Who the hell is this kid? It looks like a kid. Does Anbu have this size? One of the Anbu was surprised. Yugao said, he is not from Anbu, his mask was dropped by me. Anko bites Kiba. Whoever he is, he must be a very strong character. How young he is to fight Orochimaru. Leave me alone, go and help. Yugao took 2 Anbu shots together and blocked Neji's body. Orochimaru looked at the scene in front of him and showed a frivolous smile. He, you guys are not as good as this young man. Don't force the limelight. He turned his head and left quickly. I still have things to do, don't spoil my spirits or I'll destroy the village of Konoha. Orochimaru's voice echoed around. Anko rushed over and pinched the curse mark on the back of his neck. Phew, he's gone. Yugao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked back, and the masked boy just now disappeared. Chapter 14 Crisis. The Ambush of Yakushi Kabuto. When Anko murmured, the boy's movements in and out of the arena were all silent, and she didn't even notice it. This man is a master. One of the Anbu men said, touching the soil on the ground. The solemn expression under the mask could be heard through the trembling breathing. Even the movement of the landing has follow-up arrangements. If we hadn't interrupted, he and Orochimaru could continue to fight. You mean, we spoiled people's interest instead? Another Anbu asked in surprise. They all understood that if the boy hadn't appeared just now, they might have all fallen. Well, leave that alone, we still have a guy lying there wounded. Everyone looked at Anbu who was lying down, still unconscious. What? A few people looked and found that the clothes of the fallen Anbu were gone. Is that the boy? Anko wondered. There was no way Orochimaru would do such a thing. Anyway, he is a benefactor who saved us. My mask was also taken away. He should be trying to hide his identity and continue to track Orochimaru. Yugao walked over and helped the fallen teammate. Then, Yugao, take the wounded away and inform Lord Hokage. The 3 of you, come with me to find Orochimaru, someone like him. Won't give up until he achieves his goals. Ding! This practice is over. Gentle Fist Acupuncture Proficiency 4477. Byakugan Proficiency 2796. Neji broke away from Enko and the others wearing a mask, and checked the results of this practice. It's too strong, it's just a few tricks with Orochimaru. A feeling of excitement surged in Neji's mind. Although it is dangerous, the experience gained from fighting against the strong cannot be simulated by ordinary cultivation, although cultivation is a very important part. But obviously, the current Neji lacks such a high level of actual combat. Seeing how Orochimaru was in a hurry to get out of the battle just now, it should be that the goal has not been completed, and he has to go and cast a spell on Sasuke. However, Neji doesn't want to participate in the matter of the Uchiha family, and he has no ability to stop it. It's better to take this opportunity to fight him again. Neji murmured, picking up the folded Anbu clothes in his hand, very satisfied. Is this outfit enough to hide your identity? Just as he was about to leave, Neji felt sore. Tisk. Neji frowned, the joints of his knees were actually a little weak. Did you get too nervous just now? Neji chuckled, even though it was all within his control, the resistance that the body instinctively produced was irreversible. Or maybe it was caused by the demonic illusion that hit Orochimaru just now. All in all, with the current physical strength, it is indeed a Nani battle. Thinking about it, Neji turned his head slowly, planning to find Little Lee and Tenten first. I don't know if they have encountered any enemies. The way, Neji was still a little worried, but the closer they got to the center, the closer they would get. It didn't take long to get close, and Neji opened Byakugan. The essence of the chi clears the whole body and concentrates on the field of vision, so the eyes are covered with blue veins. Neji quickly found the figure of Tenten and Little Lee 200 meters away. But unfortunately, 3 people are standing in the way in front of them. The 2 sides are already at war. Neji frowned and stopped. Looks like there's an ambush. Without hesitation, he took out a military ration pill, chewed it twice in his mouth, and swallowed it. Physical energy is gradually recovering, but the speed is not very fast. In such a state, Neji is not sure whether he can face the 3 people in front of him. I just decided to go to the front to see the situation first. On the other side, Tenten and Little Lee are rapidly moving towards the center point. Impressively, the 2 seem to have stepped on something, and the sound of the rope rubbing against the tree immediately alerted them. Little Lee, Tenten turned and shouted. Little Lee also responded, yeah. The 2 of them leaned towards both sides together, and there was a huge sound of breaking wind in the middle, and it was a tree stump that was 3 meters thick. Boom! Several trees were knocked down behind them, but before it was over, there was also a mechanism where the 2 of them landed, and the wire net on the ground was immediately closed. It's a double trap. The 2 were also very agile, and each jumped to the side. Seeing that the barbed wire was wide enough, Tenten directly pulled out a scroll. Hidden Weapon Rising Dragon. Hundreds of kunai and shuriken flew out, cutting the barbed wire a few lines, and the 2 escaped triumphantly. But then, as soon as the 2 settled down, the voice of ZZ came again. Tenten, there is a detonating talisman that will detonate immediately. Little Lee subconsciously shouted, get down. Then the whole person flew out, pushed Tenten away, and slumped aside. Bang, seemed to be a squib, and the sound was very light. The 2 opened their eyes, but they noticed that the smoke was filling up. And it's purple smoke that spreads extremely fast. It's poison. Tenten reacted, and the 2 immediately covered their mouths and noses and stepped back. At this time, 2 figures jumped out. Don't struggle, that kind of poison will work even if you inhale it. It's not a deadly poison, it's just a poison I specially prepared for ninjas. It can affect people's acupuncture points and meridians, and temporarily block chakra. I can't help but be unable to use ninjutsu for 3 days, and it will also weaken my mental power. By the 3, it is Yakushi Kabuto. Next to him are his teammates, wrapped tightly in red copper armor. Cough cough. Tenten raised his head and looked at the two of them, already aware that he could no longer condense chakra. I'm sorry, I made you miscalculate, I'm a pure taijutsu ninja. Little Lee took a step forward and started to untie the bandage on his wrist. But Kabuto was digging his neck and sneered, "What? Are you planning to take care of a person who is unable to fight while taking care of one enemy and 3? And the red copper armor next to it has already taken out kunai, ready to attack at any time." Lee. Tenten is also hesitant, but now she can't fight at all, she can only take off his hind legs. I'm not going to embarrass you, I know you've already collected the scrolls. Hand them over and I'll let you go. Kabuto pushed his glasses, his face shrewd. You got stuck near the center point from the beginning. Tenten was shocked, it turned out that there was such a way of playing. Kabuto sneered. Of course, this is not the first time I have taken the Chunin exam. How could I not be counted as you ignorant children? Little Lee bit Kiba and handed over the scroll here, how can he pass the exam? And Tenten wanted to persuade, but also fell into a tangle. Well, if you still want to fight. Kabuto took a deep breath and shrugged, murder in his eyes. Huh. Very strange technique, in the moment of waving his hand, he threw out a special scalpel kunai. Ding, sound, but did not hit anything. Instead, after being changed its orbit, it pierced into the dirt on the ground. The other kunai was inserted into the ground on the other side. What? Did the kunai hit me with a scalpel and forcibly change the flight path? While Kabuto was surprised, everyone was startled, only to see a figure appearing on the tree trunk. I saw him with his hands around his chest, wearing Konoha's Anbu suit and Anbu mask, arrogant to the crowd. Chapter 15 Threat. Weird Anbu. Dark, Anbu. Tenten was surprised, never expected that it was Anbu from Konoha who saved them. The red copper armor next to him was also surprised, and he didn't know if he had made any mistakes. Kabuto asked suspiciously, "You bastard, don't think I'm pretending to be Anbu, I won't dare to shoot you." Neji, who was wearing a mask, had no time to answer Kabuto. He saw the situation of Tenten poisoning just now, and now the most important thing is to get them out of the battlefield, and it is best to let Little Lee follow. Otherwise, if there are other enemies, the two of them will be tied. You have nothing to do here, just leave now. Neji jumped down and spoke in a low voice, trying to keep a distance from Little Lee and Tenten, for fear of being discovered by the two of them. Is very different from the Neji in their eyes. Even if Neji does not wear a mask, they may not be able to believe that Anbu in front of them is actually their teammate Hyuga Neji. Why did Anbu shoot? Little Lee asked. Neji replied, if you don't go, you will have no chance. Then he pulled out the kunai on the ground and made a fight. This is his very unskilled combat posture, in order to avoid all possibility of being suspected. You guy. Kabuto bit Kiba, and the person in front of him ignored him completely, and he looked like he could easily fight against one another. Let's go, Tenten. Thank you. Tenten and Little Lee left, thanking the masked boy who saved them. And how did they know? It's just that Neji doesn't want his teammates to fail the exam. He originally planned to come out directly to help his teammates defeat the enemy in front of him, but the Tenten was poisoned, and there were all the enemy's organs all around. In this case, just in case, you can only hide your identity and solve it quickly. Is there anyone else? Under the mask, Neji's Byakugan took the opportunity to look around and found the locations of several organs. It seemed that the other party had made a lot of preparations for the ambush. The scope of this organization, how many sets of scrolls do you want to collect? Facing Neji's questioning, Kabuto's eyes widened. This simply subverted his three views. First of all, based on the information in his hand, there is no such young boy in Anbu. Now is not the time of war, Konoha's hierarchy is very strict. Even a genius ninja like Sasuke can't rise to Anbu rank so quickly. Moreover, with just one glance, he can immediately perceive another teammate who is staying in the tree, Jian Maikung, and can also clearly know the scope of the organ. Why did Anbu participate in the Chunin exam? Kabuto has taken out another scalpel, refining the chakra, which turns into a sharp blade that covers the scalpel. You can't take care of that. Neji's voice just fell, and he jumped straight into the air. The next moment, under the soil Neji was standing on just now, a person emerged. It was Jian Maikung. Armor. Neji squinted his eyes slightly in the air. If I remember correctly, this person's ability is to absorb chakra and cannot be approached by melee combat. On the other side, the red copper armor was already approaching at a rapid speed, and his arms extended directly, tying Neji's entire body. The man's ability to have retractable limbs, a surviving remnant of Orochimaru's experiment, Neji scoffed. Revolving heaven. Neji only motivates the chakra in the body, integrates nature transformation, controls revolving heaven to release it to less than 20%, and directly forms a rotating chakra layer on the body surface. Ah! The body of the red copper armor was directly torn by the chakra of the wind attribute, and a dozen holes appeared in the limbs immediately, and the blood splashed. The red copper armor was thrown away, and the sword Maikung, who was close to Neji, was also struck by the palm of Neji's head from the sky, and fainted. Kabuto, who was standing in the same place, saw this situation, and his heart has been determined. The person in front of him is the real Anbu, not a fake. Why did Anbu take action on us Genins? Did those two people buy you off just now? Kabuto clenched his fists, and although he is far more powerful than Genin now, there is no doubt that there is no need for a conflict with Anbu's people now. Why? Neji landed peacefully, and Jian Maikung and Chitong armor on the side were already unconscious. Why don't you tell me first? Why do you want to be a spy in Konoha? Neji chuckled. A double agent like Kabuto is a very dangerous person, and even now, he is not a big threat. You. Kabuto was directly hit in the heart by this sentence. He thought that his flawless acting skills were directly exposed at this moment, and he subconsciously believed that this person was the person from the assassination department sent by the high-level Konoha to assassinate his spy. Bang! Kabuto bowed his head and stretched out his hand, ready for the first battle. But Neji didn't have much interest in him. Hey, give me the antidote, Neji said. Solution, antidote. Kabuto blinked in surprise. It's the antidote for the two of them who were poisoned just now. Give it to me and I'll go. Neji was a little impatient. He knew that Kabuto's fighting power was not bad, and he was just eating a pill to maintain his stamina. It was best to avoid a head-on conflict. And Kabuto is close to collapse. For the series of psychological pressures just now, he has already prepared his inner monologue of his tragic death in the forest of death, but the other party just wants to solve it, the antidote. And that medicine isn't lethal at all. Taking a deep breath, seeing Kabuto still stunned, Neji raised his right hand. Wait, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Kabuto recalled that the masked boy in front of him had just killed Jian Maikung and Chitong armor in an instant. With that level of combat, the strength of this person must be Anbu level. Probably more than that, although Kabuto now feels that this person is likely to be a fake Anbu. Otherwise, how could he clearly know that he is a spy who came to Konoha to cooperate with others, but he has no intention of killing himself at all? Here. Kabuto took out a packet of herbs from the ninja bag and quickly threw it at Neji, who caught it. He didn't dare to lean on the young man in front of him until he had no idea in his heart. This person can't help but be powerful and mysterious, so mysterious that even an intelligence expert like him can't figure out any clues. Neji checked, and it appeared to be a deciphering herb called shiwuju. May I go? Kabuto asked cautiously, and Neji raised his hand. The next moment, he jumped up and quickly disappeared in front of Kabuto. The action is smooth and without sloppiness. Then he slumped to the ground. All the plans were disrupted, and to meet such a high-level person in the forest of death, if you are not careful, you may lose your life. If Neji knew about Kabuto's idea, he would probably be laughed to death. In fact, he also has no end to the battle with Kabuto, and he doesn't bother if there is no conflict of interest. Immediately, Neji took off the Anbu suit, took off the Anbu mask, and quickly rushed to the direction where Tenten and Little Lee were. Chapter 16 Rescue. Appear in time. That guy just now, is it really Anbu? Little Lee handed the water to Tenten and asked. The two found a tree with a source of water to rest. Tenten took a sip of water and said, I don't know, but that movement technique must be a Jonin-level ninja. I just don't know why such a powerful guy appeared in the Death Forest. Is there something wrong with the Death Forest? The two were talking when suddenly they heard footsteps. Little Lee immediately woke up, only to find that it was Neji. Neji stood opposite the stream and smiled at the two of them. I thought you were in danger, why did you stop suddenly? So, Little Lee and Tenten told Neji the ins and outs. Tenten said, and sighed, Neji, when will your Byakugan be able to improve a little bit? We shouldn't be far away, can your Byakugan not even notice what's going on over there? Neji smiled naively, I'm sorry. Little Lee also smiled and made a save. It's okay, Neji-kun has been practicing hard, and this Chunin exam hasn't hindered us once. By the way, Tenten is poisoned. Just. Neji hurriedly took out a few rustling herbs from the ninja bag. He also removed some of the wrinkled leaves outside and said to Tenten, this is the decipherable herb I saw on the road. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Neji, do you still know herbs? Little Lee took it in surprise. Aang, the elders in the clan have taught us the production and types of medicinal herbs. Tenten frowned and looked at it. This is Shiwuju. A very rare species, there is such a thing in the Dead Forest. She looked at Neji in disbelief. Neji was also startled, and quickly explained, well, I think there is only one plant over there, and I'm very lucky, I'm afraid there are no other places. Little Lee handed the herbs to Tenten, and Tenten seemed to understand it very well. He poured the water in the bamboo tube into Shiwuju, made some simple treatments, and took the herbs. Little Lee, this part is for you, that poison has a follow-up effect on mental power. Little Lee let out a breath and said, Neji has really helped a lot this time, otherwise we might be ambushed again. Well, let's take a short rest here tonight, and we'll head to the center tomorrow. Good. Several people plan to rest nearby. The 3-day and 3-night exam has now reached the second night. Tomorrow is the last day, so we have to hurry up. And Neji needs to step up, but it's not this thing. Go to bed early, but just after nightfall, Neji woke up. I just rested for an hour. Although I was a little sleepy, I couldn't delay any longer. While Little Lee and Tenten were still awake, they left a note and wrote that they should go ahead and explore the way, don't wait for their information. And Neji's purpose, naturally, is Orochimaru. I didn't succeed on the first day, and Orochimaru would definitely make a move the next day. At this point in time, I am afraid that Orochimaru is also searching for Sasuke's whereabouts non-stop, and I don't know if Anko and the others will be able to arrive. If you don't hurry up, Orochimaru will be leaving the Forest of Death. Ding! The practice is over. Acupuncture Proficiency 499. Revolving Heaven Proficiency 443. Kabuto and the others are only now being checked by Neji. Congratulations to the host's proficiency in Gentle Fist Acupuncture reaching 3W, and being promoted to the realm of Integration and Penetration. Reward Speed. Detonating Talisman 10. Wuju Herbs 10. Neji is overjoyed. As expected, there are many benefits to fighting with a master. There are still many uses for the Detonating Talisman, but it seems that this Wuju is not as powerful as Shiwuju. The special herbs seem to improve some spiritual power. What's the use of this urge? System said, Uju can detoxify, and the special herbs can dissipate fatigue and resist tiredness. Neji was startled, and ate 2 herbs without hesitation. The slightest sweetness, but the bitter taste. But being able to resist drowsiness is exactly what Neji needs now. Neji then opened the Properties panel. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja basic skills including throwing and other basic skills. Proficiency progress, 82.7%, 100% can complete the novice stage. Activate the proficiency consumption system. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, none. Gentle fist acupuncture, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, 8 trigrams one shot, 9044. Demonic illusion, none. Blood follower boundaries, Byakugan. Basic items, Bing Bing pill 7, Wuju herbs 10, detonating charm 10. Advanced items, none. Special items, none. Ah. Sasuke Uchiha fell to the ground, pinching his neck tightly. Sakura, on the other hand, widened her eyes, with fear and anger in her eyes. You bastard, what did you do to Sasuke-kun? And Orochimaru just said in a sinister voice, I gave him a gift that he desperately needs now. You bastard. Sakura was incompetent and furious, and couldn't do anything with Sasuke in his arms. On the other side, Naruto, who leaked Kyuubi, Nine Tails chakra, was also easily caught by Orochimaru and imposed a 5-element seal. In the corner of the bushes, Neji's figure appeared quietly. It seems to have caught up. But don't run. Naruto landed, and Sakura ran towards Orochimaru with all his might. What does the stinky girl want to do? Neji secretly said that this world of Hokage has disrupted the timeline because of his appearance. Any situation may happen now, and even have an irreversible impact on the future. She ran over like this, didn't she die? Little girl who gets in the way, if you want to die so much, I'll send you to death. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent suddenly rose. Originally, I just wanted to wait for all this to end, but now it seems that I have to appear in time to rescue the person in front of me. The shadow snake hand. Sakura was on the verge of collapse. She was forced to have no way out by fear, and she was now close to madness, unaware that the vicious snake had attacked her recklessly. Thorn. The branches above were slashed by the flying Kuuji and fell. In the middle of the 2 poisonous snakes, stubbornly pressed under the branches. Sakura was blocked, watching the terrifyingly struggling viper, only to regain her senses and take a few steps back. Sakura looked aside and saw a figure standing not far away, walking slowly. Anbu. It's just that Sakura has never seen such a small Anbu. The whole person is only a little taller than her, saying that he and Sakura of the same age also believe it. He. Is it your kid again? It's really difficult to deal with. Orochimaru's hoarse voice made Sakura's scalp tingle. Leave with your buddy and grab this. Sakura caught one of the things Neji threw over and glanced at it. It was a ration pill, a consuming ninja tool that could restore stamina. But you, Sakura bit Kiba, a little overwhelmed. Neji said, stop talking nonsense, your partner will die if you don't leave. This guy is an S-class wanted criminal, and you will only cause me trouble if you stay. Chapter 17 Suppress. Chase after Orochimaru. Neji said this, Sakura immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Heart said, that's right, if I stay, it will definitely cause trouble for the Anbu staff. After all, we are just Jonin. At the level, I should obey orders. So he ate the ration pill, immediately carried Naruto on his back, and went to help Sasuke. Remember, there are 3 Otogaker who are going to trouble you. Their target is Sasuke, you mustn't let them succeed. Neji reminded Sakura that it is also an important part to prevent Sasuke and others from having a major incident at this critical moment. Otherwise, if Konoha village is in chaos early, if he doesn't have time to gradually become stronger, he will also be involved in a conflict that may kill him at any time. Orochimaru was a little annoyed just watching a kid who rescued Konoha from his eyes over and over again. Neji's reminder to Sakura just now made Orochimaru even more interested. Little devil, who are you? Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't tell whether his twisted face was excited or angry. All in all, now Neji finally caught the attention of the powerhouse in front of him. This is a duel between the strong and the weak, but Neji has never been willing to be a weak. It is precisely on this road that we have the courage to stand here. The current Neji looks like a mature Anbu, and Orochimaru can't tell the truth from the fake. Are you Uchiha Itachi? No. Orochimaru frowned, shaking his head constantly. Impossible, impossible. That guy has entered Akatsuki, and the means used are very different. He. Neji has stepped back with his left foot, ready to attack at any time. Only for this enemy, he can't have the slightest slack. Not to mention that the opponent's strength is the first person he is currently fighting against, and if the opponent is serious, his killing intent will be a real killing intent. If you are not careful, you are likely to lose your life here. To Orochimaru is Neji's desperate decision, and trying his best to survive and get what he wants here is also Neji's most certain decision. Orochimaru looked at the Anbu boy in front of him and thought to himself, obviously, this boy is not up to Itachi's level. But his hand is very unique. When did the younger generation of the Hyuga family have such a powerful person? Already. Boy, what's your purpose? Orochimaru sneered and said, do you think you can kill me alone? Or do you want to fight for your main clan? Orochimaru's words made Neji, who originally wanted to fight, startled. What do you mean? Neji asked slowly. Hyuga's little brat, no matter how much you hide it, you can't hide it. That damn keen insight, and the gentle fist with chakra. Orochimaru bit Kiba and said, gnashing his teeth, as if recalling something. But obviously, your talent is higher than Hazashi's. Orochimaru's words gradually put Neji into a stiff state. What is he saying? Had something happened that he didn't know about? But he couldn't show it, just clenched his fist tightly. I don't know about the Hyuga clan, all I know is that your plan to destroy Konoha will eventually fail. After all, Neji took the initiative. In a split second, they approached Orochimaru. Soon, Orochimaru's eyes widened and he caught Neji's palm with his arm. Drink. With the next palm down, Orochimaru couldn't hold it anymore and stepped back. You can't let this kid succeed. Orochimaru was about to hand seal, and Neji had already hit the third palm. One more slap. Last palm. The speed of the palms is getting faster and faster, and the frequency and strength of the first time are not at the same level. Orochimaru wondered in his heart, isn't this kid stimulated by something so fierce? And now Neji just wants to know what kind of unknown connection this guy Orochimaru has with the Hyuga family. If you want to know this, of course, you don't rely on asking, but first relying on hitting. Crack. Orochimaru dodged, and Neji slapped the tree and hit the tree. The air was still for a moment, and then, the trees exploded. Praise Lala. A tree torn apart, the whole tree will collapse in an instant. Here. Feel the fierce fire on the other side, especially the unknown chakra. Anko pinched the position of the curse mark on the back of his neck, bit Kiba and said, it's right in front, I'll never forget that guy's chakra. Go and help. Two Anbu and Anko rushed together. However, when they saw the scene, they were too shocked to speak. Orochimaru doesn't have the time to hand seal at all, and he doesn't even have the time to use a double. Wearing Yugao's Anbu mask also changed into Anbu clothes at this time, and his movements were seamless, pressing for Orochimaru step by step. Bang! 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 One after another big tree fell to the ground suddenly, caused by the palm strike, without exception. That boy is actually chasing after Orochimaru. Anko opened his mouth in surprise, blinked his eyes, and suddenly thought it was a dream. What's the situation? The entire battlefield had been destroyed beyond recognition. Orochimaru's agile body was like a python, swiftly running away from the ground and pulling away. But no matter what, the masked boy didn't want to let go of any gap at all. As long as he was not careful, he would hit him with a palm, and Orochimaru just escaped by chance. In terms of physical skills, that boy undoubtedly completely suppressed Orochimaru. One of them, Anbu, who seemed to be relatively calm, thought deeply. Very keen insight and talent in physical arts, the habit of throwing palms in the way of destroying trees. There is no doubt that this kid is using the gentle of the Hyuga style. Fist. Quote. Another stronger Anbu hesitated. Hyuga family. Young people in the Hyuga family in recent years have no talent. There is no such young Anbu at all, how can he be a Hyuga family? Anko rubbed his chin and said, the Hyuga family has always been closed, so it wouldn't be surprising if they were some kind of hidden master. But, what kind of boy would become a reclusive master at such a young age? There, Neji has done several gentle fist combos, but still can't hit Orochimaru. It seems that he is suppressed everywhere and has the upper hand, but in fact he does not have many advantages. If this continues, he will only be depleted of physical strength, and now he is just consuming 3 military ration pills at one time and struggling to support him. Click. Neji made a mistake, hitting the air and staggering forward. Not good. Anko, Anbu and others were surprised. And Orochimaru also grinned. You're still being careless, kid. Let me see who you are. Immediately he stretched out his hand, and 2 snakes immediately reached out and bound Neji's body. Then he stretched out his hand and took off Neji's mask. Under the mask, however, Neji just sneered softly. If I didn't show my flaws on purpose, would you never give me this chance? Orochimaru was shocked. The clone in front of him, and the real body, already behind him, stretched his fists and feet, posing a very standard posture. This is 8 trigrams 64 palms. Chapter 18 Surprise. Method never seen before. This is the battle of the 8 trigrams 64 palms of the Hyuga family. Anbu, who was watching the game, was speechless in surprise. And Anko frowned tightly, but they didn't expect their guess to be right. This boy wearing a mask turned out to be a talent of the Hyuga family, but why is he unknown? Sure enough, it's a kid from the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru frowned, grinning wryly at the corners of his mouth. Although he didn't want to accept it, he had to admit that he was tricked by a young Anbu. 2 palms. Orochimaru has no chance to resist now, at least the first 2 palms. Anbu boy wearing a mask moved extremely quickly, and even after fighting for a long time, there was no sign of physical exhaustion. HMPH, it's nothing to be slapped by you. Orochimaru had already thought of a way out, and in the interval between this mistake, the young man would hit himself with up to 6 palms, and to resist these 6 palms, he would have to take the opportunity to use a stand-in technique. Then start the ninjutsu showdown. In ninjutsu, Orochimaru can be confident that he will not lose to anyone, including the 3 generations of Hokage. This can be regarded as some rivals in his love, and he actually wants to compete with this kid in physique, which is really underestimating him. See. Neji hit Orochimaru's shoulders with 2 palms. He thought it was just a special effect of strength and chakra. Orochimaru was about to make a move, but he realized that he couldn't move. Nani? Neji's mouth twitched, and he saw that the 2 palms just now, lightning had been injected into Orochimaru's shoulders. Bahahahaha. 4 palms. 8 palms. Neji just secretly said in his heart, stepped back, and quickly punched out the palms that followed. What the hell is going on here? Orochimaru's eyes widened, feeling that his internal organs were being forced to overturn the sea by gentle fist's chakra, and the key point was that his body was paralyzed by the thunder-type chakra. The palm of nature transformation. Unheard of. 1 palm after another, the young man's movements were extremely fast and violent. Not far away, Anko and Anbu were speechless. Especially Anko, her shocked pupils are beyond words to describe. This is too shocking. Although Raiden has not been fully morphed, only nature transformation has been added to the palm technique, but this is something that no one has ever been able to do. The palm technique of each strike was as fierce as thunder, and the speed was as fast as thunder, and Orochimaru's body couldn't move at all, allowing the masked boy to attack acupuncture points around him. There is no reason to think that Orochimaru has been completely defeated at this point in the physical game. And there is no suspense, a complete defeat. Is nature transformation added to Gentle Fist? And it's also of the thunder attribute. Is this guy a genius boy? Anbu murmured in surprise. Anko shook his head and said, no, it's more than that. Whether this guy is from the Hyuga clan remains to be considered. Anko became strict and did not dare to judge. Anko, what do you mean? The deep Anbu looked at Anko hesitantly. Anko took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Hyuga Tetsu, and my teammate, Jonin of the Hyuga clan. That guy was once known as a very talented ninja, especially good at the nature transformation of the thunder attribute. However, even he also said that the secret of the Hyuga clan is the technique uses the essence of Byakugan to refine the chakra, which is completely in conflict with the method of refining the chakra of the nature transformation. Anbu, so, is it difficult to do it at the same time? No, it's almost impossible. Anko's tone became more determined. It is not only necessary to refine chakra in the same way. Byakugan is not only the bloodline boundary for attacking acupoints and meridians, but also must abide by the 8 trigrams yin and yang method when refining chakra. The principle of mutual restraint, cannot exist any conflicting parties can form 8 trigrams. Quote. Anko seems to be quite knowledgeable about it, but that's about it. That is to say, only by observing the original state of chakra, the most natural state can perform Byakugan, especially a secret technique like 64 palms. Attribute chakra is impure chakra, it is impossible to integrate into it. Yes, this guy should not belong to the Hyuga family. After some analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. I was especially surprised by the young man's body technique. What kind of expert is he? In front of them, beat Orochimaru. And in a way that has never been seen before. And if Neji heard this, he would probably laugh out loud. Anko knew that Akatsuki's views on Byakugan, including outsiders, were one-sided. At the beginning, it was difficult for Neji to break through some restricted frameworks, but he continued to practice and practice. Although he initially wanted to cater to the system, but later he began to fall in love with this endless practice and became addicted. After practicing to a certain level did Neji realize the importance of practice makes perfect. Those things that he didn't want to believe in the past can be done thoroughly, even taking care of 2 chakras in the body at the same time is easy for him. That's why Neji has put all his efforts all these years at risk at this time, and he can even compete with cage-level ninjas. Ah! Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened, and Neji's last palm directly knocked him flying. Pop! It was almost an audible sound of thunder and lightning, and Orochimaru's entire body seemed to generate static electricity when it came into contact with the air. The whole person flew more than 10 meters away, and then landed without moving. Neji gasped, sweat dripping from under the mask. With this palm, he exhausted all chakra. But the chakra in the palm still exists. Neji uses Byakugan to observe the direction of the chakra in his body. The chakra in the palm is in the shape of thunder and lightning, and it circulates extremely quickly. Success. New move. Tired, but Neji exhaled. This kind of particularly powerful technique has to be matched with a powerful opponent to see the effect. Orochimaru, take it easy. Impressively, 2 Anbu landed on the left and right of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who seemed to be dying, was wary and reluctant to approach. Anko approached Neji and walked over. Neji was startled and took a step back. Anko also stopped. I dare to ask your excellency, who is the master? Neji was gasping for breath. His physical strength was already a little too strong, and he couldn't drag it any longer. Cough. Neji was about to put on a pretense, but over there was a bang. Hiss, sound, several big trees slammed to the ground. I saw 2 giant pythons with a height of 20 meters appear in front of everyone. And Orochimaru's ability to recover is very fast. He stood up like a zombie, glared at his palm, and secretly said, "Sure enough, the chakra that blocked me belongs to the Hyuga family." Chapter 19 Supply. Only consume stamina. Damn. Anko immediately went to support and rescued the 2 Anbu who were attacked by the serpent. Good boy, it's finally here. It's a pity that I can't play with you anymore. Let this kid play with you. Orochimaru jumped on the serpent's head, then jumped back and disappeared without a trace. Roar. The low roar of the big snake also made Anko and the 2 Anbu give up their plans to track them. Shoo, several people were surprised. A figure jumped away like lightning. Then, there was no trace at all. With a huge roar, the big snake fell to the ground. A burst of dust was thrown up and overwhelmed dozens of century-old trees. And that serpent showed no sign of struggling, and almost achieved an instant kill. With only 1 palm, the serpent's key point was cut through. Neji landed, exhausted. But he just confirmed one thing. That's the last punch of 64 palms, and it's all out. It can be so strong. Neji sighed. He didn't expect the upper limit of this move to be so high. Hello. Neji was still thinking, and the 3 behind him were already approaching. Wait. Neji stretched out his hand, motioning for the others not to approach. Anko and the others stopped obediently. Who dares to stop this? Dare to take such a shot on Orochimaru? It must not be a small person. Anko and the others are only afraid that the expert in front of him will not stand on Konoha's side, and it would be troublesome to kill them too. Master, you. Anko was about to speak, but found the boy waved his hand. He won't be here any longer and you can leave with confidence. Neji sighed. Now that Orochimaru has cast the spell, he shouldn't mess around anymore. Instead, he is more worried that Anko and the others will continue to stay in the Forest of Death, and his identity will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, he can't help but get into trouble, and the Hyuga family's doubts about him will become even deeper. All in all, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Seeing what Anko wanted to ask, Neji was worried that they would not leave, so he said solemnly, "Listen to me, leave the Forest of Death quickly, and stay here to avoid causing casualties to candidates." Yes. This time, they seemed to be obedient. Neji continued, "Go and inform Hokage that the village's security measures will be strengthened in the near future." Afterwards, Neji quickly disappeared in front of several people. After leaving a few people, Neji found a hidden woodland and sat down to rest. I took off the Anbu suit, and my body was already wet with sweat. Can I only last so far after eating 3 ration pills? Neji sighed, although the nature transformation is already a master, but it seems that the consumption of himself is indeed not small. Ding! This practice is over. 8 trigrams 64 palms proficiency 5999. Gentle fist proficiency 3434. Byakugan proficiency 1979. Neji didn't have the strength to be surprised. After confirming with Byakugan that there is no danger within 500 meters, he fell asleep on his back. Although Bingliang pills can temporarily delay the consumption of physical strength, excessive use will still have some side effects. Coupled with the fact that he almost didn't sleep that night, Neji fell asleep immediately. When I woke up, it was not long before the second 10:10 was on. Neji looked at the angle of the sun. It should be early morning, and birds chirped from time to time in the woods. Corrected, Neji immediately set off. Purpose accomplished, time to catch up with Little Lee and 10:10. On the way, Neji asked the system. It is also injected with chakra nature transformation. why is 8 trigrams 64 palms so much stronger than revolving heaven? Neji had doubts about this last night, because compared to the level of cultivation, it was clear that he put more effort into revolving heaven. Because of the use of a physical technique aimed at acupoint attacks on the stake, the benefits are really pulled to the lowest level. You know, in the past 8 years, Neji has more than 95% of the time, and has no chance to contact actual combat at all. The injection of nature transformation is related to the number of times. Number of times. That is, the number of times of use. The attribute chakra is not carried by the host and is provided by the system. Therefore, the chakra is unlimited and is supplied according to the maximum number of times the host can use. As long as the host uses enough times, the amount will be enough. More, it will only consume the host's physical strength to a greater extent. It's just exhausting stamina. The system's explanation surprised Neji. No wonder that massive chakra consumption didn't make him exhausted to death. In that case, 8 trigrams 64 palms is the injection of the 64 times the thunder attribute nature transformation chakra. Yes. Neji, who heard the news, suddenly had a strange idea. Neji, it doesn't seem to say that 64 palms is necessary. Am I stronger with 74 palms? System. Neji was on his way when he suddenly felt someone approaching in front of him. So he stopped immediately, observed with Byakugan, and found that it was his teammate, Tenten. Neji hurriedly met Tenten. Neji, where have you been? Tenten was sweating profusely when he saw Neji. What's wrong, Tenten? It seems that someone is eyeing Sasuke's class. Little Lee stayed to save Sakura. He gave me the scroll. Tenten said, and took out the scroll. Neji squinted slightly, guessing that there is a high probability that Otogakure was sent by Orochimaru to test Sasuke. Neji was trying to find an excuse and called Tenten to help Little Lee with him, but unexpectedly Tenten threw the heaven and earth scrolls directly to him. Neji caught it subconsciously. Take the scroll, don't get close. Those people don't seem to be easy to deal with, and we can't wait until we die while we promise not to drag ourselves into the water. Afterwards, Tenten turned his head and rushed forward in a certain direction. Neji held the scroll, stunned in place. After a long while, he sighed slowly and helplessly put the scroll into his clothes. Looks like it's on again. Neji put on the Anbu mask, took out the Anbu suit, and started walking slowly in the direction Tenten had just left. In the jungle clearing not far away, under the rock, Sasuke and Naruto both fell asleep. Sakura, who looked tired, was being knocked to the ground, and her hair was cut off by herself and scattered all over the place. Little Lee didn't know when he had been knocked to the ground. Only the Ino-Shika-Cho group of 3 carefully confronted the 3 of Otogakure. Don't be too self-aware, you are not opponents, all we want is the life of Uchiha Sasuke. Sak stretched out his hand, the power of the shock wave in his palm, everyone present had seen it. The disparity in strength doubled the pressure on those present. Although Tenten arrived, it was enough to deal with Jin alone. Sark, let's get to know Uchiha Sasuke. Jin threatened the Tenten, and once the Tenten left, the Little Lee in the end would die. On the Ino-Shika-Cho side, Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino lost to twos alone, so naturally there was no way. Disparity in strength. Sakura grabbed Sakura's leg tightly to keep him from moving forward, but Sakura just stepped on top of Sakura's head. Are you impatient, girl? And Ino's eyes widened, seeing all this in his eyes. Stop. With this sound, a sharp blade Kuwu came down, and Sark reacted and took out Kuwu to block it. Then a figure has quietly appeared, and a palm hit behind him. Chapter 20 Crush. Strength Control. With just one palm, Sark was pushed forward by a huge force and stumbled several steps. Neji, who was wearing an Anbu suit, fell to the ground and stood beside Sakura. Back off. Neji said in a low voice, and Sakura frowned, realizing it was yesterday's Anbu. But she always felt that she had met this person before, but she couldn't tell, so she had to back away obediently. Neji was just afraid that she would recognize it. "Hey, who are you, kid?" Sark turned around, shouting. "Anbu from Konoha village, fake one." Toth didn't believe in evil at all, and without the 3-week chicken's inoshikacho in his eyes, he walked towards Neji. "Are you yesterday's Anbu?" Tenten looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect to be rescued by the same person for 2 days. Tenten and Sakura took a few steps back knowingly. They all knew that the masked Anbu in front of them was powerful. With him here, it must be safe here, and their meddling will only add to the chaos. One after another, "You pissed me off." Sark frowned and took a few steps forward angrily. Neji's palm just now controlled the strength, but it was also a big blow. Sak was so sneakily attacked, and naturally he was full of dissatisfaction. "Huh, Konoha Anbu who can only sneak attacks. Sak can solve you alone." The golden hands over there were wrapped around his chest, full of confidence. Tuz was a little worried. "Hey, it's Konoha's Anbu anyway, even though he looks like a little guy." "Huh, a bluff trick." The inexplicable confidence of several people made Neji frown slightly. But this is just right, which proves that the other party does not have much insight and courage, and it is of course a good thing to be able to solve things quickly. Drink. Chopping air waves. Advantage of Neji's unpreparedness, Sark immediately stretched out his hand and released Zonkongbo. I saw a strong chakra pressure from the air hole in the palm of my hand, attacking Neji. But Neji couldn't avoid it, and only had time to reach out and directly resist it with the palm of his hand. "Hey, don't you like sneak attacks?" But the smile on his face only stayed for 2 seconds, then immediately froze. "This. Neji is safe and sound." Shocked. "As expected of Anbu," Sakura said blankly. Tenten also laughed. "It seems that there is no danger here." Neji was also a little surprised. He just wanted to use Gentle Fist to block some damage as much as possible, but found that the opponent's Zonkongbo was not worth mentioning at all. Under the mask, Byakugan, whose blue veins burst out, could see clearly. Between Neji's palms, there is still a thunderbolt chakra surrounding the palm. This is... Could it be that he awakened a new palm technique? According to the system, the injection of attribute chakra is actually chakra supplied according to the number of times. And 8 trigrams 64 palms has a full 64 supplies, which means that 64 palms is not a single move. Instead, each palm is the ultimate of Gentle Fist, which precisely attacks the enemy's 64 acupoints, resulting in the quick use of 64 palms, most accurate Gentle Fist attack on the enemy. So, even a simple Gentle Fist, Neji can now have a chakra nature transformation with the thunder attribute. With this speculation, Neji was immediately interested in experimenting. Huh. Shuriken flew over, and Neji slapped the flying shuriken with his hand almost in an instant. Hiss, sound, the 2 iron wires on the ground were pulled apart. Trap. But then there was no follow-up, only Jin, the ninja of the sound, who was not far away, fiddled with the bell in his hand. Afterwards, dozens of bells on the iron wire rang in unison. So that's the case, a sonic attack. Everyone present was affected and covered their ears tightly. And Neji only took a palm and slapped it to the ground. Bang! The ground shook, all the sounds were disrupted, the wire was pulled away, the bell fell, and Jin lost his most primitive means of attack. A fragile attack method. Anbu's thinking is terrible, the opponent is a sonic attack, and the sound is transmitted through vibration. Just a palm slap can make the ground vibrate more than a bell. Tenten watched the battle seriously, and I felt that watching this person's battle, I could learn a lot of practical knowledge. As expected of a strong man. And how did she know that the Anbu boy who he thoroughly admired was actually her teammate Hyuga Neji, whom she had always despised? This guy. Jin took a step back and hesitated a little. It was the first time she had seen someone who dared to break his moves like this. Next is me. A figure rushed in front of him quickly. Neji refined chakra, and said in his heart, "It's just right, I'll choose you." Sak's face was filled with immature anger, and he was a typical brainless ninja. Seeing a masked boy stealing the limelight here, he naturally couldn't bear it. Go to hell. Zero range bombing. Palms are close to Neji's face, and they are two hands, and the chopper waves of both hands are released together. Neji snorted softly, and only stretched out his hand to break it lightly. Ah, ah. The bone-piercing pain in the wrist came only for a moment. Sark widened his eyes, completely unable to believe that he was facing the power of normal people. This kind of strength is like a wrestler who has been practicing for 100 years. The strength of that powerful wrist was just a twist, which directly twisted his wrist away and moved towards the top. Bang! The double chopping air wave was released towards the sky. Ah, let me go. Sak bit Kiba, unable to hold back the pain in his wrist. No matter how much arrogance at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, it seems to be self-defeating. Neji narrowed his eyes, condensed chakra, and slapped it. Ah! This palm almost killed Sak. With just one palm, he no longer struggled, the real pain was silent. Boom! In the air, there was only the sound of the palm hitting the body, and there was no more Sak's cry. A large amount of chakra of the thunder attribute was injected into Sak's body, and Zonkongbo was completely unable to activate it. My body is also numb. It's like being bound by lightning. My scalp is numb. Sark secretly said in his heart, and the biting pain made people almost lose their intuition. It took about a dozen slaps before Neji held back his strength and stopped. And Sark had fallen to the ground, with his eyes open and still conscious, but his mouth kept drooling, his eyes widened. Do you still need to call? Neji's own purpose had been accomplished, and he glanced at Toth. Tuz clenched his fist and glanced again at Sasuke Uchiha, who was lying down. Here you are. Toth took out the scroll from his clothes and put it on the ground. Otogakure fled quickly, and the Anbu boy also withdrew directly. Ino Shikacho can't believe what they see, especially Shikamaru. That guy moves as fast as Asuma. Judging by his height, he should be about the same age as us. It's scary. He frowned. Although Otogakure was strong, he had some strategies to deal with. And the masked boy just now. It's terrifying. If I become an enemy with someone like him, I think I'll give up the road of becoming Chunin. Ino and Choji also sighed, completely agreeing with what Shikamaru said. After all, Genin and Jonin are separated by a mountain of strength. Chapter 21 Appreciate the strongest Genin. Rescuing Sakura, Ino Shikacho and the others were worried that the situation would change, and they quickly flashed. Only Tenten took out Shiwuju that Neji gave her earlier. This is a special Uju herb, which is very rare and should be very effective. Tenten gave Sakura some of the remaining herbs. Thank you. Hi. At this time, little Lee on the side also woke up. Tenten looked at him with a big head. Oh, don't thank me. If you want to thank that thick eyebrow, he treats you. Sakura. Little Lee woke up. He immediately got up with difficulty and walked towards this side. Sakura, are you all right? I saw that Sakura's hair had been cut off, and the whole body was dirty and covered with large and small scars. Okay, I've already given the Sakura herb, you better take care of yourself first. Tenten complained, pulling little Lee to leave. She suddenly felt really tired. How could there be such a strange thing in the team, not as good as Neji? Thinking of this, she thought again, but it's fortunate that Neji is not there. If you see the master just now, it is estimated that Neji will be hit a lot. It's all Palm, why is he so far away from others? On the other side, after Neji retreated, he didn't go far. Or find a place to take off the Anbu suit, take off the mask, pack up and plan to come back to find them. This dress is really useful. Neji hesitated for a moment, then collected his pockets. Forget it. let's not return it to them. Anyway, he also saved their lives. Presumably Konoha's Anbu will not be short of money to this point. Just lost a mask and a set of clothes. Shouldn't he be traced to himself? Neji and Tenten reconcile. Listen to Tenten tell him how brave the boy wearing the mask just now was. Little Lee agreed, and Neji just listened from behind, smiling silently. Gradually, it was dusk again, and the three of them stopped and rushed for most of the day, and finally reached the finish line smoothly. Good work, congratulations on passing the exam. Iruka was already waiting in the room. I didn't expect that the center of the huge death forest was actually an intelligence station. Tenten carried the scroll on his back and looked left and right. Little Lee was also eager to chat with Iruka. At the moment when the two passed the exam, it seemed that all the fatigue had disappeared, and they were satisfied and relieved. Neji followed behind, silently. Physical strength is slowly recovering, and chakra is gradually returning to stability. Then, please go to the lounge inside and have a good rest. Several people walked to the lounge one after another. There are 2 groups inside. There are 5 people. 2 groups. On one side are the 3 of Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, and on the other are the 2 of Sunagakur. Sunagakur's eyes are not particularly good, and they seem to disdain the company of Konoha's genin at all. Tamari sat like a big sister, putting her hands on her hands and closing her eyes. Kankuro, on the other hand, put his hands around his chest and proudly looked at Neji and the others who entered. It's so slow. He yawned and turned his head away. Brother Neji, Hinata greeted with a smile, and Neji just smiled back. We are the 3rd. Tenten and Little Lee went up to meet them and started to communicate with Kiba and Shino. And Neji saw that the room was connected to another huge space, so he walked past the door. It might be better to go to a quiet place, but the eyes of those people in Sunagakur are really uncomfortable. After walking in, Neji realized that this place turned out to be a training ground. The huge space is as big as nearly 10 classrooms. It seems that this place used to be a training ground. Neji couldn't help but wonder about the history of the dead forest. Ground, in front of Neji's eyes are wooden stakes. There are nearly 100 of them, and other places are also full of potholes and various traces of practice, but they are all ancient. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. Neji walked over and slapped his hand. Hit on the stake, the dust is scattered, but it is not heavy, so it seems that this place was used not long ago. It is said that this is an Anbu organization's training ground. A few months ago, they moved to a larger practice ground. It is said that the Anbu organization is relatively mysterious and is not affiliated with Hokage. But, I don't know much. Tenten walked in and walked towards a place as he spoke. Ah, there seems to be a hidden weapon area over there. I'm really curious. How do so many Anbu practice hidden weapons? Tenten, who has a soft spot for shinobi, finally showed his true little girl side at this moment. She has already passed the exam, so naturally she will not embarrass Neji, and in all fairness, Neji has also made several credits this time. Neji didn't answer, but after confirming that his physical strength was gradually recovering, he began to practice against the stake. Naturally, there will be no wanton here. Neji is just doing simple movements. 1 palm, 2 palms, the movement is extremely fast. During the period from the time when the dust was bounced off to the point of landing, the number of palms Neji threw out was more than 2 hands could count. The stakes are all human-shaped stakes. If anyone who knows how to look at it, can see that Neji, even vacuum palm, is regularly practicing on the acupuncture points. Tenten saw that Neji was cultivating, so he didn't say anything, and went to look for various hidden weapons to observe. An hour passed just like that. Drink. Neji was still practicing, and when Tenten came to see it again, his jaw dropped. No, Neji, why are you still practicing? Neji looked back and stopped. Ding. This training is over. Gentle Fist Proficiency 779. 8 trigrams 64 palms Proficiency 128. Neji chuckled. Ah, just practice casually, it's not hard anyway. Tenten tilted his neck, thinking of the mysterious Anbu master he met in the forest. I said, you should have listened to me about that Anbu wearing a mask. People's palms are the real palms. Tenten said this, it seemed that he couldn't bear to attack Neji. Hey, you'd better take a good rest. If you can recharge your energy and be able to be promoted to tune in together with us this time, think of a way to work hard. Just practicing is useless. Tenten said and was about to leave. At this time, a strange voice sounded. You're wrong, this guy is strong. Who? Tenten broke out in a cold sweat, and even Neji was startled, and he immediately looked up. I saw Gaara standing with her feet on the ceiling, looking down with her head up. Ah, when did you bastard? Tenten hurriedly took a few steps back, watching Gaara jump down, pale in shock. Gaara's eyes were always inseparable from Neji in front of the stake. I've watched you for a long time, you're the strongest genin I've ever met in Konoha. Gaara's words startled Neji slightly. The strongest. Tenten frowned, looking at this short Yuhi with a sand gourd on his back, puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? That Neji guy is the tail of Konoha's crane. Soon as Tenten finished speaking, Gaara glared. The speed of the sand in the sand gourd is extremely fast, and it is grabbed directly at the Tenten like a devil's claws. Chapter 22 Battle. The third exam. Moment, Tenten also noticed it, but his body didn't seem to be able to keep up with this reaction. The speed of the sand was so light that the naked eye could barely catch it, and the Tenten was about to be attacked. Swoosh, sound, the sand was scattered in an instant. Swish. The sand, which was like a living thing just now, was pierced by a hand, and it was like a dead thing, all fell in an instant, and there was no movement. Neji stood in front of Tenten with a calm face. And Gaara stared, a little surprised. He can't understand such behavior, save people. Can't understand. He can only understand one thing, and that is the speed and technique just now. He judged correctly, this person in front of him is very strong. Neji. Tenten was also a little surprised by Neji's speed and stood up. Thank you, when did you get so fast? Neji turned his head and smiled. No, I was just about to go this way, so I reacted. Speaking of which, what are you trying to do? Tenten immediately focused on Gaara, who had attacked him just now, and asked loudly. I'm not interested in you, but I am very interested in your partner. Gaara chuckled lightly, the sand slowly returned to his gourd, and his hands crossed his chest again, returning to his indifference. What's your name? Gaara asked. Hyuga Neji. Neji thought to himself, and sooner or later he would fight this guy, and he didn't need to be too restrained. Gaara. Gaara turned her head and left without looking back. Chunin exam, I can't wait to have a fight with you. The footsteps are getting farther and farther, and the voice echoes in the practice field. Tenten just sighed. The guys at Sunagakure are really hard to mess with this year. Not only did they look strong, but their attitude is disgusting. Tenten complained, and Neji just didn't answer. He asked himself this question leisurely in his heart, is he confident to win Gaara now? Not necessarily. This answer made Neji feel uneasy for a long time. Thinking about this, he started a new practice. Exam time is over. After being notified, all the candidates were taken out of the forest of death and assembled in a clearing. Baruka counted the number of people and muttered, there are only 17 left, 21 people. At this time, a young man suddenly stood up. It is Yakushi Kabuto. Sorry, I'm going to quit this exam. Naruto, huh? Neji, who was standing in the corner, was suddenly patted on the shoulder. Neji turned around. It was the examiner of the previous round, Mitarashi Anko. I didn't expect your kid to pass the exam, it's really good. Neji smiled naively and dealt with it. Well then, everyone, come with me. Now the third round of exams will begin. Also. Moonlight Hayate appeared, and everyone was surprised. After running around for 3 days and 3 nights, I didn't expect the third round of exams to come. Neji looked at Moonlight Hayate, a very gloomy-looking guy with dark circles in his eyes almost like Gaara's. It seems that there is some problem with the lungs and has been coughing non-stop. Kabuto, who suddenly quit the competition. There are 21 people left in the 7 groups. They are arranged to fight in pairs, and the winners can enter the official Chunin selection meeting. Everyone was taken to a venue, which was the training ground for examinations in the underground Konoha. The space is large enough, and there is a small number of auditoriums above. On the edge of the training ground, there is also a huge sign of fire, which looks very spectacular. Little Lee, congratulations on passing the exam. Guy's voice resounded throughout the audience. Mr. Guy. Little Lee regained his spirits immediately. Then, Jonin, one after another, walked in. Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai Yuhi all came out, and a few special Jonin came to watch. Everyone is worried about the result of this Chunin exam. You guys have to work hard. Kakashi waved at everyone and said with a smile. Shikamaru glanced at the people above, narrowed his eyes and said, fortunately Asuma didn't come. Anyway, our team has no hope. Seeing this, Neji sighed. It's all Jonin. It seems that you have to be careful again, you will be seen if you are not careful. When everyone was talking, Moonlight Hayate coughed twice and said, then, the person whose name appears on the big screen, come to the venue, and the others will go up and wait. Uchiha Sasuke. The first name came out, and the audience was surprised. Wow, didn't expect to see the first battle of the genius of the Uchiha clan. Who will be his opponent? Can anyone beat him? Akamichi Choji. Neji was taken aback. He really didn't expect the first combination to be these two. Everyone started to go up, with only Uchiha Sasuke and Akamichi Choji remaining on the field. Choji, be careful. Ino is also interested in Sasuke, he is more worried about his teammates. And Kakashi was telling Sasuke something, and Sasuke squeezed a part of the back of his neck tightly. Neji hummed softly. Orochimaru really cast a spell. Got to the auditorium, Neji found that the people around him were slowly gathering people, and everyone stood in a line watching, not far from each other. Yo! Inuzuka Kiba came to Neji's side and immediately greeted him warmly. I'll be lucky if I fight you. Neji knew what he meant, but just smiled. Next to it, Tenten and Little Lee. Tenten said with emotion, Neji, Little Lee and I can't cover you now, you have to rely on yourself. Then, Hayate took a step back, reached forward, and ordered. The game begins. The two sides of the battle, Uchiha Sasuke, and Akamichi Choji of the Akamichi clan. Sasuke-kun, overturn that fat pig. Audience, Sakura immediately started cheering. Shikamaru and Ino were stunned when the voice came out. Damn it, this guy, said a forbidden sentence. Shikamaru widened his eyes. Choji, who heard the fat pig once, frowned and became furious. Fat pig, did you just call me fat pig? Choji bit Kiba, looked at Uchiha Sasuke not far ahead, and immediately lost the limited state just now, full of fighting spirit. And Sasuke seems to be in pain at this time, and frowns. Come on, I don't have time to mess with you. Meat Bomb Chariot. Lion Bomb. The winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, Choji, it's still too hard to beat Sasuke. Ino put his chin on his hand, feeling a little disappointed. Sasuke-kun. Wow, so handsome. The first game, Sasuke won without a doubt, which was also expected by Neji. It's just that this kind of random assignment is really exciting, and Neji is also very concerned about what kind of opponent he will face for the first time. Jonin is watching all around. Then, the next group. As Hayate spoke, he covered his mouth with a fist, his eyes gloomy and deep. Sark of Otogakur, yes. After the first name appeared, everyone's eyes began to focus on the next name that kept scrolling. After a few seconds, it appeared. Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 23 Gentle Fist. Echoing Chakra. Hinata. Neji murmured subconsciously and looked in the direction of Hinata. Hinata's pure face. But she quickly overcame it. After all, it was the main clan of the Hyuga clan. Neji was a little worried. Neji still knew Akatsuki a little bit about Sak's methods. Now Hinata is probably not his opponent. Top of that, Sark is a man of Otogakur, and their methods are extremely cruel, as are their temperaments. But if I persuade Hinata to give up the game now, it seems to be unreasonable. He began to be strict. If this Sak dared to hurt Hinata in the slightest, then his life would be in danger. Ahem, please contestants Hyuga Hinata and Sark come to the venue. Hey. Sark grinned and went down to the venue. He was in a mess, as if he had been electrocuted not long ago. He looked very sloppy, but the rebelliousness in his eyes was always there. When Hinata saw the person in front of him, he was a little frightened, and Sak even looked like he was limping when he was walking. What's the matter? The Jonins on the stage were all surprised, and Hayate also found something wrong and asked, Sark, you seem to be injured, are you sure you want to continue to participate in the competition? But Sark didn't care and snorted coldly, don't worry about my injury. He bit Kiba, remembering how he had been taught a lesson in the Forest of Death, and he was angry. Looking at Hinata, you Hyuga family like to use palms, right? Well, I happen to hate people who use palms the most, come and have a good fight with me. There was cruelty in his eyes. Hayate could not be persuaded, but gave up. Then let's begin. As soon as the game started, Sark couldn't hold back, and charged directly and quickly towards Hinata. Hinata, come on, let him know how good you are. Inuzuka Kiba on the side supported loudly. Neji only put his arms around his chest and secretly hand-sealed. Byakugan. The blue veins burst out, and the energy flowed all over the body, leading to the surrounding area, gathering in the eye area, and using the chakra as a carrier to transmit it to the optic nerve. This is... Neji was startled and saw that in Sark's body, in addition to Zonkongbo, there was another chakra. That chakra is impartial, it is the remnant of his own thunder attribute nature transformation. Like thunder and lightning, it rushed through Sark's body intermittently. Neji did not expect that the experiment in the forest would allow this kid to endure the follow-up effects until now. It's no wonder that he was in a state of embarrassment when he came out. If it wasn't for the special release method of his Zonkongbo move, I'm afraid he couldn't use ninjutsu normally until now, right? On the field, Hinata immediately dodged. Oh, naive little girl. Under everyone's attention, Sark slapped over, and Hinata evaded in time. But when Hinata's footsteps just landed, Sark turned his palm and aimed at Hinata. Chopping air waves. Drink. Too cunning. Inuzuka Kiba looked on, indignant. The other hand, Neji, who was driving Byakugan, was very calm. Neji could see clearly under the dust. Hinata reacted and quickly ducked to avoid the attack. The audience was shocked. It turns out that the little girl of the Hyuga family is so powerful. It's on, Byakugan's battle. Neji just smiled comfortably. Although Hinata's talent is not above the extreme, but he can quickly open Byakugan and use actual combat. Neji has done similar reaction training tens of thousands of times, and Hinata is naturally brought by himself to do a lot of training. Such an attack still seemed a little immature in front of Byakugan. Damn it, another shot. Unexpectedly, Sak saw that he was unsuccessful, and seeing that Hinata was about to launch a counterattack, he immediately used the other hand. This time it's a burst. Bang, and, bang, Hinata had no choice but to give up the attack and stretch the distance. As expected of Hinata, the reaction is really fast. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is really good at taijutsu. Little Lee watched and praised in shock. Because he is also a specialist in physical jutsu and does not know how to ninjutsu, so he has to work hard. He was really envious of Hinata's ability to strengthen his physical skills to such a degree because of a Byakugan. Neji didn't speak, but Kiba by the side couldn't sit still. Byakugan is not omnipotent. For example, Neji, don't you also have Byakugan? You can't even beat Hinata, right? Kiba looked at Neji with contempt. But Neji didn't bother to care about him. Seeing that Kiba has such a personality, and Kiba has a sense of justice, he has been taking care of Hinata on the same team. So Neji wouldn't care about him. Tenten on the side also complained. Look, Neji, if you don't improve your strength, you will be underestimated. Little Lee smiled naively. Neji has worked hard. Neji was about to interrupt to talk to them, but off the court, a big change happened. Physique. If that's the case, I'll leave it alone. Full power. Sak made a seal and ran in the direction of Hinata swiftly, his eyes full of killing intent. Everyone, pay attention. Under Neji's Byakugan, Zak's whole body is filled with Zenkong waves. This guy. Want to die, Hinata. Neji shouted, however, Hinata was too late to avoid. Gentle fist method sprint. Hinata's feet were wrapped in thick chakra, she couldn't take care of it so much anymore, and she planned to hit it hard. No. Neji reached out, grabbed the railing, and planned to go down. At this time, Tenten on the side advised, Neji, this is an exam. If Hinata is in danger, the referee will stop it. And there are several Jonin watching here. Neji bit Kiba and continued to look into the field. Unexpectedly, the situation has changed drastically. Crack. I saw that Hinata slapped Sak directly in the face. Da. Another palm. Subsequently, dozens of palms were thrown. All at once in unexpected positions. In Neji's eyes, this is the result of poor Hinata gentle fist skills. However, in the eyes of others at this time, Hinata's move directly caused Sark to lose completely. I saw that Hinata's palm was thrown out from the first blow, and Sak's whole body seemed to be in control and could no longer move. When the second palm went down, Sak's whole body was shaking uncontrollably. I thought it was just Hinata's palms that were too quintessential, but after that, Sak's trembling from his body seemed to be a force within himself that was controlling his chakra, making it difficult for him to move on his own. Neji was also gradually surprised. The thunder attribute chakra that he had penetrated into Sak's body was echoing every gentle fist of Hinata's palms, and began to wantonly his whole body. Gentle fist to the face, the acupuncture points and blood vessels on the face are all eroded by chakra. Gentle fist to the chest, the meridians of the chest and the heart, and the thunder-type chakra began to spread to the whole body. Sak stepped back. Even Hinata himself did not expect that his palms could have such power. I saw Sark trembling uncontrollably, even though Hinata had stopped attacking. He seemed to have received an electric shock, and then fell heavily and lost consciousness. Chapter 24 Guess. Mysterious Boy. Winner. Hyuga Hinata. Even the referee on the field was a little surprised. His eyes were hesitant, and he looked at Sark, who fell to the ground. What happened to this child when he fell to the ground just now? Even though it's Hyuga's gentle fist, it's like being clicked. Seeing Kakashi here, he quickly unfolded his blindfold. Sharingan. This is. Kakashi looked serious and seemed to see something surprising. What's wrong? Guy asked. Kurenai Yuhi also came over with concern. The child has a thunder-type chakra in his body, which is a nature transformation. Nature transformation. It's not something that Genin's children can master. Kurenai Yuhi frowned and asked in surprise. She is a demonic illusion ninja, and of course she is also the nature transformation of Grandmaster Chakra, which is very clear. Kakashi shook his head and said, no, that's not his own power. This child seems to have been injured. But I don't know why. When the thunder-type chakra came into contact with gentle fist, something connected the reaction caused the remaining power in the body to spread out again. Neji, who was far away from them, was deeply shocked. This is the chakra supplied by the system, which can actually be stored in the human body. What's even more terrifying is that as long as it is gentle fist, it can echo that chakra. Neji took a deep breath, his thoughts a little confused. That it was too dangerous to use one's own spells on Genin at will. Neji had already released the water, but it still caused such serious consequences. If you accidentally reveal your identity, it's even more of a loss. However, it is self-defeating that this trip successfully allowed Hinata to win the game with a crooked hit, and successfully enter the next stage. Amazing, Hinata. Kiba on the side shouted excitedly, then glanced at Neji and laughed wickedly. How is it? Hinata is amazing, right? You have to work hard. Tenten also shook his head with emotion and urged Neji. Neji, I think you really can't keep up with your sister. It doesn't matter. Neji responded with a small smile. He didn't bother to argue with them about these meaningless topics. The important thing now is that in the next game, he can no longer use that technique. If there are some characters that are easy to deal with, it is easy to say. If it were someone from Sunagaku or someone from Otogaku, it would be a bit difficult to handle with the current physical strength. Jonin, who was present, should see some clues. If he uses that trick again, it will be difficult for him to be held accountable for this matter. After all, Enko didn't show up again after the exam, so she'd probably report her encounter with a mysterious Anbu boy in the Forest of Death. Next set, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Twos. Humph. It's finally my turn. Naruto jumped off the field immediately, excited. Naruto, be careful. Sakura urged from behind, and Naruto nodded. In the Forest of Death, it was the three Otogaku who came to trouble them. Sark. Looking at the unconscious Sark being carried out, Twos murmured. Jin on the side was worried and said, it was left by the man in the forest. Sak was beaten down by his chakra. Toth turned his head and said, it seems that Sasuke Uchiha can't move for the time being. I'll take revenge on Sark, goddamn Konoha ninja. Having said that, he jumped off the stage. In the spectator seats, the three Jonin were gathered together with serious expressions on their faces. You mean, that chakra, not Hinata's? Guy asked in surprise. Kurenai Yuhi nodded heavily. Well, I know that kid Hinata, he can't have such an advanced nature transformation. Not to mention the thunder attribute, that kid can't be a master. Kurenai Yuhi has always been a careful teacher, she said so, Kakashi will not doubt it. To be honest, even my Reikiri is not necessarily more powerful than the chakra attributes just now. Guy was even more surprised when Kakashi said that. Kurenai Yuhi sighed. So I said, it's definitely not the reason for Hinata. All in all, that guy became like this after he came out of the Forest of Death. I heard from Enko that he met a mysterious Anbu boy in the Forest of Death. The boy's moves seem to have the chakra nature transformation of the thunder attribute. Young Anbu. Kakashi's words caught the attention of the two. It's all peaceful years. Are there any people who entered Anbu when they were young? Kakashi too. Guy laughed and joked. Kakashi rolled his eyes at him, and said coldly, okay, this joke is not funny at all. Enko said that there is no such person in Anbu, that Guy's Anbu mask and Anbu suit were picked up. Huh. While a few people were talking, below, Naruto and Twos were already fighting. 3 or 2 times, Naruto was knocked to the ground by the hammer. Ah, your students are going to lose, Kakashi. It's okay. Kakashi's response is pending. Immediately, Naruto, who was knocked to the ground, thought he couldn't get up again, and got up again with difficulty. It's not over yet. It's really the ninja of the number 1 accident. Don't you admit defeat? Guy said with a smile. Wait, don't get off the topic. This matter is definitely not a topic to talk about. Now is a sensitive period for Chunin's exam. The identity of any mysterious person will attract the attention of high-level officials. Well, Enko said, the boy told him to strengthen the village's defenses recently. And their opponent in the Forest of Death is Orochimaru. Orochimaru. The name made them even more shocked. Wait, you mean, that mysterious Anbu boy, against Orochimaru? Who won? Guy started to pay more attention. Orochimaru ran away. In terms of physical skills, he is completely inferior to that boy. This. Yuhi and Guy looked at each other, confused. While Kakashi was watching his students' battles, he chatted again. Actually, Enko gave me a guess. That boy is probably a boy from the Hyuga clan, because his palms are very similar to 8 trigrams, 64 palms and gentle fist. In terms of height, the height of Neji in your team. Huh. Only Guy, but Kurenai Yuhi also glanced at Neji over there resentfully. Hinata is under her command, so she also knows the Hyuga clan. Neji, but the Hyuga clan's recognized waist ninja, without any talent, how can 8 trigrams 64 palms? Guy also smiled and said, that's right, it can't be that guy Neji. Although that kid works hard, but... Speaking of this, Guy suddenly froze. He remembered Neji's determined look in the early stages of the Chunin exam. Even facing himself, his determination to take the Chunin exam felt like he was ambitious from the very beginning. No way. Guy asked himself inwardly. I'm just telling you guys. I'm afraid that the village will have to strengthen protection during this time, and we have to get busy. Of course I know that, no one can be Neji. Kakashi said. Might Guy was lost in thought. Neji, who was standing there and focused on observing the battlefield, was not very similar to the old scrap Neji. Gotta get a chance to try him. Such thoughts lingered in Might Guy's mind. Chapter 25 Powerful, The Hidden Village of Sand. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. The cheers of the audience sounded. In this battle of Naruto's counterattack, Toth, who was out of physical strength, was narrowly defeated by perseverance. And Neji in Byakugan state can see it clearly. Toth's chakra is limited, and in the end it's just exhausted. And sonic attacks have little effect on Naruto with Kyuubi, 9 tails, in his body, and Naruto, as a Uzumaki family, has a very terrifying chakra volume. I saw Naruto. Kiba, who was standing on the side, cheered and cheered every time he saw the wonderful place, and he was naturally very excited to see Naruto's victory. Tenten lifted his chin. It's great, Konoha's newcomers look good this year, winning 3 games in a row. Hey, it's also the tail of the crane, but Naruto is getting stronger and stronger. Kiba said, looking towards Neji intentionally or not. Neji just chuckled. Don't worry, I'll try my best. Tenten worried and said, Neji, your thinking is not good, just hard work is not good. I know you work hard, but... Okay, let's watch the game seriously. At this time, a figure appeared on the side, and it was their teacher Might Guy. Mr. Guy. Little Lee came over. What's the matter? Tuz took the initiative to leave the field injured. Jin came over and asked. These guys in Konoha are more secretive than each other. I'm afraid this guy Orochimaru sent us to die. From the moment they met the Anbu boy in the forest, something went wrong. It was only in the previous game that they discovered that Sasuke had been cursed. Now this young man in the same class as Sasuke, chakra is also unusually large, and the recovery of physical strength is not like an ordinary person. Kim, I'm going to see Sark first. Come and find me when you finish. Toth said, and left the arena. Then, the big screen continued to scroll. Next game. In the field, the referee Moonlight Hayate took a step forward and glanced at everyone with gloomy eyes. Because watching Naruto's game, everyone seemed to be fighting chicken blood, eager to try. It seemed that there was only one Byakugan kid with a calm face. As that, the tail of the Hyuga clan's crane. Hayate narrowed his eyes, glanced at Neji, and then casually put it aside. It seems that there is another person, with an indifferent face and no emotional expression. As that, from Sunagaker. I saw that man with yuhi hair, dark circles under his eyes, dressed differently from the other two Sunagakers, and carrying a gourd made of sand behind his back. Then, two names appeared on the big screen. Kim vs Yamanaka Ino. Cough, these two players are here. I'm going. Ino greeted the two teammates. He immediately left the field with fighting spirit. Her ninjutsu is not suitable for fighting, so she made a great determination to fight hard. However, Jinyan watched Toth go, and his heart was long gone from the battlefield. As Otogaker, he didn't care whether the result of the Chunin exam was at all. I abstain. She stretched out her hand, and one sentence caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked at each other. Referee, is it all right? Hayate, who was in a daze, found that Jin was looking at her. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Winner, Yamanaka Ino. Afterwards, Jin did not hesitate, and left the venue directly following the direction that Toth went. Ah, this, I won. Ino reluctantly accepted this fact, but also realized it later. This is probably a good thing. Next game, Rock Lee vs Haruno Sakura. Lee. Tenten looked at Little Lee in surprise, his eyes full of worry. But Little Lee himself stared blankly at the screen. Guy and Neji both sighed. I think I saw the end of the game. Neji muttered as Kiba leaned over. What's the end? You'll know just by looking. Neji chuckled. The Tenten on the side was holding his forehead with his hand, looking troubled. Then, please come off the knee player directly. Haruno Sakura. Little Lee, let's have a serious fight. Little Lee. Sakura, I. Haruno Sakura. Referee, can we start? Hayate. Little Lee. Wait, I surrender. Hayate. Winner, Haruno Sakura. And Ino on the stage was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Me and Sakura both won like this. Great, Sakura, you've made the cut. Naruto on the stage cheered. And Sakura just glared at him impatiently, full of depression. Back at the spectator stand, Guy cried and grabbed Little Lee and shouted, Lee. You stinky boy, how can you make such a choice for a woman after working so hard for so long? Little Lee also cried bitterly, Mr. Guy. I don't want to, but I can't do it at all. Good apprentice, the teacher understands you. You are really a good boy who understands people. Mr. Guy. Neji smirked, and Tenten next to him gave him a blank look. Ah, come again, why do I have such two idiot masters and apprentices? Neji, you are much more normal in this comparison. Then, let's start the next game directly. Cough. Hayate waved his hand, the names on the screen continued to rotate, and the people in the field had to start paying attention to the next game. Konkuro vs Inuzuka Kiba. As soon as the name appeared, the corner of Kiba's mouth twitched. It's finally my time, isn't it? Neji nodded and reminded, Kiba, the genins in Sunagaker village are very good this year. Be careful. But Kiba snorted softly, that's just for you weak ninjas, I won't lose to him. After all, step down with confidence. And Konkuro, dressed in black, impatiently waited to start. The game, start. At the beginning of the game, Kiba took the lead and rushed towards Konkuro with the ninja dog. Ninja, four-legged technique. Humph. Konkuro snorted coldly and jumped up. Immediately in the air, Kiba grabbed the gap and lunged at it. But Konkuro just moved his fingers, and Inuzuka Kiba's ankle seemed to be pulled by something, and the whole body was out of control, and then flung into the air. Konkuro, who landed first, hurriedly threw a shuriken. Inuzuka Kiba hurriedly dodged but was too late, and cut through the clothes from the arm, cut through the flesh and blood, leaving a wound. Konkuro's mouth twitched. He raised his hand and pulled back the long object he was carrying, and said, it seems that you don't even need to use a crow for something like you. Kiba was on the ground, looking angry. Neji then closed Byakugan. It's over. Tenten quarreled with Neji, and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Neji, what did you see?" Neji only whispered, "Kiba's body is covered with puppet threads, and the shuriken just now was poisoned." Immediately, Kiba attacked Kankuro with his confident movement. But each time, it was a different mistake, causing Kankuro to dodge easily. Eventually, due to the effects of the poison, Kiba lost his mobility, and although his consciousness was clear, his body was paralyzed. "Genin from Konoha village is too weak, isn't it?" Kankuro smiled. "Winner, Kankuro." In the last round of exams, Kiba, who had reached the finish line before them, was just defeated by the opponent. Easy and fast. Is this the village of Sunagakur? How strong? Tenten frowned, the pressure in his heart doubled. Then, the next game. Tenten vs Sunagakur village in Konoha village. Temari. Chapter 26 Opponent. Sunagakur Gara. Sand, Sunagakur village. Tenten was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, she bit Kiba again, barely holding on. "Him is Neji, the tail of the crane." Little Lee admits defeat. If she is also afraid, where will Teacher Guy's face go? "I'm here." Tenten sorted his thoughts, supported the railing with his hands, and jumped down. Handsome debut. On the other side, it was the same, with a neat landing action. A crisp sound, the closed giant iron fan behind Temari also slammed to the ground, and the sound was a little heavy. Kiba was helped up, still standing beside Neji, watching the game. "Aren't you going to rest?" Neji asked. "No, these boys from Sunagakur." He bit Kiba and seemed a little unconvinced. After all, he lost the game because of a plot. But he still praised. "Those guys in Sunagakur seem to despise our Konoha ninjas. I want to see Tenten completely win them here." Neji's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. "I don't know if Tenten can win this game." The game starts. Ha. Ha. As soon as the two of them started, the battle was fierce. Tenten pulls out a large scroll, from which shuriken, kunai and thousands of hidden weapons are constantly summoned. On the other hand, Temari opened his iron fan. A star. Fan up a huge storm and blast all the hidden weapons away. Shoo shoo shoo, the hidden weapon fluttered in the air, and the storm that Temari disliked was like hitting an iron wall, and it was impossible to break through. Tenten took out 2 scrolls, one in each of his left and right hands, and ran forward. Temari's mouth twitched, and he immediately stepped back, not giving Tenten a chance to get close. Too naive. Tenten went straight into the air after getting close to Temari halfway. This is Tenten. Guy, who saw this situation, was secretly surprised. This is the secret of Tenten's hard work, so here it is, watching this kid really wants to win this Konoha vs Sunagakur match. I saw that the 2 scrolls were scattered, Tenten was spinning in the air, and various strange warlocks began to appear in the scrolls. Tool Shuangshenglong. As the upgrade of Fang Long. Neji rubbed his chin. The power of this technique can indeed deepen a lot, but Temari is simply a ninja who restrains Tenten. Then, thousands of ninja tools flew towards Temari, sharp and sharp. 2 stars. Temari sees that the power is stronger this time, and will open it again without authorization, only using a force. But this time, it didn't seem to work. The number of those hidden weapons was more and heavier, and only half of them were blown away. Bang! Temari stepped back again, dodged the first part of the attack, picked up the iron fan with all his strength, and opened all the iron fans. 3 stars. Whew! The huge storm blew all the hidden weapons away. After the end of the ninjutsu, the Tenten who fell to the ground bit Kiba, only to realize that he was completely restrained. Scene was deadlocked, and Tenten seemed to have no chance of winning. Bang! Tenten took out a large scroll from behind and summoned 2 huge shuriken, but the shape was a little weird, and it looked more like a fan blade. This guy, is it for real? Little Lee next to him swallowed. Neji didn't see it either, so he asked, "What is this?" Guy behind him smiled and said, "That's 1010's bottom of the box weapon, the Wind Demon Shuriken. Drink." Threw the shuriken at Tamari hard, and started a quick hand seal. This guy is a genius at manipulating hidden weapons, and she is the only one who can learn this S-rank ninjutsu with her own efforts when she is a genin. Neji nodded lightly, without making a sound. Kiba widened his eyes, looking forward to the scene where 1010 would turn the Sunagaker on the opposite side. The trajectory of the huge shuriken was obvious, and Tamari easily avoided it, but after that, it was another shot. Dang, the shuriken was thrown away by Tamari's iron fan. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. 1010 Hand Seal, Start Ninjutsu. I saw the two Wind Demon Shuriken, quickly cloned in the air, into dozens. 1010's eyes are full of anger. Konkuro's mockery of Konoha Ninja, she will use this trick to regain her dignity. HMPH, Ninfa Kama Itachi. Tamari seemed to have had enough fun. Seeing that 1010 had pushed her to a dead end, she made a seal, lifted the iron fan, and moved it back and forth at will. The huge storm is like a living creature. It is no longer an ordinary storm, but it seems to condense into a controllable tornado, consciously resisting all the Wind Demon Shuriken. 1, 2, 3. Until the 20 Wind Demon Shuriken, all of which were thrown away by the storm. While 1010 was still surprised, Tamari took the storm again. Ah! The range of this ninjutsu attack covered almost the entire field, and 1010 had nowhere to escape. Winner, Tamari. Sunagaker's genin is really strong. Guy sighed and sighed softly. Despite disobedience, the winner is king. Kiba next to him has already bidden the Kiba pass, and he is so angry. Tamari, on the other hand, glanced disdainfully at the slumped 1010 and smiled proudly and contemptuously. The names on the scroll wheel are getting faster and faster. Next game, Sunagaker Gaara. The first name to appear is Gaara. And that Yuhi-haired boy, already hand seal, Shazishin, end. Konoha won 3 games in a row, Sunagaker won 2 games in a row, and it was another Sunagaker. Can someone recover the scene next? Although these are small scenes without dignity in front of Konoha's Jonin and others, but 1010, Kiba and others are secretly competing in their hearts. Whoever it is, we must bring down this sand gourd. Inuzuka Kiba glared furiously. Hyuga Neji. A name suddenly appeared behind the big screen. Both sides please, ahem, come to the field, the game will start immediately. Moonlight Hayate just had a gloomy expression, stepped back and stretched out his hand. This. Next to Inuzuka Kiba, his heart seemed to be broken at this moment. Neji, if you can't beat it, surrender. 1010, who was also helped up, was full of embarrassment, with a hesitant face. She and Kiba were only slightly injured, so they stayed to watch the game even if they lost. Neji, go up and show off the results of your practice. Neji was stunned for a moment, and was tapped hard on the shoulder. From behind, Guy laughed and gave Neji a thumbs up. Neji's mouth twitched slightly. I'll try my best. Immediately, he walked to the side and walked down the steps slowly. Step by step. Everyone in the arena, after noticing that Gaara had used an advanced teleportation technique to leave the field, all turned their attention to the Hyuga clan known as Konoha, the tail of the crane. He actually walked down like a leisurely stroll. Of all the matches, this is the only one so far. What the hell is this guy doing? How do you go on? There is such a strange thing. Facing the doubts of some trash fish, Neji squinted and smiled. Isn't this staircase just for people to walk? Neji said, complaining secretly in his heart. It's really unfortunate that with so many Jonin around, he has to fight against such a powerful Sunagaker. But remembering the tragic defeat of 1010 and Kiba just now, Neji felt that what he was about to do was very meaningful. Chapter 27 Fight. Absolute Defense. Mr. Guy, I'm sorry, I couldn't win against my opponent. 1010 bowed his head, full of self-blame. Guy comforted. That Sunagakur just restrained you. 10-10, you are very strong. But, this year, our class seems to have come to Chunin for the exam for nothing. 10-10 said, sniffing. There were a few unsatisfactory tears in his eyes. What? Neji still has hope, Guy said, wanting to see as much detail as possible of Neji's battle. Yes, I believe in Neji too. Little Lee nodded firmly. Ah. 10-10 sighed, and didn't know what stupid things Guy was talking about. This pair of master and apprentices is absolutely amazing. Can Neji still win Sunagakur? Killing her, can't believe it. Inuzuka Kiba couldn't help but feel disappointed. Damn. In his eyes, he seemed to have seen the end of this match. This time Konoha was a complete failure against Sunagakur. Oh, how's it going? At this time, Kankuro of Sunagakur came over. You Guy. Kiba gave him a vicious look. Don't hate me. This is a game. If you lose, you lose. You should thank me. If I were a little harder on you, it would be more than just a poison that restricts your actions. Kankuro's eyes were full of sarcasm. Kiba, whose actions are somewhat affected by the follow-up of the poison, can only be taken lightly. 10-10, who were also the losers, did not dare to say anything again. Everyone looked down the field. Neji and Gaara had already started to fight. Both of them were not moving. Kankuro said leisurely, don't look at it, this guy will lose this game. In Sunagakur village, no Chunin can even beat Gaara. Any Chunin. Little Lee's eyes widened. 10-10 and Kiba were also secretly surprised. This Yuhi-haired boy off the court more powerful than Kankuro and Tamari just now. Even if I join forces with Tamari, it will not be Gaara's opponent at all. Kankuro said sarcastically, which put a lot of psychological pressure on several people. Referee, why don't you start? Neji glanced at Hayate. And Hayate was startled. Ah. He had been paying attention to Gaara opposite Neji just now. This kid has an indifferent expression, and there is still a kind of killing intent in his eyes that may erupt at any time, and he is extremely pure, the pureness of a master. Can't help but stay for a while, forget to call to start. Gaara vs Hyuga Neji, the game starts. You are finally in my hands. Come on, let me experience the strength of Konoha village. Gaara glared at Neji, expectantly. But Neji didn't answer, he just thought for a while. First of all, you can't use the thunder attribute chakra, and the same is true for revolving heaven's wind attribute chakra, not to mention that the two moves have not been fully formed, and Jonin will see them and doubt the source of their abilities. Neji thought so in his heart, and finally, sighed, looking at these Jonins like this is really getting in the way. Huh. Sandgourd flew over. Neji tilted his head, and shot in the air. What are you dazed about? Gaara squinted slightly, seeing that Neji didn't seem to have him in his eyes. Try it first, Neji muttered, ignoring Gaara at all. Rapidly. Huh. Gaara was startled, and the next moment, Neji had appeared in front of him. One palm. Very skilled palm speed, not pediatric. But the sand had already followed up and resisted the front. Gaara's mouth twitched slightly. Ha, you are 100 times more skilled than the last time you were in the training ground. Neji only frowned and said softly, absolute defense. Sha-sha, gathered from all around. Neji stepped back immediately. The sound of the sand is very permeating, but it is not fast. Byakugan. The speed of absolute defense is obviously greater than that of these offensive sands. Is the quality of the sand different? In Neji's eyes, the chakra content in these sands is also worlds apart. Come again. As Gaara spoke, she stretched out her hand, and the sand in front of her formed a sand wave like a claws, rushing towards Neji. As the use of Gaara chakra increases, there are more and more sands, mixed with sand from underground and sand gourds, and even air can condense sand. Is that so? No wonder there's so much sand. Neji stepped back, but at the right moment, moved forward quickly. With Byakugan, Neji, the speed will be faster. Guy on the field, explained. Neji's movements were very agile to avoid all the sand's attacks. The moment he approached Gaara, he moved behind him and slammed it hard. PFF'd. It was still sand, spreading out towards the periphery. It's not the movement of all the sand, but the movement of the sand in the gourd to refine the chakra and quickly make sand out of thin air, which has nothing to do with the speed of movement. Neji analyzed lightly. No wonder that no matter how fast he moves, the sand can keep up. Oh, even the combat IQ is so high. Gaara praised again. But Neji ignored it and held out his hand. Try it. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. This is. Guy frowned slightly. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. With 1 palm and 1 palm, all of them hit the sand shield, with no effect. This is the armor of sand, absolute defense. 64 palms. Puff, Neji was blown away by a huge amount of sand bullets and landed more than 10 meters away. As for Gaara where he was, the sand continued to cover him and surround him like a living thing. Give it up, Gaara's absolute defense, no one can break it. Kankuro said very proudly. Kiba only sighed. Don't be ashamed, Konoha village lost this time. Tenten was also speechless. Neji got closer and tried again. Will it be a waste of time? Gaara smiled contemptuously and raised her hand. A huge amount of sand quickly gathered and attached to Neji's body, and the strength increased at the speed of the branch line. Neji felt that his whole body was bound, and he could just pull away, but then he would not be able to judge how to deal with the entanglement of sand. Drink. Neji did not escape, but tried his own risk. Activate the chakra in the body first, in the most primitive state, flow out from the acupuncture points and meridians, and release it. Neji bit Kiba, his entire body was covered in sand. Is it over? Kiba sighed impatiently, seeming to have felt the humiliation of failure. But, wow! Sand loosened a lot in an instant, and Neji pulled away immediately. Ding! 8 trigrams. 1 hit body proficiency 79. 8 trigrams. 1 blow can release chakra from the whole body, causing huge explosive force to the surrounding. It is a magic skill in melee combat. And Neji's current proficiency, 9296. Looks like you're just like that. I'm tired of playing. Gaara frowned slightly, seeming impatient. Sand-bound coffin. The swarms of sand quickly followed Neji's movements again, wrapping Neji around him, and then Gaara's eyes were cold and her hands were clenched tightly. The sand-bound coffin was pressed inside, and the whole audience felt tight. With a flash of light and shadow, the faint blue chakra lit up, forming a small circle of light, which then rotated at a rapid speed, forming a nearly spherical chakra protection group. 8 trigrams. Palm revolving heaven. Zitsa, sand was annihilated by revolving heaven's chakra rotation without leaving a trace. Afterwards, Neji landed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This is also mine. Absolute defense. Chapter 28. Strong. 8 trigrams. Oh. Gaara crooked her neck and seemed to find it interesting again. In the field, everyone exclaimed. Does that kid from the Hyuga clan use advanced ninjutsu like revolving heaven? Is that really a genin? The battle between these two genins is even more exciting than the battle between Chunin. Tenten and Kiba on the field frowned slightly. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Could this kid really win Gaara? After all, Kiba had seen Neji use revolving heaven in the Forest of Death. Revolving heaven at that time was not at the same level as it is now. Does Neji still have a backup move? In the field, Neji sighed and lowered his head. Stinky boy, I already know how to deal with you. Neji finally spoke up and took the initiative to speak to Gaara. Gaara squinted her eyes slightly. Although her expression did not change, there was a trace of panic in her heart. What is it? Neji didn't answer, just stared straight at him. Annoying dude, Gaara murmured, holding out her hand, as if embarrassed. Groups of sand rushed towards Neji in huge quantities. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Puff puff. All the sand was thrown off. Quicksand rafting. Gaara quickly hand seal, seems to have started to kill. But 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Sand rain. Revolving heaven. Sand shuriken art. Revolving heaven. That blue chakra is like an iron wall, it can't be broken at all. Absolute defense. Gaara took a few breaths. It wasn't that she was physically exhausted, but she was using ninjutsu all the time. It took a lot of chakra but she couldn't hurt Neji at all. Neji's head sank. How? You also try to break my absolute defense. After all, he rushed towards Gaara. Gaara was stunned. He had never had such a difficult opponent before, and there was a trace of panic in his heart. Can't use those pediatric ninjutsu, this teammate is not ordinary. Gaara knew it in his heart and started to step back, quickly hand seal. Sandstorm funeral. Gaara began to use a huge amount of chakra, all the substances in the air were refined into sand by chakra, and the avatar attacked Neji. Wrapped tightly, Neji no longer used revolving heaven, but released the chakra of the whole body, completely scattered the surrounding sand, and quickly pulled away. As expected, as long as you use enough sand, the quality of the sand will decrease. Even unfinished ninjutsu can be easily broken. Everything just now was just to provoke Gaara and let him use a wider range of ninjutsu. And more than 80% of the entire field has been occupied by Gaara's sand. With his chakra volume, he can't concentrate on controlling all the sand. And Neji is covered in sand again, but instead of using revolving heaven, he uses revolving heaven like chakra release mode. Open the chakra channel of the acupuncture points of the whole body and release it outwards. Again and again. 8 trigrams 1 shot proficiency 33. 8 trigrams 1 strike proficiency 147. 8 trigrams 1 strike proficiency 55. 8 trigrams 1 shot proficiency 89. Guy, you student, you are amazing. Kakashi came over and Guy was stunned. Why, Neji is just a hard-working genin. Kakashi smiled. Even genin's strength is too terrifying. Such a fast movement and combat IQ, and... He looked down and said, after so long, even Gaara, who performed the surgery, is a little tired, but he looks calm and relaxed. These words shocked Tenten and Little Lee. Everyone looked at it together. Neji was very skilled and orderly, and kept breaking free. Gaara ninjutsu everywhere in the entire venue, but Neji, who had been forced to run around, seemed to be just panting. 8 trigrams 1 hit proficiency 108. Ding! Congratulations to the host's body technique, 8 trigrams. The proficiency of 1 strike has reached 1W, breaking through the realm of the first glimpse. And reward the host, the total amount of chakra has been upgraded to 2 times the original. Neji finally breathed a sigh of relief when he got the news. Well, that's enough, right? Armor of sand. Neji said, it's over. Before Gaara could figure out the situation, she knew that Neji was approaching like lightning. You bastard. Gaara felt that something was wrong, and she was already a little angry, but it was too late. Neji hit Gaara's abdomen with a palm, and the sand armor only cracked a little, but it couldn't hurt Gaara at all. He can't hurt Gaara, how can he win against Gaara? Kankuro was still confident, but Kakashi didn't say anything. Enough, game over. Gaara bit Kiba, furious, and stabbed Neji's back in a cone of massive sand. Neji just twitched the corner of his mouth. How about this move to decide the outcome? If I lose, I will automatically admit defeat. Gaara was startled, but after listening, she didn't answer. But this move, he is very confident. The sand armor has reversed control of Neji, with Gaara's attack behind him. And moves like Revolving Heaven obviously can only deal with sand with a small amount of chakra, but Gaara's sand armor and the cone-shaped sand in this attack are all sand in the sand board. This blow is sure to win. Humph. Neji sneered and started to release a huge amount of chakra from the acupoints. Neji has done so much just for this technique. After so many attempts, Neji finally realized the similarities between one-shot and revolving heaven in actual combat. Both release chakra from the acupoints of the body, but the difference is that revolving heaven is for defense, and the more violent the enemy's attack on you, the more damage you will suffer. However, this is not the case with a single blow, but an offensive physique. In addition, it can silently destroy Gaara's sand armor and sand shield, causing real damage. Gaara, who has always relied on absolute defense, must have a very low physical defense mechanism. As long as there is a chance, he can win. 8 trigrams 1 hit. This is a melee attack with extreme strength, a huge amount of chakra. In an instant, everything in Gaara was destroyed. Boom. A muffled sound, everything around, all scattered outward, erupting. Gaara's painful cry startled everyone in the audience. Even many people didn't even see what was going on in the field. I only saw that Neji used a move, which was different from revolving heaven but very similar, to destroy all the sand behind him, and because he was close to Gaara, the reverse force bounced Gaara away heavily. And the sand armor on Gaara's body has been scattered. He fell to the ground, turning over in agony. Is this blow already decided? Tenten asked in disbelief. But Kankuro let out a sigh of relief. This guy can actually break the sand armor. But this is just the beginning. Immediately, Neji fell to the ground, exhaling a long breath. The surrounding sand slowly fell and disappeared. It must have been his move that worked. Gaara was severely traumatized, and the sand gourd sensed it. Gaara, cheer up, Kankuro yelled hastily. But Gaara, who was in the field, got up with difficulty and looked at Neji in disbelief. He remembered Neji's words just now. I give up, Gaara said tiredly. Chapter 29 After the game. Gaara's invitation. Admit defeat. Gaara. Hearing the news, Kankuro was the first to shout out. But Gaara is a decadent look, not physical decadence, but spiritual loss. Neji's attack just wounded him, he could have fought again. But Neji's last words to fight for the last wave really planted the seeds in his heart. It's a matter of the last move to decide the outcome. Gaara snorted coldly, turned around with disgust in her eyes, and left the venue. That sentence clearly proved that Neji didn't fight him seriously. Neji just wanted to end the fight quickly, and Gaara was left in the cold. And Neji just smiled lightly, exhaled, turned back, and you were done. The audience, after watching the thrilling fight, came to such a dramatic abrupt end. Indulge for 5 seconds. Suddenly, there were scattered applause. Fantastic game, probably the best fight so far. Is that guy really the tail of the crane of the Hyuga clan? It's so strong. Everyone was talking about it, and Kankuro couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Gaara will lose. He took a step back. Based on his level, he could not directly feel the power of this Hyuga clan guy, but when he saw Gaara for the first time, he was beaten to his heart's content. Ice. Neji. Tenten suppressed his emotions for a long time, and finally let it out through a shout. Looking at the puppet man next to her who had been sneering and sarcastic, she turned her head and made a face, mockingly said, Bah, there's nothing that a Chunin can beat. Wasn't this defeated by the most common genin in our village? Kiba also glared at Kankuro and said, Tenten is so right, Neji is just Konoha's most ordinary genin. Is this the strongest genin in your village? It's really inferior. You guys. Kankuro was so angry that he wanted to tell these people what kind of identity Gaara was. The monster in his body, his terrifying strength. Suddenly, Kankuro saw that Gaara had returned to the previous viewing seat, and immediately turned around and ran away. Tenten and Kiba were also relieved. They never imagined that the face they lost to Konoha after losing to Sunagakure would be recovered by Hyuga Neji, who they usually look down on. And Neji's opponent, Sunagakur Gaara who made them all feel powerful. In the last Chunin exam, that guy passed the forest of death unscathed. There was the sound of ninja boots stomping on the floor, and Neji walked back with easy steps. Neji. Little Lee watched Neji walk back with a solemn expression. Tenten and Kiba are the same, there are not too many cheers and surprises, and some are only solemn. There is only one feeling in their hearts. What is the strength of this guy? Yo, Neji, did a good job. Everyone thought you were going to lose, but you were able to win. Guy is the first to greet him, patting Neji on the shoulder in affirmation. With a little luck, I'm sure I won't be able to beat that guy. Neji scratched his head and responded with a smile. Guy smiled and suddenly came over with a mysterious look on his face. Hey, Neji, you are so powerful, how do you usually cultivate? He lowered his voice and whispered to Neji. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, embarrassed. Haha, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. All in all, you are the only one in our class who passed the exam this time, and the next is the official selection meeting. And the official selection meeting? Little Lee asked hesitantly. Yeah, the official selection meeting is a month later. Then, the next game. Nara Shikamaru vs Ken Maikung. The last two players, Aburame Shino and Kai Bronze Armor, will automatically return to a group. Please come to the field and get ready. Guy said, and Hayate's voice came from the field. Everyone watched the new game again, but these people were still thinking about Neji's performance against Gaara just now. In their hearts, such a result was really unscientific. Nara Shikamaru wins. Aburame Shino wins. After all the competitions are over, a total of 10 players advance. They are, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Kankuro, Tamari, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino. Everyone was told to let the team leader take them for training, and Kazekage and Hokage would watch the official Chunin exam together a month later. In the corner of the spacious hall, the four guys gathered together. It is said that there will be a big name from the country of fire. If you do well, the border defense power that the village has done to the country of fire is likely to pass. So even if you don't want to win, you must strengthen yourself. Play a nice Chunin exam. Guy said to Neji. Neji nodded. I'll do my best. The last two games were perfect restraint again. This year's Konoha is really lucky. Little Lee said with emotion. Hey, am I the only one who is unlucky? Tenten rolled his eyes at Little Lee. Little Lee, ahahaha, me too, I was perfectly restrained by Sakura. Several people were laughing and chatting, and a figure approached quietly. Guy noticed it first, and Neji noticed it almost at the same time. The man did not hide, but swaggered, coming step by step with the sound of footsteps. Yuji-colored hair stood out. You're Sunagakur's kid. Guy frowned immediately. He could feel the extraordinary power in this guy's body, and immediately guessed that he hated his student Neji because of the failure of the game. And Gaara, as expected, cast a strange look at Neji. But in those eyes, there is evil charm, arrogance, and fiery expectation. Neji could feel it naturally. He came for himself alone. What do you guys want to do again? Tenten asked contemptuously. Come and find me. Neji took the initiative to walk out and met Gaara's eyes. Two people, an indifferent and terrifying on the surface, but hidden in the heart is a bitter, unknown and fragile childhood. The other, with a gentle expression and no lethality, has an unshakable determination in his heart to pursue strength. At this moment, it seemed that the souls were colliding. Even Might Guy couldn't even notice the hearts of the two teenagers, those two equally fiery but different souls. Hyuga Neji, you are a respectable opponent, but... Gaara said. His expression became weird. Tenten and Little Lee suddenly became vigilant. I'm not satisfied today. You can come to me the night after tomorrow. The corner of his mouth twitched, his eyes wicked and gloomy. Neji didn't answer. Gaara just looked away, so she glanced at the others next to her. Finally, he walked leisurely and left. Huh, this guy, it's really strange. Neji, don't be provoked by him, now he has been eliminated by you. Tenten pouted and complained. Neji nodded leisurely. I definitely won't be fooled. After saying that, Neji's eyes were gloomy and there was a flash of light. Chapter 30 Look, People of Clan. After all the games were over, Neji found Hinata who had also advanced, and the two hurried back to the Hyuga clan. Late at night, Neji personally sent Hinata to main clan's residence. Sending Hinata in, there was a maid of about 35 years old outside. The maid also has Byakugan, but the purity is not high, and it seems that the bloodline is weak. Master Neji, have you passed the game too? Aunt Chun, this is main clan. Neji reminded quietly. It's all right. Hyuga-chun, a servant who has served Hinata since childhood. The past, Hyuga-chun and Hyuga Hazashi were friends, and Hazashi treated her like a younger sister. He always called him Neji Jr. since he was born in Neji until he was divided into a separate family. Even if Neji reminded her, she would have called it that in private. Well, narrowly won, the official game will be played in a month. That's great, in this case, there should be less gossip in the clan, right? Well, then I'll go first. Out of main clan, Neji rushed towards the place where he lived in the dark. Not humiliation and poverty. After all, the main clan of the Hyuga family is only in the same line. It's just that even when the family is separated, Neji is extremely poor in talent. People who have no parents will be excluded by those who are separated. Was used to walking in this night, and Neji couldn't see anyone's strange eyes in this night. And the night is also the most suitable for provoking thought. Judging from Aunt Chun's words, these days, many people in the clan are still discussing the matter of learning revolving heaven on their own. If that's the case, then, during the exam, among those who came to watch the battle inexplicably, there must be spies from the Hyuga clan to check on them, right? Fortunately, Neji was prepared for a long time. In the battle with Gaara, Neji did not leak. The next thing to do is to continue to become stronger. Neji encountered too many monsters in this Chunin exam. Kabuto, Gaara, Orochimaru, they are all threats to Konoha. And Neji's current strength is difficult to prove himself in the clan. To really deal with those people, I am afraid that he is completely lacking in strength. When I got home, I lay on the bed and slept comfortably. Although it is a family split with constant disputes, it can still let him sleep peacefully. This is the only peaceful rest in these years. Just that Neji got up habitually early the next morning. Neji was already there in the training ground. Humph. From morning to night, it never stops. Evening, Hyuga-chun brought a bento. Master Neji, you have to do your best in the exam. Prove your talent. You are a good boy who works hard. Just like your father. Neji bowed and thanked Chun every time, even though she was a servant of the Hyuga clan, even lower in rank than the family. Like Chunhui calling him young master in private, they would not pay attention to the absurd rules of the clan in private. The next day, the same. Neji is in the streets and alleys, and when he meets his clan, he will hear gossip. The long-tongued women all like to poke their juniors very much. That guy is Hyuga Neji. A ninja with no talent. Isn't the talent so bad that you need to practice? I heard that Chunin was lucky enough to enter the finals in this exam. Let's see him humiliated. Neji turned back indifferently, and the fat woman immediately gave a leisurely look to her life, without feeling any shyness. Auntie, your cat is going to run away. Neji just refines chakra, uses revolving heaven with the wind attribute, dislikes the lethal wind, and the rope that binds the cat is immediately cut. Meow. The fat cat, who is very sensitive to strange wind noises, was naturally frightened, ran around, and then fled. Mimi, Mimi, don't run. Come back. The fat woman was jumping back and forth with her bare feet on the wooden floor, very funny. Hee hee. Stinky boy, stop laughing. Help me get Mimi back. Neji shrugged. I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm going to practice. You can entrust other genins to help you find cats. By the way, the Chunin exam is coming soon, and the genin's reward will increase. Neji said, and left with a smile, in a happy mood. Wits and bravery with the villagers, Neji never stops, but he also enjoys the other. Compared with the real dangers outside, these fools who don't know the truth, Neji never cared about it. On the practice field, Neji is very serious. Gentle fist. 1000th time. The last palm hit the stake tiredly. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja basic skills including throwing and other basic skills proficiency progress. 85.9%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, none. Gentle fist acupuncture, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, 8 trigrams one shot. Demonic illusion, none. Blood follower boundaries, Byakugan. Basic items, Bing Bing Pill 2, Detonating Charm 10, Wuju Herbs 5. Advanced items, none. Special items, none. Does it take more than 60,000 proficiencies to reach the next level? It's really inhuman difficulty. Neji was lying on the ground. In the past 8 years, it took him 5 years to learn to use Byakugan proficiently. It took him another 3 years to learn to use all physical techniques. The next step is to become more proficient in these physical skills, and I am afraid it will be a long way to go. Fortunately, the recent actual combat seems to have greatly improved himself. This should be a shortcut that can take risks. Even Orochimaru appeared in the village, and he had to find a way to become stronger quickly. If the situation turns bad in the future, and you don't even have the ability to protect yourself, what should you do? Do you want to become the 12 Xiaoqiang who died in the war? Neji immediately realized that something was coming, and the body lying on the ground immediately rolled, dodging the 3 scattered stones one after another. He jumped back and stood up, neatly turning his head to look. Yo, this move, it's perfect. Was Hyuga silver? She had silver hair, a color that Neji didn't like very much. Next to it is the green-haired Hyuga Qingtian. The two are cousins who have been malicious to Neji over the years. Silver, I heard that your kid did well in the Chunin exam. He even made it to the finals. Qingtian, it's amazing. Neji took a deep breath, and the bet with the elder was above the clan. There is little possibility of being deceived, and now, there is no need to avoid actual combat. You two came just in time. Don't you usually want to fight me? Just in time, my practice is not over yet. Cultivation. Haha, what is there to cultivate with waste materials? Silver sneered and put his hands in Kabuto's pants, not believing that Neji would dare to touch him. The next moment, violent force rushed to his body, and the whole person was knocked several meters away without any defense. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji in surprise. You guy, what do you want to do? Qingtian made a subconscious resistance. Being in the same clan, why is there such a big gap? Neji said, just walked past Qingtian, didn't bother to pay attention to him, went straight in the direction of Hyuga Silver. Chapter 31 Hiyashi, Heavy Thoughts. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Seeing that Silver was still on the ground and didn't get up, Qingtian rushed over. Crack. The fist that was swung over was grabbed by Neji's wrist with one hand. You. Feeling the biting pain, Qingtian couldn't understand, when did the strength of this waste material become so great, even the whole person exudes incredible power. Don't get in the way, I just had a few words with him. Neji finished speaking, he threw Qingtian away without even looking at him. Step by step, he continued to walk towards Silver, and then squatted down where he fell. You bastard, don't regret it. You have no chance of winning 2-on-1. Byakugan. Neji opened Byakugan directly and slapped Silver in the chest. This is Tanjong Point. Silver's eyes widened, and he bit the Kiba seal tightly, and there was a trace of blood on Kiba's gums. Tanjong acupoint is controlled, so the body cannot condense chakra, right? Neji's eyes were indifferent and distant. You use force against the clansman and you will be punished. Silver was biting at Kiba and growling, while Qingtian, who was behind him, pinched his wrist that had just been thrown away, enduring the pain and didn't dare to make a sound. I don't know why, today's Neji looks really hard to mess with. I have no other intentions. If you want to call me, I will be happy to accompany you, but if there is nothing else, can you stop disturbing my practice? I have an exam soon, and I have no time to accompany you. Quote. Neji spoke indifferently, like a negotiating machine. You guy, what are you pretending to be? You're entering the finals, so it's necessary to show off like this. Silver said angrily, his face full of dissatisfaction. Neji stretched out his hand, chakra all over his palm, visible to the naked eye. Hyuga flowed gentle fist. Hey, you. Qingtian, who was behind him, finally couldn't help but speak. Are you going to use gentle fist on Silver? Are you crazy? Neji didn't look back, just thought for a moment and dropped his hand. Indeed, your lives are not important to me, just like 2 annoying flies. Killing these 2 flies will indeed splatter my blood. Neji took a few steps back and sighed. At that moment, he thought of Aunt Chun. From the same family, why are the faces of these people so abhorrent? But Neji thinks of Gaara and Naruto too. There seems to be no need to be an extreme revolutionary in being strong. If you have great love in your heart, you will naturally be able to understand. 2 brothers, if you're okay, please walk slowly. Neji held out a hand in a salute, then turned and walked over to the stake. Keep training. Ha. Humph. This guy. Hyuga Silver stood up and stared viciously at the training Neji. And Neji's eyes have long been gone. Huh. A larger stone than before came flying, this time, aimed at Neji's forehead. Drink. The chakra surged, and Gentle Fist was sure to hit the stone. Wow. The stone was torn apart. Surroundings. Neji's eyes also instantly increased the killing intent. Run. Qingtian and Silver were too, they ran away. Today's Neji is like a solitary evil star, full of deterrence. Flies are really annoying, Neji sighed and continued to practice. What if there were no such annoying species as flies in this world? Gradually into the night, the practice ground at dusk. Hyuga-chun came out and looked around, but there was no one there. Today, does it end so early? Chun muttered to himself. Neji on weekdays will practice until night, until the moon hangs high in the sky, Neji will not leave. Today, it seems to be over very early. Neji's house. In front of the hall, there is a very simple high table with simple decoration but full of ancient charm. The man's eyes were soft but with hidden strength, and the old eyes at the corners of his eyes reflected an extraordinary fate. Neji. In the back, the same face appeared in the posthumous photo. Neji turned back, and the man behind was more vicissitudes and maturity than the face in the photo. The only difference between the two is the striking turquoise curse mark on the forehead of the man in the posthumous photo, while the man behind him does not have it on his head. Hyuga Hiyashi sat on the ground and did not consider himself an outsider. Neji put the incense in and bowed. After turning around, he also sat on the ground. Excuse me, it was inconvenient to answer when I met my father. Hiyashi narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not answer. 2 of them were like this. Hiyashi lowered his head slightly and stared at Neji opposite. Neji also lowered his head, his eyes were blank. This Chunin exam, you did well. A month later, it's a very important occasion. Ah. Neji took a deep breath, as if he wanted to say something, but let it go. Another endless silence. Hiyashi bit Kiba, and there was a faint emotion in his heart, but there was nowhere to vent. In other words, he is already venting, but quietly. Neji looked up, and there seemed to be a look of longing in his eyes. Chunin exam, be sure to complete the mission. Hiyashi speaks earnestly. Whether it's done or not, I'm definitely going to get main clan what main clan wants. But how it turned out, I have a clear conscience. Neji bowed his head again. Chunin exam, Orochimaru is afraid that Orochimaru will launch a plan to destroy Konoha. He understood that main clan just wanted to use him to show the power of the Hyuga clan in front of the village and the daimyo, and to make the Hyuga clan prosper again. But it doesn't matter now whether he gets the first place or not. He has never received any preferential treatment in this village, so why should he compromise? Neji's current purpose is to use their cover-up to make himself stronger quickly. Neji, don't let those who split up succeed. Oh. They lost your father, I can't lose you again. At this moment, Neji bit Kiba and closed his eyes. The past is vivid in my eyes. In front of the deceased, what's the difference between main clan and split? Moonlight, silent as water. The moonlight tonight is very bright, and it is rare to have a full moon night. When the moon is full, that guy gets restless. Gaara sat on the top of the tile-roofed house, her eyes blank. Then what will it be like? A young boy's voice came. Gaara turned her head. The boy was standing at the other end of the tiled house. Wearing an Anbu mask, wearing an Anbu suit, and wearing an outfit, it looks like an assassin walking at night. You are. The boy took a few steps forward, took off his mask, and revealed his handsome face in front of Gaara. You really came. Gaara was slightly startled, then showed a look of eagerness to fight, and her heart surged. I'm here only for what I want to do. Neji squatted down slightly, tied the mask's rope around his waist, and looked at Gaara, who was facing him firmly. The wind blew gently, and the hair between his foreheads was fluttering. Humph. Then let's get started, and let me see your true power. Gaara widened her eyes seemed to have become a race, and the murderous intent hidden in those eyes almost broke through the sky. It's like a monster. Chapter 32 Moonlit Night. Acting alone. Neji was startled. This is. It can be seen that you were also a miserable person in childhood, but. As Gaara spoke, the corners of her mouth were wide open, and half of her face turned into a monster-like appearance. Especially his right eye, huddled together, looked chilling. The killing intent in this look is not only pure, but also extremely strong and dense. More chilling than Orochimaru's eyes. Sarah. Like the sound of the tip of a knife swimming in the gale, Neji's footsteps stomped on the roof, and the tiles didn't even vibrate. Under the moonlight, the two fought. With a palm, it hit Gaara's back lightly, the sand like a living creature, moving quickly. This time, it is no longer a large number of range attacks, but a very precise fixed-point attack. The sand is no longer scattered, but condensed into a ball, as if it were Gaara's limbs, let him control it. Byakugan opened early, clearly seeing all the crises. 3 strokes, Neji stepped back. It's so fast that even Mode 1 can't keep up with your speed. Gaara's eyes widened, eager to fight. Not only himself, the message conveyed by that right eye also seems to be the desire for battle and blood, which is extremely strong. I feel it, the monster inside you. Neji took a deep breath. In his heart, why wasn't he eager to fight? Not only desire, he wants to become stronger through such a battle. Such a feeling is very pure. Sand shield. Gaara started hand seal. He seemed to be looking for thousands of years, and finally found an opponent who could learn from him. Sand shuriken. Bahahahaha. The shuriken made of sand quickly spun toward Neji and flew toward him. Step back, move quickly. But the sand shuriken didn't have much lethality in the first place, and it exploded the moment it flew behind Neji. The crushed grit started to cling to Neji's body, and Neji, who was wearing the Anbu suit, was no longer so easy to catch. Like a loach, it quickly pulled away. Chirp. Neji's feet were attached with violent chakras, and the whole person hung from the eaves, avoiding all the sand shuriken. Gaara took a step forward and chuckled, "Oh, how much power do you have with those eyes?" Sand moves with the Gaara, the maximum range that can be controlled is also increased. Gaara walked forward, and Neji immediately avoided Sand's pursuit and stepped back. Taking a few steps back and forth, Neji landed in an empty street. If you fight on it again, if this guy is really a tailed beast, he will be created. Get a chance to get close and do what he needs to do. Neji muttered to himself, and Gaara had quietly appeared behind him. Caught you. Swish swish. The heavy sand suddenly suppressed Neji's footsteps. I'll target Chakra too. Gaara widened the two eyes of different shapes, and at this time, even when she spoke, it seemed that there was a very sharp and terrifying voice attached. You can't escape. Neji wanted to take a step, but found that his footsteps were firmly held down by the sand, and his body began to be entangled in the sand. Come on, let me see, what means are you still not using? Gaara tilted her head, her temperament has become bloodthirsty and weird. I'll knock you out completely, but not yet. Neji bit Kiba, anxious and clenched his fists. Refining chakra. He sighed and began to let the chakras of the whole body run in the meridians, and then broke through the acupuncture points. I'm afraid it won't work with one blow, this level of suppression. Neji's clenched fist spread out, and strong chakra flourished in the body. Now Neji's chakra is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people, and this chakra also has the attribute of wind. What's the matter? I obviously suppressed all your chakras. Gaara's shocked look made Neji want to laugh. How does he know that he uses the revolving heaven injected with nature transformation, the wind attribute chakra, which is provided by the system? How can he suppress it? Wind revolving heaven. A huge swirling storm completely engulfed Gaara. The sand shield actively defended, and the sand armor also protected Gaara to death. Even the revolving heaven, which was as strong as a whirlwind, couldn't shake it. A game between absolute defense and absolute defense. As expected of the sand's absolute defense. But, by strengthening the weight to defend yourself, your mobility has also been controlled, right? What? Neji did not know when, had appeared behind Gaara. Don't you want to experience my true strength? I happen to have a technique, and I want you to try it out. Neji stepped back, freed his hands, swung his legs, and was all set. Is it that palm technique again? Gaara chuckled. 8 trigrams 64 palms he had been taught in exams, and it was of no use to his sand armor. But he was stunned again. What was the confidence and smile in Neji's eyes? Sorry, I won again this time. Neji slapped Gaara's shoulders with 1 and 2 palms. What's the matter? Gaara's eyes widened, the sand armor around it began to peel off, falling down little by little. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. It's like a broken eggshell that can't be saved. 32 palms. In front of and behind, Neji's movements are fast and extremely skilled. There were no flawed movements, and Gaara only felt paralyzed and unable to move at all. This was completely different from the moves Chunin had learned in the exam. This is Ray 8 trigrams 64 palms. Dang 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 dang. 1 palm hits the sand armor, and Gaara's whole body is also covered with thunder attribute chakra. As if there is an invisible force, pouring into his body again and again. Once, twice, dozens of times. Until Gaara's whole body is numb. Is this the 8 trigrams palm? Even the meridians and acupuncture points of his body are controlled by others, and the flow of chakra is completely out of his control. Terrible. The half-tailed beast is long gone, the 64 palms is over, and Gaara is knocked several meters away and falls to her knees. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed hard, widened his eyes, held his hands, and looked at the ground in front of him. Those fans are no longer so active to protect him, but they seem to have lost their strength in front of the palm method, and can no longer be motivated. What the hell did you do to me? Gaara growled angrily. For the first time in her life, she realized that she was being controlled to death, unable to break free from such a restricted state. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that Konoha won't be destroyed by you. This sentence, Gaara's eyes widened. Afterwards, Neji backed away sadly. Acting alone at night, this quiet village hurts him and protects his village all the time. Within the limits of his control, he would not let anyone do wanton destruction. Neji jumped from house to house, and was about to close Byakugan, when a strange chakra flooded into view. At 9 o'clock, there are Jonin-level ninjas breaking out chakra. Night wind was blowing, Neji was startled, and looked in that direction curiously. Chapter 33 Fight Again. Spy Yakushi Kabuto. What the hell is going on? Neji thought to himself. After saying goodbye to Gaara in a hurry, Neji just wanted to quickly disappear under the night. Front, 3 Jonin-level ninjas are fighting. It seemed that it was still very intense, and Neji hesitated again and again, but was determined to rush over. Fortunately I wore this dress. Neji goes out. In order to prevent being discovered in contact with Gaara, he wants to hide his identity. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this time. Maki snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he raised his head, full of arrogance. I didn't expect that Sunagakure village wanted to team up with Otogakure to attack Konoha. Moonlight Hayate bit Kiba, looking down with sharp and decisive eyes. And he held the knife in both hands and glanced back. A sinister white-haired young man walked out. Kabuto pushed his glasses, and the murderous intent appeared in the eyes under the glasses. Brother Maki, I think it's better for the two of us to go together. Let's fight quickly. If this guy leaks the information, our hard work will be in vain. Maki sneered. Sunagakure's Jonin isn't this weak yet. He'll be dealt with in the next move. Wind. Maki reaches out, one-handed hand seal. Hayate stared in his eyes, widening his eyes. This is nature transformation. Level of Jonin can master, nature transformation be easy. In front of Kabuto and Hayate, Maki is the most experienced ninja. Whirlwind technique. Maki said, and ran forward, a breeze blowing all over his body, but it contained a large number of chakras of the wind attribute nature transformation. Secret sword moon shadow. Hayate quickly hand seal, held the sword in his hand, and 2 afterimages like himself appeared on the left and right sides. The art of avatar, is it a guise? Maki narrowed his eyes slightly, and Hayate stepped up to the challenge. Maki's manipulator was whirling away like a blade, and Hayate's 3 blades, although they were clones, all of them had a blade shadow and cut off all the wind blades. So that's the case, a blade with special characteristics. Even the wind can cut it off. Maki was knocked back a few steps, and Hayate landed, glancing back. Behind him, Yakushi Kabuto could strike at any time, and he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Sun Moon Flow Sword Art 3 Sun Moon Dance. Hayate swung his sword, and the sword lights of the 2 afterimages beside him began to shine, like a sword dance under the moonlight. Oh! Maki's mouth twitched. Ha! In the confusion of the moonlight and shadow, dozens of afterimages flew under the moonlight in an instant, and finally, from 3 directions at the same time, the tribute came quickly. Humph! Maki only quickly hand seal, the wind knotted a net like a rope, and pushed all the afterimages around him to the outside. But Hayate's real body broke through many obstacles, and the blade with chakra slashed quickly, straight to the back of Maki's neck. Ah, do you want to kill me like that? Hayate's eyes widened, this knife only cut through his ninja suit. The person in front of him, the whole body, is hardened. What? Is the knife rusted? Then it's my turn. Wind blade. A wind blade sharper than a blade formed rapidly in the air. Knife. Hayate was knocked back, his ninja suit was torn open, and a severe wound was cut at the ribs. The blood immediately soaked the clothes. Hayate held it tightly, and immediately adjusted his breathing and stood up straight. Now it's 1-on-2, and he's ready to die. Then I'll send you on your way now. Marky walked forward while hand seal. Blade of wind. Dozens of blades of wind, this time even sharper. This blow may be more ominous than good luck. Puff babble law. Suddenly a figure fell, and those wind blades all gathered together as if they were disrupted by a new whirlwind. Afterwards, he was taken over by the suddenly appearing Anbu boy and disappeared between his palms. Use thunder-type chakra against wind-type. This guy. Marky's eyes were rounded and gloomy. Kabuto, who was behind him, was also startled. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, he said in shock, "It's you again." Hayate said, "You are." Neji glanced back, ignoring Hayate. His own mask is still that of Hayate's girlfriend Yugao. Speaking of which, the two still have some fate. This is also the reason why Neji rushed out to rescue without hesitation. Of course, the real reason is not only this. Another one. Maki looked wrong. This attack on Konoha was a big plan. It was unexpected that he was overheard. He worked hard with both hands, trying to quickly resolve the fight. Kabuto couldn't sit still, took a step forward and threw his hand away. "Mr. Marky, this guy is very strong, but at your level with me, we should be able to clean them up as much as possible." I saw Kabuto's hand. The wrapped chakra formed a sharp scalpel shape, as if even the air could be cut off. "Be careful, don't let this guy get close. This guy is good at physical skills. And he is very fast, and his movement skills are very strange." Neji glanced at Kabuto out of the corner of the eye. This guy is really a brain player, and he can follow Orochimaru's side as a confidant, not a fuel-efficient lamp. The last time I just had a simple hand, and I studied myself so thoroughly, it seems that this will be a hard battle. After all, right now, even if he fights Maji alone, the odds of winning are not high. Futon, wind style, hurricane. Marky stepped back, quickly hand seal, and his hands suddenly opened forward. As the chakra was refined, the Uzumaki storm with 2 points as the core was released from the palms of Maji's palms, and the two storms gathered together, slowly expanding and blowing towards Neji. At this time, Hayate also stood up, but both of them were trapped by this Hayate. Neji sent out resisting arms, only to realize that this technique was only to restrain their mobility. On the other side, Kabuto has already taken the initiative to lean over. Fu. The chakra knife is in the storm, and the sound of breaking the air is also heavy. "Ah, it's a little off," Kabuto murmured, and immediately changed his other hand. "Be careful." Hayate jumped up, blocked Neji's front, and held off Kabuto's attack with the knife. "Get in the way." Kabuto kicked Hayate away with just one kick, and this kick was right on Hayate's wound. Immediately Hayate flew out of the storm, fell to the ground, rolled on the ground dully, and covered his wound. Neji tilted his head, listening to the sound of the air breaking in his ear. Kabuto's attacks are very frequent, but his actions seem to be limited. In Byakugan's field of vision, Kabuto itself has a lot of chakra, especially in the palm part. If that's the case, 8 trigrams 1 blow. Kabuto's last blade, stabbed. However, it didn't work. It was wrapped in a stronger chakra, and the power erupted again. A huge force bounced Kabuto away, and Neji quickly escaped with this chakra. Whoa, whoa. To Kunai, Neji used the gentle fist to click twice and hit the ground. "I'll deal with them, you can leave at your own chance and inform the third generation of what happened today." Neji stood on Hayate's body and said calmly. And Hayate just covered the wound, held back the pain with difficulty, and nodded heavily. At this time, Maki had stopped performing the surgery. Just by looking at Kabuto, you can see Akatsuki's weakness and use my technique to escape. He glanced at Neji with admiration, and felt that this young man was a great threat. This guy must be killed. Chapter 34 Buster. Futon, Wind Style, Maki. Kabuto touched inside the ninja bag and took out a professional scalpel. Don't let the rat run away, I'll deal with this guy. From Kabuto's eyes, Neji could also see how cunning he was. I am afraid that he will habitually keep his hands every time he fights. The other party must want to silence. Almost in an instant, Kabuto was already close. And this movement is not only fast, but also extremely precise, and the knife is close to Neji's neck. Byakugan. Neji glared at his legs and took a step back. And Hayate also endured the injury and stepped back. Don't try to run. Maki immediately ran in the direction Hayate was walking, but then a kunai flew in front of him and stabbed him in front of him. He glanced back and saw that Neji was standing there. The boy was shorter than them, but his aura was like a giant. Neji lost his anger and gathered chakra into his palm. At first glance, it was very similar to Kabuto's method. However, this chakra is nature transformation. Swipe away. Kabuto starts dodging and countering, but Neji can dodge while attacking. The movements of the two were agile and almost watertight. Hayate, who grabbed the gap and escaped, got cover and wanted to continue to escape, but Maki was in front of him again. I'm not going to be fooled, neither of you can live today. Hayate bit Kiba and stepped back, sweating already. Although this mysterious young man is strong enough, it seems that he still can't run today. If I can keep that young man alive, even if I die, I can spread the news. Young man, Sunagakur and Otogakure want to make a joint plan to attack Konoha, so please pass this information on. Hayate bit Kiba, took a pill from his pocket, and ate it. Oh. Maki narrowed his eyes slightly. Neji was stunned for a moment, but Kabuto caught the gap in an instant, and launched a counterattack. Duo went from Neji's constant attack to Kabuto's constant attack. But in such a close game, Kabuto can still not lose the wind, and Neji also knows that there is still an essential difference between himself and these cruel ninjas with real killing intent. Trouble. There, after the Hayate hand seal, the whole person began to become transparent, until it was blurred in the night. But this technique is not completely invisible, and it can be sensed to some extent, but it is still difficult to distinguish only with the afterimages that suddenly appear around. Want to use this to escape? No, Sunagakur who betrayed Konoha, I have this duty to deal with you. As soon as the words fell, the knife light had already appeared behind Maki. Prick. But it was against Maki's back, and he couldn't get in. Humph. Waste of effort. The fight over there was entirely on Maki's side, and Hayate couldn't last long. Kabuto in front of him is also difficult to deal with. Neji has used most of the chakra in the battle with Gaara. Ding! Congratulations to the host Byakugan for 199 proficiency. Neji frowned, looking hesitantly at the difficult Kabuto in front of him. I see, are you just bluffing in the forest of death? If you are so weak, please die here. Soon as Kabuto finished speaking, Hayate screamed. Another stab, blood spilling out of Hayate's ribs on both sides. The middle part of the entire ninja suit, all dyed with Yuhi, looks unbearable pain. Can't spend any more. Neji bites Kiba and the remaining chakra is enough to escape. If you use it for battle, if you can't win, you will probably die here. But just now Hayate would rather die than want to spread the information, and Neji doesn't seem to be able to leave with peace of mind. He stretched out his hand and took out a ration pill from his clothes. The sound of chewing rippled in the silence of the night. Wind. Zzz. Fast as a flash. Kabuto jumps back, and while he's still surprised, Neji's movements are completely faster than him. Ray. Two palms, hitting Kabuto's back heavily, staggering forward a few steps, and immediately dodging the next attack. This is the shoulder well. Kabuto is also a medical ninja, and of course knows that very well. Neji's two palms are aimed at the acupoints on his shoulders, so that his hands can no longer use strength, and the means of attacking are immediately invalid. Ha! Neji flew through the air like a shuriken, slammed Kabuto into the air and knocked him to the ground. Okay, you're next. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, and he released the wind attribute to his body in the manner of revolving heaven, increasing his lightness. The thunder attribute is gathered in the palm of the hand, so that Gentle Fist can also play enough power. In such a state, playing another Maki is not a problem. Nature transformation. It's hard to imagine that Konoha has a genius ninja like you, but it would be a pity to let such a genius die. Neji had defeated Kabuto and ignored Hayate, who had fallen to the ground gasping for breath. Whirlwind technique. The whirlwinds came from all around, and it looked like a gentle breeze, but under Byakugan, the whirlwinds were like the sharpest blades, gathering anywhere in the air. And a new blade is being formed. Within the scope of this technique, any angle may be attacked by the blade. Wind revolving heaven. Neji bites Kiba and releases the wind attribute revolving heaven. Whirlwind instead fueled Neji's revolving heaven, a strong rotation that dissipated the overwhelming wind blades all around. But the next moment, Maki smiled. Konoha's Hyuga clan. Interesting, but isn't your wind attribute exactly what I want? Then, quickly hand seal. Yakushi Kabuto, who was healing himself with sage art, grinned. Maki is a very talented futon, wind-style ninja, and Tamari is just his student. After he finished speaking, he shed another drop of cold sweat and thought to himself, this guy is actually from the Hyuga family. Does Anbu have such a person? I don't even have any information about this person. Neji was stunned, only to realize that the wind created by revolving heaven had all turned into wind blades. Thank you for creating a great venue for me. Who? The violent wind, all gathered around Neji. Those blades, one by one, aimed at Neji. In one order, let's go. Zzz, stabbed at Neji, so many that no matter how cleverly Neji avoided it, his clothes would inevitably be cut open. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Neji unleashes normal revolving heaven, avoiding all wind blades. You can't get hurt here, you'll be found out. When all the attacks of the wind blade were over, in the smoke and dust, a figure quickly walked towards Maki. PFF'd. The thunder and lightning radiated between the palms, and even almost took shape. What a strong nature transformation, mastering 2 kinds at the same time. Maki praised with rounded eyes when he saw it. But he is a one-handed hand seal again, gathering a cloud of wind blades in the air. Blade of wind. A more intense whirlwind, condensed into a blade of wind shining with light and shadow, directly unfolding Neji's palm. Boom. With a loud noise, Neji was knocked away several meters and landed. Maki took a step forward and grinned confidently. What a pity, for you, I'm probably the most terrifying nemesis, right? Chapter 35 Rescue. Resist Chakra. Neji hissed and covered his left arm. Because the right hand is out of the palm, the left hand is in a state of defense, and it resists the remaining power of the blade. It turns out that the thunder attribute is restrained by the wind attribute. Neji bit Kiba, obviously with the same concentration of chakra. His thunder-type palm technique was quickly destroyed by the opponent's wind blade, leaving no effort. Just Yuwei's blade cut a wound on the inside of his left arm through his clothes. Neji roughly estimated that the wound was not deep, about 4 or 5 centimeters. This is already the limit. If you are injured again, the decision to come forward today will be a real failure. If he couldn't save Hayate, he would even put himself on it, not to mention being stupid, even a little over the top. Leave me alone, you. Run. There, Hayate bandaged his injury and seemed to be going to fight. Neji didn't answer. It wasn't a question of who ran or not now. The Maki in front of him is a unique brother who restrains himself. If he can't use such a high-level futon, wind style, he may still be able to run. In this situation, running is just a dead end. It seems that you are destined to run away today. Kabuto realized something, took a step forward, and smiled confidently. Neji was also stunned, using Byakugan to quickly track. Not far away, several figures approached from different directions. Finally found, Mr. Maki's chakra. Tamari looked at a few people on the flat roof from the tree. Huh. Here, Kankuro had closed the only crack Hayate could escape. On the other side, accompanied by this rustling sound, Gaara stopped and stood on the side of the street, looking up. He saw Neji, his eyes were slightly surprised. Neji exhaled and closed his eyes. Calm down, be calm. My training career for more than 8 years comes to my mind again and again. To the stake, to those vulgar eyes in the village. After opening his eyes, his whole body relaxed. Fought all these years, of course not to make my own adventures. Neji said coldly. What are you talking about? Maki frowned. Although he kept suppressing the young man in front of him, he always felt that Anbu, who was wearing a mask, had an inexplicable confidence at this moment. Where the hell did you get the courage? Neji took a step back. Noon. Yin. Hey. Mao. Neji starts hand seal with smooth movement. Sun. Shu. Byakugan. With just one Byakugan, do you want to fight 5 with 1? Obviously, that guy is no longer capable of fighting, Kabuto said proudly and contemptuously. Ding! Congrats to the host, the proficiency of the blood following the boundary Byakugan has reached 3W, breaking through the realm of the first glimpse, and obtaining the reward, attribute resistance chakra. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and the corner of Neji's mouth twitched. He jumped, and Tamari and Kankuro over there watched Hayate tightly. Kabuto also blocked Neji's retreat, and Maki followed and jumped and started hand seal. A more advanced Byakugan, Neji felt that the flow of chakra around him was clearer, and he could almost perceive the movement of everything within 100 meters around him. Increase attribute resistance. Please choose to improve the attributes of the host. Wind. It's in effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host, greatly improving the wind resistance chakra. Neji felt a gentle chakra pouring into his body, and the heart-piercing pain from the wound on his arm just now was also eliminated a lot. The whirlwind art, the blade of the blast streamed strong wind. Under the reflection of the moonlight, the blades of wind rushed in all directions. This is the enhanced version. You can't escape this blow. Time and time again. Under the moonlight, under the eyes of everyone, all those people stabbed into the body of this Anbu boy. The clothes immediately tore dozens of small holes, but the next moment, the young man slowly raised his head. Well, it works well. What is this? It's just covered with a layer of chakra, why? Seeing this situation, Maki widened his eyes, and this guy was obviously suppressed by him just now. This time, it's my turn to thank you for creating this wonderful venue for me. Maki opened his eyes and saw the violent storm in the air, which was still there, but he couldn't help but control them, as if they had become part of Neji's body. Puppet technique one-shot. Ninfa Kama Itachi. The chakra knife. The puppet's bayonet, chakra scalpel, and whirlwind quickly flew towards Neji from 3 different angles. Wind revolving heaven. The surrounding storms turned first, and the incoming attacks were all swept up by the storm, and Neji's body began to spin in the air with a palm. Maki, who was about to land next to him, couldn't understand how a young man could go beyond the limit and levitate in the air for 3 seconds. All these actions last night. Everything before is hiding strength. This guy, who is it? Rumbling. The 2-meter diameter sphere revolving heaven, after touching the hurricane left by the surrounding cyclone technique, began to spread rapidly, and the speed visible to the naked eye directly covered everything nearby. Destructive power like a high-tech weapon. Revolving heaven's rotation speed under the blessing of Futon, wind style, has extremely strong destructive power, pressing Maki down and forcing Kabuto and the others out of range. If it wasn't for the fear of hurting the wounded Hayate, if Neji released it again, it would have caused even more damage. Help! An exclamation sounded from the street. Konoha, who saw this scene, shouted in surprise and ran in the opposite direction. Gaara frowned slightly, stretched out her hand, and the sand attacked the resident. Wearing the Anbu mask, like a ghost, shot quickly. With one palm, the sand was scattered. Are you all right, Maki-sensei? Temari and Kankuro ran over. Maki lay on the ground, his clothes were torn apart by the strong wind, and the whole person was in a mess. Quick, chase. When Kankuro turned his head, he saw Moonlight Hayate and that Anbu boy, who had long since disappeared. And Gaara, also quietly disappeared. Get out of here first, and I'll heal you, Kabuto said, his face gloomy. In Konoha, he met the Anbu boy who surprised him twice in a row, and now he is more and more concerned about who the guy is. Not far away, Neji, who was fleeing with Hayate, was also a little tired. He secretly said, I didn't expect that the higher Byakugan's realm is, the more consumption will be. Neji sighed, guessing that it was just because his strength increased too fast, but he didn't have enough chakra to support his consumption. The chakras of those spells are system rewards, so they won't burden themselves, but Byakugan is not. Thank you. Hayate gasped and walked away from Neji's help. What's the matter? I can escort you to the Konoha hospital. Neji was worried, but this was the man he had rescued. It's all right. In an instant, the sand quickly covered everything in front of him. Neji stepped back, trying to save Hayate, who might be hurt. But the next moment, the sand turned its direction spiritually, and rushed towards Neji's face as quickly as a hand. Bang! With a crisp sound, the mask fell to the ground and turned several times. And Neji's face also surprised Moonlight Hayate, who saw this scene. Chapter 36 Unsolved Case. Death of Hayate. It's really you. Gaara put away the sand and seemed to have no intention of shooting. With his hands around his chest, he slowly walked over to the ground. Hayate frowned, ready to shoot. You don't move. Neji picked up his mask, and Hayate obediently stopped. But looking at Neji's face, Hayate was also speechless. This strong person who saved his life in the hands of so many masters turned out to be a candidate who took the exam under him a few days ago. A genin really have such a strong strength. Temari, Kankuro just now, Gaara now, not to mention, this mysterious man, Hyuga Neji. What happened to genin this year? The strength is beyond comprehension. But the most important thing right now is to report. He's the enemy, Neji. Hayate said to Neji. Well, I know. Neji stepped forward, holding the mask in his hand, and exhaled. This time you won. Neji said convincingly. Not to mention strength, Neji carefully concealed the play that he has been leading, but Gaara took off his mask and broke the plan. Now, Neji has a glimmer of hope that Hayate will not inform Hokage, otherwise his strength will definitely be leaked. No. Gaara closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. You are too strong, more and more beyond my imagination. I just wanted to use you as a recreational job, but now it seems not. Hyuga Neji, I remember you. You are really a person who will not let me do anything in the end. An enigmatic man who is worried. Neji adjusted his breathing and reached out. The examiner, you go first. This is the battlefield between me and him. You. Hayate looked hesitant. Gaara turned around and walked forward without hesitation. You go, but I hope you remember the promise you made to me. What? Neji swallowed, he had prepared for the worst, and suddenly gave such good news. You must come to defeat me completely, you said it. Gaara finished speaking, she left without hesitation. Leaving only Neji and Hayate, the two looked at each other. Under the moonlight, Hayate and Neji moved quickly. So that's the case, you hide your strength just to not attract attention, and you came to take the Chunin exam just to prove your strength to the clan. Neji nodded. Well, so if possible, don't reveal my identity. I'll keep it a secret for you. Then, I'm here, then you can go, there's a good chance that Anbu will find you. Hayate said that, and Neji was relieved to see that the Hokage building was not far ahead. Goodbye to Hayate. Neji covered her wound. The hole on the inside of the left arm still feels pain from time to time, but it seems to be protected by a layer of resistant chakra, and the tingling sensation has been eliminated a lot. This time Orochimaru's vain attempt against Konoha will not succeed, and Neji has done his best to get here. Originally did not want to participate in these disputes. Neji's status in the clan is now embarrassing. And this time it wasn't just the conflict between the village and the village. The Chunin exam a month later involved the daimyo, which was already a war between countries. In the dark, Neji left quickly. And on the other side, Moonlight Hayate. The frontier is the barrier. The Hokage building has a radius of 100 meters and is equipped with a very powerful barrier. If those people dare to do something there, they will definitely be noticed. Only 10 steps, 9 steps away. A little tired, Hayate walked over slowly. Hi. The strange sound came slowly, densely and more. Hiss. Hiss. Huh. Hayate sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly ran into the barrier. Only 3 steps, 2 steps away. Ah. Blood splattered. Before dying, Hayate saw horrors that he had never seen in his life. Those pair of pupils like poisonous snakes, and the face that is extremely blue and terrifying under the moonlight, the body has been quickly occupied by fear before losing consciousness. He. The corpse of Moonlight Hayate that was slowly lifted up by the 2 giant pythons, Orochimaru smiled in satisfaction. There were several bloodstains on his face. He stretched out his long tongue and licked it, his eyes cold and gloomy. Hyuga Neji. Funny guy. Night, silent as water. Hayate's body thrown on the roof, Yugao's tears had burst. The surrounding Anbu teammates bowed their heads in silence. Mitarashi Anko stood with his hands folded, his expression serious. See anything else? Anko asked the nearby Konoha resident. The middle-aged man was also flustered. I was a little drunk last night. I didn't see it clearly, I only knew so much. It was a boy wearing a mask, he was alone, he beat 5. No, 6. Anko finally just sighed, walked over to Yugao and patted him on the shoulder. Hokage building. Hokage office, the 3rd generation of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents on the desktop, and smoked the last puff of old cigarettes. He took off the hat on top of his head, and his eyes were mature and complicated. Is it related to Orochimaru? Sarutobi asked. Anko was taken aback and replied, I didn't notice any signs of Orochimaru in the vicinity. That's natural. Hiruzen bowed his head and snorted coldly. He used to be my most proud disciple, how can you investigate his traces? Old man saw it very clearly. If Orochimaru wanted to attack Konoha at this time, they could only be someone in the clear. However, that boy must be the boy I met in the Forest of Death. That person is not Anbu's, and his mask was taken from Yugao. Anko said affirmatively. Hiruzen took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. You and Yugao go to investigate the matter of Hayate first, and ask Ebisu to come over. Yes. Afterwards, Anko walked out of Hokage's office with 2 Anbu, and a man wearing sunglasses and a dark blue Konoha costume walked into the office. Master Sandemu, you call me. Ebisu, how is the Konoha Maru lately? When Hiruzen asked about his grandson, his expression was not as gentle as before, but rather absent-minded. Ebisu also sensed something was wrong, and was stunned. Konoha Maru, the young master, has been studying hard recently. He said that he wanted to surpass Naruto brother earlier to seize the position of Hokage or something. Stinky boy. Hiruzen exhaled and sneered. Moonlight Hayate is dead. When Hiruzen said that, Ebisu was startled, then clenched his fist tightly. His voice also became dull in an instant. Then, if there is something I need to do, please feel free to say it. No need. The recent Chunin exam is related to the daimyo, which is related to the tense relationship between the entire Konoha village and the country of fire. So many jonin at the border can't be transferred back. This kind of thing happens at this time, such an ominous premonition, and it's the same as 12 years ago. 3 generations. I'm old, and even if I try to do my best, there may be an irreversible situation. Go and find that guy. It's time for the Hokage position to be relinquished. Ebisu slowly raised his head. You are talking about that lord, one of the legendary Sannin. Chapter 37 Dissatisfied. 1010's Challenge. Early in the morning, the Hyuga family. In the practice field, familiar figures, familiar movements, day after day. Humph. Drink. Neji practiced the gentle fist over and over again. Ding. This practice is over. 8 trigrams palm gentle fist proficiency 4799. 8 trigrams vacuum palm proficiency 1433. 8 trigrams revolving heaven proficiency 2978. Neji let out a breath and fell back. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his entire body no longer felt fatigue and soreness due to long-term high-intensity exercise. On the contrary, it was a very pleasant sour feeling. Although the strength can be improved more directly through actual combat, the facts have proved that the current strength does not come as it is said. Every time you shoot, you will expose yourself to the air. In the real combat, the opponent is getting stronger and stronger. One day, Neji may need to face the cage-level powerhouse. Even tougher and more powerful than Orochimaru. Can't let go of any channel that can become stronger. Just from practice every day, Neji can gain a lot of proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the proficiency of 8 trigrams revolving heaven has reached 3W, and the reward, self-selected A-level ninjutsu. Optional. Neji frowned, muttering to himself. Optional A-level ninjutsu. Futon Wind Style Breakthrough. Futon Wind Style Palm Storm Wave. Suiton Water Style Water Formation Wall. Not much to choose from. Futon Wind Style Let's Take the Storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host who successfully acquired Futon Wind Style Palm Storm Wave, and directly advanced to the first glimpse of the door. Neji then opened the Properties panel. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja basic skills, including all basic skills such as throwing, proficiency progress. 87.8%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, Futon Wind Style Palm Storm Wave. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, 8 trigrams One Shot. Demonic Illusion, none. Blood Follower Boundaries, Byakugan. Byakugan Purity, 12%. Basic Items, Bing Bing Pill 1, Detonating Charm 10, Uju Herb 4. Advanced Items, none. Special Items, none. What is this? Byakugan Purity? Neji asked. The system immediately replied. When the host Byakugan is promoted to the level of fusion and penetration, the purity of Byakugan can be improved. Neji frowned slightly. This purity. 12%. No wonder the Hyuga clan has fallen into such a ghost shape over the years. Is this level of Byakugan worthy of being called the descendant of the Otsutsuki clan? Ah! Neji sighed and stood up, ready to continue practicing. Cuckoo. The voice of the ninja pigeon caught Neji's attention. On the wooden fence not far away, the ninja pigeon stayed on top and continued to coo. Come here. Neji responded impatiently. Even the ninja pigeons have come to order people these days. Neji walked over and took the letter from Genin's pigeon's feet, and the ninja pigeon flew away, cooing. Ninja pigeons are relatively docile and psychic. They don't have much ability. They are only suitable for short-distance negotiation in the village. If the information is transmitted farther, The ninjas will use ninja dogs or ninja eagles and other more powerful ninja beasts. So Neji didn't even need to look at it and guessed that it was probably the guy class who was going to gather again. As expected. Before the sun goes down today, do you want to go to the old place in Haoshan? Neji muttered to himself. It was Teacher Guy's handwriting, and he said it was to arrange a special training program with him after tomorrow. If it's just a notification, why not just state it in the letter? Neji lowered his head hesitantly, put down the letter, and seemed to be able to practice for a while before the sun went down. Hokage building, inside the Hokage office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Hiruzen raised his hand and moved the Hokage hat above his head and looked up. Was Hyuga Hiyashi, who closed the door gently, turned around and bowed to Hiruzen. Lord Sandame. Hiruzen nodded leisurely. Hiyashi, you are very concerned about your clan's affairs. Hiyashi was stunned and smiled lightly. I am really sorry, after all, as the patriarch, I have to. Hiyashi. Hiruzen's sudden eyes made Hiyashi a little wary. Hiyashi lowered his head, not daring to look up at Sandemu again. Even the great elders of the Hyuga clan's split family were far less imposing in front of Hokage. Not to mention the young patriarch of the Hyuga clan. 60 years of Konoha village now, not 60 years of Hyuga clan. Hope you understand. Hiyashi was startled and stopped answering. After Hiruzen vented his anger, he added, although the Hyuga family has always had internal system rules, since they are in Konoha village, everything they do must be for the sake of Konoha. Hiyashi's eyes were full of hesitation. Conditions. Neji finished speaking, a kunai flew over quickly. A few dings, Neji jumped back and blocked the remaining shuriken with Kuwu. Ten, promise me this is the last time, Guy said, stepping back. Ten stepped forward, untied the scroll behind him, and looked serious. I can be your opponent for special training, but you must beat me here first. Neji glanced at Guy suspiciously, and asked him to come, so he was doing this. Neji, if I have a job for you, you should treat it as a special training. Guy took a deep breath, his heart heavy. In the last third round of Chunin exams, Ten faced Tamari, a female ninja of the same type, and suffered a lot. But Neji defeated Gaara, who was touted as the strongest in Sunagaku. This result also made Ten wonder if she really had a problem. Well then, if it's a condition, don't give me water. Neji got into a fighting stance and tried to respect his opponent as much as possible. Neji was just kind, but Ten said angrily, who wants to throw water on someone like you? A few simple steps forward, Ten rushed directly over. She was really in a hurry. Neji, who has always been the tail of the crane, why is she suddenly so strong? She wants to actually feel it once. Ten hit hard, knocking Neji back a long way. She gasped and stood up again, her eyes chilling. Neji also stopped moving and stood up straight. Very good. Neji praised, then slowly hand seal. Ten frowned too. Shu. Byakugan. The battle is imminent. Manipulator hidden weapon combo. More than a dozen hidden weapons fluttered out of the scroll. Neji only dodged quickly. Ten said angrily, what? Are you underestimating me? No need for revolving heaven. Pull out a scroll and quickly hand seal in the air. Hidden weapon rising dragon. The reels unraveled, and thousands of hidden weapons flew towards Neji as they spun. This range. Neji swept his legs forward, gestured, and sank. The white light bursts into view. Revolving heaven. All the hidden weapons bounced off without exception. Neji shouted loudly, and the moment Ten landed, the sound of breaking through the air passed by. Almost. Ten bit Kiba, his nerves tense. As expected of absolute defense, this level of physical attack is completely immune. Ten, you have lost. Guy said. A glance, Neji is still effortless, and Ten is already gasping for breath. She was dissatisfied. Then he was about to take the last big scroll he didn't pull out from behind, but Guy walked up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. "Ten, admit it, you've lost. But look behind you." Ten was startled and looked back. "I saw the tree a few meters away behind me, a hole the size of my head, which was directly penetrated by a terrifying force. It's the vacuum palm of the gentle fist method. Neji missed it on purpose." Chapter 38 Suspect. Non-existent genius. Ten stared at the hole punched by the vacuum palm for a long time, unable to believe what he saw. Thinking back to the huge palm force beside him when he landed, was that really a move that Neji, who he usually despised, made easily? Ten swallowed, turned his head, and looked at Neji, who was breathing evenly as usual. Offended. Neji bowed, his whole demeanor gentle and calm. Ten felt some hatred in his heart. But she suddenly realized that this hatred wasn't against Neji. This hatred is caused by the huge gap between the external world and her inner presupposition. She hates herself. Why does it cause such a misjudgment? Neji is obviously so strong, and even her character is so humble. She, who has been by Neji's side, turned out to be the last person to notice. "I lost." Ten lowered his head and dropped his hands. This test is not over, but Ten already has the answer in his heart. Chunin exam made her dissatisfied, and it was difficult for her to accept the reality. Now, Neji's palm completely woke her up. She really saw the reality. Then, starting tomorrow, Ten will accompany Neji to train. Little Lee and I are going on an urgent mission in the village. Guy was relieved to see Ten untied his heart. Mission. This time. Neji had a bad premonition in his heart. With his own strength, he couldn't stop the crisis he knew would happen this time. But Jonin in the village can, but he has to go on a mission at a time like this. Yeah, the mission this time is very important. It's a mission that requires strong physical ninjas. I just happened to take little Lee to exercise. Neji nodded. He has no turbulence in his heart, and he will not be jealous. Because Guy's body technique itself did not improve him much, Byakugan's body technique was very special. Compared with speed and strength, Byakugan paid more attention to the word, quasi. But don't worry, I have convinced Ten. She will be responsible for urging you to practice well at any time. Well, wrap it on me. Ten nodded. She is also a girl with good self-regulation ability, and she won't keep worrying about the little things just now. Well, but... Neji slapped his mouth, and to be honest, the current Ten doesn't even have the strength to make himself serious. Ten doesn't realize this. Guy must be able to see it. Haha, forgot to tell you. Don't worry, I have communicated with a new teacher, and he will be in charge of your next special training. It will last for 2 weeks. You have to work hard. Guy said, walked over, and put his hands on Neji's shoulders excitedly. The new teacher. Looking at Guy's excited expression, Neji suddenly had a bad premonition. He is a very good teacher. As a teacher, he is better than me. You will be satisfied. Guy retracted his hands and took a few steps back as he spoke. All in all, you can go to the number 21 training ground with Ten tomorrow according to our training time, and you can see him. Neji tilted his neck, curious as to who this new teacher was. In his current state, his proficiency and actual combat are two rigid ways to improve his strength. Although it is fast, it cannot achieve a decisive and rapid improvement. It seems that no matter how skilled the 8 trigrams 64 palms is, it cannot achieve the same effect as the injection-type thunder attribute chakra nature transformation given by the system. With rigid efforts, the ceiling will not be too high. I just hope that this new teacher can really bring me a big breakthrough. On the other side, inside Hokage's office. The document on the table is an application form, densely packed with many contents. The Konoha Guard Department is a policy that has not been implemented for a long time. Because the daimyo will visit the village at the opportunity of watching the Chunin conference, these plans must also be implemented. It is exactly as you said, the Hyuga family is the most favorable competing family. Quote. Hiruzen finished smoking the cigarette in his hand and sighed. However, you should also be aware of the precedent of the Uchiha family. Hiyashi took a deep breath and lowered his head slightly. The pressure of separation, the situation of main clan. Hiyashi seems to have no choice. Neji is the new hope rising. He just decided to go all the way to the end and put everything on Neji. The Hyuga family is not the Uchiha family. Not only do they not have the ambitions of Uchiha, but the Hyuga's strength is not as weak as everyone sees it. Hiyashi finally held back his tough words. Hiruzen, who heard this, was stunned for a moment. Strength. He continued to sit at his desk and looked up at Hyuga Hiyashi with a serious face. Hyuga Neji, known as the ninja at the tail of the crane. Hiruzen said indifferently. Hiyashi frowned. Neji, he works very hard, he will definitely make a mark in this Chunin exam. Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Master Sandame, I believe that you, who are highly respected, will definitely give the young child a chance. Hiyashi asked. Hee. Hiruzen chuckled twice and shook his head. The village will give the Hyuga clan a chance, and of course I will give the children a chance. But this Hyuga Neji. Why don't you bring the true genius of your Hyuga clan to me to prove it? Hiyashi was startled. Real genius. Hiruzen's eyes suddenly became serious and gloomy. Moonlight Hayate is dead, and the murderer still doesn't know who it is. Someone saw an Anbu boy fighting 6 people at the same time that night. This Anbu boy was also seen by Anko in the Forest of Death. Hiruzen said this. Hiyashi asked suspiciously. This kind of thing should have a great connection with Anbu. In recent years, Anbu. No, Hiruzen cut him off. That boy is not from Anbu, it has been investigated. More importantly, Hiruzen picked up the pipe next to him, lit it again, and took a puff. That boy's moves and habit of attacking with palms are exactly the same as Hyuga's fluid technique. Hiyashi heard this, he was stunned. So, are the 3 generations suspicious of our Hyuga clan? Of course not. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly. Judging from the information currently in hand, this young man is likely to be in our Konoha's position. It's just that his strength is indeed very strong, at least on the level of Jonin, and he is so young. I just thought, if the Hyugas have such a gifted kid, why haven't they been known to this day? Words stopped Hiyashi. Please forgive Hokage, I have never heard of any juvenile children in the clan, the talent is already so high. There are indeed many children in the younger generation of the Hyuga family who are more talented than Neji, but there is no such thing at all. Genius. Hiyashi. Hiruzen pondered for a long time, and seemed to have made up his mind. You are younger than me, I even experienced the era of Hyuga Tenin, and I even know your Hyuga family better than you. Hiyashi nodded cautiously, and what Hiruzen said really made him unable to refute. You must have suffered a lot from the split and the main clan grievances. As a patriarch, that's what it should be. Hiyashi bowed his head. I don't want the Hyuga clan to repeat the mistakes of the Uchiha clan, but I trust you, Hiyashi. Hiruzen said, pressing his handprint on a document on the table. What do you mean? Hiyashi was a little surprised. Then he said, it will be useful in the future, but not now. Chapter 39 Misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person. Morning, Neji and Tenten meet up. Practice field number 21. Here. Tenten took the map inside Konoha and scratched his head. Neji nodded and said, well, it's ahead. The two walked over together. The early morning fog had begun to dissipate, and the dew had slipped from the grass by the roadside. The pebble road is full of water stains left by the light rain last night, but the air exudes a moist smell, which is very comfortable. But, why is this practice ground so silent? Tenten walked in. Like the intelligence department in the center of the dead forest, the practice ground here seems to have not been used for a long time, although the sparrows are small and complete. Not far away, you can hear the sound of gurgling water and the sound of a faint waterfall falling. It seems that the distance from the Konoha River is not far. Well, did you hear the sound of water? This is the training ground that existed 20 years ago. After the Third Ninja War, Konoha's strength became stronger and stronger, and he was closely connected with the country of fire and signed a truce with Sunagaku. Agreement. There have been very few wars since then, which is what everyone calls peace. Quote. Neji said, jumping on a wooden stake. In peaceful times, there is naturally less training for ninjas. All the training grounds after the 21st are abandoned. The last time I used this place, I'm afraid it must have been at least 3 times. The big exercise from years ago. Quote. Oh. Tenten nodded leisurely. Nice air. Neji, you stay in the clan all day, how do you know so much? Tenten was a little curious, and recently realized that Neji is omnipotent. Neji laughed, because I have nothing else to do on weekdays, I have been cultivating, and I often come to these training grounds. Occasionally I meet some Jonin or Anbu who also come here, and I will know after listening to them talk a few words. Jonin. Tenten became more and more emotional. When he felt that the promotion of Chunin was a century-old problem, it turned out that Neji's eyes did not stop at Genin. Including the Third Ninja War that Neji mentioned, at that time Tenten was not born, and she knew nothing about it. But Neji, you too, why did you call me so early? Our usual appointment time is not this time. Is that so? I usually start waiting at this point. Tenten swallowed and saw Neji. He had found a stake in the practice range and started to concentrate on practicing. Come on. Sarutobi Asuma's voice resounded through the practice ground. As soon as I came in, I heard Neji practicing, really diligent. Behind Asuma, there are Ino Shikacho. Ino, teacher, your voice is too loud. Choji, okay, after training with them, take me to eat barbecue. Shikamaru, the trouble is dead. Tenten looked at it hesitantly, and murmured, so that's it, the new teacher that Mr. Guy is looking for is Mr. Asuma. Yo, hello, Neji, long awaited. Asuma came over, Neji was startled, and the two looked at each other. Afterwards, Neji stopped practicing and bowed politely. As soon as Asi came, the practice began to have a leader. Several people were gathered by Asuma, and everyone sat down directly on the grass. Then, it's similar to what I just said. The time is 2 weeks. I will decide your arrangements for these 2 weeks. Not only those who are going to take the Chunin exam, but Tenten and Choji will also take the opportunity to hone themselves. There will be another Chunin exam, don't be left behind. Yes, Tenten and Choji replied feebly, looked at each other and sighed. Then, at the beginning, I will personally watch the process of the battle, so as to better train you. Let's learn in a one-on-one manner. The person I don't know the most here is. Asuma looked around for a week and saw Neji, who was silent. Just you, Hyuga Neji. Me. Neji was startled, pointed to himself, and then stood up honestly. Ino, you come to be Neji's opponent, let me see your progress. Huh. Ino took up, wearing a short purple dress with delicate skin. Neji frowned slightly. Do you want to fight against such a weak girl? He really can't imagine the scene of his serious shot. Why is it me first? Ino pursed his lips, and his eyes were lovely. Asuma chuckled. Then, let's start now. Everyone spread out around to make room, and I will personally watch your movements and attack methods. Be careful, this is a learning experience, click until it's over. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Several other people stepped back and gave way. Choji said, Ino, it should be easy to beat Neji, because she has learned the teacher's one. Shikamaru frowned, glared at Neji and said, you idiot, the last time you were beaten down by Sasuke, you didn't see the next game, but Neji won Gaara. How could it be so simple? Really? Choji replied casually, continuing to chew hard. Ha! Ino started, he rushed up, startling Neji. Do you drive Byakugan? No. Neji was entangled in his heart, and began to practice body tricks with Ino. Back and forth, Neji handled it with ease. But Ino, obviously not good at physique, has been dodged by Neji after several attacks to no avail. Neji, remember to attack. Asuma saw that Neji was only defending, and said. Neji immediately charged up, found an opportunity in the dodge, and slapped him in the face. Ah! Ino screamed as he felt the wind. Crack. Palm. Neji patted it gently, as if he just put his palm on it. Phew, fortunately I've held back chakra. Neji fortunately exhaled. But the next moment, he noticed the soft touch of his hands. Ino's face was ashamed of Yuhi, and he felt Neji's soft palm, his own heart beating violently. Pervert. Ino bit Kiba and stepped back. I didn't mean that. Neji was also a little speechless, although the touch just now was really good. Damn, pervert. Ino shamed Yuhi, but didn't seem to want to show his weak side, and immediately attacked Neji vigorously. Neji turns on Byakugan, dodging quickly. The two continued their more intense melee game. Isn't Ino's attack so fast? It's useless at all. Choji wondered. Asuma laughed and said, of course, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has great insight. Every movement can be captured, and even a sneak attack is impossible, because Byakugan has the ability to see through. Even the hidden weapon hidden under the clothes can still be seen. I can clearly see the size and shape of the hidden weapon. Asuma said this. Tenten was startled, and the whole person curled up even tighter. The two players over there, Ino stopped attacking, and Neji's defense also stopped. Transparent, see-through. Tenten swallowed and blinked, trying to hide his ashamed Yuhi face. And Ino opened his mouth even more, remembering the Byakugan that Neji decisively opened just now. And Neji is still staring at him with blue veins in his eyes. Ino stepped back quickly and covered his chest. Don't look. Neji was in a cold sweat and smiled shyly, misunderstanding, I'm really not that kind of person. Saying that, Han smiled and walked over to explain. Ino was even more scared and backed away. It seems that I explained something wrong, ha ha. Asuma saw this scene and laughed awkwardly. Chapter 40 Ino, Girl's Heart. Okay, let's have a serious fight. After everyone's laughter and scolding, Asuma reorganized the serious battle situation. Although it is to learn from each other and point to the end, but also to show their true skills, this is respect for the opponent. Asuma said. Neji and Ino reunited. Ino's eyes. A few days ago, the special Jonin Moonlight Hayate of our village, the examiner of your third exam, was murdered near the Hokage building. You should have heard about this. Although it is a peaceful time, it is the same. Work hard to improve your strength. Quote. Take every fight seriously. Asuma said. Everyone in the field started to get serious. Moonlight Hayate, but the examiner who left a deep impression on them in the previous exam, unexpectedly heard the news of death so quickly. For children in peaceful times, the impact of this kind of thing is not small. Let's start, Ino, let us see the results of your latest training. And Neji, I heard all the teachers compliment your performance in the last battle, let me see it too. Ino nodded heavily. Her eyes began to stare at Neji, and it was at this moment that she began to officially become the opponent. That rumored, scrap, ninja, that, crane tail. Living in the rumored Hyuga Neji, after the first fight, Ino suddenly discovered that it didn't seem to be the case. From the very beginning, he didn't use Byakugan's familiar dodging technique. That kind of proficiency must have been cultivated thousands of times. Opening Byakugan, the killing is decisive. Even in defense, every action is so neat and clean. This guy must also have a lot of practical experience. I'm going to be serious too. Ino started hand seal. The last seal is wind. Tenten sat watching the battle not far away, and murmured. Oh, you can tell from this, Tenten is amazing. Choji said while eating potato chips. Shikamaru tapped him on the head and said, "Idiot, let's you read more books." And Neji's eyes moved slightly, and the chakra in Ino's body began to emerge continuously. Forming a whirlwind, it began to slowly wrap around her hands and feet. At the same time, Shikamaru also released Shikai. Ninjutsu is the one that needs chakra to release the most, and chakra is also divided into attributes. In addition to the types of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and demonic illusion, chakra can also be singled out as an increase in physical fitness, and to achieve this, the most difficult problem is that the power of chakra itself is very small. Quote, "By condensing chakra on the soles of your feet, you can walk on water. There are many similar things. Chakra itself is only an auxiliary energy body." Choji said, "I know this, I heard it at the ninja school before. That class is chakra control. Chakra control is extremely talented, and there are many things that ordinary people can't do with their efforts." Tenten explained. Shikamaru nodded and continued, "Yes, but the attribute chakra is different. The 5 most basic attributes, fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder, are condensed in the body, and the chakra will have different effects. Whether using it alone or injecting it into an operation to increase the effect, requires extremely high talent. And Ino just happens to be a genius in this area. Among the people I have seen, no one can control more than Ino. Chakras. That's why he can learn this." Asuma was on the side, nodding with a chuckle, a half-smoked cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Hayate. Wind-like chakra that wraps around the feet and hands. Ino attacked Neji quickly, with even more lightness. Neji confronted him and continued to make defensive moves. Every attack of Ino was quicker and more accurate. One punch. Boom. Right on Neji's arm. But still couldn't stand it. Neji was super thick and receded. Ah. Neji bit Kiba and got down on one knee. He held his left arm tightly, and outside the court, Tenten stood up in surprise. How? To Tenten's test of Neji yesterday, she felt that Neji should not be this level, and Asuma also frowned subtly. Is it only this level? Ino was also a little surprised. Neji was a little different now than before. Be serious. I'm not a taijutsu ninja, so are you willing to lose to me like this? Ino tried to use the aggressive technique. Neji stood up with difficulty, a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Seriously, Ino in front of you can solve it in an instant. But this degree is difficult to grasp. On the inside of the left arm, it was the wound left by the wind blade that night when he fought against Maki. It seems that it is not so simple. It echoed Ino's wind attribute chakra, and the pain was severe and unbearable. Neji now seems to have a little understanding of the principles of some attribute chakra nature transformation, and also knows why Hinata's chakra can completely activate the thunder attribute gentle fist remaining in Sark's body at that time. 8 trigrams palm gentle fist. Neji got serious and moved very fast. Has it started? Asuma looked on, his eyes starting to light up. Even with the wind attribute chakra, Ino's movements still can't keep up with Neji at all. Every feint, Ino's defense is not in place. As long as it is a serious attack, Ino will fall. Asuma widened his eyes with admiration in his heart. He finally understood why Kurenai Yuhi, who had watched the game, admired Hyuga Neji for so long. This kid really has a different kind of strength. Ah. Ino felt that she was knocked down by something, and she couldn't resist a large-scale force. Before she fell to the ground, a gentle embrace caught her. Seeing Neji's indifferent and handsome face, she was startled. Afterwards, he quickly stood up. Neji was first in a cold sweat. I'm really not that kind of person. Okay, you two rest first, the next group. Asuma's simple test continued, while Ino quietly left while watching. Neji followed, and at the other end of the practice range, saw Ino sitting alone under the tree. Aren't you satisfied? Neji's mouth twitched. she had already put enough water. Of strength, Ino couldn't get into his eyes at all. It's not that I don't agree, I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ino glanced at Neji and looked away again. Neji leaned over, and Ino suddenly turned to Yuhi. Hey, I warn you, I really don't mean that. Neji was a little speechless. If Asuma's words got out, it would probably kill all the men of the Hyuga clan. And Ino just made Yuhi's face and didn't answer. She turned around and sighed. Trying to recover her emotions, she didn't know why, but the battle just now made her discover something. She actually had some kind of affection for the young man in front of her, and it was extremely strong, too hard to resist. I really don't understand the hearts of you girls. If you don't agree, try to become stronger and catch up with me. Neji didn't know how to teach, so he bluntly said. He didn't want to let his unintentional act kill a girl's ninja dream. Sakura's class is a talented Sasuke, and Naruto's recent performance should be very good, right? Look at your teammates, are you willing to lose to Sakura like this? I thought that this sentence would anger Ino. Because Ino is supposed to like Sasuke, but the result is beyond Neji's expectations. Ino just stared at Neji blankly and didn't speak. The wind blew over and everything was at ease. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Neji frowned. Nothing. Ino lowered his head and swallowed. Just now, she seemed to see the light. Chapter 41 Variable, Unexpected Ninja. What's the matter? Neji took a step forward, wanting to see what was on the mind of this beautiful girl. Don't come here. Ino stretched out her hands to resist. At this moment, she seemed to be blocking the light in front of her eyes. So dreamy, so beautiful. The rumored, waste material, ninja easily diffused the attack she spent so much time learning, and there seems to be something deeper behind that huge concealment. Ino's heart is quietly sprouting. Neji's mouth twitched, but he didn't move. Could he know how powerful Ino's heartbeat is now? How did he know that his seemingly hooligan actions just now, and the very measured battle, had completely touched this girl's heart? I will become stronger. When I become stronger, I will definitely challenge you. Ino stood up and pretended that he was simply drawn to the power. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'll wait for you. Of course he didn't want to be romantic and become a hero of Hokage in the future. There will be a certain girl who has left a shadow for a lifetime because of him. Back on the grass, Tenten had beaten Choji and was playing Shikamaru. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was eager to admit defeat. It's almost done, right? Exhausted. Shikamaru stood upside down at the top of the tree, while Tenten was not far under the tree, holding a scroll, full of fighting spirit. Asuma did sneer. Don't think about escaping. If you really don't want to train, why did you accept the challenge of the Chunin exam? Ninja, you have to work hard. Tenten remembered every back of Neji's struggle, and naturally couldn't accept a man escaping like this. Pulled the scroll, hand seal. Try this trick. Fix Sky Matsuri lock. Crack kaka kaka kaka. A very powerful mechanical chain was greeted from the scroll, and quickly stretched out section by section, heading towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was startled and widened his eyes. Come back. Once you get caught by this, you can't escape. Tenten bit Kiba, hand seal harder. Crack. As Shikamaru jumped away, the trap chain automatically followed, very fast. Will you still turn? As soon as Shikamaru landed, the chain caught up, and he jumped aside immediately. I give up. I give up. No way. Tenten controlled the Matsuri lock and continued to chase Shikamaru. Shikamaru jumped up and down, realizing that there was no end to it, jumping to a blind spot, using a few seconds of pause, to draw a handful of kunai. Damn. He glanced annoyed at the Tenten where he was, and threw it at an angle. Huh. Tenten just tilted his head, his movements were quick and his eyes were accurate. Naive. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice. Zizzy. Detonator. Tenten realized that there was no such thing as a misery, tied to a detonating talisman that was already detonating. She immediately grabbed the chain and jumped away quickly. PFF'd. Tilda. But the detonating talisman was just a squib, and there was still thick dust and smoke inside, tumbling out. Hey, scary, Tenten sighed in disdain, and suddenly, Shikamaru's figure appeared along with his voice. Is that the end of it? Shadow mimicry, success. Thick fog gradually dissipated, and I saw that Shikamaru was only 3 or 4 meters away from him, and there was a dark shadow under his feet, connected to the soles of Tenten's feet. So close. Tenten swallowed. In the previous battle, because of Tenten's keen insight, Shikamaru was unable to start and failed several times. The Tenten Master Battle, Shikamaru had no chance to break through. The distance is close, so the speed of the operation will be faster. Tenten's entire body is under control, completely under Shikamaru's control. With such a strong bondage, the winner is naturally determined. What a great fight. Tenten are also very strong. Asuma clapped his hands and walked over. Next, let me test you guys myself. Huh. Asuma's words surprised everyone. Gloomy ground. Hiss. The voice of the viper wandered around, making people say it. Footsteps sounded slowly. Squeak. A mouse quickly ran over, moving extremely fast. The person who was walking was not in a hurry, but every step followed the rules, and it seemed to be very clear to the deep road under the ground. Like the palm of your hand. In dark roads, torches provide a great deal of light. However, such a familiar road does not seem to require too much vision, and the young man walking is very keen. In the light of the fire, the white hair and glasses were revealed. Yakushi Kabuto. Squeak. Mouse seemed to follow Kabuto's footsteps. Kabuto froze for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Meow tilde. A weak kitten jumped out and looked at that size, which was twice the size of a mouse. Kabuto was startled and looked back. Hesitantly, he saw the kitten squatting on his hind feet. The cat was a black cat and seemed to be chasing the mouse. He stared at the kitten for a long time, as if thinking about something. Then, squat down. Reaching out his hand and stroking the kitten rubbed tenderly in its palm. Don't follow me anymore. After that, he stood up and continued to walk forward. The cat quietly squatted in the same place, watching his back, which was getting farther and farther away. In the further room, the gloomy darkness is endless. Burning candles, beating occasionally. Knock knock. Is it Kabuto? Come in. The deep, hoarse voice is perfect for this quirky atmosphere. Squeak, the door was pushed open, and Kabuto's face was calm and impermanent. How's the plan this time? Orochimaru sat in the chair and looked at Kabuto with a smile on his face. Kabuto came in, left the door open, and hung the torch on the wall. There is no problem, everything is going on. The Chunin exam has also successfully passed Sasuke-kun and their group. I have solved many candidates in the Forest of Death, but there is a variable. That Anbu boy. Orochimaru frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and the smile faded away. Yes, not only in the Forest of Death, but during the negotiation with Sunagakur, the people of Konoha discovered that boy. That boy is really an unexpected ninja. Fortunately, you were there to deal with Moonlight Hayate, but that Anbu boy. Don't worry. Orochimaru thought for a moment, then gave a smirk again. His eyes were full of cunning enthusiasm. Hyuga Neji, I already know his name. Hyuga Neji. Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the name. Yes, I didn't expect the Hyuga family to have such a strong bloodline. I have been searching for the bloodline of Hyuga Tenin, and finally found it. But now that there is Sasuke-kun, that bloodline doesn't seem to be the same. It's important. Orochimaru smiled, as if memories from many years ago were still flowing in his eyes. The body of the Uchiha clan is the most suitable for you, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed his head in submission. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Yeah, but still, be very careful, Hyuga's boy seems to be growing faster than Sasuke-kun. Then, pay more attention to him. Yes, Kabuto replied. Squeak, squeak. The rat's voice stopped abruptly, replaced by the sound of snakes crawling on the ground. There was a pool of blood on the ground, only a severed tail remained, and the snake crawled over, with a small bulge in its abdomen. Chapter 42 Effort. Ability Beyond Talent. 21 Practice Ground. It has been abandoned for many years, but because the Asuma class is specially trained here, there is a lot of lively and happy atmosphere throughout the day. Bang tilde. The smoke bomb opened, and Shikamaru and Ino fled quickly. Partial doubling technique. A huge hand slammed down. When it hit the ground even trembled. Stay back. Neji reminded that Tenten followed him and quickly backed away a lot. Clap lala. Crushed stones were scattered on the ground. Hey, it's getting better again, Choji. Still unarmed, Asuma waited for the smoke bomb to dissipate, and stood on the tree trunk, looking down at his 3 students. Asuma teacher is so cunning. Knowing that the ground battlefield is not good for him, he ran up to the tree. Choji narrowed his eyes and murmured. However, his eyes are small, and they seem to be squinting all the time. Hey, is it only this level with 3 people? The combined attack of the 3 of you is not as good as that of Tenten alone. Asuma's voice fell, but he was startled. It turned out that there was already a dark shadow under his feet, as if sticking to him, making it difficult for him to move. Shadow mimicry, success. Shikamaru, who had jumped out of the smoke bomb, turned into smoke with a bang. And the tree where Asuma was standing, behind the trunk at the other end, Shikamaru showed his head. So the smoke bomb just now was just to take the opportunity to get close to me. You really don't count as a brat. Asuma turned back with a wry smile and saw Shikamaru, who was struggling to maintain the spell. Shikamaru bit Kiba and murmured, sure enough, controlling Jonin is still too hard. Ino, hurry up. Good. Ino's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. Asuma teacher, next time you can see the clone technique clearly. After all, she has finished printing quickly. Ninja, the art of turning the heart. Aim for Asuma, but... After a moment, she frowned. What's the matter? Why doesn't the mind-turning technique work? After that, a burst of laughter came. Haha, the avatar technique is just a trick, and naturally you won't use that kind of low-level avatar technique in actual combat. Asuma appeared behind Ino, with his hands in his pants. Kabuto, a cigarette stuck at the corner of his mouth. Cigarette butt danced up and down with Asuma's speaking lips. You 3 just come here and rest for a while. After Asuma finished speaking, he walked forward. And Ino, who was stunned, was still immersed in the thrilling feeling just now. Choji blinked and squinted, looking up at the tree. The original Asuma turned into a gust of wind. Whoa tilde. Not only the sound of wind, but also a morphological hurricane, gradually dissipating into the air. Seeing this scene, Shikamaru lowered his head with a sigh. It's really troublesome. It's almost impossible for 3 genins to play against 1 jonin. After the basic test training, the crowd gathered again. Asuma wrote and drew with a pen on the tablet. When he got to the tangled point, he stopped and picked up the cigarette butt at the corner of his mouth with his hand. In terms of overall level, Shikamaru's ability is the strongest. Speaking of which, Shikamaru lowered his head, showing no sign of being happy. And Ino and Choji also pouted and looked helpless. As far as it looks, the combat IQ of the 5 of you is higher than Genin's level, and you may lack some actual combat experience. Compared with a Chunin, what you lack the most is actually training. Exercise. Tenten wondered. Asuma nodded. Except for Neji, all of you have too many flaws in your movements. Although your combat performances are very positive, your proficiency skills are really too childish, and it is impossible to become a Chunin in such a state. By the way, Neji just trained with Ino. Next, I'll test you myself. Asuma said, suddenly put away the pen and paper and put it on the grass. He stood up empty-handed and spread his hands. We've seen 2 tricks before. I want to have a basic master for your physical fitness. Then I will give you the most basic physical training in the first week, and teach you more advanced chakra control methods in the next week. Neji, it's your turn. Tenten glanced at Neji blankly. Neji was also stunned for a moment, and then stood up indifferently. He seemed to accept this matter readily. In the eyes of Tenten, she is also very concerned about this quiz. Asuma is different from Guy. Guy only takes them to exercise and training in pediatrics. Besides, Guy is a teacher who is seriously partial to subjects, but this Asuma teacher is different. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, demonic illusion, chakra control, nature transformation, and even the wind clone just now, are morphological changes. Almighty teacher, Neji, you have to cheer up. Tenten said in a low voice. Let's get started. Several people cleared the field, and at the beginning, Neji opened Byakugan and rushed towards Asuma with all his strength. I don't need to say the rules again, right? The purpose is to fight with me, and find a way to limit my movement. That's your purpose. Use your full strength, Asuma said, lowering his head and waiting for Neji to rush over. Neji drank lightly, and the whole person suddenly disappeared. Gone. Asuma was a little surprised, and the next moment, he was startled. Immediately glanced to the right, behind the left, Neji slashed with a palm. What is this? Ino, who saw this situation, was extremely surprised. Asuma was also in shock, hid in surprise, and then ran away. Neji behind him, with a ghostly movement, is so fast that he can't see it with the naked eye. Ha! Call, tilde. Asuma dodged, the wind blew his clothes up. Several people who saw this scene all showed admiration and surprise. Is this really just a quiz? If they don't know the 2 people in front of them, they will only think that this is a sparring between the 2 Jonins. Just looking at the movements, it is not exaggerated at all. Every movement of Neji is so reasonable and fast. The pace is also so steady, and in the process of playing against Asuma, it was not suppressed in the slightest. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji seized the opportunity and swiped away, but Asuma's body had already taken advantage of the wind-type chakra's accelerated lightness, and it was easy to dodge at close range. So that, when he played against Neji, he really didn't want to touch me. The last blow knocked me down, just the palm of the hand. Realizing this, Ino's scalp went numb. That rumored tale of the crane. No, now in Ino, or in the hearts of several people present, an answer has already been settled. Neji is a hidden genius ninja. Futon, wind style, Hayate blade. Asuma took the opportunity to make 3 simple seals with one hand, and took Neji's palm with one palm. Break tilde. The frictional force and the violent collision effect generated by the air against the wave bounced Neji away, and Asuma, who was in place, just retracted his hand and let out a breath. There is no doubt that among you now, the one with the best movement skills and a big chunk of you is Neji. After practicing, Asuma seemed to have finally found some direction and started writing and drawing on paper. But, when did Neji suddenly become so strong? Choji wondered. Everyone sitting next to him looked at Neji. Neji was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I don't know, I just practice every day. Those moves just now were learned through practice. Looking at Neji's silly smile, Asuma thought, talent. No, this kid's talent is very high, but his greatness is really not talent. His strongest ability is hard work, and in every move he just fought, even as a Jonin, he dare not say that he has done more training than Neji, a genin. What Neji has is the ability to go beyond talent. Chapter 43 Difficulty. Neji's Demon Training. After giving a few genins some more popular knowledge of physical skills, he promised to guide him after the physical training. Asuma looked at the early weather and planned to organize the group to break up. Then, that's the decision, starting tomorrow for a week. Everyone follows Neji to do the most basic training. Asuma seems to be unwilling to arrange more. And since Neji's method can make him become so strong in a short period of time, Asuma will naturally not let such a good recipe go. Starting tomorrow. Training like Neji. What kind of training? Don't you? Neji's training is too. The trouble is dead. Asuma was delivered, everyone complained. Don't worry, the teacher will follow you. It's just a training session. As a genin, don't be so lazy. Asuma preached to them and became more and more skilled. Neji only smiled lightly. It's okay, I'll cut half of my usual training volume. After all, if you hurt your body, it won't be worth the loss. Hearing such a general as Neji, Ino suddenly said, who do you look down on? I don't care. If I want to do it, I will do 100% of your usual training. After this time, Ino was the person who could directly feel Neji's strength. She complained on the surface, but in fact she understood that training with Neji was the biggest improvement for her. Tenten is also high-spirited. Well, I want to participate in the lessons behind Mr. Asuma, so I will work hard. Shikamaru still looks like he's unmotivated, and Choji seems to only need a yakiniku to have a steady stream of power. Neji couldn't help shaking his head. If they really practiced according to their own training volume, they would probably die. The next day, Neji rushed to join Asuma and the others after his morning exercise. 1 teacher, 6 students, group special training. If you have any questions, you can ask them. If there are no questions, we will leave it to Neji to arrange the special physical training. Neji took over this task and started his career as a special training coach. Today's first project is Ninja Run. After hearing this, Ino was slightly dissatisfied. What can you exercise just by running ninjas? Shikamaru also cheered. Yeah, why don't you just sit here? Neji just smiled. Really? I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the training load. How is it possible? It's just a ninja run, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Is it possible that Neji, you train on these basic things every day? Several people, you said my words, and finally was suppressed by Asuma's way. Then, let's go, run 10 laps around Konoha first. 10 laps. Shikamaru and Ino looked at each other, thinking they had heard it wrong. Tenten wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to himself, it really is like this. The first lap was easily completed by everyone. Come on, Neji encouraged. The second and third laps were already out of breath, only Asuma was effortless. Well I can't do it After the third lap, Choji fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. Then, fourth, fifth, and sixth laps. Ino stopped where he was, too tired to speak. The interior of Konoha village is a fan-shaped semicircle with a diameter of at least 1 kilometer. 10 circles is less than 30 kilometers, right? Neji, are you taking your life? By the 7th lap, Tenten was starting to lose control. I can't do it. 8th lap. Asuma glanced at Shikamaru who was still holding on, and asked, Shikamaru, I didn't expect you to have such perseverance. Soon as he finished asking, Shikamaru flipped Byakugan and fell down, unconscious. Neji and Asuma looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. After the whole run, Neji himself was so tired that his vision was blurred, but for him, it was already a habitual pursuit of the physical limit. It took half a day just for the first event, Neji. Asuma was also very tired, and several people were soaked with sweat in the training shirts. Everyone was at the meeting point. After Neji finished replenishing his water, he found the wooden stake next to him. After your body's physical energy is exhausted, you can do the most important melee game training in actual combat, which can develop your body's limits as much as possible. Even your brain will turn on the protection mode when your body enters a state of exhaustion, allowing you to do your usual routine. The ultimate reaction power that is difficult to achieve in here. Quote. Neji said, and started to punch at the stake quickly. Whether it was punching, or the speed of punching, it was still extremely fast. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then followed and trained together. Ino also got up to join the camp of the training camp. Tenten joined in after a short rest. Shikamaru woke up, he also started to join the team. Only Choji, after rehydrating, snuck into a sleep. Today's goal is 3,000 punches. 3,000 punches. 3,000 leg sweeps. 3,000 elbows. 3,000 sideways. Neji said these goals, the pressure in several people's hearts doubled. But no way, how could Asuma be overwhelmed by a genin? Shikamaru also wants to use this to strengthen her physical skills, not to mention Tenten, she is very competitive. At the end of the day, except for Asuma and Neji, everyone was so tired that they couldn't even speak. I'm already about to die. Shikamaru's eyes widened and he looked at Neji in disbelief, with only 2 words in his heart. Monster. Ino and Tenten are holding hands, as if they have become comrades who have survived in a desperate situation. Next day, go ahead. Neji, the goal for today is 1,000 repetitions. 1,000 sit-ups. 1,000 push-ups. Several people, their hearts almost collapsed. Day 3, go ahead. 2,000 throws of shuriken. 2,000 throws of kunai. 2,000 throws of 1,000 books. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6. Until the 7th day. Is it finally the last day? Shikamaru's whole body was already tanned, but his body was already lean, and he was no longer as lazy as he used to be. I must have barbecue tonight. Choji also quickly lost at least 10 pounds of fat from a big fat man, but the whole person still looks fat, but his temperament is much better. Ino practiced the mermaid line, and Tenten practiced against the stake, and was surprised to find his own results. As expected of Neji's training method, I think I have more confidence in actual combat now. Seeing that each of them had their own results, Neji smiled comfortably. Take a rest, I won't practice today. Really, really. Asuma also sighed in relief, showing a tired look. To be honest, if you continue, even my teacher may be dragged down by you. Neji, your devil training is really killing people. Although Asuma felt a little ashamed, the students understood. I am afraid that apart from Might Guy and Little Lee, I am afraid that no normal person can accept the training level of Neji. And Neji only smirked in the face of their emotion. How could he tell them that what he showed in his training camp was only his daily practice volume? The real practice of physical skills and ability proficiency, Neji put it into the morning training and the evening. Then, the battle table for this Chunin tournament is out, and it's you for the first time, Neji. Asuma took out a scroll. Everyone was attracted, and Neji leaned over, curious who his opponent would be. When they saw the first row on the scroll, everyone was shocked. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 44 File. The Secret of the Hyuga Clan. Hinata. Neji was startled, never expected that it would be himself and Hinata fighting. Is the plot in the original book really going to be staged? But now Neji will not start with his cousin Hinata. Even Hinata is now being brought by Kurenai Yuhi for special training, but I am afraid that it is still a little short of time to fight against him seriously. Yeah, Neji, it's time to play against your Hinata this time. With your strength, it's not difficult to win. Ah. Neji responded perfunctorily, but what he really cared about was not winning. If it's Neji, it should be fine, Tenten said. Ino, what a joke, how could Neji lose to his sister? Shikamaru. I've been training like this, it's the same for anyone else. Choji. Neji, win. Everyone's views on Neji have been refreshed. Now, each of them firmly believes that Neji's strength is guaranteed. They saw Neji's efforts and felt it for themselves. Asuma came out in the middle, others cut corners a lot, and Neji did the whole process thoroughly. This perseverance is worth a good strength. What about me? What about me? The next battle sequence is Sasuke vs Temari. Ino vs Sakura, Shikamaru vs Shino, Naruto vs Kankuro. Why am I fighting Sakura? They began to discuss the Chunin conference 20 days later, and Neji was lost in thought. Hinata, persuade him to surrender. Neji thought so. What? Neji's eyes widened to see Hyuga Haru looking sad. Chun nodded and continued, Master Neji, I believe in you. But they insisted on doing this, and locked up Miss Hinata, because now you are suspected. They insisted that Hinata is the biggest suspect. Quote. Damn. Neji stepped back, clenching his fists hard. Where's Hyuga Hiyashi? Where is Hyuga Hiyashi? Seeing Neji so angry, Haruya was a little scared. The patriarch. He didn't say anything. Neji turned around and jumped out of the yard in a body. This child. Chun looked worried, and suddenly regretted telling Neji the matter. But she didn't think that Neji was just a child. What else could she do? Just like she is a servant who can't change anything. Those who are separated must accept their fate. Bang dang. The door was pushed open, but hit the wall with too much force. The people who split the family are so rude, it seems that I mismanaged it. Hyuga Tiansho, the cunning elder of the family. He walked over slowly and looked at Neji in a rage. Behind him, there is a somewhat surprised Hiyashi. Neji, why are you here? Hiyashi was a little surprised, and Neji didn't expect that at such a time, they would meet the two of them secretly talking inside. It's just Neji now, why do you want to care about him so much? Why arrest Hinata? Do you have any doubts about me? Just come right at me. Is this the way main clan does things? Although he already understood main clan, he still couldn't change the bad habit of splitting a main clan, but in general, in Neji's eyes, the elders of the split were the more disgusting source of corruption. You child, what are you excited about? Hinata is just being protected, otherwise, as her father, can Hiyashi see his child in danger? Tiansho said, stroking his small beard. Hiyashi nodded slightly. Yeah, Neji, it's not your problem, don't be fooled by the rumors within the clan. Neji was speechless. There is very little he can change now. But as Hiyashi said, no matter how much they lose their conscience, I'm afraid Hiyashi won't personally do anything bad to his daughter. Neji also admitted that it was his own temper, and turned his head to leave. After all, it's not because I'm too weak. That night, Neji had been training late into the night, until the sky started to rain. Seeing the rain getting heavier and heavier, Neji also packed up and left the practice ground quickly. And a figure who has been standing behind the big tree, next to Byakugan, is a violent vein full of chakra. It was a middle-aged man who looked about 35 years old. Next morning, Neji's figure reappeared at the training ground. After a round of training, Neji fell to the ground so tired, the system popped up a prompt. Ding! Congrats to the host 8 trigrams 64 palms proficiency reaching 3W and breaking through the first glimpse. Reward host. Byakugan purity 1%. Host. Hyuga Neji. Age. 13 years old. Ninja basic skills including throwing and other basic skills proficiency progress. 94.8%, 100% can complete the novice stage, activate the proficiency consumption system. Level. Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu. Futon Wind Style Palm Storm Wave. Gentle Fist Acupuncture. 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm. 8 trigrams One Shot. Demonic Illusion. None. Blood Follower Boundaries. Byakugan. Byakugan Purity. 13%. Basic Items. Detonation Charm 10. Uju Herbs *2. Advanced Items. None. Special Items. None. Yo, isn't this the genius of the Hyuga clan who is about to become Chunin, Neji? Hyuga Qingtian's voice. Neji stood up quickly and saw Qingtian behind him. Unexpectedly there was no Qingtian following him today. Don't look, Silver was arrested for interrogating Hinata without authorization. The elders of the clan were taboo on main clan, so he went by himself. What did you say? Neji's eyes widened and his fists clenched. Don't worry, he didn't do anything to Hinata, and was finally discovered by the elders. I see you. PFF'd, Qingtian frowned, the whole person flew out, and the saliva sprayed out from his mouth as droplets. This punch has to be strong, otherwise it will definitely vomit blood if it hits the chest directly. Neji's face was gloomy. You. Neji crossed his eyebrows, and Qingtian was so frightened that he closed his mouth. Qingtian saw it when Neji pressed Hyuga Silver that day. Silver was the most talented peer in the clan at the time, but Neji was completely above him. With such an exaggerated gap, he wouldn't believe that Neji was relying on himself to enhance his strength. Hyuga Neji, your teacher said, is the file in your hands. Dossier. Neji turned around, and he thought that he couldn't get any information, but suddenly he cared. Don't pretend to be stupid. Did the patriarch secretly give you the dossier passed down from generation to generation that your grandfather has been looking for? Or did your father steal it? Yes. It must have been stolen by your father. Otherwise, how could this generation of main clan get here? The dossier disappeared. Ah! Neji had already rushed over and grabbed Qingtian's collar. You. No matter how restless your mouth is, I will kill you. Eyes, sharp, cold. Neji's words are true. There was fear in Qingtian's eyes. The aura of this waste material who was bullied by them day and night was really different now. His first thought was to save his life. What do you know about the dossier? Neji's words made Qingtian mistakenly believe that he had discovered a secret that should not have been discovered. If you don't speak well, you will be silenced. I only know that the dossier was handed down by our ancestors. For thousands of years, only the genius Hyuga Tenin of the previous 2 generations has learned all the things above. By this generation, the dossier has disappeared. Chapter 45c, Sandaime Hokage. I know this. Qingtian took a deep breath, bit Kiba, and faced Neji, terrified. And Neji just narrowed his eyes and thought deeply. Where did you hear this? Neji's words seemed to be on the point. Qingtian looked at Neji in surprise. Neji seemed to know nothing, and he couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Why haven't I heard of it? Neji threw Qingtian hard. Qingtian landed and took a few steps back. Neji came over, a pressing momentum, pressing Qingtian out of breath. At this moment, he regretted that he had decided to come to Neji alone. Although Neji didn't take action seriously at this time, the power that burst out of the whole body was not what it used to be. All the time, just a few days apart. Qingtian can see the rapid growth of Neji just from the outbreak of Neji chakra. Are you still pretending to be stupid? Your strength is progressing so fast, you say you don't have a file in your hand, who would believe it? Qingtian straightened his collar, looking a little embarrassed, ready to resist Neji's shot at any time. But he was just resisting. He seemed to have understood that now Neji, the real strength, is already a monster-level player. Neji rubbed his chin, and when he asked this question, he couldn't ask anything. He doesn't seem to understand anything. Get out of here, don't blame me for being rude if you say inexplicable things later. Neji glared at Qingtian. Then he shook his head and walked away. At this moment, Qingtian felt that his legs were softening. File. Hyuga Tenin. The first one is an unfamiliar vocabulary. The latter name, Neji has heard. It is a ninja of the same generation as Hyuga Tenshou, Hyuga Tenmu and others, and is slightly older than them. Master is a ninja at the same time as the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. Hyuga ninja who is said to have inherited 100% pure blood, and the purity of Byakugan is also close to 100%. And Neji is now 13%. Just from this point, Neji can imagine how strong this so-called Tien-Ren is. And Neji only now knows that such a strong character is strong because of such a thing. Talent belongs to talent. Without real ability, it is nothing. It's like Mokuten wood style made Senjuhashirama, Mangekyo Sharingan made Uchiha Madara, Hiraishin made Namikaze Minato. The strong men of all dynasties will have a special talent. Dossier, is this the mystery? The ceiling of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenin. Standing outside the main clan yard, Neji lingered for a long time. Judging from Qingtian's reaction, not many people know about this kind of thing. And Qingtian's grandfather is Hyuga Tenshao. Neji remembered seeing Tenshao talking to Hiyashi in private that day. Or, Hiyashi didn't know it, and it was Tiansho who planned it. Or, Hiyashi will be on the side of the Tenshu. No matter what angle you consider it, Neji isn't sure if he's actively provoking this in the past, whether it's good or bad. More he understands, the more Neji feels that the inner core contradictions of the Hyuga family are extremely complicated. Hiro Matsuri. Tenten blinked, not a ninja from a famous family, and he didn't seem to know much about this. And at the gathering place, there are only 3 of Asuma, Tenten, and Neji. Yeah, there is a Matsuri ceremony every year to remember the heroes who died in the war. Hokage will also participate in this occasion, and the nobles of the Konoha clan will be called to participate to show respect for the heroes. Ino Shikacho represents the 3 ancient clan forces in our Konoha, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and the Akamichi clan. All 3 of them will not be able to come to the training camp today. Quote. After Asuma explained, he smiled and squeezed the cigarette butt he had smoked. Tenten nodded leisurely and looked at Neji again. Isn't it the Hyuga family? Hyuga. This is of course one of the oldest of our Konohas. Asuma hesitated, then lit another cigarette. Hyuga, should main clan go? I just split up, Neji explained. Several people were silent. When will this Matsuri code end? Probably until dusk, and it will be over before the sun goes down. At dusk. The sun in the west dyed Yuhi for most of the day, and the clouds were graceful and distant, as if the next moment in this scene was eternity. In front of the hero monument, everyone bowed solemnly. The people on the stage seemed to be driving everyone to make an oath. After a long time, the Matsuri Daien dismissed. People are getting fewer and fewer, and those who should leave have left. Then, Tianzang, you can go too, I can go back to the office by myself. Hiruzen said to a masked ninja in front of him, and Anbu was obviously a little surprised. Okay, let's go. Finally, Anbu left, and there was only one person left in the venue, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. I don't know how long he stood there before he raised his head and said loudly, okay, I've been hiding for so long, come out soon if something happens. In the grass, rustling sounded. The figure of a young man appeared. You're the Hyuga's kid. Hiruzen frowned. Neji stepped out, first on guard. After approaching, he bowed. Hyuga Neji, see Mr. Hokage 3. Hee, Neji, what's the matter with you? Don't you want to, Matsuri swear to the sacrificed hero? Seeing that Hiruzen was smiling happily, but Neji was not happy, his heart was still a little heavy. I came to you to make a deal with you. Neji said seriously. Deal, ha ha ha. Hiruzen chuckled lightly, stroking his beard on the tip of his chin. Neji, a little-known child in Genin, naturally wouldn't let Hiruzen notice him. This is the same as a star who is watched by thousands of people and ignores the common people, and is not a person on the same level at all. The weights on both sides of the scale are extremely unbalanced, so why not trade? Neji, just let me know if you have any questions, and I'll do my best to help you out. You must promise me to keep everything I say to you today confidential before I can start a conversation with you. Neji is cautious. This step is a risky move. So Neji has to take all precautions, just in case. Little Neji, if you're really bored, you can go to teacher Iruka to show you. Is your teacher in charge guy? By the way, he's on a mission, then the patriarch Hiyashi. Hiruzen-sama. Hiruzen was startled by Neji's words. A child nearly 60 years younger than him, calling him by his first name. This impact is not small. If I say that I witnessed the death of Moonlight Hayate, do you still think I'm joking? Neji said made Hiruzen's smile stop abruptly, and the look of astonishment on his face seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. Hokage building, inside the office. I didn't expect that, boy, it's actually you. Sunagakure actually betrayed Konoha. Hiruzen looked serious and took a sip of tea, but he seemed to have guessed all this. Neji was most concerned about. He said, I have investigated some information about the enemy's capabilities and plans. With this information, the casualties of the village can be greatly reduced, and even this tragedy can be avoided. I see, this is your bargaining chip. After all, what do you want to trade? Hiruzen looked at Neji and finally became serious. Neji said unhurriedly, about the past of the Hyuga clan, about the name Hyuga Tenin, about the main clan and branches of the Hyuga clan, and the dossier passed down from generation to generation. I want to know, what can you provide? All the information about this. Chapter 46 God Forbearance. Unknown Past. Neji looked at Hiruzen was warm and persistent. Hiruzen would not be afraid of such a small scene, but just looked at such a pure young man in front of him, with complicated and determined eyes at the moment. Such an impact even made him a Twilight hero with great emotion, taking such important information to exchange with himself about matters within the clan. You said, I know something, but... Hiruzen took a deep breath, took the pipe out of his hand, and put it on the shelf beside him. He was no longer in the mood to smoke. The situation in Konoha village is very passive this time, and you should understand it when you hear about it. Even so, did you still choose the Hyuga family as the leader? Hiruzen's eyes were gloomy, staring straight at Neji. That look seems to be able to quell all demons. No, it's just my selfishness. I'm sure you're all about the safety of the village, but I'm not sure you'll be honest with me. To you, I'm just a genin. Hiruzen listened and pondered for a long time. A young child is thoughtful, not like a 13-year-old boy at all. Hiyashi too, you Hyuga clan, why are you so popular? Above everything else, do you always only care about the affairs of your clan? Hiruzen's anger was almost bursting out. This tone was like a warning before an active volcano erupted. But Neji, also forcibly calmed down. Anyway, now Konoha does need his information. Neji didn't answer. He only guessed that Hiyashi had negotiated with Sandai, but he didn't know what he said. Okay. A long time, Hiruzen let out a long breath. He asked, why do you say you witnessed Hayate's death, but you still say you don't know who the killer is? I just said that to gain your trust and start trading, but Hayate was seriously injured by Sunagakure, and the wounds on the body were caused by Sunagakure. But he has escaped with me, and there is still a distance from the barrier near the Hokage building. 100 meters away, I was ambushed. I don't know who it was. Neji told the truth honestly. So, the Anbu boy who fought against 5 people that night, and the Anbu boy in the Forest of Death, are you? Well, but I want you to keep this a secret. Neji was calm on the surface, but there was still some drumming inside. Hiruzen is a good Hokage. He is also a cunning old fox in the final analysis. This is evident from the fact that he watched the tragedy of the Uchiha family happen. However, Neji is also fully prepared. At this time when Konoha village is about to be calculated, Neji's position can be described as the right place and the right place. Okay, what do you want to know? Let me answer your doubts. After speaking, you must tell the truth about the enemy's plans you know. I will also keep your identity secret, and I do this with you. Market transactions. Quote. Hiruzen is really refreshing. Neji let out a sigh of relief. The era of Hyuga Tenin. To this day, what is the dossier passed down from generation to generation? Dossier. Hiruzen looked up, lost in the memories. The Hyuga family used to claim to be the descendants of the gods, but there was no basis for this, until the appearance of the Hyuga Tenin. Neji didn't interrupt, but continued to listen to Hiruzen, talking about the past. During the second generation of Hokage's reign, the Hyuga family was full of geniuses. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the Uchiha family at that time, the power of the Hyuga family would have become a great historical splendor. Especially with Hyuga Tenin at the head, his talent, it can be said that it overshadowed all the ninjas of the same period. Quote, but at that time, the Hyuga family began to manage in a closed manner. They seemed to see clearly more than everyone else. The second generation Hokage in the village's policy towards the Uchiha family, they seemed to avoid these things and only focus on their own family. But it is said that something happened later, and Hyuga Tenin disappeared before being reused by the village. Quote, missing. Hearing this, Neji was a little surprised. Well, a genius ninja who was rare in 100 years. He just disappeared like this. There are many theories about the reason, and the Hyuga family was closed. The second generation Hokage and the head of the Hyuga family said this matter personally. It is said that it was involved. The so-called dossier is what you call the dossier passed down from generation to generation by your family. Quote. Hearing this, Neji took a deep breath. No wonder that Hyuga Tianrin only left legends with extremely high talent, but no heroic deeds. It turned out that the genius was strangled in the cradle. It is said that the dossier contains the treasures left by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, and it contains the real power of the Hyuga clan. The main clan and the branch were not originally to defend Byakugan, but to retain the power of the dossier. For thousands of years, no one has been able to decipher the mysteries in the dossier, so the statement that the Hyuga family is descended from immortals is no longer a thing. Quote. But since one person came along, that stalemate has been broken. He is Hyuga Kamizuki. Who? Another very unfamiliar name. Hyuga Tenin's master, a legendary ninja at the same time as the first Hokage, is also the pinnacle figure in the history of the Hyuga family. It was he who delved into the mysteries in the dossier, and his strength skyrocketed overnight. And Tenin was his apprentice. Naturally also received the favor of the dossier. Quote. Therefore, the most rumored story at the time was that Tenin got the dossier, which caused main clan's resentment. After Kamizuki passed away, main clan immediately tried to get rid of Tenin in order to regain the dossier. But Kamizuki once said, the bloodline of the immortals of the Hyuga family is inherited in one bloodline. Obviously, main clan has lost this bloodline. The genius bloodline of the Hyuga family seems to have ended in the Hyuga Tenin. Since then, Hyuga has never been seen again. An amazing ninja. So, the dossier naturally disappeared with the sky. The second generation of Hokage finished handling the matter, blocked the mouths of all insiders, and did not allow the people in the village to talk about it. So basically no one now knows about it. Knowing these things, Neji, including your uncle Hyuga Hiyashi, including your father Hyuga Hazashi. After Hiruzen finished speaking, he stared at Neji. Neji was stunned for a moment, and when he heard the name, his heart tightened. These words were difficult to digest for a long time. Although unexpected, it was also expected. The matter of the dossier really involved more inside information, and Neji immediately decided in his heart that he must find this so-called dossier. Uncovering the unknown past of the Hyuga family, perhaps the most essential main clan and family division grievances can be solved. Secondly, perhaps the mysterious records in the dossier are the power Neji needs most now. Then, the matter of the Hyuga family is so complicated and distant, it's difficult for you to penetrate it now. But the crisis in the village is just around the corner. With your unique skills, can you lend a helping hand to the old man? Hiruzen growled tone, looking directly at Neji, full of respect. Neji's mouth twitched slightly, with a smile on his face. Of course. I'm here for this. Hiruzen was slightly startled, and there was a slight movement in his eyes. Chapter 47 Advanced. Chakra shape changes. Morning, the fog in Konoha village gradually cleared. Chunin, who got up earlier finished late shift, became the first group of people to eat breakfast. Residents on the second and third floors opened some windows. After the fog is the warm sunshine. No one will refuse this kind of beauty. Here is the village of Konoha. Everything is calm and peaceful. There is a flower shop on the corner of the street. The store is not big, but there are a lot of varieties inside, and 100 flowers are blooming. Ino, classmates are waiting for you. Ha tilde immediately tilde. Yamanaka Zawi, Ino's mother is also like her, with a beautiful face. Unable to see that she was already a woman, she gently turned her head to Neji and said, "Wait for a while." By the way, is the class reclassified now? Why haven't I seen you? Facing Zhao Hui's question, Neji froze. No way. Are you my daughter's boyfriend? Zhao Hui widened her eyes and quietly stared at the stairs inside, for fear that Ino would run down at this time. And Neji swallowed and explained quickly. Don't get me wrong, Auntie, I and Ino are just practicing together recently. Okay, stop explaining. I thought Zhao Wei would be a little angry, but she didn't expect her face to be Yuhi slightly, and she looked at Neji with a smirk. Then, after careful selection, he pulled out one of the products in front of him. Shape looks a bit like a chrysanthemum, but it is purple Yuhi. Here, take it, lad. You're so good, but treat us Ino well. Zhao Hui has long been happy, and Neji is in a cold sweat. Why is it different from what he imagined? This. Hold it. If you don't hold it, you look down on our Ino. Neji was forced to take the flower in his hand with a wry smile. I'm here. Let's go, or we'll be late. Ino rushed downstairs in a hurry, grabbed Neji's hand immediately, and ran away quickly. Hey, what's the hurry, kid? Your genin forehead guard. Zhao Wei saw a forehead guard on the table, picked it up and threw it over. Neji was forced to follow Ino, and behind him, a forehead guard was thrown, which Neji quickly caught. Young man, take care of my daughter. Zhao Wei made a goodbye gesture, squinting and smiling at Neji. Running for a short distance, Ino stopped, gasping for breath. What are you doing running so fast? It's never too soon. Ino gasped, put his hands on his hips, and asked, how is it? My mother didn't say anything strange to you, did she? She said, taking the forehead guard that Neji handed her and putting it on her head. No. Neji hesitated, but held back. Cosmos. But, it's a daisy. Ino picked up the flower in Neji's hand, looked at it a few times, and gave it back to Neji. What? I like Cosmos very much, but daisies are different. The love of Cosmos is fiery and unrestrained, but the love of daisies is secret and careful. This kind of love is too uncomfortable. Ino was talking eloquently, but then suddenly glanced at Neji, that handsome face. Even every look will make people ignore that this is just a teenager. There is no shortage of blood, masculinity, tenderness and maturity in the eyes, and all the witty reactions. Cough. Who are you sending these words to? I haven't seen anyone you like tilde, Ino asked tentatively. Neji thought for a while, and the first person that came to mind was Hinata. But it was the most sincere and pure protection for his sister. He also had trouble with this kind of problem, so he said casually, I'll give it to you. After all, this was also forcibly stuffed by Ino's mother, and it was considered a repayment. Ino received the hand in disbelief, and his eyes showed unconcealed joy. She froze for a few seconds in disbelief, then shyly put on her head and clenched her fist tightly. Send me flowers. Doesn't he like me? God. A flower is completely conquered. This way, South Heart Flower Road, although not shown, but the whole person is like a cosmos born to the sun. Neji wasn't bothered, just wanted to laugh. A whole morning, Asuma has given a good science course on chakra to 5 genin. The attributes and application of chakra have been explained very thoroughly, and then a simple practical teaching of application has been carried out. It's already a little handy for everyone, but for Neji, it's obviously not enough. After arranging practice sessions for the others, Asuma took Neji to another training ground. This is the vicinity of Konoha Falls. When you look up, you can see Honda Falls, which is wide and long. Nature transformation is the chakra flow that can feel the wind attribute in the chakra. Asuma was still talking. Neji picked a few leaves and held them in his hands. Chakra launches, thorn, tilde. The leaves were cut, and several fell at the same time. Seeing this scene, Asuma was shocked. Neji, you can actually use chakra nature transformation. Asuma-sensei, I need to really get stronger. Looking at the burning fire in his eyes, Asuma sighed. Neji, you are truly a malleable talent, and I am honored to teach you. He said, do you use wind-type ninjutsu? Soon as he finished speaking, Neji turned around and quickly hand-sealed. Futon, wind style, palm storm. After Neji hand-seal, he quickly took out his palm. A strong hurricane emerged from the palms and gathered together to form a more intense hurricane that spread rapidly in one direction. The forest where it was blown by the wind, and the branches were savagely everywhere, so far away, it was like a tornado was blowing over there. Oh, has it gotten to this point? Asuma is even more gratified. For an excellent teacher, it is not that it is easier to teach low-level abilities. On the contrary, it is relatively easier to teach students more advanced abilities. He drew out his own characteristic weapon, a ninja-shaped weapon with 4 holes corresponding to his fingers. This thing is called Feiyin. Asuma took the flying swallow, quickly hand-seal, and took out his palm. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Chakra blades formed by flying swallows, mixed with them. The violent storm was actually in the air, going all the way, forming thousands of wind blades in the shape of blades. I saw the wind blade go with the hurricane, and the forest seemed to set off a sword formation. This time, it was not just the ferocious branches. It was like a wild dance, and even those branches were cut open by the wind blade one by one, and fell to the ground after flying in the wind. The same power, the lethality is completely different. Neji was surprised and took a step back. The feeling of being in the air, he instantly recalled the situation that night. Even though he didn't miss Orochimaru, he was stubbornly suppressed that night. The wound caused by the wind blade was faintly painful, and Neji touched the wound on the inside of his left arm. This is the advancement of chakra nature transformation. Chakra's form changes. After the master has transformed, it is the way to really improve the power of ninjutsu. Futon, wind style. Asuma was still talking, but suddenly found that Neji had started hand-seal. His eyes were serious, and hand-seal was more cautious this time. Isn't it? Did you learn this? Asuma muttered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Palm storm. Hand-seal. Neji quickly took out his palm, and a strong whirlwind rose rapidly. Chapter 48 Guess. The combination of ninja and taijutsu. This is. Asuma looked at Neji hand-seal and was deeply shocked. Did this learn? This kind of speed is simply terrifying, I have never seen it before. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The whirlwind condensed into a ball and swiftly moved towards the woods. Then, immediately burst. The whirlwind swirled rapidly in the woods, forming a circle. Form, change. Asuma looked at it carefully, and although the shape of the whirlwind changed, it was not a change in shape. It was like a chakra that had been forcibly added to the rotation, but it did not have the wind attribute. In short, even the basic chakra nature transformation did not appear. After confirming this, he exhaled. This kind of thing can't be rushed, Neji. Sure enough, that kind of imaginary genius does not exist. Asuma also walked over, patted Neji's shoulder and said, Form change is a skill that is even more difficult than S-rank ninjutsu, and it requires a lot of practice to complete it. Neji also responded with a chuckle. Of course, the shape change, I can't do it. Oh. I tried it just now, and that kind of chakra was blocked at my acupoint. As long as I want to run the chakra in my body, it will be blocked. Not to mention the proficiency of shape change, the chakra of the fontanelle is at the top. I can't achieve shape change until the chakra volume reaches a certain level. Neji's words shocked Asuma. That is to say, until I reach your chakra level, I can't practice form transformation. Before that, it's more important to practice nature transformation to the point where practice makes perfect. Neji then refined the chakra, stretched out his hand, and the wind attribute chakra in the palm of his hand was like a whirlwind flowing in his hand. But this kind of chakra still can't be morphed. If the mentality changes as a master, you can be like Asuma, Maki and the others, and you can release the killing intent like an enemy between gestures. If it is in the real battlefield in the future, this ability is really of practical significance. If the speed of the shot is always slower than others, what is the use of the strong nature transformation? This was really the point, and Neji knew from the bottom of his heart that he was still a long way from the real Jonin. I didn't expect you to see so clearly. Byakugan is such a powerful skill. Asuma said with emotion. The two practiced repeatedly for a period of time, and Asuma found that Neji's nature transformation was already very skilled. At least, in some ninjutsu or taijutsu, there should be many times. Neji, look at the integration of nature transformation into Teishu. Neji stepped back, simply hand seal, white from Byakugan. Release chakra all over. Asuma took a puff of cigarette and snuffed out the butt. Boom. Neji casts Revolving Heaven and adds the wind attribute chakra nature transformation. Revolving Heaven drives the surrounding wind. It is like a huge destruction field, and even the grass and soil on the ground are marked with traces. Revolving Heaven ends and Asuma walks over. Neji, how is your body? No problem. What's wrong? Neji now sincerely wants to become stronger, and tries not to hide anything from Asuma. Oh, nothing. Asuma turned her head away, her expression solemn. He thought to himself, the bloodline boundary is the ability formed by the combination of at least two chakra attributes, and Byakugan is a very unique bloodline boundary. The bloodline boundary cannot be integrated into other chakras, even if it is as strong as Senjuhashirama. Applying nature transformation or shape change on top of Mokudan, wood style, it is said that only by turning on a very powerful mode and using special chakra, can you complete a higher level of advanced ninjutsu. Asuma thought, bowing his head, pinching the bridge of his nose with his hand in thought. So, in order to complete the injection of chakra into the bloodline boundary, at least one thing must be satisfied, that is, a large enough amount of chakra. It can only be completed if it is large enough, so large that it is unimaginable. If Neji can complete it, it proves that his chakra volume is already very large. If so, why is it temporarily impossible to cultivate form changes because of the chakra volume? Quote. Asuma's doubts about Neji deepened. But if his thoughts were known to Neji, I'm afraid Neji couldn't help laughing. Because when using Revolving Heaven or 64 palms, chakra's nature transformation is provided by the system. The change of chakra of unknown source is naturally based on the chakra required by the technique, and Neji can use it because of this. To truly cultivate one's own form changes, one needs a better basic physique. Neji will always see better than anyone else when it comes to the nature of chakra. Only by understanding the essence can you approach the strong from the nearest distance. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji hit the palm wave out again, and this time, a whirlwind still erupted in the woods over there. That's the chakra of Revolving Heaven. Neji suddenly opened up a new idea. Even if the bug of the system can be used to make the bleeding follow the advanced version of the boundary, what if a new technique is added to other techniques? After an afternoon of training, Neji posed a conjecture to Asuma. Teacher, if I incorporate the palm wave into the physique, can I achieve the desired effect? Asuma didn't think about it, chuckled. It can't be done. Fusion ninjutsu must be achieved by more than 2 practitioners. One person can't complete it. Fusion can only be carried out at the stage of chakra nature, already after the surgery. However, Neji's enthusiasm could not be resisted. Next, Neji starts to devote himself to training. And Asuma started, giving others courses and training in the attributes of chakra. Neji is here to retreat and practice alone, combining palm storm wave with vacuum palm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji hand sealed at the moment of the palm, and the hurricane rose up with both palms. Failed. Continue. One-handed shot. The leaves are rattling, the woods are just dropping some branches. Go on. On the first day, the second day, and the third day, Neji seemed to be in a state of madness, without distractions, only moving toward one goal. That guy is like that, dumb and won't work around. Ten complained. Ino, who was sitting on the side, sighed and didn't speak, and neither Choji nor Shikamaru were very optimistic. Asuma also shook his head and said, this kind of thing is impossible to do. Maybe he will fail to understand something. Today, let's continue to train chakra's control. Obviously a genius, but so paranoid, Asuma sighed. Neji may not have any talent, just pure hard work. On the afternoon of the fourth day, it gradually became dusk, and the course ended. Asuma came to the bottom of the Konoha Falls alone, looking at Neji, lying on the ground breathless and uninspired. Exhausted. Drink some water. He walked over and handed the bamboo tube to Neji. Neji sat up and drank water, exhausted. Going in the wrong direction. Going too far will cause unnecessary trouble for yourself. Teacher. Neji suddenly took 2 steps forward, facing the woods in the distance. I thought of a way 2 days ago. Since the 2 techniques can't be used at the same time, it makes sense after thinking about it. However, what if I can only use half of one type of ninjutsu? Or mix it according to a certain proportion. Maybe it will work. Quote. Neji said, and began to refine chakra. Asuma was startled, and his heart trembled. Chapter 49 Talent. Steel Devouring Power. It took me almost a whole day to figure out how to make only the spell, but only need to refine the general chakra, and the mixing ratio is completely different. Neji said this, his face was full of hardships. But he smiled reassuringly and said, I finally did it and found the most suitable blending ratio. 8 trigrams vacuum palm only needs to refine 20% of the chakra as a body technique, in the left hand. This is the physique of the Hyuga clan, and it is a unique ability that I have cultivated. It can be done with only one palm, but the other is something that I spent a whole day to complete today. Neji said this and snorted disdainfully. What is it? Asuma became more and more curious. Could it be true, as Neji said, that he had completed his own idea? Combining ninjutsu and taijutsu to release, Asuma swallowed. At least in the ninja at this stage of Neji, there has never been a precedent in the ninja world. That's it, if it weren't for thousands of attempts, it really wouldn't be possible. Neji spoke. He stretched out his right hand and began to gesture in front of his chest. After seeing 4 or 5 gestures, Asuma realized it. He's a one-handed hand seal. This is something that even Asuma himself can't do, but Neji spent a day practicing it. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji's body fused 2 chakras in a ratio of 2 to 8, and immediately there was a whirlwind-like substance in the air, hovering around Neji's body. Accumulate. 1 strike. Both palms are released at the same time, quickly and decisively. Vacuum palm vibrates the air, and the palm wave creates a whirlwind, and when combined with the air wave formed by the vacuum palm, the range and speed increase exponentially. With one blow, it was like an overwhelming force. In just a split second, vacuum palm jumped over 20 meters from Neji's position and hit the woods directly. Boom. Huge storm, unparalleled destructive power. Asuma cut off only a few branches with all his strength. Neji destroyed a large piece of the forest with one move. All the branches were torn apart by the wind, dancing wildly in the wind. Boom boom boom. Even a few trees were uprooted by the wind and fell to the ground one after another. How violently that person would be attacked if Neji was hit by this move in close combat. Teacher, I'm done. Neji breathed a sigh of relief and said. Then, his legs softened and he sat on the ground, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Asuma, who was standing behind him, was speechless for a long time. This kind of thing is not something that can be done by mere effort. More than hard work, Neji's understanding and application of chakra may not be his turn to teach at all. This kid is really a genius. Asuma was deeply shocked. Have a good rest and have a barbecue tonight. Neji, who was so tired that he lay on the ground resting. As a teacher, I actually taught. No, it is the most honorable thing for Asuma to have the opportunity to teach such hard-working, talented children. And after Asuma left, Neji, who gradually fell asleep, didn't know how long it was dark. I only felt that my body gradually regained some strength, and the system jumped out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Complete the novice stage. Get the novice reward. Advanced Suiten Water Style Ninjutsu Scroll 1. Advanced Doden Earth Style Ninjutsu Scroll 1. Basic Sealing Technique Scroll 1. Congratulations to the host for activating the talent. Steal the power of devouring. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 13 years old. Ninja basic skills including throwing and other basic skills. Proficiency progress. 100.0%, 100% can complete the novice stage. Activate the proficiency consumption system. Proficiency, 0. Talent, Steal Devour. Level, Konoha Village Genin. Ninjutsu, Futon Wind Style Palm Storm Wave. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, 8 trigrams One Shot. Demonic Illusion, none. Blood Follower Boundaries, Byakugan. Byakugan Purity, 13%. Basic Items, Detonator Symbol 10. Advanced Items, Advanced Suiten Water Style Ninjutsu Scroll 1. Advanced Doden Earth Style Ninjutsu Scroll 1. Basic Sealing Technique Scroll 1. Special Items, none. Talent, Steal and Devour. What do you mean? Neji is puzzled by this strange ability, and he has never seen it elsewhere. Generally speaking, the system does not give some awesome bang. Neji didn't hold out much hope. From the first day he crossed over, he understood that this system was only possible if he worked hard to get stronger. It was impossible for him to become stronger by simply relying on talent. Steal and Devour. When fighting a ninja with a ninja level higher than your own, there is a chance to steal the enemy's ability and selectively swallow it. The basic proficiency of the ability after swallowing is 0, and the host needs to cultivate by himself and master. The upper limit of the ability to swallow for 2, when you need to choose a new ability, you need to clear the existing ability to replace it, and the upgrade of the host's ninja level will increase the number of the upper limit of the swallowing ability. Ho! Is a big guy. Neji suddenly had countless ideas in his heart. The most important point is to fight with ninjas who are stronger than you. That is to say, comfortable practice is no longer enough for Neji to continue to become stronger, and his ability to swallow is limited, so he must also pay a lot of attention in selection. This ability, at first glance, is a waste skill, but Neji has endured humiliation over the years. Not only has his body improved, but his mind has also undergone another childhood development, becoming extremely rational and developed. As long as it is used well, this will become one of the strongest abilities to help Neji become stronger. Barbecue restaurant at night. Barbecue. Choji stared at the barbecue on top, almost drooling. Wait a minute, don't be too hasty, it's hot. Ino and Shikamaru stared at Choji all the time, for fear that he would burn his mouth again just to eat. And Asuma is used to joking with his students. Tenten, who had been sitting on the side in obscurity, approached Neji. Is your cultivation really successful? Neji was startled and just smiled. It's just some progress. Tenten, he sighed deeply. I'll just say it, you'll be thinking wildly. Let's practice honestly. Afterwards, Asuma raised his cup and said to everyone, I didn't expect everyone to improve so fast. Our training ended early, which lasted for 12 days, 2 days earlier than expected. Hey, I said, eating grilled meat as a reward for Choji. Since we have also passed the training, is there any reward? Ino said with a smile. Asuma was in a cold sweat and touched his wallet with a bad feeling. Shikamaru, the trouble is dead, then give me a physical training course. Although it is difficult to be promoted to Chunin, since it has been done, it must be successful. Ino, I want a new outfit. 1010, I want a ninja model tilde. I really can't help you, can't I learn more Shikamaru? Asuma scratched his head, but there is no doubt that it is gratifying as a teacher to see the achievements of the students. He looked at Neji, who had been eating meat quietly, and asked, Tell me, Neji, what reward do you want? At this question, the whole audience was stunned. Hyuga Neji, the hidden genius who had transformed their impressions these days, really wanted. Neji hesitated for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The reward I want is to have a real battle with Teacher Asuma. Chapter 50 Jonin. Differences in practical experience. Actual combat with Teacher Asuma. Shikamaru was the first to notice the most crucial word Neji used, actual combat. But, haven't you trained with Teacher Asuma many times? Choji asked while eating. Tenten thought for a moment, then said, What Neji said is actual combat. Ino was also startled, and looked at Neji blankly. She couldn't keep up, and her admiration for Neji was almost beyond words these days, but every time she was stopped by this gap. What an excellent young man. Ino felt inferior in front of him. Maybe it's the liking. Do you fight with me? Asuma lowered his head slightly, and couldn't help feeling that the young people today are really floating. Okay, I promise you. Since you have passed the special training, you should be rewarded. Come to the training ground tomorrow and have a good fight with me. Others are not allowed to come. Why? Asuma just finished speaking. Tenten and Ino asked for the first time. The two were startled and looked at each other. Ino is because of his love for Neji and wants to watch every progress and growth of Neji. And Tenten is also because of her desire to become stronger and her desire for strength, causing her to pay more and more attention to every action of Neji. But Asuma said, No, you all don't come. This time the reward belongs to Neji alone. Right. Asuma stood up, gave Neji a positive look, and went to the checkout. Neji also knew very well that he was provoking him to use his true skills in actual combat, so don't hide it any longer. Very good. Neji let out a sigh of relief, and tomorrow he can finally cast his fists after a long absence. The next day. Number 21 Practice Ground. This is the actual combat practice ground. The other places were all messed up by the special training of this group of people a while ago. The only place that was as clean as a wasteland was this actual combat training ground. Asuma didn't really get the shot. Neji also knew that, but this time, he didn't want victory. The actual combat training ground is a square with a side length of about 12 meters. The ground is covered with grass and soil, and there are traces of refurbishment. It should also be used to avoid injuries during the physical game. Both sides of the venue, both sides are ready. Sarutobi Asuma, Jonin of Konoha, son of 3 generations of Hokage. Hyuga Neji, a branch of the Hyuga family, is known as the Waste Ninja. Oh, I never imagined that the Hyuga clan would have such a talented ninja like you. I'm starting to look forward to it. Asuma calmed down, took out Feiyin, and put it on with both hands. I will try my best. Asuma said that, but Neji didn't believe he would try his best. This is to use the aggressive method, and want to use all his abilities, right? One of the former 12 guardians, Sarutobi Asuma, your name is piercing through my ears. I know I can't win against you, but... Neji said, turning on Byakugan. And Asuma was stunned, surprised that Neji knew these things. I also want to test how far I've gotten. Neji said, sprinting forward quickly. Is a 10-lap ninja run around Konoha, and in this short sprint, Neji almost made it to the ultimate. And Asuma, who has gone through several training sessions with Neji, is even harder to appreciate. Quick. Nothing else. The action of the shot is clean and neat. Whew. A palm passed, and the sound of breaking the air passed by the ear. Next move was the legs, and Asuma completely guessed the rhythm. Followed by a punch. Asuma caught it tightly. The hand-holding Feiyin was limited, and he could only defend when he became a palm. Neji just took advantage of this. Very good, perfect attack. Asuma chuckled, then clenched Neji's fist with a force. The flying swallow on the hand made a bass sound, forming a very flamboyant blade-shaped chakra. The blade, which was only 3 centimeters originally, instantly became a 30 centimeter long chakra blade. Neji, as if it was about to cut through the air, had to step back, but his fist was tightly squeezed by Asuma, and on the other side, Asuma moved his other hand, as fast as Hayate. Ray. Neji used the 8 trigrams 64 palms warlock to stimulate the thunder attribute chakra in the palm of his hand, and it burst out in an instant. Asuma felt that his palm was paralyzed by lightning and could not move, but only for this moment. A small gap, Neji seized the opportunity to pull away from the body, dodging the blow. As expected of Konoha's Jonin, Neji thought to himself. All the gestures are the combat experience that you can learn. How many dead souls do you have to have such a combat IQ? Neji is starting to be amused. Asuma was stunned for a moment, observing his palm. What was that feeling just now? Asuma didn't know what Neji had been hiding all along, which was the thunder attribute chakra nature transformation of 8 trigrams 64 palms. In Neji's body, Lei Hefeng's attributes are divided into half, and because of the restraint of the wind attribute on the thunder attribute, when using the chakra test paper to test, Neji shows the wind attribute chakra. It's my turn to attack next. Hayate blade. Asuma moved, and in a trance, the length of the blade became longer, reaching 50 centimeters. Neji stepped back again and again, and in his calculations, he had never imagined such a distance. When the blade reaches 50 centimeters, the attack distance will increase exponentially. The attack that could have been evaded with action can no longer be used. Neji didn't give a chance at all, his movements were very fast, and his backing speed was very fast. It's almost the end. There are trees behind them, and the actual combat training ground is surrounded by tree stumps half a meter high. Neji hand seal. Wind revolving heaven. The huge impact force blocked Asuma from the outside, and the dust was flying. One flash. Neji has appeared in front of Asuma. Unprecedented surprises. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. All the palms hit Asuma's body. Neji didn't plan to keep his hands and fight against the masters. 64 palms. Boom. Asuma was knocked out and fell to the ground, while Neji's fingertips were smoking and his eyes were sharp. It seems that you really have hidden a lot of strength. Neji was startled, the voice was behind him. Just now, it's a clone. Neji swiped back with a palm, fluttering in the air, and the opponent slashed with a knife, and Neji quickly took a few steps back. Be serious. Asuma stepped forward, looking effortlessly. There was a mess on the field. There are traces of the soil and grass being set off by powerful forces, and the surrounding tree stumps have been destroyed to the point where nothing is left, a fierce actual battle. Neji fell to the ground exhausted, pinching the inside of his left arm tightly. It is this feeling, the repressive power of Futon Wind style chakra's morphological changes to himself. Asuma's strength should be higher than Maji. And Neji understands that the real gap is more important because of the terrifying actual combat experience. Even what he is going to do next, he feels that the other party can guess. That's right, boy, you can push me to this point. Asuma stepped forward and had already put Feiyin away. But he was suddenly startled, seeing Neji pinching his left arm, and said in surprise, "You kid." He seemed to be hit hard. Neji, who played against him, including the training during this period, has always been injured. Chapter 51 Sneak Attack. Byakugan in the dark. At night, within the Hyuga clan. Neji sat on the edge of the bed. The room was dark. He opened the window, and the bright moonlight outside suddenly poured in, making the room much brighter. Cool, but not lonely. On the contrary, it is an unprecedented comfort. With Asuma, although he lost, Neji got what he wanted. Ding! The abilities obtained by stealing the power in this actual combat. Kaden Fire Style, Heaping Burning. Wind Attribute Chakra Form Change. Futon Wind Style, Hayate Blade. Futon Wind Style, Sui Landgale. Please choose this devouring ability. The Wind Attribute Chakra Form changes. Neji didn't feel like something new had been injected into his head, but something new seemed to be pouring into his heart. In this way, the ability to devour is not given, but a sojourn. The heart is where the blood vessels of the whole body are connected. While supplying blood to the whole body, the heart is also the center of all the meridians. Naturally, it is the center of chakra, and the end of chakra is the door of death in the heart. Burn the energy of life. Neji fought Asuma this time, but just wanted to test this ability. Judging from such a result, even the ability to keep a hand in battle is still very likely to be stolen. Neji was lost in thought. On the second day, there was no training session. Neji simply completed the morning training, testing the morphological changes of the wind attribute. It's really useful stuff. He muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. Noon. There will be the clan meeting in 2 days. Now everyone in the clan is busy with this matter, especially the elders who are separated from the family should be busy. The rumors about him in the village also became less. After all, apart from the actions of the two flies in silver and Qingtian, Neji has always been tight-lipped and very careful, and is unlikely to be targeted. And his current situation may be the same as that of Hyuga Tenin back then, right? At noon, main clan has always had the habit of taking a nap. Neji stopped training. Come to the front of the main clan. Hinata, according to Hyuga-chun, is in retreat to prepare for the upcoming Chunin conference. And Hiyashi shouldn't be out of time now, right? Neji thought for a moment before knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Neji took a deep breath, just at this time, when it was unlikely to be bumped into. Last time I knocked on the door of main clan impulsively because of the Hinata incident, but I bumped into the chief elder Hyuga. At such a sensitive time, being caught like this is a mistake that Neji can't feel at ease. Over the years, the reason why I have passed through peacefully is that I have been careful to pay attention to my words and deeds. Therefore, Neji stepped out at that time, realizing that his choice was a little impulsive. Squeak tilde. The door was pushed open, and Hiyashi was surprised to see that it was Neji. Come in, Neji. Hiyashi glanced around. Ironic that being the main clan, he still had to worry about prying eyes. Neji just said bluntly, nothing else, I want you to guide my training. What? Hyuga clan, training ground. There was a little light outside, but the whole venue was dark. Hyuga family are gentle fists trained from this dark place. Because of this, the palms of the Hyuga family are deep, powerful, and extremely precise. Because using Byakugan to attack acupoints in the dark will become very direct and precise, and will not be disturbed by any foreign objects, and it will become a habit over time. Neji, you asked me to fight with you. Will this really help you? Hiyashi still can't imagine that a genin wants to fight him. He is the Hyuga clan, the strongest fighting force at present. Neji said, well, I'm sorry to bother you. The teacher has trained me in other abilities, and I hope I can find an opponent with the same melee game and great observation skills to fight. It's better that the opponent is also the owner of Byakugan. After all, I can't last forever. Winning an opponent on insight always requires some breakthroughs. Quote. Neji's understanding, flawless. Hiyashi also accepted this statement and nodded hesitantly. Well, since that's the case. His Byakugan, blue veins wrinkled. Every line is old and powerful. The traces of the years, at this moment, turned into proof of strength. For main clan, for yourself, and for the Hyuga family. Neji, I will practice with you, please stand out in this Chunin exam. Come on. Crack. Provide. In the dark, the two palms compete with each other. Obviously, Hiyashi's palm is more powerful, and Neji's attacks are almost all turned into nothingness. Regardless of Neji still holding on, this deep palm is difficult to handle even with all his strength. However, Neji is better at speed, attacking from different angles. Hiyashi doesn't move much. Boom. Donglong. The dull sound on the ground was the sound of Hiyashi stepping on the wooden floor, while Neji's footsteps were very light. So that's it, attribute chakra. In pursuit of speed, you ignore strength, Neji. Hiyashi said, found an opportunity, and slammed it out. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Neji quickly fired a vacuum palm in the air. Vacuum palm in reverse, he bounced himself to the side, avoiding the gentle fist. Responsiveness is good, but lacks strength. If you need a real trainer, Neji, your gentle fist will have no attack power. Come again. Hiyashi continued to explain gentle fist seriously to Neji. From noon to evening. After training, Neji said goodbye to Hiyashi. Ding, the ability to steal this time. Neji carefully looked at everything. Almost all of them were revolving heaven, 64 palms, gentle fist, acupuncture and other abilities, and there was nothing unusual. Looks like it's really not in main clan's hands. Neji muttered. Now that the dossier was cracked and disappeared, the person who took it naturally understood the method of cultivation. If Hiyashi, who is the most powerful in the Hyuga clan now, does not have the ability to master the file, then the file is in the hands of foreigners. Neji's heart, a century of doubts arose. Late at night, at the training ground, Neji practiced a new ability by himself, and futon wind style changed his chakra form. There was a gust of wind in the night, and a whirlwind swirled around the air. The leaves were rustled. Neji refines the chakra in his body, and the sound of wind disturbs sight and hearing. That doesn't seem to be very beneficial for combat. Neji muttered to himself when a foreign voice caught his attention. For a moment, it was like cutting through thick clothes with a knife, and the sound was neat and heavy. Right next to you. Neji turned his head away, but was still stunned by the chakra of the supreme misery, and he rolled over quickly. The wind around me slowly picked up, but the night wind still rustled the leaves. When kunai was pulled up and the masked eyes were in front of him, Neji couldn't believe it for a moment. I saw the violent blue veins, so old and powerful, engraved with the traces of the years. Holding the kunai with both hands, he stabbed down with all his might. 8 trigrams, 1 hit. The huge chakra burst out, and the man was forcibly pushed away by this force. But when he was pushed away, gentle fist slammed down, and Neji immediately opened Byakugan. Get out. The two palms touched, and the air caused a strong whirlwind, shocking. Chapter 52 Split Up. 3 Elders. The man was bounced off, and Neji took the force straight. He tumbled to the side, dodged the flying shuriken, and jumped up. Your body and figure. After all, you are also a Jonin of the Hyuga clan, right? Why did you shoot me as a genin? Neji bit Kiba. That slap, he could already feel it, and in terms of strength, he was completely under him. As today's Hyuga Hiyashi. If he continues to fight, Neji will have to show his true strength, but Neji still doesn't know who the opponent is. Huh. The other party sneered and didn't speak, as if he didn't want to be recognized by Neji. Come in a few steps. Get up close. Neji slapped his hand, and the opponent fired back. The two started a melee game, back and forth. Byakugans on both sides were like 2 white lights in their black eyes, passing around like a streamer. The palm technique is like a shooting star, decorating the starry sky like a sea of flowers. But the man's palm was even better than Neji's. At the same time, he was swift and violent, and every time he hit gentle fist, there was a hidden murderous intention. Contains a deep strength. Neji, who was able to train day and night and had extraordinary physical strength, was already feeling exhausted at this time. This deep palm. Neji's mind right now, and that is Hokage. But why? Hokage doesn't need to shoot at him. While thinking about it, the other party has come quietly. There is no sound even in the steps. At this moment, Neji can be sure that the other party can't be Hokage. Get out. Neji stepped back immediately. The palm is not strong, but fast. It was only because of the difference in speed that Neji felt that the palm was deep enough. But the other party's movement skills are obviously a full-time killer. Such a combat method is completely different from Hokage. Who the hell are you? The other party still did not answer, and took out another kunai. He has 2 kunai in his left hand and right hand. He is a master of kunai. Neji can't imagine that there are such people in the Hyuga family who have strong pupils and who are assassinated by grandmasters. Rub. Kunai swept across the night, and the man's footsteps were brisk, as if he could hear the sound of kunai touching and rubbing against the air in the air. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji refined chakra and used his first training results. A huge and strong storm was sent out along with the vacuum palm, and the man seemed to be surprised when he saw this move. The resulting hurricane completely changed the speed of air circulation around him, and there was no sound of kunai rubbing in the air. Other party also raised his palm, which is also 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Be tough. Between Jonin and Genin. The 2 vacuum palms collided and spread out in the air, no less than equal. A huge shock wave was released towards the 2 of them, and they both stepped back several steps. But the next moment, another round of vacuum palm. Neji dodged. The vacuum palm was slender, small in scope but extremely destructive. A tree behind him was directly penetrated, then snapped and fell. Looks like I can't keep it. Neji realized that this Jonin was not here to tempt or play a prank. He's here to assassinate himself. After refining the chakra, in a moment of inattentiveness, the man came again. The speed is very fast, the fastest among Neji's opponents so far. Neji no longer dodged, but slapped head-on, both backing away. This man is a professional killer, otherwise the speed could not be so fast. It is almost like the 8 inner gates opened the 4th gate. After this wave of confrontation, the man stared at his palm, seeming a little surprised. The touch just now doesn't seem right. He stepped forward again and met Neji's hand. Boom. The palms of the 2 are very strong, and the duel is head-to-head. But Neji's chakra, the flow rate is faster, and the erosive force is very strong, like lightning. Ziz. Huh. The opponent's palm seemed to be attracted by Neji's palm, and the chakra softened together. Electricity can generate magnetism. Neji's mouth twitched. The basic physics principle, placed in the chakra system, is equally established. 2 palms. Left shoulder and right shoulder, 1 palm each. 4 palms. This time, Neji's speed was even faster, and he was completely different from the previous one. 8 palms. Only then did the man realize that his assassination with all his strength had become accustomed to the speed lead just now. In fact, Neji has the habit of keeping his hands in any battle. In the battle just now, Neji was just a test. This is Neji's true strength. 16 palms. What kind of speed is this? Whether it is the speed of the movement or the speed of the palm, it is as fast as Hayate and as fast as lightning. Neji's body is covered with a layer of revolving heaven's wind attribute chakra, and his feet even need to get up at the moment of hitting the ground while the body is turning back and forth in the air to change positions. 32 palms. The movement of the palm is difficult to capture even with the naked eye. Ray 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji's hand, he didn't keep his hand at all. With the strongest palm strength, he hit the opponent's Tanjong acupoint hard. PFF. As if deflated, the opponent's chakras were all turned into waste products and stopped flowing in the body at this moment. The whole person was shot more than 10 meters away and fell to the ground. You haven't been able to refine chakra all night. Tell me, who are you? Neji walked over, but the man raised his head, gave him a vicious look, and left quickly. Did you run? Neji sighed, thinking heavily. On the third day, clan meeting. Neji was taken by Hiyashi and sat in the viewing seat in the last row. Neji to participate in the Hyuga clan's clan all the way. The clan will start from the status of the Hyuga clan in Konoha village, the recent transfers within the closed clan, the military forces of various countries, and the daily management policies. Have lively discussions and votes. However, these are not the most important things for Neji. The most important thing is the separation in Neji's eyes. Hyuga Tiansho, also known as Hyuga Silver's grandfather, Hyuga Qingtian's grandfather, the most senior elder. Hyuga Tianmu, an elder with a kind face and always upright conduct. Neji's impression of him has always been a rare good impression among many elders. Hyuga Tian's, the most low-key elder, is also the youngest. It looks like he is only in his 30s, but it is said that he has practiced the art of maintaining his appearance, and his actual age is almost 60. These are the three most representative elders of the Hyuga family, and they are very powerful. Although there are more than 20 elders in Hyuga, the other elders are basically on the sidelines, and they are the only three who really dare to dictate decisions within the clan at the clan meeting. The entire clan, Neji only pays attention to the words and deeds of the three of them. Judging from the things in the dossier, to solve the mystery of the year, it is necessary to understand the details of the separation. What surprised Neji the most was also the main reason why Neji agreed to participate in the clan meeting this time. That is the representative of the clan, the main clan, 23 elders, 15 Jonin representatives, 7 special Jonin representatives. No one was absent. There is a high probability that the master from last night is one of them, and Neji can't see any clues with Byakugan. Or, the other party, is not included in the list of participating clan clubs at all. If this is the case, then the details of the separation have to be checked. Chapter 53 Try it out. Hyuga Iroha. So, the clan will end here. Do you have any objections to the decision? Hyuga Hiyashi seems to have completely presided over the overall situation. Although main clan has been separated for a long time, Hiyashi is an honest person and has done his best for the separation. The sacrifice of his own younger brother Hazashi, he is now trying his best to do his duty as main clan without fighting. Therefore, the separation of the family is very scrupulous, and the surface is also very obedient to main clan. Bad it is, there is also the existence of the curse mark, bird in a cage. This is a fate that cannot be escaped no matter what. Excuse me for a word, the matter of Hyuga Neji mentioned at the last clan meeting has not been resolved, right? The one who said this was the oldest elder in the clan, Hyuga Tenshou. Everyone's eyes were first attracted by the Tiansho, and then subconsciously looked at the position in the back row. Hyuga Neji sat upright on his knees. Neji, you come forward. Hiyashi also seemed to have expected this to happen, and reached out to greet Neji. Yes. Neji stood up, saluted all the seniors, and then walked obediently to the center of the clan meeting place. More than 40 pairs of Byakugan, the place where the eyes gather. Even if there is any abnormality in the chakra in Neji's body, it will be clearly seen. This is the Hyuga family, the most terrifying place. Neji must be watertight, and there should be no flaws. What is the result of this Chunin exam? Hiyashi asked. Neji bowed first and replied, a total of 10 people will advance to the finals, and in 10 days, the competition will begin. Hiyashi nodded. So, what's the problem? Hiyashi looked at the guardian. Neji also followed Hiyashi, eyes to Tenshao. The last time he wounded Silver with his own hands, this time he shot Qingtian again. This old guy, Tenshao, is indeed an old man who likes to take revenge. HMPH, isn't it over yet? I heard that he met a ninja from Sunagakure village in this exam. Everyone knows that Sunagakure village has always been the weakest hidden village in the 5 great powers. Maybe it's just good luck to be able to advance. Huh. In the face of outrageous questioning, Neji said nothing. In any case, the final result has not yet come out. In the eyes of the public, the bet is still in effect. At this time, Hyuga's eyes squinted and said, "Brother Tiansho, why do you have to embarrass a child like this? You suspect that he has secretly learned the secret art. If his strength skyrocketed overnight, then it would be easy for you to get caught." "Doubt it," he said, looking at Neji. Now, Neji is just trying to fulfill the bet of the last clan. You are so embarrassed. Do you really hope that Neji really has the supreme talent, or do you just hope that he is just an incompetent waste? Kind eyes, sharp words. Especially, that wavering question. Neji felt protected, but he couldn't rest assured. What was the true position of this kind-hearted Hyuga Tianmu? The 3 elders, he is actually the most mysterious person. Tianmu is right, don't increase karma in vain before the results come out. Besides, this time our Hyuga family applied to the village for the security department. To a large extent, it happened to rely on Neji's performance in the Chunin exam. Quote. The 2 of them, one after the other, seem to be attacking back and forth. Akatsuki loves it. Act with reason. Tiansho was distressed, and even if he wanted to seek justice for his grandson and grandson, he would not dare to blatantly ruin his reputation. If that's the case, I'll wait to see the results. If you really have the ability to learn Revolving Heaven yourself, a small Chunin exam will definitely not be difficult for you. Tiansho slowly lowered his head while talking about the scene. What Neji is targeting, but it is only Tianmu and Hiyashi who dare to stand up and express different opinions. The power of the 3 elders of the split family can be seen as Madara. However, since main clan has also proposed, the essence of this application is to let the people in the village recognize the true strength of our Hyuga clan. Now in a peaceful age, there are not many wars, and people's attention is also put on in terms of education. The strength of children makes it easier for everyone to embed themselves in the impression of a family. Quote. Hyuga Tians who said this, and his voice had a bit of femininity. Neji couldn't imagine such a middle-aged man with even a coquettish face. He was actually 50-89. Hiyashi nodded. Amazawa, you're right, that's what I thought. I believe in Neji's character. He learned Revolving Heaven on his own. And most people in the village know that Neji has always been it is so hard work. These years of hard work will not be in vain. Let him win glory for our Hyuga family in the Chunin exam. You can all thank Neji. In this case, I think it's better to send someone to train Neji well. Neji is a hard worker, but he may need a guide who has been alone all the time. Tianzi's words resonated with most of the people in the field. I think Elder Tianzi is right. Yeah, since it's all decided, it's better to focus on the overall situation. Help Neji well. Just a few words, it completely drove the atmosphere in the field, and it was not at the same level as the majesty of the Hyuga Tower. Well, that's exactly what I mean. Hiyashi wanted to train Neji in private, but he was interrupted by his own words. Then let me arrange this matter. Tianzi picked up what he had left, and waved directly, and a Jonin behind him came forward. Iroha, you've been at the ninja school. You know the specific qualities that Konoha's Chunin exam will test, so it's up to you to do a training session for Neji. Yes. The people in the field, all supported and praised Tianzi's decision. Only Hiyashi, a little embarrassed. But, the tide has come. In that case, Neji, you have to take advantage of this opportunity. Not everyone has the opportunity to be trained by Iroha. Good. Neji nodded lightly, and as soon as it came, let it go. The more chaotic the occasion, the less chaotic the aura is. While eagerly watching the elder who was younger than him steal his goal, Tianzhou glared at Hyuga Tianz fiercely. Tianzi raised a fan and fanned him enchantingly a few times, with a proud cunning in his eyes. After the meeting, Neji was taken to the training ground by Iroha. At sunset, the dojo was dimly lit by the afterglow, and the reflection on the wooden floor was golden light. Neji, it seems that you have mastered the essentials of the gentle fist method. Iroha looked at Neji seriously, as if thinking about something. Neji was startled, and scratched the back of his head naively. Thank you, teacher, for exaggerating. I often train against the stakes by myself. Huh. Iroha's whole body flashed quickly and rushed towards Neji. Neji's eyes widened, and the wind approaching Iroha almost blew Neji into it. He staggered a step and stood up. What's wrong? Neji was overwhelmed on the surface, but inside he came to a conclusion. This Hyuga Iroha taught himself the basics of gentle fist for an afternoon, but kept poking around. At this time, he approached unexpectedly, and it seemed that he was going to test himself. It's nothing, since I've taught you so much. As a teacher, I naturally want to test the results. Hyuga Iroha said and took a few steps back, and then opened Shikai to remove the bandage wrapped around his wrist. Come on, have a fight with me and let me see your level. His eyes were firm and powerful. Chapter 54 Search. Legendary Ninja. Teacher, are you kidding me? I'm just a genin, you're a jonin. Neji made a clumsy defensive motion with both hands, and no matter what, he couldn't be caught by the handle at this time. The three elders of the Hyuga branch, Neji knows nothing about them now. If you are caught talking about something, I am afraid that in the future, you will be in a situation where you are in the light and the enemy is in the dark. It's okay, the teacher won't take it seriously, this is a test for you, Neji. Mouth twitched slightly, but Byakugan's bulging veins clearly showed that he was in the most serious state. This regard, Neji still has it. Neji, you are so afraid of fighting against the teacher, do you still have hidden strengths that you haven't shown? Neji was taken aback by Iroha's question. My little tricks, I'm afraid they won't be useful against the teacher at all. Neji hand seal, open Byakugan. And his hand seal's hand speed is not fast, it looks like he is extremely serious and wants to win. Seeing all this in Iroha's eyes, he narrowed his eyes. As a jonin of the Hyuga family, he was a little embarrassed to fight a genin now. And now Neji is in this state again, which makes him feel that Neji was just misunderstood by the elders at the upper level. A genin, how high can the talent be? I'm here. Neji chose to take the initiative. Something. Iroha was surprised by Neji's speed, which had the effect of slowing down Neji several times. It's just that this speed still surpasses that of most genins. Ha! Neji struggled to lay down every gentle fist, and in Iroha's eyes, it was easy to deal with. Even with blind defense, Iroha can keep Neji from taking advantage of him. Looking for an opportunity, Iroha counterattacked and took the initiative. Neji missed even his steps, and was knocked back a few steps by Iroha's unintentional slap. The battle must be serious. Iroha said seriously. Well, I will. Neji looked at Byakugan again, and under Byakugan's vision, Hyuga Iroha's chakra circulation was normal. And it can be seen that his major is not taijutsu. If he fights seriously, Neji is likely to have the upper hand in taijutsu. And in Byakugan's eyes, Iroha was not on the same level as the mysterious man that night. And Iroha is already the jonin of the Hyuga clan, and he is already a leader in terms of strength. The killer ninja that night was still completely stronger than the Iroha in front of him. It seems that the person that night was not Iroha, and the strength of that person is still an unknown mystery. Neji thought about it, and played Iroha absent-mindedly again. The two didn't want to get up and down this time, and it could be seen that Iroha also kept his hands on Neji. Under Neji's showing of weakness a few times, Iroha didn't seem to believe that Neji, a genin who worked so hard but achieved little, would behave strangely. Learning to revolving heaven is probably just a coincidence, right? Iroha was full of doubts. H trigrams palm revolving heaven. Neji found an opportunity to use revolving heaven, but this time revolving heaven, in Iroha's eyes, was full of loopholes. PFF tilde. Iroha slapped Neji in the back, knocking Neji to the ground. This kind of venue is not suitable for revolving heaven, it will shatter the floor. The monastery is used to practice the gentle fist method. Neji lay on the ground, panting. I'm sorry, I'm too eager for quick success and want to get the teacher's approval. Get my approval? Iroha asked suspiciously. Well, with your approval, can I end my practice? Why rush to end the practice? Iroha was startled suddenly, thinking that he was about to find something strange. Neji, a person who works so hard, shouldn't miss any opportunity to become stronger, but he wants to end his practice early. Well, because Mr. Guy recently arranged for me a new teacher, Mr. Asuma. He is teaching me to use chakra's nature transformation. I want to end the practice in the clan as soon as possible and go for a good special training. Neji said with a tired smile, looking innocent and innocent. Is that so? Iroha lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Seems like I'm thinking too much. Iruba couldn't help but doubt himself, and the mission this time was only ordered by the elders above. As a younger generation, he didn't even know the existence of the dossier. In that case, I approve of you. When Iroha turned around, the blue veins around his eyes slowly returned to peace. Teacher. I was also instructed by Elder Tions to be in charge of your gentle fist. Now it seems that you are not only working hard, but gentle fist's technology has fully reached the level of Chunin. The IQ of battle is not bad, from any angle. Look, you can become a qualified Chunin. And my level is definitely not as good as Teacher Asuma. Quote. After Iroha said that, he left. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, letting him go so easily. It seemed that he really trained himself with the task of temptation. Next day, the streets of Konoha. Bath, written on it hangs on the corner and is fluttering in the wind. There are sparsely populated places, and behind it is a large and spacious bathhouse. A masked Anbu boy stayed in front of him for a few seconds. Ino's mother, are you here to take a bath? I heard that there is a Chunin conference, how is your Ino? That child, who has been cultivating hard. I told his father, what should a girl be serious about? Become beautiful and find a handsome husband, won't everything be fine? That's right, like you, what a blessing to marry Inoichi. The two middle-aged women walked into the store hand in hand, talking and laughing, while on the trunk, Neji was holding onto the branch, silent. Meeting Ino's mother in a place like this is really embarrassing. Neji couldn't help but be thankful that he had the foresight to come with a mask on. However, Neji must also hide his identity, because the target he came to find this time is not a simple person. That's the legendary ninja. Next to the women's bath is not the men's bath. This is also to prevent some peeping people from taking chances. After all, this is a ninja village, and there are not a few people who can use ninjutsu to do tricks. But most of them are ineffective ninjas, so they will do some simple protection. The men's bath and the women's bath are separated by two ends, and on the periphery of the women's bath is a Wen-Izumi stream with a bridge over the stream. Only by walking along the bridge to an uninhabited corner, on that small piece of wall, can you get to the women's bath at the shortest distance. Hey. A burly man with long white hair was laughing. The corners of his mouth grinned, and Yuhi's face was already ashamed. The whole face was lying on the wall with the hole opened, and the eyes almost stared out of the wall. Turn around. The man prayed while sucking the drool that was about to flow from his mouth. Neji on the tree frowned when he saw this scene. This legendary ninja is still a bit old-fashioned. I'm really afraid that I will also be caught and dealt with as a voyeur. He was about to go out, when a figure jumped out from the bridge one step ahead of him. I saw that the man was dressed in black Konoha, wearing a pair of round-framed sunglasses. The clothes had the logo of the Konoha clan, and he wore a headscarf and a Konoha Jonin forehead. It was the Jonin Ebisu of Konoha. Finally found you. One of the legendary three, Lord Jiraiya. Ebisu said to Jiraiya's back. Chapter 55 Intercept. Surprising teenager. Neji was in the tree, a little tangled for a while. Then he made a decision immediately, intending to wait and see for a while. After all, I still don't know what's going on. He was the one who came to find this Jiraiya first, but he was robbed first. Jiraiya turned her head and squinted at Ebisu. It's you, beak-nosed beast. It's Ebisu. Ebisu was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fist and reminded. But Jiraiya was not in a hurry, and continued to laugh at the beautiful world behind the wall. He glanced at Ebisu and asked inadvertently, "Shish. Keep your voice down, I'm taking the material here. Creativity requires inspiration." Then he continued to narrow his eyes and looked inside. At this point, it seems a little disappointed. It's a pity, why are you already wearing your clothes? Damn it. How come? Ebisu was stunned and stepped back, almost gushing out blood from his nose. Just listening to Jiraiya's description, he was ashamed of Yuhi, and shouted, "Jiraiya-sama. I have always respected you, how could you do such a shameless thing?" He stepped back, pushed his sunglasses, and muttered, "No, I have to analyze it rationally. Can a ninja at the level of Lord Jiraiya be unable to get rid of people's most real desires? Or is it that people should obey your true heart and shouldn't be bound by some useless rules? You're right, over there." Jiraiya turned back with a smirk and threw a close-up telescope. Ebisu caught it and was stunned. There's a hole over there." Jiraiya pointed to the past. Ebisu and Neji both looked over, only to see that there was a relatively hidden wall on the other side. Oh, you actually. Ebisu took a deep breath. Her entire face was so embarrassed, Yuhi was completely exhausted. Standing on the tree trunk, Neji was in a cold sweat. What kind of weird scene is this? Neji swears, for a moment, he really wants to run away. Jiraiya-sama, please stop watching, I really want to tell you if I have anything. Ebisu, who felt that he couldn't hold it any longer, finally asked aloud, as if he was carrying an important mission. This voice seemed to resound through the sky at this moment. It was peaceful and quiet. 3 seconds later, not far from the wall, screams and shouts broke out. Someone is peeping. Snap, sound, the wall on this side was completely blocked, and the curtains were all pulled. Back at the bridge, Ebisu followed behind Jiraiya. And Neji naturally hid his breath, quietly moving on the tree trunk, trying not to be too far from the two of them. On this side of the bridge, there was a huge toad, preventing it from being as big as a tiger, and Jiraiya jumped up. On the toad's neck, a bead was hung on a thick rope, and on the bead was written, "Loyalty." Come on, I still have work to do. If I don't collect the materials quickly, my work will not be completed. Jiraiya looked impatient, while Ebisu looked serious. Lord Jiraiya, since you're in the village, why don't you go see Lord Hokage? We've been looking for you. You know, the village is in crisis right now. Shut up. Jiraiya got a little bored and glared at Ebisu. Ebisu's mouth, which had been gushing endlessly, was also closed. I am also busy with important things. The village of Konoha is not very peaceful now. The real battlefield is still elsewhere. Jiraiya turned her head away. On the other hand, Ebisu's brows moved, and he thought, when he said the battlefield, shouldn't he be referring to the thing behind that wall? Lord Hokage, what is your order? You Konoha have so many Jonin, can't you do it all? What about Kakashi? Facing Jiraiya's questioning, Ebisu said, this matter, even if it is to copy the ninja Kakashi, there is no way. Only you can bear it. Oh. Jiraiya turned her head away. Ebisu took a deep breath and returned to a serious state. Lord Jiraiya, please come back, inherit the position of Hokage and become the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. The air seemed to condense. And Neji on the tree trunk is not unexpected, just a little unexpected about the timing. It seems that Hiruzen is already planning to abdicate, which is also a kind of safety. In this way, the information of one's own identity can also be better hidden. Is that so? That's how it is. Jiraiya let out a breath of relief. So, as Sannin, you are the most suitable to be the 5th generation Hokage. Please contribute your mighty power to Konoha village. Don't go. Jiraiya's answer almost made Ebisu's glasses fall off. This. Who said the village wanted me to be a Hokage, and I have to be a Hokage? The old man is doing fine now. I think he can be at least another 10 years. You people, don't worry about it. Jiraiya jumped off Toad-Zhang and was about to go out. Jiraiya-sama, anyway, please come with me to see Hokage-sama. Ebisu was in a hurry and asked for a hand seal. Toad loyalty. Seeing that Ebisu was about to shoot, Jiraiya glared. Toad-Zhang spit out his tongue from his mouth, and the speed was so fast that it even killed most of Jonin's level. Before Ebisu's spell was completed, he was knocked flying and fell into Izumi under the bridge. Jiraiya's figure fluttered out, and Toad-Zhang disappeared into the air with a bang. But at the door, a young boy jumped down. Jiraiya, who was running fast as a ninja, was also forced to stop. Stay back, Lord Jiraiya. Neji stopped at the door. Did you also come to persuade me to go back? No, so young. Are you Danzo's subordinate? Jiraiya looked contemptuous. No, I wasn't sent by Sandai or Danzo, I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Ask a question. Jiraiya tilted his neck, not expecting that he would be intercepted by a teenager. He sneered. Jiraiya-sama, please wait. Behind him, Ebisu had already crawled out of Izumi, and Jiraiya frowned. Help me stop the guy behind me and I'll answer your question. Neji was stunned for a moment, and only a moment later did he realize that Jiraiya jumped not far in front of him and jumped behind him. So fast. Jiraiya left quickly, but Neji was heartbroken. Since he was here to ask questions, he naturally had to put his attitude on the line. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. PFF, tilde. A blast of air hit him, and Ebisu reacted on the way he was running, turned to the right, and ducked. Anbu, you son of a bitch, I'm here to tell Hokage's notifications, don't make trouble. Ebisu didn't expect that a young man would dare to intercept him, but he didn't expect that the other party had already started. Seeing this movement coming towards him quickly, Ebisu snorted coldly. Are all young people now so arrogant? He disdainfully thought of a solution, hand seal shadow clone. However, the fast-moving Anbu boy approached, facing 4 shadow clone, and quickly shot. PFF, tilde. Bang. Bang, tilde. 3 shadow clones were eliminated almost instantly. The last one was kicked away with a kick, leaving the real body in the end, and Ebisu resisted the attacking palm with his arm. Such a heavy chakra. Ebisu faintly felt that the strength of this palm, if the key is hit, the end will be very miserable. He looked at the mysterious Anbu boy in front of him in amazement, and realized that he could not easily overcome the obstacle. Looks like I've met a physique master. Chapter 56 Fight Back. Attribute chakra restraint. I'm sorry, this is my job. Neji turns on Byakugan, wanting a quick fix. But Ebisu is so easy to mess with. Mission. What mission? Is your mission to prevent me from carrying out Lord Hokage's orders? Ebisu picked up the chakra, attached to the soles of his feet, and his pace became very steady. Neji was skillfully dodged. Drink. Concentrate the palm of chakra and release chakra. 8 trigrams 1 hit. In the case of not using all the moves, releasing chakra can also achieve unexpected effects. The strong chakra pushed towards Ebisu, and the whole person was repelled by a dozen steps. Can you control chakra at will? What kind of ability is this? Anbu is really talented. I didn't expect even a teenager to be excellent enough to enter the Anbu organization. Ebisu felt that the young man in front of him was not as weak as he imagined, and he was not stingy with his words of praise. What on earth are you going to do? Get rid of me here. Ebisu knew that the Anbu ninja was in front of him. As a Jonin directly under Hokage's subordinates, he was very knowledgeable and didn't want to seriously fight the boy in front of him. But Neji was not determined to win or lose. He only said, "Not really, I just want to have a fight with you." Now that Jiraiya has given up, Neji might as well accept this condition. And now Neji needs to fight a ninja with a higher level than himself. Isn't it a non-threatening opponent who was given away for nothing? Ha! Neji leapt away. A palm fell from the sky. Ebisu took his arms and was knocked down. Before he landed, Neji slapped him again. Ebisu stepped back one after another until Izumi was behind him again. "I'm going, are you serious?" Only then did Ebisu realize that he had to be serious, otherwise he would really be forced to the point of last resort by the other party. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Yabisu quickly hand-sealed, and Neji glared at Byakugan, a little surprised. "Want to see the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, great fireball jutsu." Boom boom boom. The huge fireball slammed towards Neji, and Neji moved quickly and ducked. The destructive power is full, but the range is not very wide, so it is still very easy to dodge when the speed is not fast. Ebisu is not the Uchiha family, so it is normal that the great fireball jutsu is not at the level of perfection, or it is caused by leaving his hand here. "Why did Anbu shoot me a Konoha ninja? Are you a traitor?" Seeing Ebisu beating and screaming for a while, Neji just wanted to give him a mouthful. No wonder so many Jonin, including Genin, don't like this teacher, but he really likes Beipais. Knowing that it's just a pointless waste of time to drag it on, Neji, the whole person, is approaching quickly. If you can't even force the opponent's strength, it's really a waste of this opportunity to fight. This is. With a punch, Ebisu dodged, but the chakra vibrating in the air still penetrated into Ebisu's body. Another palm. This palm came from top to bottom, and Ebisu avoided it perfectly, but the chakra vibrated in the air, which hit Ebisu's side. What the hell is this? Boom. A punch hit Ebisu in the abdomen. Then, the whole person was knocked down from the air and fell into Izumi. Wow. The water splashed everywhere, and Neji landed, wanting to continue chasing. When Ebisu quickly came out of Izumi, her face had passed through Yuhi twice because of falling into the water, and her clothes were also wet. "Are you one of Danzo's men? I'm pretty sure there is no Anbu under the 3 Hokages who act like you." Ebisu seemed to have some anger. That's interesting, Neji thought. Step forward again. Get out. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. With chakra attached to the soles of Ebisu's feet, he stood on top of Izumi and released Sweden, water style. The water nets in when Izumi joined together to form a round Jinchuriki, column-shaped wall formation, blocking Neji's attack. Splash, and Neji took a few steps back. Hands have been scalded by the warm Izumi's water, but Yuhi. As expected of Jonin, in this temperature of water, it hasn't been affected too much. Neji now understands why Ebisu's personality is so unpleasant, yet he can still be Konoha Maru's tutor. After all, with such an excellent chakra control skill, Ebisu's skill is obviously higher than Neji's idea of using brute force to cover his body with chakra. Hit the chakra on the foot when evading, and quickly transfer the chakra to both arms when resisting the attack, and you can still come up safely when you fall into the water. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Ebisu jumped from the water to the air, quickly hand seal, and this time he plans to attack without leaving any room for it. Neji's mouth twitched. It was a good opponent, but this time he won. Humph. Neji also quickly hand seal, and Ebisu realized that the boy in front of Taijutsu actually used ninjutsu. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji raised his palms, and two whirlwinds started to entangle together. And Yabisu stretched out his hand and spit out a huge fireball. The fireball touched the wind, but it became more and more vigorous. Children are just children after all. Don't you understand that the wind attribute is restrained by the fire attribute? Ebisu's ticket is in hand. Fluttering towards Neji. Neji, however, was not in a hurry. His hands became palms, and he struck out. The violent air wave was forced to squeeze the fireball, and the fireball turned and pushed towards Ebisu. Is this okay? Ebisu was surprised, and hurriedly continued the hand seal. Water formation wall. The water below continued to rise, blocking the fireball. Ebisu fell down. Neji raised his palm, rushed over quickly, facing the water formation wall, with his palm. 2 palms. 32 palms. With a quick palm strike, the thunder-type chakra quickly entered the water. The liquid was a conductor, and the lightning chakra quickly spread in the water, paralyzing Ebisu's whole person. Crash. The water seemed to be pouring, and it was scattered. Ebisu also fell and floated on the surface of Onizumi's water. It's amazing, even if you are knocked down, can you still control chakra so finely and accurately? Neji chuckled, and moved quickly. Ebisu, who has been paralyzed, can only be a mermaid. He murmured, what kind of boy can achieve such a restrained relationship with chakra? This kind of excellent ninja with small details reminds me of the past. That genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. Afterwards, Neji left in a hurry. The border of the country of fire, Shili Forest. After crossing this forest of at least 10 kilometers, you can reach the border of the country of fire. The 3 directions ahead are the directions to the country of rain, the country of river, and the country of Taki. Naruto has no problem now. Then, the next step is to search that organization. Jiraiya murmured. What he was stepping on was a large toad with a height of more than 10 meters. Toad Hero, are you sure that the small country near the river country was destroyed by one person? Is it that guy Orochimaru? It is indeed a person, not Orochimaru, but a ninja using the puppet technique. Puppet ninja, another ninja who has never heard of strength. Since he is such a powerful ninja, he must have something to do with that organization. When Jiraiya muttered to herself, she suddenly noticed something strange. He looked back and sighed. Where the hell are you from? Why are you so troublesome? I saw a forest not far from the opposite side, an Anbu boy wearing a mask, standing up slowly. Chapter 57 Pressure. This is the cage-level powerhouse. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Neji said, stretched out his hand, and threw something. Jiraiya was startled and caught the thing with a lot of strength. It was Ebisu's turban, wrapped in a pebble. You guy. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He just talked casually, but he didn't expect the person in front of him to really fight against Ebisu. Aren't you Anbu? How dare you do something to Hokage's subordinates? Besides, is there still someone your age in Anbu? Jiraiya's first reaction was that this person must be organized by Danzo. It is said that Anbu has a root organization, which collects orphan ninjas and trains their abilities. It imitates the customs of the Blood Fog town and conducts cruel selection. This child is very likely to be a member of the root. The toad below is wide and his voice is low. This Danzo. Please don't get me wrong. Neji spoke loudly. I just want to ask you a few questions. It won't delay you for too long. If you think it's unfair, I can have a fight with you before you decide. Neji is really serious this time. There is no need to hide anything. This is once again the most powerful player Neji has ever played against. Among the positive strengths, a Jiraiya can even completely crush Orochimaru. If he can be recognized for his strength and let Jiraiya say what he wants willingly, that's the best. Baby. Neji's speed this time, even faster than the sound. This guy is so fast. Toad Hero, who was underneath, immediately sighed with emotion, and stretched out his toad's hand to pull out the double blades behind him. And Jiraiya just jumped in an instant, dodging Neji's close body, and said, "Toad Hero, I'll leave it to you." As soon as Jiraiya escaped, he seemed to want to stop himself with a slowdown. But this is already the border of the country of fire. It seems that Jiraiya has completed the task of arranging for someone to protect the Jinchuriki column force, and plans to investigate new information. If you missed this opportunity, you really missed it. Neji hit hard and Byakugan opened. The chakra in the palm of the hand is flowing rapidly, and the thunder and lightning have been formed between the palms. Ziz. Chidori. Jiraiya, who jumped to the top of another tree, was a little surprised to see the way this Anbu boy fought. PFF'd. Boom. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. All 16 palms hit Toad Guang's body. Toad Guang's huge body was immediately paralyzed, and Neji's movements were so fast that Toad Guang didn't even have time to pull out the blade. Just fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. Toad Guang. Jiraiya was a little surprised. Toad Guang tucked his throat and said, "This guy has sealed my meridians. Sorry for your hard work." Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Jiraiya disarms the psychic. Bang, sound, Toad Hero disappeared. Neji fell into the air, and then the branches in the air jumped and disappeared. Seal the blood, isn't it Chidori, but Gentle Fist. And it's also Gentle Fist with Thunder Attribute Chakra, the first time I've seen it. Jiraiya is well informed, not too surprised by this. Baby. A speed like light and shadow again, Neji had already appeared in front of Jiraiya and came with a palm. Crack. Deep, sophisticated chakra. Neji was a little surprised by Jiraiya's quick response. Another palm, Jiraiya is also ready to respond, and the other hand has already caught it. Neji has a juvenile stature, and naturally does not have a physical advantage in the face of the burly Jiraiya. Both hands limited, Jiraiya chuckled, "You're already an incredible ninja at your age, but it's a pity to join Danzo's sect." Then Jiraiya took advantage of Neji's temporary inability to move, and with a slight jump, slapped the clogs on both feet in the air, and shook her hair. The warlock was done. Doden, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld. Neji stared at Byakugan and saw clearly, this legendary ninja. Any part of the body can be used for hand seal. Ba-ah-ah. Underground, a huge swamp appeared under the big tree where the two of them were, and the whole tree began to sag, falling quickly. With the power of this fall, Neji finally escaped, but the horn of Jiraiya's attack also blew. Ninja, the technique of chaotic lion hair. The long white hair behind Jiraiya stretched out like a white-haired lion king, and the white hair grew vigorously and wantonly like a demon's claws, heading towards Neji. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji punched forward, hitting vacuum palm, which Jiraiya blocked with arms outstretched. But Neji used the reaction force to jump behind him, forcibly breaking the shackles of the lion's hair. Oh, interesting. The swamp of the underworld below continued to exert its force, and the whole tree had fallen, but Neji only had Jiraiya in his eyes. Even Jiraiya jumped back, away from the area. Neji took advantage of the last branch in the air, jumped quickly, and chased after him. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. In the air, Jiraiya hand seal, but Neji is also refining chakra. Ray 8 trigrams 64 palms. The remaining 32 palms hit the thick soil wall, and the thunder attribute chakra completely shattered it. Huh, a lot of actual combat experience. Jiraiya exclaimed. So, how about this? Jiraiya has just landed, and seeing that Neji has just broken through the barrier of the earth flow wall and escaped from Swamp of the Underworld, he starts to attack again. Kaden, Fire Style, Firebomb. A huge fireball rushed towards Neji, and Neji was first rate in cold sweat. This level of Kaden Fire Style was completely different from the previous great fireball jutsu in Ebisu. Sweden Water Style, Water Formation Wall. Puff puff. The water flow from the ground broke the map and rushed up, surrounding Neji. The solid water wall barely resisted the flame bomb, the fire and the water contacted a large amount of liquid to evaporate, and the gas rose in a large area. How about a sweetened water style? Jiraiya crooked her neck, not expecting a teenager to be able to master so many advanced ninjutsu. While the water formation wall slowly fell, Neji shed a drop of cold sweat. This is the cage-level powerhouse. Pressure, double pressure. Every time Neji played, Neji felt more and more confused about the next rhythm. Is this the battle of the strong? If you are not careful, you will take the dominance away from your hands. Neji stole the ability of sweetened water style after the match against Ebisu, and swallowed it down, taking precautions in advance. Jiraiya's powerful Kaden fire style seems to have no way to resolve it. What a thrill! Whether it's the two Dodan's earth style just now, or the current Kaden fire style, the range and power are completely different from those seen before. One of the legendary trio, Jiraiya, Neji clenched the fist in the handshake and kept his nerves tense. How old are you? Jiraiya asked curiously. Neji didn't answer, just pondered for a long time. You are strong, but I don't regret fighting you. Neji said frankly. You brat. Tell me, what question do you want to ask me? Jiraiya can be regarded as admitting that this young man is a very talented wizard. Maybe he has strayed into Danzo's men, maybe he will have a chance to rebel, so he wants to let go and answer. Neji gasped for breath, and there was a slight gap. He had to maintain some energy. The last time I was in the Forest of Death, I had the same pressure as now, but my strength was not as good as it is now. But it's clear that your talent is even higher than Hazashi. This is what Orochimaru said when he was fighting himself. Main clan, branch, dossier. Including my own father. Orochimaru, maybe he knew something. Neji wouldn't miss a single possibility. I want to ask you about the S-class wanted criminal. Orochimaru, Neji said firmly. Jiraiya, who heard the news, was shocked. Chapter 58 Hyoten, Ice Style. The boundary between wind and water. Why do you want to find out about Orochimaru, you kid? What did Danzo mean? Jiraiya was immediately vigilant. He thought it was just a child who didn't understand anything, but he said such words, which really made him feel uneasy. Believe it or not, I have nothing to do with Danzo. Neji was still anxious to explain. After all, he really hopes to get information from Jiraiya, because Jiraiya is the right wing who firmly stands on the side of the third generation, and Danzo is the left wing of the main battle. Neji has already weighed this sensitive side-by-side relationship in his heart. How to prove it? Jiraiya asked. Neji took a step back, still slightly nervous. Not only strength, this is also the first time Neji has communicated and negotiated with someone of such status and thoughtful mind. This is different from the 3 generations of Hokage. Jiraiya is much more decisive than the indecisive 3 generations. Once Neji is determined to be a dangerous object of harm to the village, Jiraiya will directly solve Neji here. This is something Neji can be sure of. He swallowed and realized that he was a little unnatural. Woo. Neji exhaled. In your opinion, how can I get Orochimaru information from you? This case, Neji chooses to fight hard. Just look at how decisive he is. Huh. Jiraiya is a little surprised. This person's behavior is really not like the people under Danzo. I don't need to tell you anything, but if you can use your strength to subdue me, maybe you will gain something. Naked provocation. Without a hint of anything else, Neji froze. There was a cool breeze blowing, and Neji felt his back soaked wet. Only then did he realize that the battle just now had made him sweat profusely. Neji's chest wobbled, taking a deep breath. The two were separated by more than 10 meters, and the air in the middle seemed to congeal at this moment. The next moment, Neji moved. It is still the speed of the peak period, only within a second. Having moved halfway, Jiraiya's response is also very fast. Reach out, hand seal. The art of psychic. Jiraiya clapped her hands to the ground, while Neji approached, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to strike first. Ninja Frontiers. The white hair instantly became extremely hard, wrapping around Jiraiya and extending outwards, forming a protective circle. Drink. Neji intends to hit hard, but still slaps it out, but there is no sound. The strength of gentle fist seemed completely meaningless. Chakra hit Jiraiya's defense and had no effect. Bang, tilde. A huge toad fell from the sky. Boom. It fell to the ground and smashed a huge hole. And Jiraiya jumped into the air long ago, jumping onto the body of the deep Yuhi-colored toad. Neji didn't know when. He withdrew and went dozens of meters away, looking at the opponent not far away. The size of this toad was slightly smaller than that of the toad hero just now, but it was more robust. There was a huge pipe in its mouth, and it looked like the boss of society. Ms. Wen, long time no see. Jiraiya said with her foot on Bunta Toad's back. What's the matter? Jiraiya, why did you call me? Did you meet some very dangerous enemy? No, it's not very dangerous, but it's really difficult to hear. Jiraiya looked down, distantly meeting Neji's on the ground. Huh, an Anbu boy. Toad Wenta saw Neji with a look of disdain. It seems that an opponent of Anbu's level is nothing to him, but Anbu is still a teenager, not to mention. Don't be careless, this kid can use gentle fist, and it's very powerful, just 2 or 3 moves just beat Toad Hero to the ground. Jiraiya reminded. Toad Wentai was taken aback. Then, it snorted coldly and entered a serious battle state. At this level, do I have no chance of winning? Neji muttered to himself. The strength is not in the same dimension at all, and Neji can still be evenly matched in bodybuilding. In terms of ninjutsu skills, I can't compete with cage-level ninjas at all. However, he also has something to be proud of. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji ran over quickly while hand seal. Then, palms out. Boom, tilde. Whoa tilde. Toad Wentai moved quickly, and immediately drew his knife, cutting off Neji's attack with one knife. Also use futon, wind style, this guy is a talent. Jiraiya praised. Come on. Afterwards, Toad Wentai took the initiative to attack, and a single action caused the ground to tremble and the trees swayed. Neji felt a huge sense of pressure. Toad Wentai is not as simple as an ordinary psychic beast. This is definitely not just physical suppression. In Byakugan's field of vision, Wentai's chakra is also rapidly circulating. Hu. With one slash, the blade slashed through the strong wind in the air. More than a dozen trees were slashed into the woods, and Neji moved quickly, barely dodging the attack. This range can't be compared. Since you can't spell the range, then you can spell the quality. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji hand sealed with one hand. Then, with the other hand, release the vacuum palm. Suddenly, I saw a violent shock wave in the air. Seeing the concentration of chakra, it was extremely surprising. Boom. The blow hit Toad Bunta, and the entire toad's body was knocked out. Futon, wind style, was strengthened by vacuum palm, and the body of Toad Bunta, who flew into the air, was turned around. Rumbling. Toad Wentai fell to the ground, and the 2 toads stuck their knives into the ground, barely standing. Jiraiya, this kid is amazing. Ah, of course. Otherwise, why would I call you out? Jiraiya also swayed for a long time, and finally stood firm, and his eyes on the Anbu boy were even more praised. If that's the case, let him try that trick. Tai Wen, you use oil. Hem. One person, one toad, start hand seal, condense chakra. On the ground in the distance, Neji was just standing upright when he saw the huge and strong chakra in front of him, and he was a little stunned. Boy, your sweetened water style is useless this time. Kaden, fire style, toad oil fire bomb. PFF, tilde. Toad Bunta spit out a huge range of oil, while Jiraiya spit out Kaden, fire style, fire bombs, which combined to form a huge fireball. Boom boom boom. Hit Neji. Sweetened water style, water formation wall. Neji condenses almost all of his chakras. In this terrain without a drop of water, he can only summon a small amount of water, which is simply unstoppable. Let's see what you do this time. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and now she just wanted to rub the spirit of this talented young man. Suiton, water style, restrains Kaden, fire style, but also restrains Futon, wind style. Just like Kaden, fire style, restraining wind will make fire more vigorous, and wind will make water become extremely cold. Wind attribute change chakra. Neji condensed the huge power that was stolen from Asuma in his body. Wind revolving heaven. Inject all the chakras that change in shape into the Suiton, water style, and use the physical method of revolving heaven to forcibly combine. PFF, tilde. The strong water rushed up, and the storm rolled up by revolving heaven joined the shape change to roll up a rapid cyclone, and the temperature dropped rapidly in the water formation. I saw that Suiton, water style, became a hard ice, defending all Neji, and the huge ice formation wall blocked it. This is Hyoten, ice style. No, fusion of Suiton, water style, and Futon, wind style, and the addition of morphologically changing chakra, forcibly creating a bloodline boundary. Jiraiya rolled her eyes. Chapter 59. Stop. Let go of that girl. Sensational. The huge fireball hit the ice wall, and the outer layer was directly melted by the strong flame and high temperature. But, that's all. The 3 successive rounds of powerful flame bombs only melted the ice wall. But the entire ice wall is very solid, and the shape is still a little swirling. The talent of this kid. Jiraiya left a drop of cold sweat. The last time I felt such a terrifying teenager was when I saw the young Minato. But that's only in actual combat. In terms of real strength, the boy in front of him is even stronger than the genius Namikaze Minato when he was young. It's really fun. Jiraiya chuckled, jumped from Toad Bunta's body, and rushed over. Kaden, fire style, high flame Rasengan. Jiraiya stretched out his hand and rubbed out a small Rasengan, adding a form change of the fire attribute. I saw that Rasengan immediately turned into a terrifying fireball state, and was thrown on the ice wall by Jiraiya. Boom, tilde. The fireball hit the ice wall and did not die. As long as chakra is continuously provided, the power of Rasengan is very terrifying. Crack. Part of the ice wall was melted and worn away by Rasengan, and cracks began to appear around it. Wentai. Ah. The huge blades swung down. Jiraiya threw Rasengan out, and Rasengan quickly expanded in the ice crystals, matching the incoming slash. Crack kaka kaka. The hard ice was all cracked, but Neji below had already taken the opportunity to quickly escape the danger. A few big leaps back, and the front was reduced to a chaotic mud of ice and flames, and Neji jumped up the trunk to avoid getting caught in it. Boy, who taught you all this? Who is your teacher? Huh? Jiraiya seems to have lost the mood to play. Konoha should be very happy with such talent. Now, he is only interested in who this person is. My purpose is only one. Orochimaru's intelligence. You kid. Jiraiya frowned, still feeling a little overwhelmed. This child is really stubborn, and he is still obsessed with Orochimaru. Did Orochimaru do anything bad to him? Ding. Neji was communicating with Jiraiya when the system suddenly popped up. Neji didn't ignore it. If there were no major events, the system should not disrupt the battle in the middle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for stealing the opponent's ability in this battle, Jiraiya's ability. Kaden, fire style, flame bullet. Doden, earth style, swamp of the underworld, sage mode. It is detected that the strength of the host has reached the standard, and the ninja level has been promoted to Chunin. The number of swallowing powers has been increased to 3. At present, up to 3 abilities can be swallowed. Already have 2 items. Wind attribute change chakra, Suiton, water style, water formation wall. Quote. Devouring. Neji was overjoyed. This was not an accidental gain, it was just Neji's conjecture. Unexpectedly, it really works. Please choose the ability to swallow. Sage mode. Tilde. Neji felt that his heart was suddenly ingested by a huge amount of food. It felt like the whole body was filled and warm. In this way, it is not in vain. Hey, boy, tell me who you are, or I'll beat you up. Jiraiya took a few steps forward and narrowed her eyes. Sorry, since I can't get the information, I won't call. Neji's mouth twitched. As long as one of the two goals was achieved, he didn't need to chase the other. Huh. Neji was quick and thorough, and the ground shook. It was Toad Wentai who jumped over, but the speed was not at the same level at all. This kid is going to run, you can't catch it, Jiraiya. Toad Wentai Dao. Wait, you boy. Jiraiya was a little anxious. What's wrong? Neji was about to leave, but he didn't expect Jiraiya to want to keep him. When Jiraiya saw this kind of talent, she didn't want to miss it from the bottom of her heart, especially because she didn't want the talented young man in front of her to go astray. Here. As soon as Jiraiya took it from the clothes, a scroll was quickly thrown out. Hey, Jiraiya, you. Toad Bunta was also a little surprised. Neji caught the scroll, still wary at first. But after opening the scroll, Neji was a little shocked. On the top is a simple map, which contains a forest near the country of fire, and on the bottom, a very detailed path and situation are marked. Because I don't know your purpose, there is only so much I can provide you. This is one of Orochimaru's strongholds, but he is very cunning and will often move places. Jiraiya said, looking at Neji seriously. Well, now can you tell me who you are? Neji took down the scroll, mainly stealing Sage Mode 2, and he was satisfied. Mask off. That pair of Byakugan seems to be proud of the world. Neji smiled confidently at the corners of his mouth, in sharp contrast to the surprised Jiraiya. Hyuga Neji, the ordinary genin of Konoha village, is not one of Danzo's subordinates, you can rest assured, and I hope you will keep the secret for me. Neji just said that, if Jiraiya insisted on exposing him, there was nothing he could do. Hey, you. Jiraiya is still immersed in surprise. He has heard of this Hyuga Neji. According to Naruto, it is also a crane-tail ninja from Konoha village. By the way, the next time I see you, I will become stronger and won't be suppressed by you like this again. Neji looked back with a confident smile and left quickly. Hyuga Neji. It's amazing. Jiraiya stood there, clenching her fists, her eyes widened. He muttered to himself in his heart, could he be the legendary? The son of prophecy. Konoha village, interior. On the street, in a secluded corner. Otogakur, Tuz, Tone, and the bandaged Sark. Are you really going to find Sasuke Uchiha? Kim asked. Tuz nodded. Well, damn Orochimaru. Maybe he used us as a gunner. He actually chose Sasuke. If that's the case, he can't completely obliterate Uchiha Sasuke as he wishes. At this time, a head stuck out from the side. What are you weird guys talking about? Are you talking about Brother Naruto's teammate, Brother Sasuke? The three of them were startled and looked not far away. I saw that it was a little kid, wearing a childish cloak, with a bunch of pineapple hair on his head. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a little kid. Go away, little kid, or you'll be spanked. Sark glared at the little kid, and in an instant, beside him, a shadow flashed past. I saw that it was Tuz who jumped over and grabbed the kid by the neck. Boy, you are very lucky. Come on, tell me, where are your Naruto and Sasuke brothers now? Tok's eyes were bloodshot. Ah, help. Let me go. Clap. A stone was thrown into Tok's hand, and his hand was instantly released. Run, Konoha Maru. Ino jumped down from the tree, and Konoha Maru ran away and hid behind Ino. The other two Otogakur followed. You guys met in the forest of death. Ino bit Kiba, looking casual. He didn't seem to have any training today, he just happened to see it temporarily. Yo. Little sister, last time you shouted, you were lucky someone came to rescue you. This time, it's in my hands again. Sark took a step forward. Jingle bell. Ino immediately covered his head, his whole body was paralyzed, and the other party was good at using sound waves to attack. Then, Ino was pulled up by the collar, and the whole person was lifted up. Twos grabbed Ino's neck, and Ino frowned in pain. "Let go of her." A calm voice appeared, and several people looked at each other. On the trunk was a handsome young man. Chapter 60 Vibration. Find weaknesses at the source. Ning. Seeing that it was Neji's Ino, I wanted to scream. However, Toth seemed to be pushing harder. He pulled tighter. "Yo, isn't this the ninja who is holding back?" Twos was even more arrogant. Sak also came over and asked, "Children and female ninjas are useless, and as a result, there is another crane tail. I said you three, you won't even be able to provide information such as where Uchiha Sasuke is." "Hello." Twos snorted coldly. "I am really lucky today. Hurry up and tell the whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke." And Sark sees Neji indifferent, even more arrogant. "I guess I can solve this waste with one hand, right?" As he spoke, he ripped apart the bandage with his mouth, and the bandage on his right hand unraveled. He stretched out his hand and moved twice. Konohamaru, who was shivering beside him. "Hurry up, tell the whereabouts of Uchiha Sasuke, or these two will die." Sark grinned at Kiba, his eyes becoming violent and bloodthirsty. But it only stayed for a moment, and the next moment, his eyes became surprised and blank. For a brief moment. Provide. With a palm, Tosa's eyes widened. The hand was forced to let go, and the whole person took a few steps back. Ino was put down, held by Neji's hand, and stood firm. Twos, on the other hand, was covering his abdomen, speaking in distress. People say that when the pain is the most, he can't make a sound, and now Twos is struggling to even make an expression. Damn, Zan Kongbo. Noticed that Toth was knocked away by Neji in an instant, reacted and turned his arm to aim at Neji. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. And Neji's movements are faster. The moment the station storm was just out of the punching bag, it was stubbornly resisted by Neji's vacuum palm. Boom. Sark was blasted out by the reaction force, and Jin, who was standing behind, looked at the scene in surprise. "Isn't that the tail of the crane? Why is this scene?" Several people looked at Neji in embarrassment. They thought it was an easy match, but this moment turned into a fierce battle. "Neji, let's run, we're not their opponents." Ino stood up and helped up Konohamaru, whose legs were so frightened. Although Ino knew that Neji practiced hard and got stronger too. But these Otogakur Ino have seen their cruelty, and he didn't wear a ninja suit or ninja gear today, and it must be unfavorable for Neji to protect Konohamaru with one enemy and 3. "Run now, before it's too late, while now." "Ino, they won't let us run," Neji said. Ino realized that, too, and swallowed. What to do? "Konohamaru, go and inform the other ninjas in Konoha, Neji and I are here to hold them down." Ino began to appease Konohamaru, but Konohamaru was too young to be frightened by the ninjutsu fight just now. "Want to run?" Jin bit Kiba and took up the exclusive ninja tool in his hand. Jingle bell. In the air, there was a chakra oscillating sound. Twos also tilted his neck, stood up, and cast a hostile look at Neji. "Ha!" Neji preempted and ran over there. Toss, on the other hand, confronted Neji and played against Neji. Neji punched, Twos punched and collided. Comparable. Ohm. The metal tool in Toth's arm made a very strange sound from the inside. Neji was startled, realizing that the chakra in his body was chaotic. Chopping air waves. PFF, tilde. Neji was hit in the middle, and the whole person was knocked out. When he landed, he immediately reacted with difficulty, dodging the shuriken flying in the direction of his landing. Sonic ninjutsu. Interfering with the flow of my chakra makes my senses misjudge, so I can seize the tiny gap. Neji muttered to himself. I have to say that although the strength of these Otogakur is not very high, the combination of their ninjutsu characteristics and the increasingly familiar tacit understanding can also produce terrifying effects. "How are you, Neji?" Ino asked. "I'm fine. I'll help you." Ino was wearing a skirt, and it was inconvenient to even move in a ninja posture, so Neji naturally shook his head. He, are you still trying to be brave? In front of girls, do you love face so much?" Sak sneered. Jin also twitched the corner of his mouth. "This woman does have some beauty, but if you are at this level, don't put on the drama of a hero saving beauty. Almost, your abilities, I have already thought of a way to crack them." After a long time, Neji just stepped forward and said so. He ignored their sarcasm, but thought about it for a long time, looking confident. "You guy." Toss got angry and stepped forward. "Ha. One punch goes, Neji dodges." But even if he dodged, Neji was shocked by the sound of, Byakugan. Chopping air waves. Jingle bell. Huh. The chopper wave passed by. Ah, what a pity. Sark crooked his neck and played crookedly, but the tide of battle was still in their favor. Neji landed, in the middle of the three, and was double-teamed by the three. "Well, it's just right here." Neji found his position and took up a pose. Revolving heaven. Chakra burst out from the whole body, but Tuz laughed. "Don't be naive, we heard about the moves you used against that Sunagaker. Our sound waves are not physical attacks, you can't defend against them." Chopping air waves. Jingle bell. The attack of the three people came together. Neji's revolving heaven didn't work, but the whole person was spinning, but the effect of revolving heaven was minimal, and the chakra released did not materialize. But those sonic attacks in the air disappeared. Silence. The air was as silent as death. What's the matter? Several people attacked again, and Neji seemed to dance in the middle. All those attacks were resolved. Ino was also a little surprised that Neji could unknowingly resolve all the attacks, like magic. A whirlwind swirled around. Tuz finally realized and said in surprise, "You bastard." Neji's mouth twitched. Finally realized. What the hell is going on here? Sak was speechless. His Zon combo couldn't get any effect for the first time. Ino, who had been watching, saw the swirling wind, and finally thought of the answer. "I get it." Neji used futon wind style and caused the air to vibrate. Vibration. Jin took a step back. Neji chuckled. The sound is transmitted through the air. It is also a physical attack, which interferes with the vibration of the air. It is the same reason that two people can't shout through the air. Your attack has been completely ineffective against me. And next, Ino. Quote. Good. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. The huge revolving heaven chakra erupted, and the 3 Otogakure were involved, and Ino also cooperated with Neji. The two punched and kicked, beating the 3 Otogakure into a state of embarrassment. Humph. You dare to be arrogant and domineering in Konoha village in the future. Ino grimaced at the 3 people who were completely embarrassed. Okay, amazing, much better than Naruto brother. Konoha Maru watched this scene, sucked the snot that was left behind, and was covered in a circle. What's the matter? At this time, a woman's voice came over. A few people looked over and saw that it was Konoha's Jonin Kurenai Yuhi, and the one next to her was a special Jonin who was exactly the same. Here and here. Yuhi, sensei, there are a few Otogakure ninjas here who want to pick something up, and we've taken care of them. Ino greeted them with a smile. Their teacher Asuma had a good relationship with Kurenai Yuhi, and Ino was naturally familiar with Kurenai Yuhi. Neji was stunned for a moment, then turned around and suddenly found that Konoha Maru, who was still there just now, saw Kurenai Yuhi, and ran away in a flash. Chapter 61 Fight Again. Veiled Mystery Man. Okay, don't worry, Leitong will bring those Otogakure back. After the treatment, Kurenai Yuhi walked down the street alone with the two of them. Ino and Neji also told the truth about the situation just now. I just didn't expect that, Neji, your strength has improved so quickly that you can handle 3 people by yourself. Compared to you, Hinata Kurenai Yuhi said with a strange look in his eyes. Neji was startled. Hinata, how has she been training recently? Kurenai Yuhi was stunned for a moment. Didn't Hinata say that the Hyuga family has their own training? She doesn't follow our class to train with her. Oh. Neji responded easily on the surface, but inside, some ripples began to appear. Clan training, Neji murmured inwardly. With something on his mind, Neji said goodbye to the two. Back to the clan. Where's Hinata? Neji bumped into Hyuga Haru at main clan and hurriedly asked. Chun looked around and said in a low voice. Be quiet, Miss Hinata is practicing alone in the backyard of main clan. No one is allowed to see him until it works. Oh. Neji nodded leisurely, and since Chundu said so, he was a little relieved. But you can see it if you want. Every afternoon before the sun goes down, Miss Hinata will practice alone there. But you have to be careful, now the whole clan is suspecting that the two of you are fornicating, you don't want to be discovered, you will become talking. Well, I know. The next day, afternoon. Hinata was alone in the backyard, in a clearing, training against the air. At this time, a figure, playing on the courtyard wall, quickly turned over. And dedicated Hinata, did not find. With a pure face and delicate body, every part of Hinata is very different from all the other girls. Neji couldn't help but look a little dumbfounded. Until Hinata stumbles on her foot during practice, she's about to fall. Neji's body approached directly and hugged Hinata. Brother Neji, how did you come here? Hinata faces a Yuhi. Neji smiled and held Hinata steady. Don't worry, I've avoided everyone's sight. I'm a little worried when I look at you secretly. Well, now everyone is suspicious of you, you must be careful. I will. Neji turned on Byakugan and looked around again to make sure it was correct. Come on, I'll accompany you to train. Good. So, in the huge backyard of main clan, the sound of punching into the air was replaced by the sound of palms and palms hitting. Drink. Hinata seemed to work hard, but Neji seemed to deal with her with ease. Be more serious. Although Neji has a heart for this sister, he maintains a high sense of reason. If the training is not serious now, when it comes to real sparring, it will be Neji who will suffer, especially. Within 1 year, if Hinata can't become strong enough, she will also be engraved with the cage bird spell. Drink. Neji thought of this, and slapped the palm of his hand. Although Neji was accustomed to letting the water out, the wind was so strong that Hinata was pushed away. Hinata. Neji immediately went to protect, but Hinata stood up on his own, and then found an opportunity to attack with a palm. Neji was startled, barely blocking it with his arm, but was knocked back several steps by gentle fist. Well, that's it, grab all the gaps. Neji's mouth twitched slightly, and he finally looked a little bit. But that's all. Hinata was already sweating profusely, and his underwear was soaked with sweat. The shape of the whole body is more clear and the outline is visible. Okay, let's take a break. The two walked aside and sat down to rest. I didn't expect to fight against you in this Chunin exam. When the time comes, when it's a last resort, let's just surrender. Neji said. Brother Neji, no matter what, I'm very happy to play against you. Oh, why are you happy? Because I'm a scrap ninja. Neji quipped. No, because I can exercise my strength. Brother Neji is very strong, I know this best. Hinata. A voice came, it was Hiyashi. I am sorry, it's my father. Hinata, protect yourself, I'll go first. Hinata made only glanced at her head, and when she came back to her senses, Neji's figure had disappeared. Hinata. Hyuga Hiyashi came out of the house with bare feet, and Hinata turned around. My lord father. Hinata, how's your training going? Hiyashi came over, smiling and looking at Hinata admiringly. Well, sorry, I'll start training now. Hinata was a little flattered, worried about being scolded and wanted to resume training immediately. Unexpectedly, Hiyashi came over, put both hands on Hinata's shoulders, and said, "It's okay, girls, you don't need to train so hard." Huh. Hinata's eyes were rounded. Could it be that his father is connected? That's not Hiyashi's style at all. She almost thought she was dreaming. "Who are you?" Hinata asked cautiously, frowning. Hiyashi was stunned for a moment, then the smile on the corner of his mouth disappeared. Hinata groaned, then frowned, and within 3 seconds, he lost consciousness. And Hiyashi withdrew his hand, which was making acupuncture points on Hinata's shoulder, and lowered it. Bang! Hiyashi changed his personality. He looked a bit like Hiyashi, but he looked more lean, 35 or 6 years old, with vicissitudes in his eyes, and his eyes were old-fashioned. Night, Neji came to the practice ground alone. Naturally, Hyuga Silver and Hyuga Qingtian seemed to be a lot more honest after being warned by him. Maybe it's because the matter has already reached the elders, and there is no need for them to target him, but Neji finds it a lot more convenient. At least at the training ground now, Neji is always alone, which is quite convenient. Hi. Neji took a breath and felt the acupuncture points all over his body, beginning to absorb chakra. It's slightly similar to revolving heaven and a blow to the body, but the effect is to absorb backwards. The way of operation is completely different, and the difficulty has also increased a lot. Sage Art Chakra 1. Sage Art Chakra 1. Sage Art Chakra 1. The speed is very slow, and after the outbreak, the consumption is very fast. Throughout the night, Neji had little to gain. It turns out that the so-called Sage mode is just learning to refine Sage Art Chakra. How to use this chakra, you have to think of a way. Neji was distressed, rubbing his chin, his head spinning rapidly. While thinking about it, he suddenly froze. Then, he quickly hand seal, Byakugan opened. A gigantic chakra, stronger than the last time, is approaching. He appeared behind the tree. And Neji, who had turned around early, looked serious. "You're finally here, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Neji tilted his neck, ready to do a big job. The opponent also seemed to be quick-witted. Seeing that Neji was preparing, he seized the gap and attacked directly. Baby. The action is fast, the palm is fast and accurate. To be outdone, Neji fought back. The palms want to collide. Zitsa. The chakra of the thunder attribute flowed in Neji's palm, and the opponent was shocked by the stronger force. Each stepped back several times, and the veiled man looked at his palm. This numb touch. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Neji. This thunder-type gentle fist that cost him a lot last time was unheard of. And Neji is more like a master this time around. What? Do you really want to know why I can integrate the thunder attribute chakra into gentle fist and achieve nature transformation? If so, I can consider telling you if you leave your face a little bit. Neji's eyes were calm, smiling. Chapter 62 Fear. Sage Art Chakra. Hearing Neji's provocation, the other party was a little surprised. Judging from the last fight, Neji's personality was more than half of his strength. He never expected that such a cautious person would take the initiative to provoke him at this time. But the masked man was obviously more calm. Even so, he still did not speak, but exuded a particularly strong killing intent all over his body. Take the shot, you will take your life. Baby. The action was so fast that Neji had to go all out. First a dodge, dodging the head-on blow. But how could the opponent only hit this one, and then turn around and hit him sideways? Wind revolving heaven. Neji instantly released a huge amount of chakra from his body, and condensed a wind-shaped concrete chakra in the air, and began to spin rapidly. Boom. The entire terrain was even changed by Neji's revolving heaven, and the figure of that man had long since retreated. Byakugan behind him, It was already clear that Neji was a completely different chakra from ordinary revolving heaven. Nature transformation of the wind attribute, and it is very powerful and intense. Incredible, this is a move that Genin uses. Oh, the last time I held hands with you, I really didn't know who you were. But this time is different. Neji raised his hand and condensed chakra again, with a cold smile on his face. Although I still don't know who you are, just from the last clan meeting, there is no trace of you. And your technique is so strange, are you the hidden power of an elder? Neji's words shocked the man for a while, and it seemed that he had guessed part of it. Neji continued, since that's the case, anyway, I have to fight against you filthy things, so why should I cover up? Neji frowned, and the chakras of the whole body were vigorous and wanton growth. In the end, the man under the mask screamed secretly in his heart. What the hell is going on? Such a strong chakra is not like the ability of an ordinary Hyuga family. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji finished all the seals with one hand in a split second. Futon, wind style. One-handed hand seal. The masked man jumped back, dodging. The attack range of the palm wave is not large, but the intensity is particularly high, and Neji seems to concentrate the high-intensity chakra. Genin is Genin, without actual combat experience, isn't it a waste of chakra to use this kind of ninjutsu at such a long distance? The masked man thought and chuckled. But Neji's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the man avoid the palm wave. Futon, wind style. And palm storm. Other hand, Neji released the palm storm again. Boom boom boom. This time, the range is wider and the amount of chakra is higher. But the masked man also made a seal, and his movements became faster, avoiding the danger, just caught in the middle of two lengthy palm waves. Naive. The masked man saw that he had dodged the opponent's very heavy attack, and then it was time for his own counterattack. However, the next second, the smile on his face disappeared. I saw that although the two palm waves had been played for a long time, the chakra that continued in the air did not disappear. What is this? He secretly said that the chakra in the air seemed to be a solid shape and did not dissipate. Neji chuckled. This is the shape change of the wind attribute chakra. Next is, you can't escape. He jumped up and started hand seal while the other party couldn't move right now. As if instinctively, Neji didn't have too many memories in his mind. This is a stolen ability. After the battle with Jiraiya that day, in addition to Sage Art Chakra, Neji eliminated, sweetened, water style, water formation wall, and replaced it with another ninjutsu. Kaden, fire style, fire bomb. After all, this ninjutsu fits me better. Puff, puff, puff. 3 times in a row, the flame bombs swept across the night sky like a huge bolide, violently rushing in the direction of the masked man. The wind attribute chakra mixed in the air began to take shape and became a violent hurricane, controlling the movements of the masked man. Wind like a rope. How can a genin be so skilled in controlling chakra to change shape? The masked man bit Kiba, unable to believe it. Boom. The fireball exploded in the wind, and the surroundings were instantly like a sea of fire. And the fire did not spread. This is not a ninjutsu that wins by quantity. The hurricane fuels the power of the fireball and becomes more ferocious. Humph. But the masked man did not have stage fright, but made a few seals. Stinky boy, you are still tender. I saw that the other party was in a completely different posture from 8 trigrams 64 palms, and the way of chakra release was completely different from revolving heaven and gentle fist, and it accelerated in the body. Neji was slightly startled, and secretly said, this is Byakugan, SS level secret technique. Neji quickly and greedily looked at the way the other party condensed chakra. Unfortunately, only Byakugan with 13% purity can only see the general process of the other party's condensing chakra. All the chakras flow rapidly in the body first, and then gather in most of the acupuncture points in the body, but almost all of them are on the body itself. Afterwards, the energy is transported in the dantian, and all the energy of the whole body is sent to the shoulders, and then it is charged with a blow. Not through the palm, but the power of the arm waving the wrist, the two hands become palms, and the combined force strikes. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. The huge sound is like moving mountains. The overwhelming momentum rushed towards Neji's side, and the huge rushing wave made the fireball disappear without a trace in an instant. With that terrifying chakra, the masked man made 2 steps in 3 steps and quickly came towards Neji. The power of the mountain-breaking strike is so powerful. Actually, this is the most powerful taijutsu of the Hyuga family. If there is enough chakra, it can even destroy a mountain with one blow. Are you too scared to move? Hyuga Neji, take it. The moment the opponent hit, he was already complacent. Sage Art Chakra 2. Sage Art Chakra 2. Sage Art Chakra 3. Neji, who had been standing in the distance for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is that enough? Neji raised his palm and faced the challenge. Use Sage Art Chakra, all the cultivation achievements tonight. Condensed in the palm of the hand, as if in gentle fist, not using dark energy, but bright energy. One hand, Neji slammed it. Bang! A loud bang resounded in the air. If it wasn't for the fact that the training ground was far from the residential area, this sound would have woken all the sleeping people nearby from their dreams. You bastard, with one hand. The masked man with his hands into palms was dumbfounded. All his offensives, after colliding with the terrifying chakra just now, were all cancelled. Only at that moment, he seemed to see clearly. Ordinary chakras are blue or green, but that chakra is all black and mixed with pure white, as if seeing the power of chaos. The power that comes from nowhere, but completely crushes normal chakra. You kid, do you really have terrifying power? The man spoke slowly, his voice a little low. Neji's mouth twitched, and his expression was already a little labored. Drink. Neji slapped away, and the other party no longer dared to take it. Leaping back, Neji chased after the victory and slapped him off with a palm. Bang, tilde. It's shadow clone, Neji landed, looking back. The man was panting, his eyes sinister. It seems that the file is really in your hands, hand it over and spare your life. Neji frowned slightly and didn't answer. Chapter 63 Awaken. Descendants of Fairies. The other party is chasing after him relentlessly, because he wants a file. Neji still doesn't know whether the dossier recorded some facts, and these people appeared in front of him so actively. Sure enough, I want a file. Neji muttered. If this is the case, the elder behind the person in front of him really does not have a file. Hyuga Iroha, the Jonin who tested himself, was sent by the third elder, Hyuga Amazawa. If that's the case, Hyuga Tions doesn't have a file either. At present, it seems that he is the most likely, but if he has such a powerful character, why should he send a Jonin to train him in the name of training? Neji was thinking about it in his heart, but the other party was already impatient. Awesome, awe-inspiring, the power I've longed for. The other party seemed to be someone obsessed with power, which made Neji even more convinced that this person should not be from main clan. Shadow clone. I saw the other party use the clone technique, and 2 shadow clones appeared on the left and right sides of Neji. Other party's mouth twitched and said, don't think that you are the only one special, come and see my profound meaning now. This is something you can't bear. After all, the 3 masks are hand seal at the same time. Shadow clone also hand seal, and Byakugan is also real, to the real. Neji looked around, only to see the other 3, all of which hand seal had refined the chakra, but the amount was much less than before. 8 trigrams triple mountain breaker. This. Neji stepped back, sensing the danger. It's a scary guy to even let Shadow Clone use secrets. Neji is not stingy with his praise to his opponent, but his face is still without fear. Damn, where did you get your confidence? With this trick, I'm going to make regret appear on your face. Seeing Neji so indifferent, the other party was a little crazy. Ah! 3 people, 6 palms. The sound of wind was even rubbed in the air. A huge force hit Neji, and the movement was not only fast, but also very wide, and chakra covered all around. Neji alone, he has nowhere to go. When the huge force is pressed down, the flesh of any person will be interacted by the powerful force, and it will be crushed into flesh. Boom! A violent sound hit. Neji, on the other hand, took it out from behind without rushing. Pulling out a small file, he sighed. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Although it's a pity, it's really worth it for an enemy like you. Neji muttered, opened the scroll, and saw the word, Earth, written on it, surrounded by various warlocks. Doden, Earth-style, hardening art. This is a high-level Doden, Earth-style, ninjutsu scroll. Neji plans to save it for the exam, but now it seems that it is a last resort. Using sage art, it seems that my body can't hold it for too long and I can't drag it down. Boom boom boom. All the power of the mountain breaker was eaten by Neji alone. Even Chakra's palm technique hit the body, only making a very terrifying sound of power, even the sound of bones rubbing in the body. The ground was pressed down for a while, and the smoke and dust scattered. However, under the smoke, Neji was still safe and sound, and his expression was indifferent. Impossible. The masked man widened his eyes and looked in front of him, and there was no reason to believe that the other party had taken the blow with all his might. Huh. Moving quickly, Neji has reached the front of the masked man. You. The masked man had already reacted, but unexpectedly, Neji's palm went out extremely fast. And the strength is also dozens of times before. Bang! The masked man was slapped directly, and the huge force made him vomit blood. Wow! The entire chest was hit by Neji, which ruptured the organ. Fight any more and your lungs will rot. Neji's mouth twitched, and from Byakugan's point of view, the opponent had no strength to fight back. Although Neji used Sage Art Chakra for the first time, the load on his body was already severely exceeded, but the other party was even more difficult to breathe at this moment. The man lay down on the ground, got up with difficulty, and his breathing became weak. Neji fiercely, he grabbed the clothes on his chest tightly. Where the hell did you get that dossier from? Neji narrowed his eyes, and Ben didn't intend to pay attention, but he didn't expect him to be so obsessed with the dossier. Although I know you won't believe it, I have never seen anything like a file. Neji's tone was calm and his breath was steady. Just from this point, the victory or defeat of the two has already been formed. The opponent was almost unable to stand at this time, and Neji was even more victorious. It's really amazing, you guy. They made me look like a dead end, and you still don't change your face. You can't move anymore, stop struggling. Neji unlocked the Doden Earth-style hardening mode, trying to save the last chakra or he would be embarrassed. Anyway, I just need to interrogate him well next time. Huh. Seeing the opponent throwing a shuriken, Neji skillfully avoided it and shot it flying with his hand, while the opponent had already stood up and rushed towards him. Neji drove the Byakugan and saw a Yuhi-colored chakra condensed in the opponent's chest, and the chakra in the chest was quickly returning to flow. What is it? Ha! Opponent came with a palm, Neji avoided and was about to fight back, but at this moment, the opponent jumped with all his strength. The whole person flew out more than 10 meters away, escaping the battlefield. From the very beginning, the opponent knew that they were invincible, and they wanted to run. It's just that Neji is still a little curious. The entire chest cavity was destroyed by his palm, how can he still move, and recover so quickly? Neji is a little curious, who is the other party? Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a Jonin-level ninja for the first time, and reward the host, 2 W points of proficiency in any ability. Neji was surprised and overjoyed. Exactly. All the proficiencies are added to the Gentle Fist method and acupuncture. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Gentle Fist method and acupuncture proficiency reached 10 W, successfully advanced to the realm of pure fire, and reached the realm of pure fire for the first time, helping the host to awaken his physique, the descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura's sage body. What? Sage body. Converting complete. Neji felt his body, all relaxed in an instant. It seems to be wet with water in an instant, and then adapts to the humidity in an instant. Feeling like a fish in water, Neji took a deep breath, feeling his mind awake as if he had been empowered. Ding! Sage body's quality awakening has reached 10%, and the host's Byakugan's purity has been increased by 20%. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 13 years old. Actual combat proficiency, 9,559, can be used to exchange abilities and items after opening them all. Talent, Steel Devour Wind Attribute Chakra Shape Change. Level, Chunin. Ninjutsu, Futon Wind Style Palm Storm Wave Kaden, Fire Style Flame Bomb. Gentle Fist Acupuncture, 8 trigrams Palm Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm, 8 trigrams One Shot. Demonic Illusion, none. Boundary, Byakugan Sage Mode 10%, Sage Body 5%. Byakugan Purity, 33%. Basic Items. Detonator Symbol 10. Advanced Items. Advanced Suiten Water Style Ninjutsu Scroll 1. Basic Sealing Technique Scroll 1. Special Items. None. Just from the panel attributes, Neji can feel that his strength is rapidly increasing at this moment. And his body is even more obviously abnormal. This anomaly also adapts very quickly. Neji originally observed the approximate chakra movement within a range of 300 meters without a perspective at most. At this moment, the limit immediately doubled to 600 meters. And more importantly, Sage Art Chakra 25. Sage Art Chakra 33. Sage Art Chakra 24. Sage Art Chakra from natural energy has also skyrocketed a notch. Chapter 64 Survive. S-rank mission concerning the village. This time, Neji was completely immersed in the fun of sage art. The original chakra system, Neji, relying on his increasingly sophisticated Byakugan, and the master of the attribute chakra, have been thoroughly analyzed. Neji, chakra has long become a tool without secrets. Just use him skillfully, fight, and become stronger. But sage art chakra broke Neji's definition of chakra. The natural energy drawn from nature does not have any properties in the first place. Ordinary chakra is like ordinary paper. After adding attributes, it is painted with colors. Various attributes can be combined, and the colors can become more three-dimensional. There are nature transformation and shape changes. And sage art chakra, it is nothing more than that Neji saw this piece of paper and turned into a piece of wood. The most original chakra. It's the wood before it becomes paper. Not only is the power more mellow, but the maneuverability has also become difficult, but how to use it seems to be a difficult problem. With 1 week to go before the exam, Neji locked himself at home for a week of closed training. A week later. On the day of the competition, early in the morning, many preparations began. My lord, please, take a rest first. No one expected that daimyo would be taken to a morning tea shop by a few ninjas to rest. The construction of Konoha village is better than before. The daimyo who came from the land of fire this time is a very important figure at the top, almost equal to the top leader. Holding his fan, he asked, "Where are the other daimyo?" "They have already rested in the Hokage building, but the next task is to escort you to arrive safely. The village is not completely safe, and it is easy for Chunin exams to sneak into dangerous ninjas." The person who talked to the daimyo was really a ninja code named Tianzo. "You guy, specializing in protecting daimyo, are you very good?" Tianzang scratched his head, a little troubled. Although I'm not a very powerful person in Konoha village, I will definitely do my best to protect you, daimyo." "Oh, it's so hot. Boss, I want a bun." A young man with a handsome face and an elegant smile. He was dressed in white, and the forehead on his head shone in the morning light. Okay, cheer up for today's exam. Neji. Thank you, boss. Daimyo glanced at it and suddenly became interested. You boy, come here. Neji turned his head to look in surprise, a little puzzled. And although Tianzang hesitated, he still said, Are you Hyuga Neji from Guy's class? Come here. Neji came over. Your eyes. I remember, the Hyuga clan guy. Are you Hyuga Hazashi? When the name asked, Tianzang was also stunned. The big name, this child is Hyuga Neji, he is the child of Hyuga Hazashi. Oh, that's right. It's been more than 20 years since Hazashi was as young as you. The daimyo fanned himself with a fan, looking up as if recalling. And Neji heard that name, and now he has habitually learned to hide it. Although it came from transmigration, the unforgettable memory in his mind is still fresh today. Hazashi's child must be a ninja with great talent. Did you also take the Chunin exam this time? The question from the daimyo made Neji embarrassed. Tianzang was also a little overwhelmed. Okay, daimyo, it's time to go, we'll meet with Hokage-sama later. What's the hurry? Ninjas of your age really don't know how to do things. Neji looked at the name and was silent. Hyuga clan, main clan. Front of the gate, Hinata was wearing a backpack with an indifferent face. Hiyashi patted Hinata on the shoulder with a serious look on his face. Chunin exam is up to you. Although you met Neji in the first game, Neji is also your best opponent. Everyone has seen Neji's progress recently. You have to catch up with him. If you win this time, you can prove yourself to all the branches. Hiyashi said earnestly. And he thought that Hinata would be as shy and timid as before, but unexpectedly, today's Hinata's eyes revealed a strange calmness. Well, of course, I will definitely beat him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing an unnatural smile. Yes, it seems that your consciousness has been aroused. Hiyashi was a little surprised, but more admired his daughter. Sending Hinata away, Hyuga stood there and sighed. Is it finally here? Hazashi, today Neji and Hinata will officially become rivals. Who do you want to win? If you were here, you would definitely let Neji admit defeat. Because you are always so gentle. Hiyashi muttered to himself with a bitter smile. Then, in the sky, an eagle was circling. Ow tilde. Clear cry, with a strong unique voice. Ninja eagle. Hiyashi murmured. Eagle flew down, and Hiyashi reached out his hand to catch it, and took down the information at the foot of the ninja eagle. After opening it, Hiyashi looked a little surprised. 3 generations, sir. Hokage building, top secret conference room. Hiyashi was taken to the underground conference room by 2 direct line Anbu. The place is not big, there are no seats, but the lights are bright. Everyone gathered and walked in. Hiyashi saw many familiar faces. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Hiyashi from the Hyuga family is here. This is. Hiyashi walked in and saw that everyone was serious, but there were also people greeting him. The left row is full of the backbone of Konoha Jonin, mainly Hatake Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Sarutobi Asuma, Yamashiro Aoba, Pizu Ladung, Shiranui Genma and others. In the row on the right, all the leaders or patriarchs of the Konoha representative family include Aburame Shiguro, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Choza, Inazuka Flower and others. Almost ready, let's start talking. Don't delay any longer. Hiyashi returned to his place and saw an old man in his 70s sitting next to Hiruzen above, but he was still looking good. It was the advisor of Konoha village, Kaharu Utatane. Even Kaharu, sensei, Hiyashi muttered. When he was young, Kaharu Utatane was his tutor. What is the urgent matter? To call everyone together, and it is an S-level emergency mission. Need so many people? Someone asked, and at the same time, Anbu took dozens of scrolls and distributed them to everyone present. Everyone, listen up. Hiruzen finally spoke, and the audience fell silent. This matter is related to the survival of the village. Everyone took a deep breath. This time the Chunin exam was taken advantage of by people with intentions, and it will have a huge attack on Konoha. But fortunately, I have already mastered the enemy's approximate plan, and now all I have to do is to take precautions in advance, so I need everyone's help, to minimize Konoha casualties. Quote. Asuma. Invasion. Kurenai Yuhi. What the hell is going on here? For details, please see the scrolls distributed to you. Everyone opened it one after another and saw the general planning process of this time. If that's the case, why not cancel the Chunin exams and just kill the enemy in one go? Of course not. Kaharu Udatane shouted. Chapter 65 Selection. Chunin Conference finally begins. This time is Konoha's chance. The 5 daimyo of Konoha will all come to watch. Now that there is no war in peacetime, ninjas are considered less and less necessary to exist. The country of fire invests less and less resources, so this time to obtain border defense military power is important. Kaharu Udatane was determined. She represents the high level of the entire Konoha, and must proceed from absolute interests, rather than taking into account the so-called overall situation like Hokage. Hiruzen also nodded leisurely and explained. With this, Konoha's forces can directly threaten all nearby neighboring countries to capture a wider range of tasks, thereby driving the development of economic strength. And the enemy has already arranged within the village an alliance that should cooperate with the outside world. That thing may be a little troublesome, but I believe that your strength will not allow the village to reproduce the tragedy of 12 years ago, right? When Hiruzen said this, everyone was moved. 12 young tragedy, shocking. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi and others who were present were not even able to participate in the war, and could only be arranged to demobilize non-combatants. And now, they can finally rely on their own strength to protect the village. This task is very important. Everyone must be sure to be safe. Especially the Hyuga family, your Byakugan, will provide us with a very favorable insight into the opportunity. Hiruzen glanced at Hiyashi with ulterior motives. Hiyashi's face was a little dull, but his heart had already ignited a raging fire. This time is a great opportunity for the Hyuga family. Show the strength of the Hyuga clan has come. However, since the enemy will choose the time period for the Chunin exam to attack, the Chunin exam venue will definitely not be spared. Will it be too dangerous there? Kurenai Yuhi was full of worry. Asuma, who had been a guardian of the 12 warriors, was holding a cigarette and muttered, not only that, the daimyo will also watch on the spot. That's how it is. Kaharu Udatane said. Hiruzen avoided his head. Let the daimyo see how dangerous the ninjas' battles are, and let them understand that the peace of the country of fire must depend on the power of the ninjas. Only then will they be moved by us. Anyway, this is an adventure, but it is also a must-do. Everyone, be silent. This is Danzo's right-wing ideology, which has yet to be cleaned up. However, this is also impossible. After all, 3 generations are old, there is only great love, but there is no strength to support it. It is meaningless. Genma, as the referee, you are mainly responsible for ensuring the safety of the children in the venue after the incident. Similar, you come to be my escort. Don't worry about me after the incident, and watch the participating genin as soon as possible. In addition, daimyo, I have everything arranged. Hiruzen exhaled, his eyes resolute, as if a fire was burning inside. And everyone is silent, they are all like a torch lit by this flame. The gongs and drums were loud, and the firecrackers were blaring. But it seemed extraordinarily solemn, and some of the extravagant celebrations quickly filled the venue. The daimyo were assigned to the special seats in the very center, while Hokage and Kazekage, wearing shadow robes and hats, took their seats in the highest seats. Lord Kazekage, please take a seat. Hiruzen smiled peacefully, full of humility. And Kazekage also chuckled and said politely, you sit first, in front of you, I'm just a junior. Where? But Hiruzen sat still, the corner of his eye never leaving Kazekage. I saw Cage's body up and down, wrapped tightly, and he couldn't see his face at all. It's not too cold. Mr. Cage has been in the desert for a long time, isn't he used to Konoha's climate? Hiruzen asked. Cage snorted lightly. These are not important, the reason why I came is mainly to watch the wonderful showdown of the genins. Hiruzen laughed, thinking that Hokage-sama would be so leisurely and elegant. How can you Sasuke Uchiha from Konoha village? I care a lot. I'll come and see for myself the power of the legendary Sharingan. After all, the Uchiha clan has a famous character like Uchiha Madara. Cage said, bowing his head, his eyes narrowed slyly. Hiruzen pondered seriously for a moment. Cage continued, by the way, there is Hyuga Neji from the Hyuga family. I'm also looking forward to it. It is said that the first game is him. Haha, I can see 2 of the 3 major pupils in one day, and today I will have a feast for the eyes. Hiruzen, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. Yinghei smiled twice, and stopped answering. He shook his head, and the person behind him immediately understood and took a step forward. Just this step, Maki behind Cage glanced at him in surprise. It's almost time for Genma to start. Hiruzen ordered Dui Tong. Then the same left. And Cage turned back and glanced at Maki. Said, you go down there and watch the game with the Sunagakur kids, don't disturb me and Lord Hokage. Yes. So Maki was also sent away. A peaceful wind caresses in the air. But today's cloud seems restless, floating. The whole venue was already very lively. The crowd is full of people, and the venue is large enough, and the battlefield below is surprisingly large, even if it is not impossible to summon Toad Wentai to fight. The same jumped down, the scars on his face and the serious eyes added a lot of serious atmosphere to the game. Everyone saw this Konoha's Jonin go down, they stopped making noise. The audience began to fall into silence. Shiranui Genma got the news and nodded. Then, the Chunin selection tournament officially begins. Let's start the first match. It's the sibling battle of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. This battle combination, once announced, has already made the audience boil. Most of the villagers from Konoha village came to watch the game, so everyone didn't pay much attention to who was the tail of the crane. They only knew the very mysterious eye technique of the Hyuga family, Byakugan. And this time, not just one, but a duel between 2 Byakugans, the audience is naturally looking forward to it. At the big name table, several big names began to play cards around the table. Lose. The big name holding the fan was a little sullen, tossed the card, and sighed. Let's watch the game carefully, this is the game of the Hyuga clan of Konoha's famous family. Daimyo said. And a fatter name next to him suddenly shouted, hey, why hasn't it started yet? How long has it been? The weather is hot again. Sorry, the players are entering the arena. Mitarashi Anko scratched the back of his head with a smile and explained. Withdrawing from the daimyo, standing next to him was a burly man, Morino Ibiki. Really, it's an unfortunate assignment. Anko sighed. And Ibiki reminded, protecting the daimyo is also a very important task, cheer up. In the field, Hyuga Neji walked slowly to the place indicated by the referee Genma. On the other side, what I saw was the delicate face of Hyuga Hinata. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Hinata, this fight, come on. However, the opposite Hinata did not respond to Neji. Instead, his face was indifferent, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a confident smile. This confident smile has not been seen on Hinata's face for a long time, and Neji couldn't help but be a little surprised. I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't tell where. Chapter 66 Murderous Look. You are not really Hinata. However, it is a good thing that Hinata has this kind of awareness. Since childhood, Hinata was not very optimistic about the family, especially everyone was unwilling to continue to abide by the rules of the main clan and family separation. Even within Hyuga, various small families and groups have formed. Everyone naturally hopes that their descendants can get more, instead of giving good resources to the children of main clan every time. And when Hinata was not only low in talent, but also weak in character, Hanabi was born. The age of 2, Hanabi was smarter and smarter than the average child. Contrary, Hinata is becoming less and less like a ninja. Although he is very hardworking, he is kind by nature and does not act as boldly as a ninja. When Hanabi was 5 years old, her talent showed, and even Hinata couldn't beat her in the competition. So far, Hinata has been called a clan of trash, just like Neji. The two cherish each other. However, the difference is that Neji is the branch and Hinata is the main clan. The contempt for Hinata must be based on the pursuit of Hanabi, which also gives everyone a reason to support main clan in time. Hiyashi also feels that main clan has a successor. If Hinata could have realized this earlier, she should not have been so questioned by those in the clan. The game begins. Genma stretched out his hand, swung it down, and stepped back. When this kind of signal comes out, the competition starts. The eyes of the audience are instantly focused. Chunin selection competition, the fateful confrontation between the two Hyuga families. Okay, let's attack, I won't show mercy. Neji took it seriously, and didn't want Hinata to feel like he was playing around with her. This also implements the agreement between the two. Hee. Hinata suddenly chuckled twice and started walking forward. What is Neji brother doing in such a hurry? Hinata didn't shoot, but spoke up. What? Neji was a little confused. Today's Hinata is indeed a little different. Is it because the game is about to start and I'm a little nervous? Neji had never seen Hinata in this state, and suddenly felt a little interesting. Hinata, what are you trying to say? Hinata chuckled twice. Brother Neji is so strong, I must lose. If I go all out from the beginning, I'm afraid I won't have a chance and I will lose. Hinata's words are not without reason. Especially in Neji's eyes, he does have the confidence to beat Hinata at the moment of his shot. But he wouldn't do it, and he doesn't intend to. Don't worry, you are strong, Hinata. Neji encouraged. Hinata took a few steps forward and said softly, I want to have a simple two-stroke with Neji brother first, warm up, and when I'm ready, let's go into the real battle. Good. Neji readily agreed. Facing this cousin, he was always responsive. Let's get started. Hinata said, and hurried over. The people present were shocked. Move. Why did this little girl do it first? Is the man across from him a fool? The villagers, lively onlookers watched the start of the battle, leading the atmosphere to. And Neji greeted him. In normal combat, this is not the case, but since it is Hinata, Neji will not be so serious. Ha! One palm down, empty. Neji also chuckled, it really is Hinata, and there is still some gap between him and himself. He slapped it lazily, and Byakugan didn't even open it. But in the eyes of ordinary villagers, their actions are already very fast. Drink. Two took turns, and even Gentle Fist brought out very few chakras, and neither of them turned on Byakugan. Hinata, why not open Byakugan? Because, brother Neji didn't open it either. Hinata had a smile on his face and seemed to be at ease in the game. Neji took a deep breath, still feeling that the fight should be a little more serious, or else he would lose his impetus to Hinata. Hinata, open Byakugan. Drink. Sound of breaking wind sounded, and a palm greeted Hinata in the past. Hinata instantly retreated, and I don't know if it stimulated the survival instinct. The speed of retreat this time was completely different from the game level just now. Is there such a speed? Hinata. This made Neji even more delighted. Come seriously, Hinata. Okay, brother Neji, don't make it hard for me. In Neji's eyes, this is nothing more than a competition to train Hinata. Come on. Neji exited. Hinata had already left. Well, very normal speed. But this time Hinata opened Byakugan, while Neji chose not to. I saw that as soon as Hinata came up, it was a hard blow, and Neji narrowly avoided it. But that palm, I don't know if it was an illusion, Neji always felt a sense of threat. Great, this palm. Neji turned around, happy for Hinata. But the next moment, that sense of threat came again. I saw that Hinata's next attack came up again, and his movements were much more flexible than before, and the amount of chakra skyrocketed. This. Drink. Hinata slapped, with a very strong palm wind. Neji could not escape this slap. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Hit the chakra and release it from the arm, trying to counteract the force. Bang. But I didn't expect that the power of the other party was stronger. Neji's whole body was knocked out. The audience exclaimed. Wow. It's so intense. Is this Hyuga-style gymnastics? Even the eyes can't keep up with the speed. That guy can't beat a little girl. This girl is amazing. Her figure and looks are also my favorite type. Was a lot of talk in the field, and Neji was in the air, still in shock, and before he landed, Hinata's attack came again. Why are you so strong? Hinata. Neji frowned slightly, trying to turn on Byakugan to avoid the blow. But. Gentle fist method acupuncture. Other slapped both hands, thinking about Neji's head. Although Neji moved his head back in a thrilling way, avoiding the direct attack, two chakras hit Neji's head in a firing pattern. Ah! Neji felt a splitting headache in an instant, and was slapped by Hinata again. In the air, Hinata landed neatly without any flaws. Neji, on the other hand, was knocked far away, and fell to the ground, holding his head with a look of embarrassment on his face. Hinata, didn't you say warm up first? Neji stood up with difficulty, feeling that his vision in front of him suddenly blurred, and he couldn't even see Hinata's face not far away. I could hear was Hinata's slow footsteps. Your optic nerve has been suppressed by the acupuncture points, and the next battle is the real good show. Hinata said with a smile in her voice. This is not Hinata's tone, nor is it Hinata's strength. And you are murderous. Neji froze for a moment, then immediately moved his feet back. But with each step, the vision in front of him became more and more blurred, until he completely disappeared. Oh, moving faster will only make you see nothing. With murderous intent, Hinata approaches. Neji's many practical experience, he can fully perceive Hinata's position. He quickly retreated, and in front of him, it was completely black. You're not really Hinata. Neji murmured, but the next moment, Hinata was by his side. What did you say, brother Neji? Hinata's voice made Neji subconsciously stunned. Then, with a quick palm, it hit Hinata's chest in the middle to fill up. Wow, tilde. Neji was knocked back, staggered 2 steps to his feet, and dodged a few steps behind him. Brother Neji, Tanjong's big acupoint has been restricted, do you still have a chance of winning? Hinata's voice, suddenly far and near, was extremely gloomy. Chapter 67 Count. Have you been cornered? Field, Neji was forced to retreat by Hinata, unable to fight back. In the field, the audience talked a lot, most of them suppressed Neji because Hinata was not favored, and applauded for Hinata. It was called a bloody lung soup. The field, Kakashi and Guy looked at this unexpected scene and were a little confused. Neji wouldn't look like this even if he hung up the back of the car, right? I saw his rapid progress some time ago. Is it all an illusion? Guy rubbed his chin, hesitant. Asuma came over and joined the discussion. Has Hinata become so strong? It's surprising, these kids. But Kakashi has a different view. Although Hinata has indeed become very strong, Neji's state is even more strange. Neji who has Byakugan does not turn on Byakugan, and his 10-10 practice is so hard, his movements will not be so messy. Footwork too. Kakashi doesn't study physical art, you can see that. And when Kakashi said this, Guy and Asuma noticed. Both of them were in a cold sweat. Kakashi, take a look at your Sharingan, what happened to their game? Guy proposes. Kakashi also nodded, Then, he was about to tear off half of the mask, but a figure came up beside him. Kakashi-sensei. The three turned their heads together and saw that it was Haruno Sakura running over. Sakura. Kakashi put away his movements and watched Sakura hurry, as if something major had happened. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto hasn't come yet. What's the matter? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and his sensitive mind suddenly thought of the attackers behind the scenes this time. I don't know, Naruto has been gone since the morning gathering. I don't know if I overslept. Sakura murmured, but she couldn't hide the worried look on her face. A few of them have been training for so long for this Chunin selection meeting. Probably not, that kid really values this game. Asuma frowned slightly, with a worried expression on his face. Guy looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, it's a special time, so make sure you're safe, after all, Naruto is 9. Having said that, Guy listened. The three looked at each other. Sakura, cheers for you and Sasuke, I have to go to Naruto now. This Chunin selection meeting is very important, even if he is absent, I have to ask him the reason. Well, good. Kakashi told Sakura, he planned to leave. Before leaving, he said to Guy, if I don't come back in time, you have to protect the children in the field. Guy, wrap it on me. What the hell is going on here? Neji can't fight back. Sakura, who was watching the game, looked puzzled. Awesome. The heir to the main clan of the Hyuga clan, is he that powerful? Wow, it's so strong. Court, Neji was already lying on the ground, and Hinata stood proudly in front of Neji with sharp eyes. Brother Neji, is that all you have? Hinata's mouth twitched, his eyes full of gloom. And for Neji, it's all dark. The optic nerve is completely blocked. Every move is aimed at the key point. If I had been training hard for so many years, I might have been killed by you long ago. Here. Neji got up with difficulty, bit Kiba and frowned. Can you stand up? But you who can't use chakra and can't open Byakugan. Have you really become a waste in everyone's mouth? Ha. Who are you? Neji asked. Why should a dead man need to know who I am? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Neji took a deep breath and took a step back. His weak state made everyone think that he would fall to the ground again in the next moment. What did you do to Hinata? Are you still worried about your useless sister? This time, I can let her regain her reputation and get the position of the heir of main clan, and the price is, of course, to make her lose the most cherished cousin of you. A sinister smile appeared on Hinata's face. She walked up slowly, approaching step by step. In the field, two spectators near the front row were doing it, and the corners of their mouths raised a beautiful arc. When Hyuga Silver, Qingtian, this time, Hyuga Neji is completely finished. Qingtian, well, he must have obtained the file, then the two of us will. Hee. The two were full of anticipation, and they were already carried away. After all, one of them is the grandson of Hyuga Tenshou, and the other is the grandson of Hyuga Tenshou. Although Neji's father, Hyuga Hazashi, is the younger brother of the patriarch, he was sent to Kumogakure village by Tenshou himself. How can he help him now? Neji has no talent at all, which is an indisputable fact they have seen with their own eyes over the years. Only thing that can make Neji stronger is the dossier. Field, Hinata, walked slowly towards Neji. Getting closer. Neji could feel the breathing of Hinata getting heavier and heavier. This was condensing chakra, intending to kill him with one hit. Don't worry, I won't kill you right here, I'll just leave you injured once, unable to talk or walk. As a branch family, your death will naturally end with a caged bird. Hinata chuckled so that his shoulders were shaking. And Neji had already closed his eyes. Sage Art Chakra 39. Sage Art Chakra 44. Sage Art Chakra 20. From the very beginning until now, Neji has not used chakra. He unexpectedly discovered that in simple actual combat, as long as he did not use chakra, he could always open the acupuncture points in his body to absorb natural energy around him. Thus transformed into Sage Art Chakra, and because of the physique of the descendants of the fairy, Neji's transformation rate is also extremely high. The resistance to acupuncture points is also greatly improved. Originally, the acupoints were restricted for at least 3 hours, but in just 5 minutes, Neji had fully recovered. The chakra in the body is working again. Byakugan. Neji opened his eyes and moved instantly. How is that possible? Hinata was startled, not expecting Neji to act. Gentle fist. The two put out their palms at the same time, and their palms staggered in the air. The sound of friction, poof, flowed in the air, rolling up a small whirlwind. Neji resisted the attack, and the whole person began to get serious. When the battle turned, the whole audience was shocked. All eyes were drawn, thinking it was a dead end, but unexpectedly Neji stepped forward at a critical moment. Drink. Hinata, look very old-fashioned, and the person pretending to be Hinata should be at least a Jonin-level physique master. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Opponent's movements were very fast, and Neji had just returned from the restricted state, so he couldn't keep up with the speed at all. 2 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. All the palm force is accompanied by gentle fist, S chakra into Neji's body, fast, accurate and ruthless. Neji secretly praised the person's solid basic skills. Is it my turn next? After seeing all the palms, Neji twitched the corners of his mouth and took a stance in the air. Ah, how's that possible, you bastard? How could that be? Hinata couldn't believe it. Neji resisted his acupuncture directly and was completely unharmed. Whether you are the person I thought of, I'll know right away. Neji's mouth twitched, and his face finally returned to absolute confidence. You. Ray 8 trigrams 64 palms. As soon as Neji shot, the lightning-like chakra, in Neji's palm, and the person's body, immediately began to echo and flow quickly. Chapter 68 Fight Back. Invalid move. Oh, Genin from Konoha village is really strong. The highest viewing seat, Kage's eyes shone with the light released by the 8 trigrams chakra, as if he was fascinated. Hiruzen just chuckled. Kage has won the prize. I think the Genins in your village are more powerful this year. Just 3 Genins came, and they managed to advance to 2. Although the other one, it was a bit unexpectedly lost to Neji. What? Yeah, the other one is too unsatisfactory, but Hyuga Neji from your village is too powerful. This time too, his opponent is obviously above the level of Chunin, and he can actually suppress it. Kage said this, and Hokage was stunned. Two have their own thoughts, and they both know Neji's true strength. But they all want to cover up. 2 palms. 4 palms. The counterattack has begun. Neji went out with a few palms, and the thunder attribute chakra in Hinata's body was about to come out. Oh, sure enough, it's you. If that's the case, you're definitely not controlling Hinata's body, but some kind of tenacious transformation technique. Neji is extremely fast and has a clear mind. What do you mean? 8 palms. 16 palms. Ah. Hinata's cry, Neji heard it now, had no effect at all. You bastard, don't you? Haven't shot because you're worried that my body is Hyuga Hinata's. The man was screaming like crazy, and his voice was no longer like the usual Hinata at this moment. Hee, you have already fought with me twice. Can you get a bargain with me? Don't you know? Neji's mouth twitched, and he quickly took out his palm in the air, turning sideways to relay. 32 palms. Dozens of chakras penetrated into Hinata's body at the same time. Damn. Once, twice, 3 times. Why are you so strong? 64 palms. Neji felt that the other party had entered a state of situation, and mercilessly slapped it away. After flying more than 10 meters, he fell from a height and smashed into the ground. Neji frowned slightly. Under the 33% purity of Sage Body, Byakugan, the chakra movement in the opponent's body became clearer. The Yugi-colored chakra began to work in the opponent's body, the wounds outside the body healed quickly, and the Hinata transformation technique still did not end. What kind of weird ability is this? Neji frowned, and this ability, which Neji couldn't steal after the first 2 battles, was really incredible. It looks like the recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan, but this person does not rely on physique, but the feeling of chakra crawling in the body. Damn. The man stood up with difficulty and raised his head. Eyes against Neji viciously. Why are you so strong? What exactly is recorded in the dossier? Neji narrowed his eyes, and the chakra in the opponent's body began to soar. There seems to be something terrifying that is quietly breeding. Who the hell are you? Neji lowered his voice and leaned over quickly. No one else can know about everything in this game. Neji can't let anyone know of his intersection with this person until he's safe. That chakra, even when Neji was fighting Jiraiya, couldn't feel it. Such a strong chakra was simply abnormal. Gentle fist. Neji's swift movements applied a few acupuncture points to the opponent. Later, the chakra in her body began to slowly dissipate, but the whole person remained awake. You guy. Neji's hand was grabbed by Hinata, holding it tightly. Finally caught by me, haha. Shadow Clone, who didn't know when, quickly attacked Neji. Facing the back as a palm. Haha, you're done. This move will make you unable to move. Hinata became proud again, jumped back and started hand seal. And Neji watched her soar in the air and snorted coldly. Then, quickly hand seal. Looking at Neji hand seal, the other party showed an unbelievable look. Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it work? Futon wind style double gale palm. Boom. Whoa. 2 swift whirlwind palms, intermingled together, rushed towards Hinata at a terrifying speed. Hinata was blown away, and his clothes were torn a lot, and then he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. At this point, Neji breathed a sigh of relief. Have spent half of the chakra, you have to take a good rest. Today's main event is not on you, you should stop for a while. Neji turned his head dashingly, ignoring the unconscious Hinata. Winner, Hyuga Neji. Shiranui Genma frowned while holding the 1,000 copies in his mouth. The ghost knew what kind of devil action he just saw. But as a referee, his focus is not here, not to mention that almost every Jonin present today has his own additional tasks. Neji left in a dashing manner, and some of the officers on the scene came to carry the injured Hinata away. Everyone was shocked, looking at Neji's back, speechless. Only Inazuka Kiba, in the audience, yelled. Neji, you bastard, Hinata is your sister, how can you be so cruel? Kurenai Yuhi was also slightly moved and hurried off to take care of the injured Hinata. And Neji didn't look back. That level of transformation technique, I'm afraid even they can't easily see it. If it can be seen, this battle is also a personal grudge between Neji and that person. For the opposite party, such a dark corner must also want to hide, which is also in Neji's mind. After this catastrophe is over, it is better to resolve matters within the clan in private. Because now, Neji also wants to get the dossier passed down from generation to generation. At this moment, there was a burst of applause from Hiruzen's side. Keisuke stood up and couldn't help shaking his head with emotion. It's so wonderful, Hyuga Neji, his physical skills are perfect, even better than when I saw him before. Hiruzen frowned slightly. Keisuke-sama has seen Neji before. Keisuke was stunned for a moment, pondered for a few seconds, and then smiled. The last time Neji played against Gaara from our Sunagaku village, I also sneaked in and watched it. I am sorry for hiding it from Hokage-sama. Ha ha. It's okay, it's okay. Kazekage-sama has such a leisurely elegance. It seems that Konoha did not disappoint you. After staying in Konoha for a month, you should be used to it, right? Switch to Hiruzen this time. Kazekage won't be able to continue. At this time, in the field, Marky looked at Gaara, who was eager to try, and had a headache. Gaara, calm down. Kankuro and Tamari, who were next to them, looked at each other, both terrified. At this time, Gaara's eyes were rounded, and the whole face became hideous. Hyuga Neji, he must be the opponent I've been longing for. Gaara. Maki stretched out his hand and put it on Gaara's shoulder, and the wind attribute chakra was all injected. Ah! Gaara put her hands on her forehead, her head seemed to be splitting, her face was bitter. Enough, Maki-sensei. Tamari pleaded immediately. Maki also stopped, and Gaara taught a little. But the mouth still murmured, Hyuga. Neji. The next showdown begins. Uchiha Sasuke vs Tamari. Below, Shiranui Genma shouted. And Uchiha Sasuke, like a thunderbolt, jumped away long ago, his eyes sharp. Hey, it's your turn, Tamari, that kid of the Uchiha clan called Genius. Kankuro said. Tamari nodded, looking serious. Ah, I'll try my best to wait for the troops outside to rush in. Chapter 69 Good News. The Fruits of Devil Training. Please Uchiha Sasuke and Tamari come forward. Genma stretched out his hand and divided the field on both sides, motioning for the two to get closer. Sasuke Uchiha on the left and Tamari of Sunagakure on the right. The two of them looked sharp, but they were already gearing up and ready to start at any time. Start. At the beginning of the game, the two sides did not have any nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke went straight forward, while Tamari quickly stepped back. Sasuke's movements were very fast, and he quickly caught up with Tamari. While Tamari threw a shuriken at close range, Sasuke took out a kunai resistance and flung it away, but in the air, the smoke bomb exploded. Bang, tilde. Cough cough. Sasuke was in the fog and could not perceive any chakra. What kind of poison is this? Sasuke secretly said. A star. Tamari had already found a spot and swept through the smokescreen. The smokescreen all dissipated immediately, and Sasuke was blown away. 2 stars. Sharingan. Sasuke's double Tomo Sharingan turned on, and immediately saw the difference in wind speed and chakra density around him, and his actions easily avoided all attacks. Huh, find all the dead ends so quickly. So, what about this? Tamari chuckled, and threw a few lily swords into the air, then swung the big iron fan vigorously. 3 stars. The iron fan was open to the maximum extent, and the violent storm was coming. The 5 shuriken were like rollers, blown up by the whirlwind, and flew towards Sasuke, and Sasuke's Sharingan's vision was completely able to see the trajectory and direction of all attacks. With this level of attack, I'm useless. While Sasuke dodged, he rushed towards Tamari. But the next moment, he noticed something and threw himself to the side. Bang! 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 4 rapid explosions in a row blew up the scene. The audience exclaimed. What is this? Isn't that a dart just now? What's going on here? Is it the transformation technique? I used the transformation technique on the ninja tool, but it's actually a detonating charm. Humph. Tamari's mouth twitched, his face full of confidence. Thick smoke was billowing, and several detonating charms had turned the venue into a muddy mess. But a few seconds later, a figure, in front of everyone's eyes, was as fast as lightning. Neji, who was watching the battle, was a little surprised. As expected of a talented ninja, with the body of the Uchiha family and the Sharingan, the speed could be as fast as himself. Tamari couldn't react at all, and Sasuke kicked Tamari into the air with a close kick. 1 foot, 2 feet. Tamari flew into the air, the iron fan was out of his hands, but Sasuke flew into the air, behind Tamari. Lion Bomb. Temari was thrown to the ground, and Sasuke added a nice kick. In the nick of time, Temari stretched out his arms to fend off the final attack. As soon as she landed, she wanted to counterattack, and a lightning bolt had already hit the top of her head. Huh, what is that? Reikiri. Is it Reikiri who copied the ninja Kakashi? It turned out to be Reikiri. And his face flashed, and he swallowed in fear. Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he said proudly, Chidori can still make 3 rounds, do you still want to continue? Temari was silent, looking at this genius ninja with such terrifying combat power. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Next, Sakura Haruno vs Yamanaka Ino. Please Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura come to the arena and prepare for the battle. On both sides, there are 2 girls with beautiful faces and good figures. Especially Ino, with a pale golden head, attracts the attention of many men. However, it also raised doubts. You look so beautiful, what kind of ninja are you? It's a vase. I think the girl across from her is much better than her. It's a lot of effort to dress up so beautifully, right? Faced with doubts as soon as he played, both sides felt a little uncomfortable. Battle begins. At the beginning of the game, Sakura seemed a little nervous. However, for some reason today, Naruto didn't come, and the pressure fell on Sasuke. He, who was usually indifferent on weekdays, even opened his mouth to cheer for the first time. Hello, Sakura. Huh. Sakura and Ino were stunned, they didn't expect Sasuke to speak. Sasuke seemed to hesitate for a while before saying, win this game. Sakura responded immediately. Then fell into the ecstasy phase. Ah, Sasuke cheers for me, Ino pig, idiot, idiot. Sakura grimaced at Ino proudly, and Ino frowned, looking embarrassed. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Neji took a deep breath and spoke. Ino, let them see the results of our training. In a word, the audience is watching. Does anyone know that Neji and Ino still have this relationship, the results of their training? This made everyone look forward to it even more. In the past, Neji's performance also attracted everyone's attention, which surprised many people, and now they are pinning their hopes on Ino. Seeing Neji talking, Shikamaru and Choji couldn't sit still. Come on, Ino, come on. Hey, Ino, your current strength is no longer what you used to be. Hearing these encouraging, Ino felt warm. She quickly hand-sealed and charged towards Sakura. In the field, although the 2 female ninjas are the 2 with the worst overall strength, the level of excitement in the battle is not inferior to the first 2 groups. Although it's just a simple physical game, the chakra control techniques interspersed in the middle and the use of ninja tools, Sakura and Ino have both surprised the audience. Oh, how can this be? That blonde sister's physique is so amazing, isn't it? There was a lot of discussion among the people in the field. Winner, Yamanaka Ino. And, Ino won the taijutsu. After Sakura was almost exhausted in chakra, his speed and strength were suppressed by Ino. After the end, Sakura lay on the ground and asked with difficulty, when did your physical skills become so powerful? Ino smiled and grimaced at Sakura. I won't tell you, stupid Sakura. Slightly. Afterwards, he looked at Neji on the stage. Neji was smiling, the young man's face was gentle and beautiful. Next game, Aburame Shino vs Nara Shikamaru. This group of duels is a duel between high IQs. Shikamaru's advantage lies in his higher IQ combat skills and tactical arrangement, while Shino's advantage lies in his ability to control the field. Shino gradually reduces Shikamaru's superiority to nothingness, but the battle between the 2 ranged ninjas, while fun, lacks passion. Finally, when the battle was heating up, Shikamaru unexpectedly approached and competed with Shino in taijutsu. Despite the special training, Shino was still put together. Shikamaru's current movement, saying that he is a ninja specializing in taijutsu, some people will believe it. Hey, this is the result of the devil's training, isn't it? Shikamaru, who couldn't play hard at first, wiped his nose and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Oh ho ho, physical skills have improved so fast. Hiruzen nodded and smiled. The two Konoha ninja infighting, he found very interesting. Cage, who was on the side, yawned with a tear or two in the corner of his eyes. It's really boring. I'm tired of watching. The next game is Uzumaki Naruto, right? The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. Should they give me some surprises? When Cage talked about the Uzumaki clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart suddenly shook. Where's Naruto Uzumaki? What about people? The audience began to feel a little impatient with the long wait that followed. What's wrong? Hiruzen wondered. At this time, Leitong suddenly jumped up and said, Lord Hokage, Kankuro, the fifth group of contestants, is ready, but Naruto Uzumaki has disappeared. He is preparing to disqualify him according to the rules. Chapter 70 Attention. The PK of talent and hard work. Is that so? Hiruzen frowned, originally wanting to take advantage of this time to take a good look at Naruto's progress. His heart squeaked for a while, but since that was the case, there was nothing he could do. In that case, for the sake of fairness, he will be disqualified from the competition. After all, the opponent is a ninja from Sunagakure village. If you don't pay attention to this, it will not make sense. But Cage spoke at this time. No, how can we cancel it? This is just a performance-type selection meeting. It is normal for players to leave temporarily in a hurry. Besides, how many ninjas are there to see the ninjas of our Konoha village? It's not a good thing to cancel a show like Kamui. Cage. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. And Cage seems to be extremely dominant. Don't disqualify him. Our Sunagakure village ninjas are also looking for opportunities to show their talents. Why didn't we put the game back and go straight to the next round? Personally, I also care about the next game. Cage's words made Hiruzen ponder. Leitong was a little confused. Just do what Cage-sama says. Hiruzen said. Yes. Then, the next game is. There seemed to be a little starlight in Lord Cage's eyes. It's Sasuke Uchiha, the fight with Hyuga Neji. Hiruzen, who raised his head, also seemed to be very concerned about this match. Venue, Shiranui Genma, got the message. Because Naruto Uzumaki didn't show up in time, after discussions between Master Hokage and Master Cage, they decided to adjust the time of the round. Quote. Since it was the competition system mentioned by Genma, most people were not convinced at all. What, if you change it, you will change it, what breaks the competition system? Is this unfair to Sunagakure village? If you are late, you should be sentenced to lose. The scene was a little out of control for a while, and everyone was scrambling to say a few words. Although the final result had little effect on them, this was the only place where they felt their presence. The dissatisfaction of the crowd suddenly became very embarrassing. But at this time, all the Jonin and Anbu staff are secretly preparing for the situation that may arise at any time in the future, and they have no time to take into account the emotions of these audiences. Shiranui Genma was also in a bit of trouble, but since the order from above was like this, it was not easy to disobey. Next, let's go directly to the second round, and the winners of the first four groups will play against each other. Speaking of which, the above discussion became even more ruthless, and some people even scolded it with foul language. On such a noisy occasion, no one could make the few mouse feces mixed in a large pot of porridge. The next one is, Uchiha Sasuke vs Hyuga Neji. Please come to the scene and prepare for a showdown. Audience. Is that Uchiha Sasuke just now? And that Hyuga Neji? No way, two geniuses. Are you an idiot? How could that Hyuga Neji be a genius? He's the tail of a crane. It's just that he has been practicing hard, and he has only become amazing recently. Isn't this a showdown between talent and hard work? So exciting. That goes without saying. It must be the genius Uchiha Sasuke who can win. Talent can't catch up no matter how hard you try. That's not necessarily true. That Hyuga Neji also has one of the 3 major ice skills of Byakugan, and his insight is still higher than Sharingan. In terms of physical skills, Hyuga is stronger, right? Instant, the names of the 2 genins were thrown out, and the field was full of excitement. Just the name Uchiha is enough to make everyone excited, not to mention the genius IP of Sasuke, and the reputation of the Hyuga family. Genma exhaled, not expecting that the name of Genin saved the place. Presumably their special Jonin and even Anbu's names can't have such a big influence, right? Uchiha, Sasuke, Hyuga, Neji. The game begins. The 2 were ready early, and they both stood in place, and did not move after the game started. Genius. It's really enviable. Hyuga Neji took a few steps forward, murmuring inadvertently, but Sasuke still didn't move. Neji took the initiative to talk, smiled and said calmly, "I am very honored to be able to play against the genius." But he said, his eyes have been averted. Looking at the top floor, there are only 2 viewing seats under the roof, Hokage and Kazekage. Before I take action, you'd better think about the consequences of yourself. If you think about it clearly, it's not a bad thing for you to surrender early. Uchiha Sasuke is ready to fight. He seems to be a little worried about Ino and Sakura just now. But Neji was startled and didn't care about Sasuke. This feeling of being ignored in the first place immediately angered Sasuke. "Referee, can I do it now?" Sasuke confirmed again. Genma was taken aback, then nodded. The game has already started." Sasuke was approaching quickly, and Neji reacted. Instant, Neji's jumped back, very quickly. Sasuke was also taken aback. He didn't expect his unexpected attack to be easily resolved by the opponent. "Go, Sasuke Uchiha, let the other party know how good you are. The Uchiha family will definitely win. I've inquired about this Hyuga boy, but it's just the tail of a crane." The public opinion in the field all pointed to Uchiha Sasuke. And thanks to the opponent's Uchiha Sasuke, the eyes of the audience are now on Neji. Everyone is looking forward to, when will the tail of his crane be knocked to the ground? Is this the best chance to prove myself to main clan and the branch? Neji muttered to himself. Sasuke's attack is coming again, and he wants to launch a lion bombing taiju combo from under him at any time. But how could Neji let him succeed like that? 8 trigrams Revolving Heaven. Zizizizi. Revolving Heaven jumped quickly, and Sasuke was fascinated by this strong chakra. Chidori. Nature transformation, gathered in Sasuke's palm, like 1,000 birds chirping at the same time, and attacked Neji. Ba-ah-ah. Lightning strike forcibly hit Revolving Heaven, and the chakra of the thunder attribute broke a skeleton, and Neji was a little surprised. Stop Revolving Heaven and see Sasuke's chilling face, a pair of Tomo's Sharingan staring straight at him. Neji smiled contentedly and stepped back again. Do you still want to run? Sasuke frowned, took out the scroll, and summoned 2 Fuma Shuriken. Then it was thrown quickly, but Neji also opened the Byakugan the moment he jumped out. Under Byakugan's insight, the 2 Wind Demon Shuriken could not hit at all, and the thin lines covered with chakra hidden inside were also easily seen by Neji. When Neji touched it lightly, it changed its flight direction. The Fuma Shuriken was directly changed by Neji's forcible blow, and it headed upwards, targeting the highest spectator seats, where Hokage and Kazekage were located. The sound of breaking through the air, Sasuke threw the kunai to cut the thin line, and the Wind Demon Shuriken fell like a kite with a broken line. Kazekage, who was sitting in the highest seat, widened his eyes and said, "Hee. This kid." Hiruzen, next to him, was shedding a cold sweat. I secretly said in my heart, "Neji, are you ready?" "Old man, I too. I'll be waiting for you at any time." Hiruzen's hand, hidden in the cuff of the shadow robe, clenched into a fist. Chapter 71 Curse Mark. Chakra from Darkness. The eyes of the audience are focused off the field. This showdown between Genius and the tail of the crane would have been thought to be an exhibition match that was suppressed on the one hand. Unexpectedly, the two sides turned out to be evenly matched, and the taste of sex was full, which was amazing. At this moment, the support rate between the two sides is no longer too disparate. At least 30% of the crowd are beginning to be optimistic about Neji, thinking that Neji must be hiding some amazing killer moves. Of course, most of them must have the name of the Yuhi Uchiha clan, and they were just targeting Uchiha Sasuke because of the harsh name. It's almost time for me to go. I have seen the training results of the two students in our class. There should be no way for Neji. Asuma said to Guy, patting him lightly on the shoulder. So active, not sure if the other party will act. Guy was a little surprised. Asuma smiled and said, "You don't know the old man from Sandemu. If it weren't for the critical situation, he would definitely not make a big move. Since he has made so many preparations today, he must feel that something big will happen. Besides, we get the information is scattered, and the old man has a certain number in his heart." Quote. Hokage's son said so. Of course Guy had nothing to say. And today's weather is unusually calm, and the sultry weather has made people drowsy. On the contrary, it was such a comfortable situation that Guy couldn't help but have a faint worry in his heart. Asuma is gone, and Kakashi is not here either. They're gone, we need to cheer up. Kurenai Yuhi leaned over, looking wary. Yuhi. Guy frowned slightly. One taijutsu ninja and one demonic illusion ninjutsu. We are really helpless, in case the enemy. Yuhi chuckled. Don't forget, we still have Hokage-sama the third generation. Don't worry too much. Guy nodded, and he just said verbally, no matter how bad it is, he still has the last line of defense. By the way, how about Hinata? Guy asked. Hinata, I don't know. Hyuga's house came and took her away. They said it was caused by Gentle Fist. They have special medical treatment. Hyuga family, at such a critical time, do you really have the heart to take care of a genin? Guy expressed doubts. Kurenai Yuhi frowned and analyzed. Maybe it's because Hinata is the main clan, but Hyuga has already done the reconnaissance work, and now the intelligence department has mastered almost all the enemy's movements, just. It seems that there is an enemy that has not found a position yet, and it is moving very fast, but it should not be far from here. Can't Byakugan have any insight? No, it's because the opponent's body is too weird. It is said that the structure of the body is very strange, and the bones and veins in the body do not look like normal people, because the movement is difficult to capture. There is still such a person. Might Guy was surprised, and had to be more composed to cope with the changes that occurred at any time. Boom boom boom. On the ground, traces of embarrassment. Sasuke took a few breaths and stood up again. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. Neji, on the other hand, had an indifferent face, and he couldn't tell what was going on in his head if he didn't speak. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Sasuke shook his right wrist with his left hand, and he shot Chidori twice in a row, but he couldn't hurt Neji one bit. Looking at Sasuke's Neji, it's time to use Chidori again. It is too troublesome to guard against that technique, and if it consumes too much, the subsequent battles may be difficult to deal with. Neji ignored it and decided to strike first. Neji understood. The body moved forward quickly, Sasuke noticed, and quickly accelerated his progress. Chidori. Neji was already in front of him, and this time it was going to be a face-to-face game, and his eyes on the field were even tighter. Both Genin's movements are almost at the end, and everyone is worried that if they accidentally blink, they will miss the wonderful details. 8 trigrams 1 hit. Neji released the chakra close to his body, and Sasuke was forcibly knocked away by the huge force. Are you going to use physical art to resist this time? Sasuke frowned. Sharingan found the gap immediately. As expected of a Sharingan, there's no way for you to be driven to a dead end by physique. Neji sighed with emotion, and seemed to be able to handle it with ease. And Sasuke came by force, Chidori shot. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji up close to release Futon, wind style. The moment the huge cyclone touched the lightning, all the hurricanes merged into the Chidori in an instant, and the lightning was instantly resolved and disappeared without a trace. What? Sasuke was surprised. Oh, thunder can be restrained by the wind. Neji slapped Sasuke flying. Sasuke flew into the air. Neji saw the moment and jumped on quickly. Does the lion strike again? That's a good idea. Neji had already appeared behind Sasuke, with the same move as the lion strike. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Neji's Byakugan also has the ability to copy ninjutsu? Or, Neji is also a talented ninja, you can see it at a glance. And Sasuke, who was leaping in the air, bit Kiba and couldn't understand why. As a genius, he was cornered by a crane tail. The huge emotional contrast made Sasuke's physical strength begin to emerge. The body was burning. Neji was startled, and found that the curse mark on the back of Sasuke's neck began to burn, jumping rapidly, spreading to his back and even his whole body. Ah! Sasuke bit Kiba and snorted. Neji's Byakugan, Sasuke's chakra slowly turns black, very similar to Sage Art's chakra. But the difference is that the black and white of Sage Art chakra is half and half, and it looks extremely pure. But the chakra in Sasuke's body is obviously more black than white, giving people a very gloomy feeling. Ah! Sasuke roared and turned around in the air, his eyes had changed, like a monster. Boom! Punched Neji and Neji stretched out his arm to resist, but was knocked all the way away. Kaden, fire style, fierce dragon flame jutsu. The huge fireball flew from Sasuke in the air, and gradually became the shape of a dragon head, huge and fast. Neji just got up hard from the ground and bit Kiba. Can't use Futon, wind style. In Byakugan's field of vision, he could clearly see that the curse mark seemed to come from the dark chakra, which enhanced Sasuke's ninjutsu to a destructive power. Then use Futon, wind style, to combine with Kaden, fire style, the consequences are unimaginable. You can only use this. Neji took out a small scroll, and in the circle in the middle of the spell was written the word, water. This is an advanced Suiten, water style, ninjutsu scroll, and Neji took out another scroll with the word, seal, written on it, which is a basic sealing technique scroll. Today's events can't make Sasuke wantonly release the curse mark in his body, that's just to give Orochimaru a more favorable combat environment. Suiten, water style, breaking the flow. A huge amount of water came out of nowhere, resisting the dragon fireball, and the huge mist evaporated instantly and dispersed the audience. Through the thick fog, Neji quickly passed, and a thunder-type gentle fist knocked Sasuke down. Sealing technique, seal of evil seal. Neji took out the scroll, and the warlock on it seemed to have jumped into Sasuke's body alive, trapping all the curse marks, and Sasuke's face showed pain. Ah! What have you done? Neji, on the other hand, was Sasuke, who had disappeared from the curse mark on the ground, stood up and looked up somewhere. Tianzo's ninjutsu. Neji, what the hell are you? Hiruzen in the spectator's seat frowned, surprised. It's really powerful, Hyuga Neji, even this can be dealt with. At this time, Kazekage, it was Orochimaru disguised, he was secretly surprised. It seems that this Hyuga Neji has an unknown secret. But then, Futon, wind style, palm storm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Vacuum palm was strengthened by Futon, wind style, the huge power, under the cover of the thick fog, rushed towards Kazekage directly. Chapter 72 Start Up. Konoha Destruction Plan. What the hell is this? The audience exclaimed. Kazecage's whole body was blown away by Futon, wind style. In order to stand up, the robe of shadow on his body was blown away, the hat was also dropped, and a terrifying face was smiling coldly. Doden, earth style, earth dragon bullet. Bang, bang. 2 earth dragon bullets went away, Orochimaru dodged, and the cage-level battle above had begun. Everyone saw Orochimaru's face, and the audience panicked. Most people still haven't figured out the situation, and even thought it was just an accident caused by Genin in the following game. Sure enough, it's you, Orochimaru. The smoke cleared, and the two jumped onto the roof tiles. Hiruzen also took off his coat, revealing his battle suit. It turns out that Orochimaru widened his eyes and looked at Hiruzen's appearance. Since I discovered it long ago, why do you still come to fight? Do you think you can defeat me? Orochimaru showed a terrifying smile and gloomy eyes. Hiruzen chuckled and shouted at everyone. The attacker's purpose is to destroy Konoha. I will never let them succeed. Everyone must ensure your own safety. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Orochimaru frowned slightly. It seems that this battle, he has miscalculated. Glancing at him, he saw that Maki, who did not know the truth below, had already started to act. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore, old man, don't worry, this time you will see something very interesting. Orochimaru's face showed a stiff and sinister smile again. Hiruzen was about to speak, when he noticed a feather floating in front of his eyes. And everyone in the audience also saw the feather. Feather, more and more. Everyone's eyes have a feather, and then the vision is shared, and the feathers are almost all over the field. In the corner of the auditorium, a ninja in a black cape is hand seal. Demonic illusion, the art of nirvana. Ordinary people, all fell into a deep sleep, and Genin was also affected, and he was about to be recruited. Even the ninjas from Chunin up were affected to some extent. Suddenly, a kunai flashed past. Kurenai Yuhi slashed from behind, ripped open the clothes between his necks, and dropped his hat. Kabuto. Kurenai Yuhi looked at the ninja in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. Kabuto has taken so many Chunin exams and is also very familiar with Yuhi, he smiled gloomily. I was found, but it doesn't matter, this time Konoha is finished, he said, throwing out a surgical chakra knife. Kurenai Yuhi covered his chakra with the kunai in his hand, and threw off the attack. But Kabuto has retreated quickly, and the man has left. Kurenai Yuhi was about to chase, but then he seemed to remember something and turned around. A dozen complicated hand seals. Kurenai Yuhi frowned and rushed back. Solution. In an instant, the feather disappeared. What's going on here? Any enemies? Run. Help, what is this? Why? At this time, the ninjas that Otogakure and Sunagakure had ambushed in advance broke in, and Konoha's Anbu was actively fighting against it. Kurenai Yuhi shouted, "Don't panic. The Anbu and Jonin here will keep you safe, please try not to fight." With this shout, the chaotic situation in the audience was brought under control. Fortunately, Konoha arranged enough Anbu to control the field for the time being. And in the field, what's the matter? Sasuke, who struggled to get up, glanced at Neji. On the other side, several people came quickly, and both Neji and Sasuke turned around to defend. Revolving Heaven Palm. Tamari's Iron Fan and Konkuro's Puppet were blocked by Revolving Heaven, and the two stepped aside. The four people who landed were Maki, Gaara, and the former two. Don't you understand? The village was attacked, and these Sunagakure are the enemy. Neji said nonchalantly. Sasuke was surprised, but it wasn't because he was surprised by the village. Neji attacking Kazekage twice just now was not a mistake at all, but Neji already knew about the attack plan, and was fighting against him with this mentality. Sasuke was shocked for a moment. So, these four are our enemies. Is this a real battle? Sasuke turned on Sharingan again, looking serious. No. Neji took a deep breath. The purpose is to stop Gaara. Why? Sasuke was puzzled. Maki was surprised. You brat, you know a lot. At this time, the daimyo viewing area above. A peaceful place. A few Otogakure ninjas who rushed up were quickly cleared by Ibiki and Anko. The big name behind him complained. It's so noisy, what kind of show is this? Why is it so messy? What? Being attacked. Are all the ninjas so idle and doing nothing? Anko, the enemy is from Sunagakure village. It should be the inside and the outside. It's dangerous now. Ibiki, don't listen to her nonsense. Don't worry, Daimyo, we will protect this place, you are safe. Anko glared at Ibiki. Ding. The sound of metal colliding in the air filled the entire venue. After a few rounds of collision, Sasuke and Neji are evenly matched with each other. After all, both of them were in a state of exhaustion after the battle, and the enemy even Tamari rested for a while, and Kankuro hadn't even shot yet. Very well, Gaara, right here, to realize our Sunagakure plan. Marky tapped Gaara on the shoulder. And Gaara did not resist, seeing Neji, his heart was full of passion. Hey, Hyuga, Neji, it's finally here, didn't you say you want to defeat me? Come on, come defeat me, I'll show you the real power. Gaara starts slow hand seal. Stop him, Neji said, and quickly shot. But a figure fell, knocking Neji back. It was Maki. Sasuke saw that Gaara was tying the seal, also opened Chidori, and left quickly. Scythe. Tamari blew a powerful whirlwind, blowing Sasuke's attack away. Futon, wind style, again. Sasuke frowned, he wasn't very good at dealing with ninjas who could use futon, wind style. Fake sleep. Gaara hand finished her seal with a cold smile. Then, gradually fell into a deep sleep. It seems a little troublesome. Neji frowned a little. In Byakugan, the chakra in Gaara's body thickened in an instant, with a very terrifying feeling. Boom. A huge thick fog swept the entire venue. There were nearly 1,000 people inside, and they all curled up in fear of the dense fog, and even the Hokage above was attracted. Then, in the dust, a huge roar. Hola ho ho. This loud noise is almost like a devil who will drag everyone into hell, very terrifying. What the hell is this? What is this? After the dust dissipated, everyone saw the figure of a huge monster in the field. The whole body is sand-colored, and the whole body is engraved with mysterious spells. It looks like a fat civet cat, but it roars loudly and moves very quickly. Especially the heavy chakra that can be felt all the time, daunting. This is a tailed beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who saw this scene, was so shocked that he couldn't close his jaw. No, I have to stop this guy, he thought to himself. Immediately hand seal, the psychic of. Several thick snake heads flew over. Hiruzen quickly dodged, but the spell didn't work. Orochimaru let out a gloomy smile. Let the children have a good time playing. I'm looking forward to playing against you, Sarutobi, sensei. No, Sandaime Hokage-sama. His eyes, there is absolutely no respect for this former master, and some only have sympathy for the old Hokage of the third generation. Chapter 73 Save the Field. Familiar palm. What is this? Kurenai Yuhi, who was protecting the name of the village in the field, looked embarrassed when he saw this behemoth. Oops, Kakashi and Asuma aren't here. At this time, several people who were also participating in the battle came over. Sakura, what the hell is going on? Yuhi-sensei. Ino, that big guy. Sasuke and Neji are still in the arena. Shikamaru, is there an actual battle so soon? Yuhi said to them. Don't force yourself, take care of the villagers, and now the most important thing is to protect the non-combatants. Kurenai Yuhi frowned, biting Kiba and looking at the huge guy, slamming Kiba's claws for destruction. The devil who wreaked havoc in Konoha 12 years ago. At that time, the young ninjas who had become Chunin and Jonin were not allowed to fight the tailed beast, which led to the death of most of the elder ninjas in that battle. Now, it's the same scene again. She will do her best to protect this village. Boom boom boom. Ah, I'm finally free. A sharp voice resounded throughout the audience. When it was released, it was filled with the imbalance of being mistreated, and of course its first desire was to destroy it wantonly. Ah! I slapped it with a palm, and the earth trembled. On the ground, Maki and Neji also quickly retreated. With such a big guy in the field, ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu can no longer play a big role. A whirlwind of Shukaku's body was waving, and sand and dust were everywhere. Then, Shukaku finally noticed the crowd around him. Huh. It seemed to stare at the crowd and stretched out its palm. Shot to the crowd. But Hiruzen, restrained by Orochimaru, Kurenai Yuhi watched. Her eyes widened, she couldn't do anything about it. Boom. It was shot with one palm, and there were hundreds of spectators below, all of them curled up tightly without any resistance. Big leaf whirlwind. I saw a figure, quickly flew up, and kicked away the palm of my hand. But it's just a little bit of offset, and it's not particularly effective. Secret art insect wall art. With an order, a huge number of insects flew and gathered together, resisted the palm, and moved it away. Finally caught up, Mr. Guy's kick is very important. Aburame Shino still maintained the hand seal state with his hands, and a cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Everyone was shocked, but fortunately he saved his life. Guy glanced at Shino and said, "Shino, protect the non-combatants." Konoha village has always been the same. That is to protect the jade, the will of fire. Huh. It seems that he found out that his palm was blocked by a little kid, and Shukaku couldn't sit still on the spot. Damn, you hateful human beings still treat this uncle as a pet. I want you and you to die. Shukaku turned on a frantic state, raised his head to the sky, and opened his terrifying mouth. What is he going to do? Kurenai Yuhi was surprised. She could perceive the huge amount of chakra, which was rapidly condensing. Neji, driving by Ikugen, of course, felt something wrong early on. Uchiha Sasuke, you come against these two Sunagaku ninjas, I have to stop Gaara. Neji's order, Sasuke opened Chidori alone, blocking Temari and Kankuro's attack. Before he got close, a figure stood in front of him. Maki sneered. Just a genin, want to stop Gaara. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Shukaku's move had no idea what would happen. It couldn't be delayed, someone had to stop it. Do you want to force Sage Mode on for Maki? Neji hesitated. Your opponent is me. A figure appeared, and Neji was startled. Seeing him, Shiranui Genma jumped down. Maki bit Kiba and Genma said to Neji, Neji, you are already a good chunin. Go and stop the enemy, leave this guy to me. Afterwards, Neji quickly dodged and approached Gaara. Can't delay any longer, not even a second. Zzzz. In the air, the dangerous chakra softened. Shukaku, who opened his mouth wide, used chakra to condense a ball in the air. The ball became bigger and expanded, and it was a ball with a diameter of 10 meters. Then, it quickly shrinks again, and the compression is very fast. Ouch! Shukaku opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. That thing doesn't feel good. Kurenai Yuhi frowned, with a very bad feeling in his heart. Guy clenched his fists too, hesitant. Should I play? He murmured. And Maki also chuckled and said to Genma, give it up, this venue is over. Neji. Anko saw a figure leaning up under Shukaku. Of Shukaku's head is Gaara, who is sleeping. Neji's goal is clear. Oh, it's too late. Maki chuckled. The eyes of the audience are once again gathered here. Shukaku has already eaten Tailed Beast Bomb, that violent chakra. Even ordinary people can feel his unparalleled destructive power, because even the surrounding air seems to be condensed into a state of space collapse. But the Tailed Beast Bomb was about to burst out, and Neji was still at least 20 meters away from Gaara. He jumped away, getting closer and closer to Shukaku's head, but still close to 10 meters. Tailed Beast Bomb is about to launch, this area is about to be raised to the ground. But at this distance, Neji leapt into the air, the corner of his mouth twitching. Finally caught up, he muttered. Not waiting to get close, but in the air, he raised his palm. Gaara's fake sleep spell is not that simple, hee hee. Kankuro chuckled. Tamari's eyes were also sharp. Ninjutsu from a long distance is not powerful enough to destroy the art. Even if Gaara is awakened, the warlock in Gaara will not be easily destroyed. Neji was on the air, hitting a gentle fist. Ha! Gentle fist. What's the use of this? It's over, everyone run away. Neji ignored it and slapped it again. 8 palms. 16 palms. This is Ray 8 trigrams 64 palms. The power of each palm is not large, but it is aimed at Gaara 10 meters away, and the chakra in the air spreads so fast that it is in a state of lightning. This. Anko stared at Neji in front of him, widening his eyes. Zzzz. Lightning chakra poured into Gaara's body, and the next moment, a miracle happened. Shukaku seemed to be restrained, and the tailed beast bomb that was about to spew suddenly became miserable, and his entire body could not move, as if paralyzed. What the hell is going on? My body. Shukaku bit Kiba, unable to move. Ah! 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 The sleeping Gaara screamed. His body seemed to have a thunder-type chakra throughout his body, and at this moment, even after such a long distance, he was all awakened. It's like a pile of, just need a little spark to ignite the lead, and then it can explode violently. Gaara's whole body was paralyzed by electricity, and with a loud bang, Shukaku disappeared. Gaara fell to the ground, widened her eyes, and muttered to herself in disbelief, "Did you just bury this chakra that night?" Anko, who saw this scene, widened his eyes. She secretly exclaimed, "This thunder-type palm technique is exactly the same as the mysterious Anbu boy I met in the forest, the boy who was chasing after Orochimaru and beaten. Exactly the same." Chapter 74 Enchantment. 4 Purple Flames. Huh. Orochimaru saw this, and his eyes were full of surprise and longing. Hyuga Neji, what an interesting candidate. Hiruzen, who was not far away from him, was clenching his fists, ready to strike at any time. He was still worried about the following situation, but he couldn't move even though Orochimaru restrained him here in a hurry. But Hiruzen was not in a hurry. He arranged all the people to deal with this attack early, and holding Orochimaru here was the greatest help he could do. Neji resolved the matter, and after landing, he just glanced at Gaara who fell to the ground in disdain, and left. Then he jumped to the crowd and went up. Kunai's alternating voice, Senbon was avoided by Maki. Blade of Wind. The sharp blade passed by in the form of a whirlwind. Genma escaped, but the clothes on his body had already been torn several times. It's dangerous, he secretly said. Genma realized that this person had something to do with Hayate's death that night, and no longer dared to act rashly. Maki took the opportunity and said to behind him, "Tamari, Kankuro, take Gaara away." Tamari complied, while Kankuro helped the injured Gaara. Genma, Sasuke, catch up. I can't let Gaara perform such ninjutsu again. Yeah, Sasuke started to chase after him. Maki was about to stop, but was stopped by a man with a burn scar on his face. Genma, I'll help you. Be careful, the same. As soon as he landed, he was greeted by the wind blade, and he picked it up accidentally. Ah! Leitong was shot and flew out, and the clothes in front of him were cut open by the blade. However, after he reached the end, he climbed up again with difficulty. I see, is Futon's wind style chakra form changing? It's a strong enemy. Except for the torn clothes, Maki said in surprise, huh. It's interesting. At this time, Genma said, don't underestimate him, this guy's ability should be the cause of the wounds on Hayate's body. And the same is stunned, thinking of the Moonlight Hayate. His heart is heavy. Then, this is Hayate's revenge battle. Both of them cheered up 100%, but Maki said with a sneer, let's go together with the two of you, I'll take all the mice from Konoha village. Hiruzen and Orochimaru were in a stalemate, and the figure of a boy jumped out. Neji, Hiruzen exclaimed. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Neji's hand seal was finished, he slammed it out from the air, and the whirlwind was quickly dispatched. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Orochimaru also quickly hand-sealed, and the wider wind fluttered away. Seeing his advantage, he smiled and said, "The guy with great physical skills, can you beat me in ninjutsu?" Orochimaru is very confident, and the wind of Datapa, great breakthrough, almost spreads the palm of the storm. However, after the sunset of Neji, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he hand-sealed again. Kaden, fire style, fire bomb. And just after he finished the seal, Orochimaru and Hiruzen were shocked. They couldn't believe that Neji could do this trick. Boom boom boom. A few fireballs flew away, and became more violent by the wind, hitting Orochimaru right in the middle. But then, Orochimaru's body, transformed into mud, fell to the ground. In another place, like a rotten corpse, slowly crawling up, Orochimaru's entire body is like a cartilaginous worm, slowly splicing together. He, you kid, why are you still using Jiraiya's ninjutsu? I'm getting more and more curious about you. Humph. Hiruzen interrupted Orochimaru and said, "You brat pinpointed Jiraiya's absence and planned it for so long." Orochimaru spread his hands and said, "No, I just have a ninjutsu I want to try with a teacher. This technique can only be experienced by you. Even Jiraiya doesn't seem to be qualified enough." Orochimaru said with a grim smile. Hiruzen can feel the coldness behind Orochimaru, which is not only chakra, but more of the inner darkness and the cruel way of doing things. This kind of mentality is difficult for any genius to master, and it is cultivated by countless killing experiences. No matter how good Neji is, Hiruzen will never let him touch an opponent like Orochimaru. "Neji, get out of the way, his opponent is me. Lord Hokage, I can help you." Neji didn't want to miss out on this actual combat opportunity, this kind of cage-level real strength, Neji has been longing for a long time. "You kid, hee. Orochimaru glared over, stretched out his hand, and immediately released a poisonous snake. Bang! A fireball repelled the poisonous snake with unparalleled strength and speed. Byakugan. Neji turns on Byakugan and goes forward. At this time, several figures jumped up and blocked Neji's way. Neji took a few steps back. All four were wearing Otogaku forehead guards, and none of them looked too easy to mess with. Neji took a few steps back, and the dark chakra that Sasuke felt was felt in all four of them, and it was even stronger. More dangerous. Saken, Jirobo, Tayuya, Kitamaru. You four, let me and Hokage-sama enjoy the next battle. Lord Hokage. At this time, a team of Anbu came. The four of them jumped up and came here to help. Afterwards, the four Otogaku, seeing that the situation was not good, jumped away quickly and reached the four corners of the tiled roof, where they took their respective positions. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, his eyes were not good, while Hiruzen was quick-witted, and the hand seal aimed at where Neji was. Doden Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Neji stepped back immediately. Ninja 4 Purple Flame Formation. At the four corners, a huge barrier appeared, surrounding it. And Neji was driven out by Hiruzen's operation, and said to Neji, "Do what you should do, leave it to me here." Afterwards, Anbu was also unable to break the barrier. And Anbu who tried to rush in was burned by the purple flame, and his whole body ignited. The group of four also created a barrier that was difficult to break for themselves. Neji stared inside blankly. Although he came up only to further enhance his strength in actual combat, he couldn't help but feel a little moved when he saw Hiruzen facing a completely disadvantaged situation and pushing him away without any fear. Regardless of the dark upper echelons of Konoha, is this the will of fire? Neji really felt it. However, to protect the village, it is not only these simple wills, but also the real strength. That's right, I now have more important things to do. Neji jumped off and left the battlefield. Not only is there a troublesome enemy on this side, but there is a more troublesome enemy on the other side that needs to be dealt with. Meanwhile, On the other side, Naruto's house. Cuckoo. After flushing the water and running out of the toilet, Naruto's face was green. I knew I wouldn't eat those things. Today is a crucial game. I've been having diarrhea. In the living room, Kakashi held his forehead and said helplessly, "It doesn't matter, there is another match." After all, he looked serious. Fortunately, nothing happened to Naruto. I hope the venue is still as safe as ever. No, anyway, I'm going to the venue, but I learned a super powerful ninjutsu from Mr. Jiraiya. I must teach that puppet-playing guy from Sunagakur a lesson. Naruto shouted and walked out of the room with Kakashi. After the two came out, they didn't take a few steps, but they were all stunned. Not seeing the direction of the venue in the distance, thick gunpowder smoke is rising, and it seems that there has been quite a stir. Chapter 75 Rival, the Blue Beast of Konoha. Oops. Kakashi took a step back in shock, then clenched his fist tightly. Naruto, something happened at the venue. He glanced back at Naruto and found that Naruto was surprisingly mature. What the hell is this? What's going on? It wasn't. Naruto was a little stunned by this scene. Kakashi explained, Naruto, listen to me, this is an S-rank mission I received. The village will be invaded by the enemy today. All we have to do is to hide in secret and provide timely support when the war breaks out, so that the village will not be attacked. Get hurt. Kakashi tried to speak calmly, not to affect Naruto's emotions. What? Naruto seemed to be certain. His eyes couldn't believe it at all. Naruto, your identity is very special. You are genin. You have a certain combat power, but it is too dangerous to go to the battlefield. When facing Zabujan and Shiro before, it was just a small scene, the real war, but more than that's a lot more dangerous. So, as a class teacher, I now give you a task. Mission. What mission? Naruto also adjusted his emotions and accepted the fact that Konoha village is now under attack. I'm going to the venue to support the main battlefield now. You don't have to worry about the outside. The village has sent fighters to guard it. You can find Teacher Iruka in the back of the village and evacuate the non-combatants with him. Naruto. Naruto nodded, but thoughtfully. Go. The two went out of the room together. Kakashi started to rush to the venue, and Naruto wanted to separate from Kakashi and walked towards the back mountain. Naruto, please ensure your own safety and don't join the battlefield. Kakashi knew that the enemy's internal assistant in Konoha village was there, and that the external enemy had been intercepted by Jonin who had been arranged in the woods. He was still worried about Naruto. This is the power of the Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki column, and if it is used by the enemy, it will be a great thing. From Kakashi, Naruto sprinted in one direction. Not far from the action, Naruto's footsteps slowed down. Until the end, it stopped completely. Is it there? Naruto looked in the direction of the venue, his eyes full of desire to fight. He had just learned the art of psychics from Jiraiya, and of course he wanted to find a place to use it. But it is too conspicuous in a place like the venue, and most of Anbu and Jonin are there, and there is a high probability that they do not need themselves. Guarding non-combatants is too childish. What you really need is the outside. Konoha woods outside the gate of the village, where Konoha was actually guarded. After deciding on the direction, Naruto left the village without hesitation. The figure is fast, the pace is firm. At this time, the venue of the Chunin selection meeting had already turned into a mess. Aikiao's appearance made everyone realize that the venue was not safe. Fortunately, Neji shot and stopped Gaara's technique, and the venue was saved. This time, the villagers began to evacuate the battlefield under the protection of Jonin and Anbu, but a steady stream of Otogaku jumped out, as if they had been lurking long ago, and wanted to destroy the venue. These present Jonin and some Chunin became extremely firm. Demonic illusion tree-bound kill. Kurenai Yuhi, a man foamed and fell down. Amazing. As expected of Mr. Yuhi. Inazuka Kiba exclaimed in surprise. On the other hand, Shikamaru is helping Yuhi clean up the enemy, while Sakura and Ino are protecting the safety of the villagers. At this critical moment, even Genin's combat power has been fully utilized. Fortunately, these Otogaku ninjas are only irregular ninja army collected by Orochimaru, so their overall strength is not even as good as Genin. The center of the venue is completely different from the small fights in the auditorium. This is still the center of the storm. Blade of Wind. In the air, the domineering wind blade spun around, as if it could cut through the air wherever it went. Damn. He landed on the same ground and covered his left arm, apparently injured. And Genma also landed at this time, with a few scars on his face and a serious expression. Marky sneered and sneered. Obviously, the two of them have fallen short of one person. As Konoha's Jonin this level. How boring. Maki stretched out his hand and began to condense the chakra of the wind attribute in his hand. His ability to change shape is completely superior to the two Jonins in front of him, and Maki is also a well-known presence in the village in Sunagaku. Moreover, they are also several years older than them, and they have much more experience in performing tasks than them, so the combat experience is not of the same grade at all. And Genma glanced at each other, each confused. How can the two of them defeat this formidable opponent? Similarly, this is Konoha village, Hayate must have been killed by him. Even if he dies, we have to get rid of him here. Genma pulled out the 1000 book from the corner of his mouth and held it in his hand, ready to fight. And Sui Tong also nodded, making a hand seal gesture. Okay, let's send you to the west. Maki's mouth twitched, disdain for the appearance of the two. Wait. A voice sounded, and then, a figure jumped out. Maki frowned slightly, and glanced at the person in front of him with disdain. He was also a very famous existence in Sunagaku. After fighting with the two special Jonins in front of him, he naturally looked down on the ninjas in Konoha village a lot. Front of me is Might Guy. You two, step back, his opponent is me. Ah, good. Two saw Might Guy and quickly stepped back. Genma was Might Guy's teammate when he was young, so he naturally knew how much Guy had. Who are you? Remember my name, Blue Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Guy finished speaking, and when he jumped out, Maki hurriedly used the wind attribute chakra. Wind rope. I saw that the whirlwind in the wind was like a rope, restricting Guy in the air, including his wrists and ankles. Might Guy noticed that he was in the air, unable to move. Maki smiled and said, it seems that you are just like that. You Jonins of Konoha are really not good. You are not as good as the boy I met that night. Why didn't the boy do anything? However, as he taunted, Guy got serious too. If that's the case, the 8 inner gates, open the door, close the door, open the life door. Open 3 doors in a row, the speed is fast, the strength is strengthened, and the wind in the air is directly disintegrated. Huh. Like the speed of sound. Guy jumped up to Marky and kicked Marky in the chin. Ah. Marky was hit, and the whole person leapt out and fell to the ground. Standing up and looking at the person whose body glowed a faint blue light, he realized that he seemed to have encountered a hard battle. On the other side, Tamari and Kankuro were running away with Gaara, and a figure was chasing them. You take Gaara and I fight that kid. Tamari said, and Kankuro nodded. Then, Kankuro left with Gaara. Tamari landed, and Sasuke followed. Yo, boy. Sasuke frowned, looking like he was going to fight. At this time, another figure joined the battlefield. Sasuke, you are a Raiden Thunder-style ninja. He is a Futon Wind-style ninja. You are perfectly restrained by her. Let me come, I will catch up to support you immediately. Sasuke and Tamari were startled, only to see a boy in white, even his eyes were white. After thinking about it again and again, Sasuke nodded, then I'll leave it to you, Neji. Sasuke pulled away, Tamari naturally refused to let go, and picked up the fan. Scythe. The huge cyclone chased Sasuke away, but, a stronger cyclone, blew the cyclone that Tamari blew away with one blow, until there was no offensive at all. I saw Neji gesticulating, the strong color of chakra flowing on the palm of his hand. Chapter 76 Kaden, Fire Style. Temari's Achilles heel. Chunin exam was already a mess. On the battlefield above, Hiruzen had already fought with Orochimaru. Hokage-level battles are spectacular. Then, I'll let you know it next time. The art of psychic and pure world reincarnation. Orochimaru summoned 3 coffins, very terrifying. The third person doesn't seem to be able to come out. But it doesn't matter. Hiruzen, on the other hand, took 2 steps back, holding the wishful stick, and said in surprise, "This is the forbidden technique invented by the second generation. Who are you trying to summon?" "They, all your old acquaintances, Hokage, Sama Sandaime." The coffin board fell to the ground, raising a huge amount of dust, and 2 corpses came out, their eyes dead. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. The 3 generations widened their eyes, and there were some tears in their eyes, not knowing what to say. Off the field, it was still a chaotic battlefield. Outside the venue, in the corner, Kabuto glanced back, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "I won't stay in this kind of place for long." Being discovered by Konoha as a spy, the mission has been completed. Whether Orochimaru's plan succeeds or fails, Kabuto doesn't need to take the risk here. If the plan goes well, I won't be able to get any benefit for the time being, but if I'm unlucky, if someone finds out here and stops me, there will be unnecessary trouble. Kabuto's hat has been cut off. He still intends to walk away while no one is there. Then, a figure stood in front of him. "Yo, Yakushi Kabuto, your identity as a spy has been spread all over the Konoha intelligence team. You've done a lot of investigation these days, haven't you?" Zzz. Kakashi's hands, thunder and lightning rang. It was Reikiri. Kabuto shed a cold sweat and took a step back. "I really didn't expect that there are still daimyo and Hokage at the venue, and Jonin, who is so important to you, will wait for the rabbit outside the venue." Kabuto bit Kiba. "It's not good to meet anyone, but Kakashi is bad." Kakashi was expressionless, with dead fish eyes waiting for Kabuto. "You are Orochimaru's subordinate. Although you are only genin in Konoha, your performance in Death Forest is not inferior to Chunin. I don't know how strong you are. I will not underestimate you." Kakashi took off his mask, revealing Sharingan. "So, I can't escape this battle, can I?" Kabuto took out the scalpel. His eyes were transparent and shining, and he looked like he was fighting against the odds. On the other side, outside the walls of Konoha village, Temari and Neji confronted each other. "Shouldn't your plan be for Gaara to wreak havoc inside Konoha village? So what about going outside the village to heal?" Neji's mouth twitched, knowingly asking. Temari bites Kiba, but it was Neji who accidentally shot just now, making Gaara, who is going to succeed, fall short. Now Neji is asking, isn't it that they are Sunagaku? Temari only said, "Don't be complacent. After the successful transformation of Gaara's tailed beast, Konoha village will definitely be hit hard, not to mention this time not only Sunagaku, but also Otogaku. Although it is a small country, their strength is not bad." Neji smiled coldly and said nothing. "What are you laughing at?" Temari made a resisting gesture, and Neji in front of him had beaten Gaara. He didn't know what means this man would use to attack at any time. "No, I just think Sunagaku is really ridiculous. A ninja village that needs genin to come out to charge, would actually want to attack Konoha. It's not that easy to win." Neji finished speaking, the person disappeared. Temari rolled her eyes and took a step back. "Gone," she murmured. The next moment, she noticed the strange chakra beside her, turned back, and patted it with a fan. Quick response. Neji squatted behind him, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he put out his palm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 3 stars. Instant, at the closest distance, Tamari directly opened all of the fan, making zero distance contact. Vacuum palm is also different. The two forces collide hotly in the air, creating a strong shock wave. The shock wave generated by the explosive force just knocked Neji back, and Tamari, who fell into the dangerous place, also took the opportunity to jump away, avoiding the damage. Humph. Naive. Tamari, who was in the air, twitched the corner of his mouth and seemed to succeed. The 3 stars are not just their final form. 6 stars. Tamari in the air, fully opened the iron fan, and his face showed a confidence that he had never had before. Twice on the left and right, 2 huge whirlwinds intertwined. Neji narrowed his eyes, almost the same principle as his own double palms. Of a ninja who uses futon wind style, although Neji does not look down on Tamari's strength, her familiarity with futon wind style did not disappoint Neji. What a great idea! Neji praised, quickly hand seal. Kaden, fire style, fire bomb. What? Tamari's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why are you still using Kaden, fire style? The flame bomb quickly fluttered away in the air, and Neji hand sealed again. Since you used it twice, for the sake of fairness, I will also do it twice. Kaden, fire style, fire bomb. 3 shots again. A total of 6 fire bombs. They collided together, and the huge flame bombs were like magma ejected by a volcanic eruption, heading towards Tamari with nowhere to go. The whirlwind passed through the flame and sent the heat of the flame to the sky. In the absence of the medium of burning substances, the fire was full of flames in the air. Tamari fell to the ground, staring blankly at the huge sea of fire above his head, just like the colorful clouds of Yuhi falling from the sky, about to burn the earth. The art of psychic slashing dance. Tamari quickly hand seal, summoning a white ferret. The Itachi was huge, holding a sickle and heading towards the sea of fire. There was a huge wind gust all around. However, the fire was too great, and the flame bombs, which had been strengthened by Tamari's futon wind style, surrounded Tamari like a spell with a huge range. The ferret with the sickle rushed out with a stronger wind, and a hole burst out in the sea of fire, and the concentration of the wind was even stronger. Oh, I still found a gap. Tamari chuckled. Zanzanwu's chakra consumption was even greater. She was a little tired, but she still found an opportunity. The ferret's necromancy dispels, and Tamari is about to leave. However, the opening of the ferret just now was swept away by a whirlwind of whirlwinds. At this moment, it is like a whirlwind of fire dancing. The flames danced and swirled around the flames. Standing in the center of the sea of fire, Tamari has nowhere to escape. Is it over? Tamari closed her eyes as she bit Kiba. Gaara, are you fighting this kind of person? I don't blame you for losing, I really don't blame you. This genin from Konoha village is too strong, really too strong. The speed of the sea of fire eroding the earth was getting faster and faster, and it rushed towards Tamari like a deadly claws. Tamari murmured, this person doesn't even need to use his best palm technique to solve me. She has no regrets to die here, but unfortunately, she has never liked anyone, and she has no love experience for girls. However, the next moment, a handsome face flashed beside her. What are you in a daze? Do you want to die? This guy. Neji's voice was a little impatient. He just wanted to try Tamari's futon wind style power with Kaden fire style, but he didn't expect Tamari to be so stubborn. Tamari's eyes were rounded, and when he was speechless, Neji hand sealed. Byakugan. Afterwards, the chakra array surrounded the two of them, and the surrounding Hokage was quickly involved in chakra and swallowed. Chapter 77 Unwise. Give me Gaara. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Kum clap clap. The flame was swallowed by revolving heaven's chakra. Compared with the flame, the huge amount of chakra was much smaller in scale, but the concentration was not at the same level. The last sea of fire was completely absorbed by Neji's revolving heaven, and nothing was left. Revolving heaven was over. Tamari, who was stunned, looked around and saw that it was deserted. Scorched grass, fire-burned bare trees. Without these supporting evidence, Tamari would not believe that the sea of fire had really come. In an instant, it was resolved by a revolving heaven. You. Tamari looked at Neji in amazement. First, he was amazed at his extraordinary real strength, and second, he would actually try to save himself. 3. She was actually moved by this handsome face, such a powerful young man. Her face was Yuhi, and her heart opened lightly. Well, I don't like hitting women. Neji saw Tamari's face. Yuhi sighed, and took a few steps back. After all, this bitch just looks a little shy. If she really finds a chance to make a move, I am afraid she is still a bit miserable, so Neji is a little wary. Stop chasing me, I can tell from my eyes that your last chakra technique has been used up. But it's really amazing, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful psychic skill. Neji rubbed his chin and nodded leisurely. Futon wind style can also be used with spiritism. Got it. Awesome. Neji said, and walked back with a chuckle. No matter what, the decision made by the senior officials of Sunagakure village has nothing to do with you children. I will not kill you, but you have to remember that the conspiracy of Sunagakure village and Otogakure village will definitely not succeed. Neji finished speaking, glaring at Tamari. Tamari panicked, his legs softened, and he fell to the ground with difficulty. Neji, people leave, open the Byakugan, and track down the Gaara who has fled. Tamari lay down on the ground and muttered to himself, it's all over before you start the pupil technique that you are best at. She sighed and bit the Kiba pass. The difference is too big. Mokudan wood style, deep forest emergence. In the 4 purple flame array, a battle that attracted much attention was released by the first Hokage of Impure World Reincarnation, the signature ninjutsu Mokudan wood style. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's hard to resist the offensive. Cough cough. Hiruzen fell, coughing up blood. Suiten water style, water blade Uzumaki. In the air, a steady stream of Suiten water style is released, like a blade, although it looks shapeless, it is deadly. PFF'd. Tilde. The ape demon resisted in front, almost consuming all the chakra to resist the blow. Sarutobi, cheer up, can't fall here. Ape demon said. Hiruzen also stood up, breathing hard. It seems that I am getting old, Orochimaru, did you finally wait until the day when I am old and come to the village to destroy it? Orochimaru sneered, tilted his head and said, you can't blame you for getting old, it's just that you didn't cultivate a good ninja. I don't care, but what about the children? The children's battle, you are sure did they win? Let me tell you, Gaara of Sunagakure, a controllable one-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, the village's secret weapon. Orochimaru's tone was very proud. Sarutobi bowed his head silently, speechless. What to do? Even if he goes out, how should he deal with Yue in his current state? What's more, now that the whole village was sent by him to protect non-combatants and support the border defense, the only ones who went after Gaara were only a few genins. Still haven't figured this out yet. Hiruzen never expected that the other party would put Yue in the village to cooperate with the outside world. It's no wonder that Neji failed to investigate this point. For a genin, this information is already helping the village enough. On the other side, Neji was on his way. He smiled lightly and murmured, Sandemu, I'm so sorry, I didn't tell you about Gaara on purpose. I just wanted you to give Gaara to me. Neji's eyes were full of confidence. But you can rest assured that I will definitely take down Gaara myself. Ahead, there are signs of fighting. Chidori. The thunder and lightning flashed, and the sound of the puppet's joints jumping, also, click, click, click. CCCC. All the poison was released, and Sasuke was trapped inside. This is all poison, you have no way to escape. Futon wind style palm storm. The chakra form changes. The wind that was hit by a palm changed its shape in the air, and the wind that changed its shape forked in the air, stabilized Sasuke, and began to spread outward. Like an invisible hand, it pushed all the poison away, leaving the safe area where Sasuke was. This is... Sasuke, who looked at this god-level phenomenon, was stunned. After being careful with his poison, the other puppet techniques will have no problem finding a way to get close. This guy is weak, tell me the direction of Gaara's escape. Neji immediately figured out that it was Kankuro who let Gaara leave alone, delaying Sasuke's time by himself. Well, go there. The direction Sasuke pointed, Neji quickly left. Seeing Neji cracking his own ninjutsu in front of him, and then leaving gracefully after insulting himself, Kankuro's mood was utterly rotten. This guy. However, he had nothing to say. After all, Neji was the only person in his mind who had beaten Gaara. Hey boy, Neji beat Gaara last time, this time he's injured. Sasuke is also more confident now. After Kankuro is not poisoned, the advantages and disadvantages of the two are directly converted. But Kankuro sneered. Impossible. Haha, the game is different from the actual battle. Now Gaara is in a very unstable state. That Neji may be dead. Kankuro said with a terrifying smile. What's the matter? Sasuke frowned and asked. Kankuro laughed. Ha ha ha, you'll see soon, the monster inside that Gaara guy. That's not Gaara's own power, that power is very powerful, even Jonin, no. Even Hokage is here, and it won't necessarily defeat that monster. That Hyuga Neji, it's dead. Kankuro bit Kiba, gnashing his teeth. Sasuke was a little worried and said, since this is the case, I have to deal with you as soon as possible and go see that awesome guy. Sasuke's power is not only that, he also desires more powerful power. That Otogaku's arm was almost broken. Face, Asuma lifted the collar of the ninja with one hand and threw it out. It's like disposing of old clothes, effortless and heartless. This. Otogaku ninja in the audience looked at this shocking scene in amazement. What is it? Dozens of Otogaku stepped back, and on the ground, dozens of them had fallen. Asuma didn't catch his breath, even though there was a steady stream of support behind them, they were already convinced by Asuma's momentum. Looking at the smoke of gunpowder rising from the venue in the distance, Asuma smoked the last cigarette from his mouth and snuffed out the cigarette butt. Come on, I'll deal with you early, I have to go back to support the old man. The Otogaku looked at each other, at a loss, no one dared to go up and die. Then, a footstep sounded in the bushes. All the Otogaku were horrified, backed away and let the man come over. Asuma felt something was wrong, frowned and asked, oh, is someone here again? Who is this time? The man dragged his sluggish body, his eyes were indifferent, and he was wearing Otogaku-like clothing similar to Orochimaru. He raised his head, and his long hair was flowing. I'm your opponent next, Kagaya Kimimaro. Chapter 78 Otogaku, Kagaya Kimimaro. Never heard of it. Asuma's mouth twitched, he had already knocked down Otogaku in time, and he was getting addicted at this time. The whole person flew forward quickly and slashed away. The chakra knife grew rapidly to almost 70 centimeters, like an extendable sword. But it was blocked by something hard, something that even chakra couldn't penetrate. Asuma's eyes widened, the opponent's whole body looked sluggish, but his movements were not sloppy at all, and the next attack would directly target Asuma's vitals. Asuma stepped back quickly, evacuating temporarily. I saw that what resisted him just now was actually a bone pierced out of the opponent's wrist. The second attack was the bone pierced from the wrist of the other hand, the bone of the white flower, which was separated from the flesh and blood, and became a weapon without a trace. Very infiltrating. What the hell is this? Using bones as weapons. Asuma swallowed, suddenly remembering something. Before the exam started, the Hyuga clan's intelligence agent told himself one thing, that is, there is a person whose whereabouts are difficult to detect. And there is no master to his action. Who are you? Where are you from? Orochimaru's subordinates. You can escape the detection of the intelligence department. For that alone, Asuma deserves serious consideration. No matter how strong the opponent is, it must not be a soft persimmon that can be squeezed casually. Please let me in, I have important things to do. Kimimaro stepped forward, squinting. However, Asuma raised his hand. I don't care who you are, this is the village of Konoha, don't even think about invading this place, and don't even think about going past me today. Asuma said, chakra erupted all over his body, and the chakra knife in his hand extended again. Futon, wind style, chakra mode. In the air, a whirlwind rises. Asuma's body was surrounded by a strong chakra. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, dance of the camellia. Almost invisible speed. What? Asuma frowned and stepped back. Kimimaro quickly drew two bone weapons from between his arms, extremely sharp. Towards Asuma, Asuma's chakra blade is meaningless when it hits the bone. Futon, wind style, chakra's blade attack, also in front of the bones, becomes meaningless. Who the hell are you? Are you an experiment made by Orochimaru? Asuma shed a drop of cold sweat, and did not understand the ability of the person in front of him, which seemed very difficult. Kaden, fire style, heaping burn. Asuma jumped away, pulled away, and spat out a pile of ashes. The ashes scattered and flowed into the air. In the air, they were instantly detonated with a detonating talisman, which exploded a wide range of sparks, and instantly ignited flames. But Kimimaro, who was in place, was unscathed. There are a few more bones in his body, which forced the chakras around him, so that the bones were integrated into the chakras, not an ordinary body mutation. Blood follows the limit. Asuma's special abilities are not many, and it will be very difficult to deal with the bloodline boundary when the intelligence is limited. In that case, Asuma threw the chakra knife very fast. Chakra knife Shinichi characters. Asuma then followed up with the whole person. Although the speed was inferior to that of the chakra knife, it was still difficult to catch with the naked eye. Comparison, Kimimaro's actions were much slower. Asuma is slightly better in speed. Have it. With a high-speed leap in the air, Asuma found Kimimaro's gap. Back. The most necessary skill for a qualified Jonin is to find the opponent's weakness and exploit it in a few fights, so it's not sure yet, but there's no time to drag it down now. Asuma thought to himself. Kimimaro's bones were pulled out of his arms a few times, so it is conceivable that he had no way to defend against attacks on his back. Asuma picked up another chakra knife, and although Kimimaro resisted the first fainted chakra knife, he realized that Asuma's attack was too late. Asuma is about to succeed. Ah! Kimimaro's mouth twitched, but there was still no smile on his face, but a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, dance of the larch. Prick. A sharp bone came out and Asuma felt almost instantly unconscious. Sharp bones protruded from Kimimaro's back and pierced into Asuma's abdomen. Asuma bit Kiba, looking embarrassed and his body stiff in the air. Thorn. Another bone. The third root, the fourth root, blah blah blah. There are more than a dozen bones of different sizes. Although none of them caused huge wounds, the first huge bone was enough for Asuma to stop the flow of chakra throughout his body and heal this fatal wound automatically. Ah! Asuma bit Kiba, the ninja slashed out a knife in pain, and the huge impact knocked him off. And Kimimaro also suffered the blow head-on. Two people, lose both. Kimimaro fell to the ground, coughing twice. He got up with difficulty and found a bloodstain on the palm of his hand covering his hand. But he closed his mouth, still looking indifferent. Not far away, a figure walked slowly, but each step became more firm. Asuma, who was lying on the ground, bit Kiba, took out the bandage from the ninja bag, and started to bandage by himself. There are other Otogaker who are staring at them. Even if they fall behind, they must not give a fatal chance, otherwise, it will really be fatal. Asuma stood up with difficulty and took a few steps back. Biting Kiba, making a hard fist. Stop struggling, I don't want to kill you, I'm talking about something else. Asuma was startled and his hands trembled. Yes, this enemy in front of me is very strange. There is no killing intent, his eyes are pure desire to fight, as if to protect something, like a machine. No hatred, no desire, no killing intent. Asuma realized why he was stabbed by such an obvious trap just now, because the other party didn't have any killing intent. Although the movement was unpleasant, it was silent. Those bones suddenly stabbed when there was no killing intent, no matter how strong the feeling was. Hard to perceive. A figure has come over, a boy with yuhi hair. That kid from Sunagakur, Asuma said slowly. Kimimaro glanced at Gaara and asked, are you here to stop me? Gaara didn't answer, and he didn't seem to be able to adjust the thriving desire in his heart. Seeing that Gaara didn't answer, Kimimaro jumped and left quickly. Ah! Gaara frowned, her head splitting. The painful desire in my heart swells again. Become murderous. He doesn't want to kill you, but I want to. Gaara hand seal, bloodshot eyes. Asuma could feel it immediately, but the gravel rain had already fallen, and those things were rock solid, all coming towards the injured Asuma. Shadow clone. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. More than a dozen clones took over, relying on Shadow Clone to resist all the damage. Take it with Shadow Clone. It's really weird. Neji in the distance, seeing this unexpected number 1 ninja appearing one step earlier than himself, also hid his footsteps. You panda I, what do you want to do to our teacher Asuma? Damn tilde I will never forgive you. Naruto screamed as soon as he came up, not like a ninja at all. Ah! Seeing the protected enemy, Gaara seemed to be stimulated. The shadow of childhood made him unable to control himself any longer, and his right hand directly turned into a tailed beast, with a sandstone-colored monster arm with a surgical technique, which looked very scary. It finally appeared. What happened that night? Neji narrowed his eyes and let out a breath. His expression was not frightened, but a kind of thing that finally got his wish. Chapter 79 Runaway, Psychic/Dance. Take that guy down now. The Otogakur ninjas seized the opportunity, and began to end frantically. Asuma recovered from his injury and clenched his fists. Finally able to get up, he murmured. From the tree, behind the tree, suddenly jumped out dozens of Otogakur. You don't want to come out, there are dozens of them, adding up to hundreds of Otogakur ninjas. Naruto, be careful, although their level is only genin level, there are too many people, and they all have ninja tools in their hands, so don't be careless. Normally, it's only a matter of time before Asuma solves this, but after playing against a master like Kimimaro, he doesn't have so much physical strength to keep going. And over there, Gaara has turned into a half-tailed beast, and the amount of chakra doubles the pressure on Asuma, who is good at perception. Now, a helper is desperately needed. Naruto, I'll deal with that Sunagakur kid, these Otogakur ninjas. Don't worry, leave it to me, I'll come to support you right away, Asuma-sensei. However, both Naruto and Asuma understand one thing. Both of them have almost no chance of winning. Go. Otogakur ninjas rushed over one by one, the wounded Asuma, like a victory. Shadow Clone. It's over to you, Naruto. Although the purpose of those people is Asuma, the number of Naruto's clone is 20, which is very amazing. Futon, Wind Style, the Art of Wind and Dust. Asuma rushed forward, and after finishing the seal, he spat out a huge amount of dark lime from his mouth. Push, tilde. It appeared straight from the mouth and fluttered towards Gaara. However, Gaara in this state has slowly grown a tail made of sand, and the whole person's face has become very hideous. He actually, directly greeted him. Don't you run away. Asuma frowned, he wanted to faint first, and then find a chance to relieve the opponent's state. The confrontation with the power of the tailed beast is definitely not Asuma's original intention, but but the other party seems to be not afraid of this little ninjutsu at all, and directly greets him. Sand shield tilde. The voice of the other party has changed, it is low and hoarse, and it also brings some sharp roars. Ah! No ninjutsu, no hand seal, but simply waving. From the monster's arm, dozens of sand bullets sprang toward Asuma. Futon, wind style, Quilin Gale. Asuma hand seal, use futon, wind style, to blow all the sand bombs away. The fluttering sand bullets scattered, obscuring the sight. As his eyes drifted away, Asuma took the opportunity to seal the seal again. Kaden, fire style, heaping burn. Spit out the lime, and then tout the scattered high-temperature soot, resulting in a series of explosions. Bang! Gaara's tails was directly blown open, scattering sand. Bang! 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 Countless explosions, the loud noise is like firecrackers, but compared to firecrackers, this loud noise is almost soul-snatching. PFF'd. A round of explosions, Gaara was in a state of embarrassment. Almost all of the tail beast-like parts of her body were mutilated, and her body was also burned. There are several places where blood is bleeding. Blood, blood. The sober Gaara widened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. You dare to hurt me, you dare to hurt me. This time, it was Gaara's unprecedented injury. Neji in the dark frowned secretly. The last time he shot was not so serious, just to prevent Gaara from running away. Now it seems that I can't stop it, but it is also with Neji's heart. Ah! The sand armor peeled off, and the sand gourd behind him began to emit sand, slowly, until all was gone. Finally, the tail, arms, and even the head and legs are almost all tailed beasts, and it looks like a small-tailed beast. Asuma, who was standing in the distance, felt the huge amount of chakra and began to condense. Ow! The voice is already completely the voice of a tail. Futon, wind style, practice the empty bomb. Boom! A huge wind bomb, chakra is very strong. Asuma stood up and immediately hand seal, but before the last seal, there was a piercing pain in his abdomen. Asuma subconsciously covered his abdomen, and in front of him was an oncoming drill. Die, die, die. Ha 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 ha. Yue yelled, her eyes widened, the only thing that was not covered on her forehead was the word, love, on the top of Gaara's head. Futon, wind style, revolving heaven. Baby. Tilde. The rotation at the speed of sound swept all the training empty bombs into it, merging them into one, and rolled up a strong wind like a sandstorm. Whoa, 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 tilde. Was another burst of flying, and dozens of sand shuriken attacked. Asuma looked in front of him, and a boy's figure was blocking it. The revolving heaven just now was also released by him. Neji, why are you here? And Neji didn't answer. Just a fast hand seal with a serious demeanor. The art of psychic slashing dance. The one-tailed Gaara was taken aback, Asuma was also a little surprised, and Neji could also use psychics. The battle with Tamari just now, Neji replaced the flame bullet, and devoured Tamari's ninjutsu. Although the proficiency of replacing another skill will decrease, but the proficiency of Neji's flame bullet has been very high in many actual battles, even if it is replaced even though he has mastered ninjutsu, he still has relatively skilled techniques. Boom. The ferret seems a little surprised that it is Neji, but this non-exclusive contract psychic beast cannot be summoned. It is still holding a scythe and displaying a huge futon, wind style. In an instant, the ferret was also surprised. Back at Neji, Neji slapped his hand. Futon, wind style, palm storm. Futon, wind style, ninjutsu, with the nature transformation of the superior attribute chakra, plus the harvesting sickle of the ferret. Thorn. A lightning-like crack rushed out, and the range became wider and wider, centered on the way the ferret quickly harvested the past, surrounded by a vast tornado. The shuriken of the sand were all scattered like smoke and dust, without a trace. Invincible. Not far from Naruto, who was entangled with Otogakure, one of the clones came to the next tree and saw this scene. Neji's ninjutsu is full of tricks. From the tail of the crane that was worse than himself in the past, he is now a powerful ninja. Naruto remembered the hardships he had endured and the training he had done. Couldn't help but sigh in my heart. How much training and suffering did this guy have to do to get to where he is now? The huge sickle went all the way to Gaara's side. Yue's body was cut open again, and the biting gale was like countless knives, beating back and forth wildly around Xiao Yue's body. One tail's entire body was restrained, unable to move. Gaara's voice finally came out, seeming to wake up a little. Neji Man had appeared, and at some point, a palm had hit Gaara's heart. As if to control some acupuncture point, Neji narrowed his eyes. That terrifying chakra once again condensed. Gaara's mad cries filled the woods. At this time, Naruto finally packed up all the Otogakure and came here. Shadow Clone was lifted, and he shouted, "Asuma-sensei, I've dealt with the remaining Otogakure, and I'm here to help you." He rushed towards here tiredly, and then a hopeless shock appeared in his eyes. What is this? I saw that Gaara's body had begun to gradually pour out sand, and the whole person's body began to swell wildly, as if it was about to explode. Then a huge amount of sand covered his body and grew wantonly. In the end, it became more and more inflated and bigger, until it was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. Everything below, all turned into a dark backside. The three raised their heads one after another. This monster is more than 20 meters tall. Chapter 80 Shukaku, Tailed Beasts and Psychic Beasts. Is this a tailed beast? Asuma shed a drop of cold sweat and immediately retreated. The first thought in his mind was that as long as the thing in front of him waved his hand at will, they would all be in danger. Naruto, Neji, step back first. When Naruto heard the order, he immediately stepped back honestly, while Neji also stepped back, but ran to the right. He was already calculating the distance. Shukaku was fully recovered. Gaara's whole body was wrapped in sand, not in a deep sleep, but in a faint. Other words, he was forcibly controlled by Shukaku. Under Neji's Byakugan's vision, he completely understood that the opponent this time was a real tailed beast. If you want to solve it, you must defeat the tailed beast in front of you. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A wave of air flutters over, but for Shukaku, it's just a tickling. Its head was hit by the shock wave and shifted slightly to the left. Immediately looking to the right, Neji was moving slowly underneath. No matter how fast the speed is, in the eyes of the behemoth, it is just scurrying around. Ha. Did you find any prey when you came out? It's definitely you. Ha. Shukaku was like a madman, and immediately became crazy, stretched out 2 huge claws, and grabbed Neji. Bang. Boom. Earthquake. Naruto and Asuma, who were standing on the ground, swayed so much that even the tree trunk they were standing on was shaken and broken. Neji fled everywhere, and couldn't find any power point. This was the first time he had fought against such a big thing. The 2 big snakes in the Forest of Death are also completely inferior to the laughter of this tailed beast. They are probably 5 times the size. And this size is not just the volume. This is a tailed beast. The amount of chakra and the destructive power are unmatched by any psychic beast. Asuma was backing away, trying to make Naruto take a few steps back. Naruto, leave some more, it's too dangerous here. Surprisingly, however, Naruto ignored his call this time. Naruto. I saw Naruto walking straight ahead, heading straight for Shukaku. Naruto, what are you doing? Asuma was like crazy, clutching his bleeding wound, wanting to step forward to stop Naruto, but he was afraid of the power of the tailed beast and stopped by the pain in his body, so he couldn't move. Don't worry, Asuma-sensei, only I can restrain this big guy now. Naruto ignored the dust in the air and the hurricane that would strike at any time like a sandstorm. He watched Neji run around being beaten by Shukaku, This guy can create a new terrain with a single swing. Of course he wouldn't let Neji be beaten by such a terrifying force. In the process of running, hand seal started early. It was relatively slow. But it was finished. Finally, he jumped to a tree and fell, flopping to the ground, slapping one hand on the floor. The art of psychic. The contract in his hand appeared, and several mysterious warlocks quickly flowed to the ground. Bang, tilde. A huge figure appeared in the fog. Boom, tilde. Shukaku sat down, the whole Shukaku was knocked down, and the ground was like an earthquake. The big guy who came out of thin air was carrying a knife behind his back, and Naruto saw the success of the psychic and quickly jumped behind Toad Wentai. Boss Toad, hey, help me clean up this guy. What the hell is this? Isn't this Shukaku? This is a tailed beast, why should I fight this guy? After a while of grumbling, Naruto stood on top of Toad Bunta's head, and the two behemoths fought. Dead Toad, how dare you attack me? Futon, wind style, practice the empty bomb. Puff tilde. The huge sandstorm is coming, and it is not the same level as the half-tailed beast at all, like a monstrous wave. Invisibly, I disliked the sandstorm and quickly swept over it. Asuma looked at him in astonishment. His first reaction was that this battle was fortunately in the wild woods, otherwise at least a row of people would die. Seeing the huge sandstorm coming, Toad Wentai didn't have stage fright, it was a squeak, and started hand seal. Huh, can a toad also hand seal? Of course. Hand seal was completed, Toad Bunta opened his mouth and shouted, sweetened water style iron cannonball. Boom twice. Two gigantic water bombs flew out, but they were extremely hard. When it comes into contact with the sand and dust, the water bombs disperse. Like rain, madly scattered. Neji and Asuma, who were standing at the bottom, were hiding everywhere. The sky was like two giant gods that covered the sky and the sun was fighting. This time it was like a pouring rain. Puff puff. Shukaku spat out an innumerable amount of sand, scattered it into the air, and charged towards Toad Wenta. Boy, hold on tight. Toad Bunta said, jumping up and pulling the knife behind his back. Going away, Shukaku picked it up with one hand. Hey, you stinky toad. You stinky civet cat, don't be complacent. But at this time, Shukaku reached out his other hand and grabbed it like a claws. Toad Wentai let out a broke free from his bound hand, swung his sword with both hands, and slashed it with one knife. Kai. Knife was inserted into Shukaku's hand. Naruto shouted, did it work? Ha ha, you've been fooled. I saw Shukaku laughed, and then the stabbed arm immediately healed, and the sand piled up to cover the inserted tachi. Then he moved slowly from the knife, climbed onto Toad Wentai's body, and was tightly bound. This is. Toad Bunta's entire arm was covered with sand, and the sand was not ordinary sand, and it gradually became the same color as Shukaku's body. The end, even the art on Shukaku ran over. Boss Toad, why didn't you move? Naruto asked. Toad's expression was solemn, and his tone was also very heavy. It's so noisy, I'm damned, I forgot, I've heard of this civet cat. One Shukaku, its chakra is Jiden, magnet style, and it can use seals the tailed beast of magic. Although Naruto doesn't understand what Jiden, magnet style, means, he feels very powerful when he hears it. Ha ha ha, you are dead. Futon, wind style, practice the empty bomb. Zero distance release. But at the moment of release, a rapid shock wave rushed over, directly piercing Shukaku's seal without any explanation. Toad Wenta was saved, and immediately pulled himself away, gave up the knife in his hand and stepped back. PFF'd. Shukaku released the training bullets, the whole place became a mess. Saved. Toad Wentai gasped, looked down, saw the voice of a young man in the bushes, and closed his hands. Konoha's ninja, thanks. And Shukaku lowered his head and glared at Neji. You stinky boy, I must kill you. Toad Wentai saw that his sword was gone, so he had to say, Naruto, the first time you summoned me is such a difficult task. I can tell you, I am a psychic beast. This guy is a tailed beast. We are not a weight class. I lost without shame at all. Asuma stood in the distance, clutching his wound and muttering, tailed beasts and psychic beasts are not the same class after all. At this time, a figure appeared beside him. He was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and with a thorn sound, a person behind him fell under the tree, blood flying. I saw that it was Neji who jumped behind him, and Ikuna solved the ninja who was about to attack him. Asuma looked at it and said in surprise, "This is Chunin from Sunagaku Ninja Village. Found it." At this point, with a few shouts, Neji and Asuma stood up and looked. On the other side, there are several teams of ninjas from Sunagaku Ninja Village, and there is even Jonin inside.